Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our difference. One of my they whip, pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
Solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa, solo me quedó algo en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted? Yeah.
Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in a cut with it. One up top to the top. One up top to the top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me on the top.
Que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie. Así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Yo le oh, be on the drums, on the drums, on the drums. Yeah, Paulo Londra. Big ligas, los mayores, Cristo Man. Yeah, young con flow. Woo. I'll be on the drums.
Now let's begin. You're in too deep to go back again. Cash is paid to play. You want more hits than lemonade. No, you don't own me. You don't even know me. This vagabond with a two-pop hat to the great beyond. Say genuine, a ground floor up, I can help you find. You're a dreamer. Call me when you're Bieber. And when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. 'Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never.
All right, hello everybody. Eddie McCarthy here alongside Tim Moore. His first pitch is just 2 or 3 short minutes away. You know the drill if you've been watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. This is the 12:15 game. Means it's the first of a great 7 that are lined up today on the docket here for Ball. And Tim, we've got a pretty good matchup here. 2 second-place teams, an interleague matchup. The Braves are in beautiful Globe Life Field, brand new park of the Texas Rangers, opened just this season. Tim, glad to be with you once again. Usually our games are pretty good. You excited for today?
Hey, you know, Eddie, I'm really excited. I think this is going to be a really good matchup. You know, you look at the Braves competing right now for that wild card spot as well as the NL East title, Washington Nationals, and they're doing a very, very good job. And then you look on the opposite side, the Rangers, you know, they're trying to, you know, get back into momentum and try to be competing on what's been relatively a struggling AL West. Overall, the Rangers having a solid season, not nothing too spectacular, but, you know, I would say surpassing their expectations from last season.
Should be a good one. We have a minute here, so let's take care of the lineups now. For the visiting Braves, we'll start with them first. At the top, it's the usual 3. Ronald Acuna, Ozzie Albies, Freddie Freeman. They're dangerous. In the middle, Marcelo Zuda, Nick Markakis, Tyler Flowers. That's the 4-5-6. And then rounding it out, the 7-8-9. Johan Camargo, Dansby Swanson, and Ender Inciarte gets the start today as the designated hitter. And then on the opposite side for the Rangers, Elvis Andrews, Willie Calhoun, Danny Santana. That's the top 3. In the middle, Joey Gallo, Todd Frazier, Rougned Odor. And then to round it off, Shin-Soo Choo, Ronald Guzman, and Isaiah Kiner Falefa gets the start behind the plate. Well, as Tim said, looking forward to a very good one, and I think that's exactly what we were going to get. Very exciting game yesterday. The Braves would win 11-6 in a wild one. More on that as we get into our game today, as we welcome you inside Globe Life Field for this matchup between the Braves and the Rangers. Atlanta 51-34. They are 17 games over 500, taking on the Texas Rangers, who are 42-44, 2 games below the 500 mark. Again, it's Eddie McCarthy alongside Tim Moore, who stepped out for a moment. Believe he may be having some technical issues. It's some interleague action, and we'll take a look here at Lance Lynn, who will be on the mound today for the Rangers. There you see the numbers. They are respectable. 16 starts on the year, a 3-6 record, which isn't great, but a 3.75 ERA indicates, Tim, he has not had much run support.
Acuna Jr.
Tim, feel free to join us and hop in when you can, but in the meantime, we're going to get started. First pitch of the day on the way to Ronald Acuna is outside as it crosses the plate at exactly 12:15. So, Tim, we are on schedule here on Major League Ball.
First pitch, 7:07.
Ronald Acuna Did not start yesterday, but would come in to pinch hit. He'd be 2 for 3, would hit a big home run. It was part of a huge comeback effort that the Braves would put together. More on that later. As they will check on Odor for the first play of the day. He will retire Acuna. And Lance Lynn has got his first batter of the day. Defensively for the Rangers, we'll start with the outfield from left to right. Willie Calhoun, Joey Gallows in center, Shin-Soo Choo is in right. That's the first pitch to Albies is low for a ball. Across the diamond in the infield, Todd Frazier's at third. Elvis Andrews, Ruben Odor, they're the shortstop, second base combo up the middle. Ronald Guzman is at first. Lance Lynn, he is pitching as this one is hard hit. Good diving stop, but it's going to be an infield single for Ozzie Albies. First hit of the day for Atlanta. Lance Lynn pitching, and his battery mate Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, who gets the start. Robinson Chirinos, the normal catcher, he gets the day off, at least to start, and that'll bring up Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman enjoying another outstanding season, which is what we have come to expect from the 6'5" left-handed batter. Plays a great first base for Atlanta and hitting .328 on the year. 27 home runs, 64 driven in as he faces Lance Lynn. Again, I think Tim may be having some audio technical issues. Sure, he'll be along when he can. As Freeman is ahead in the count, 2-0. Atlanta begins the day 4 games back of the Washington Nationals, who are in first place in the NL East. The Braves do, however, hold the first wild card spot. They would prefer to avoid that play-in game. There goes the runner, and the throw down not in time. It's a stolen base for Ozzie Albies, his 9th of the year, and he's in scoring position with 1 out. Two and 2 is the count to Freeman.
We got full count.
That's inside. First time Lynn has worked a full count today, with Marcelo Ozuna on deck, the cleanup man. Ozzie Albies leads away from second.
That's outside. Ball 4.
That pitch is outside, and Freddie Freeman, excellent plate discipline as usual. He'll draw the walk. And it's man at first and second here for Atlanta as they're threatening early here in this one with Marcelo Ozuna coming up. Ozuna hits a lot better, as you can see by the splits right there, against right-handers than he does against left-handers. Big rip at that first one, but comes up empty. It's Freeman at first, Albies at second, 1 out in the inning.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Marcelo Ozuna is here with the Braves on a 1-year deal after spending the last 2 years with St. Louis. Good curveball there from Lynn, comes in for a strike.
There we go. Finally got it figured out. Had a little bit of the issue. Don't quite know what happened. Just popped up randomly.
There we go. Matters is you're here now. 1-2 here from Ozuna, and look out, he jumps back to avoid that one. 95 on the gun. Lance Lynn can dial it up. Fastball averaging around 96, 97 miles an hour. 2-2 the count to Ozuna.
Full count.
That's high, and the second consecutive batter where Lynn has run a full count. This time Nick Markakis waiting on deck. Already Lynn's pitch count at 16. Boy, could he use a ground ball.
No, ball 4.
He won't get it, but he will walk Marcell Ozuna. Back-to-back walks issued by Lance Lynn, and they are loaded with one out here in the first, Tim.
You know, even I was going to say at the top of the broadcast, but obviously didn't get the opportunity to due to the connection issue. Lance Lynn, he struggles with one thing, and that's, you know, not walking hitters. He's already walked too early on here. You're starting to see he doesn't really have control of his fastball. You have to start settling in, because if he can't find his fastball, he really tends to not find any of his other pitches. We're starting to see right now this Braves team with Markakis up, be looking to take the lead.
It's a force all around with the bases loaded, as that's high to Markakis for ball one. Nick Markakis, a guy who's been around for a lot of years, drafted back in 2003 by the Orioles. And now the count is 1-2. First time in a while that Lynn has been ahead, and boy, does he need this out right here to Markakis.
A stick fastball.
That's hit in the air to right. Should be deep enough to get a run in. Settling under it is Chu. The tag at third. The relay is not in time. And Ozzy Albies will slide across for the first run of the ball game. Job well done by Markakis. It's a sac fly. And the Braves strike first here in Arlington.
Well, this is exactly why you see since you Chu more as a DH than I would say a right fielder already. That was pretty, I wouldn't say, while the throw was on the line, the cutoff man had to jump out to get to it because it was a little bit overthrown. And it was relatively a soft throw, too. I think more of a line drive type of throw could have gotten the runner out at home. But regardless, 1-0 lead. Good job by Markakis doing his job, and now they move it on to Tyler Flowers, who 292 this year. Also tends to, in his career, relatively produce specifically with runners on second.
Well, he does have a runner on second here. That's Freddie Freeman. Lance Lynn by no means out of the woods yet, as once again he falls behind to a hitter. This time it's 2 balls and no strikes to count here to Flowers. He's hitting .292 on the year. Done a nice job behind the plate for Atlanta. And he gets into this one to right field, but it's going to slice foul, so Flowers jumping all over that 2-0 fastball and just missed it. Again, Flowers behind, that time on the cutter. And so Lance Lynn, good job fighting back, but the pitch count already a concern. Pitch number 26 here from Lance Lynn is low and away, and that will work a full count, and they will be in motion. Freddie Freeman at second, Marcelo Zuna at first. Both of them will get an early start here as Flowers tries to continue. And Flowers will fight it off, will do it again. Should Flowers be able to continue, Johan Camargo will be next. This is the 6th man the Braves have sent to the plate this inning. That's low, and it is the 3rd walk of the inning for Lance Lynn. Already thrown 28 pitches, and for the 2nd time in this inning, Tim, they're loaded up again.
Hey, good job by Flowers, working another strong at-bat. You can have the 3rd walk for Lynn here in the inning, and now you move it over to Camargo. This is exactly the Braves and the doctor ordered for them. Come on, working Lynn. Try to get him out of the ball game early. And like our last game, Eddie, in which we saw 30-plus pitches in an inning, it'll definitely get you out relatively quickly if you can't find a strike zone.
You're absolutely right, Tim. Exactly what Lynn is looking to avoid here. Once again finds himself in trouble. Now facing Camargo. I had a bit of screen lag there, but it looks like Lynn managed to locate for a strike, Tim. 1-1 the count now to Camargo. And that is also in there for a strike. And now Lance Lynn is ahead 1-2 with a chance to slam the door here and keep this only a one-run inning. Struck him out! Lance Lynn flirts with disaster but ends up only giving up one. Ozzy Albies scores, but the Braves would have liked to see more. Home half of the first coming up, Atlanta by 1.
A great pitch there by Lance Lynn. Breaking ball gets him out of the inning, and it's a hanging breaking ball. Gets Camargo down looking. Now here's Mike Soroka. 8-8 record on the year, 4.22 ERA. Lynn been a relatively solid 1.26. See him as more of an innings guy, Eddie. Trying to produce just a couple quality starts and get it over the bullpen after 5 or 6 innings.
Mike Soroka already pitching with the lead today as Elvis Andrus will lead things off and take a strike. There you see the Braves 51-34. Second in the AL East. They occupy the first wild card spot, as we said in the open. 4 games back of the Nationals. Good start here from Soroka as he's quickly ahead 0-2 on Elvis Andrus.
How about Andrus, by the way? This is his best start since about 2017. At 297 on that season. He also had a 302 back in 2016. That's slowly starting to come back for Elvis.
Andrus 1 for 5 yesterday. Playing shortstop today as he normally does. Behind here 0-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's high. First ball of the count. 1-2 now here. Mike Soroka, only 22 years of age. Grew up in Calgary, Alberta, as he's off to a good start here as he gets Andrus down on strikes. First strikeout of the day for Soroka. Good pitch to him.
Yeah, good breaking ball. That one dropped built high all the way down to the knees. That's a great start for Soroka. And I expect to see that breaking ball a factor for the rest of the game. He made a statement there, Andrus, on the first out of the game.
Now he'll face Willie Calhoun, who was also 1 for 5 yesterday, and that's downstairs, so 2-0 the count now. Here's what Soroka has got working behind him. Across the outfield, Ozuna, Acuna in center, and then Markakis, he's in right. As this is hit hard but foul down the right field line, 2-1. In the infield, Camargo's at third, Swanson and Albies to shortstop and second baseman double play combo. As this is popped up, they'll check on Flowers. And Soroka has gotten the first 2 men. The first was Andrus, he struck out, and now Calhoun pops out. Quickly 2 out here in this inning.
Another great pitch by Soroka, and Calhoun got well under it, obviously, and popped right up behind the plate. Expect this to be the case for Soroka. I mean, he's so good, obviously, at locating left and right corners of the zones. He has a really good tendency, especially with his breaking ball, to get hitters to pop up to the infield. We've seen it once here running to catchers. Expect to see it maybe a couple more times over the next 2-3 innings. You're seeing guys well out in front.
To finish telling you about the Braves defensively, Freddie Freeman's at first, Tyler Flowers is catching. And of course, Mike Soroka is the pitcher. And Soroka here ahead 1-2 on Santana. And this is hit high in the air to center field, chasing Acuna back. He's on the track, but he'll have room in front of the Boys and Girls Clubs of America sign. And Soroka works a 1-2-3 hitless first. We've played 1. The visitors are up 1-0. Dansby Swanson will kick things off here. As we get set for the top of the second in Arlington. Rough first inning for Lance Lynn, 32 pitches. We start Swanson off with the ball on the outside. 8-9-1 for the Braves this inning. Swanson and Ciarte into the lineup will turn over for Ronald Acuna. That's a strike on the inside corner. 2-1 the count now here to Swanson. Vanderbilt Commodore, College World Series MVP back in 2014, and he hits this one into right.
Batting ninth, the designated hitter.
I had some lag there, but it looks like Shin-Soo Choo was able to make the play first out of the inning. Tim, is that what happened?
Indeed, line drive got 2 steps in front of him, made the simple catch. As Edgar Enciarte steps in, and now Eddie will try to fix the disconnect here for a moment. 44 for 16 versus Lynn in his career. You have to remember, Lynn found some time in the NL before the Yankees trade. Of course, we're talking about the Cardinals as that runs it down the left field line, and that'll carry foul. The count now 1-2.
Some technical difficulties in the early goings for both of us, partner. 1-2 here to Enciarte. And Enciarte goes down swinging. Second strikeout of the day for Lance Lynn. He's off to a good start here in the second.
Lynn this time powering right by Enciarte with the fastball, and all Enciarte could do was wave at it. Knee high, great pitch. Needless to say right there, and that's exactly how they'll teach you how to pitch, Eddie, especially with the fastballs. That's exactly where you want to locate.
Ronald Acuna bats for the second time. Center fielder today for Atlanta in the second year of an 8-year deal, which he inked with the Braves last year. Braves wisely wanting to lock him up for as long as possible. This is going to be a tough play to third. Fielded by Frazier. The throw is in time. Good job by Guzman to dig it out, and a great throw by Frazier. 1, 2, 3, go the Braves. Home half of the second coming up.
This is where the runs can come on the board for Texas. Joey Gallo is struggling of late, but man, does he have the pop to hit the ball out of Globe Life. And you have the Todd father, Todd Frazier, who can also swing a very good bat. So I'm eager to see what happens here in this inning.
Great play by Todd Frazier to end that last inning, Tim. Also really big for Lance Lynn's pitch count. He needed an easy inning, and that is what his defense provided.
Ooh. And Gallo, he was out in front of that, but that was a good opportunity for him to crank one, Eddie.
Opportunity gone by the wayside. 0-2 here to Gallo. That misses 1-2. It'll be Gallo, Frazier, and Odor, 4, 5, and 6 for the Rangers this inning.
I got to count 2-2.
2-2 the count now to Gallo. It was once 0-2, and now it's 2-2. Gallo lifts one in the air to left. This is a long run for Ozuna, and he won't get there. It hops against the wall, and Joey Gallo will jog into second base with a double to lead off the inning, his 14th of the year. And the Rangers, they're in business to start the second.
Hard to imagine this is the 14th double for Gallo, but he's just so good at hitting home runs. Sometimes those balls don't, land in play in fair territory and rather over the fence. But a good piece of hitting. Spag knows he has to shift against some high fastball and just is it over to left field, the one hopper off the fence, and makes it routine. Now the Todd father steps in. And he as well, right now he's not going to be shifted, but he has a great opportunity of putting one in the gap and sending Gallo around the bases.
Todd Frazier is the journeyman on this roster. He came up with the Reds. And in between the Reds and the Rangers were the White Sox, Yankees, and the Mets. Of course, the Mets were the most recent, spent the last 2 years at Citi Field in Flushing. Finds himself behind 0-2 here, though. Frazier will stay alive and get a piece. First time Mike Soroka has had to deal with a man on base tonight. Rangers would go 1-2-3 in the first. 0-2 to Frazier. Ooh, that's just low.
It's interesting. No one's biting at that slider at all.
Frazier strikes out. Second strikeout of the day for Soroka, and that's a big out. 5-hitter is erased, and that'll bring up Rougned Odor.
Just like how I mentioned how people tend to get in this breaking ball and pop it up, well, then you have a sinker that Soroka throws that drops right down to your ankles. All you can do is swing on top of it. That time Frazier had no chance on what was a perfectly placed pitch there by Soroka.
The sinker, Tim, is the go-to for Soroka, and it was part of what gave him such a good year last year, and was in the NL Rookie of the Year conversation. That time he went to the changeup, but it was effective. Odor swung right through it. A leadoff double by Gallo, and now the Rangers trying to bring him around. That's in the dirt and skips away from Flowers. And Joey Gallo will slide over to third. Tyler Flowers done a very nice job with the bat, but last year was the major league leader in pass balls, and while that one will probably be marked as a wild pitch, Flowers unable to knock it down.
Tough pitch. It was a slider that went down in the dirt, and he just got away from Soroka. Flowers did all he could to block it. You know what? Now you got to try to rebound here. Get a big strikeout against Odor.
That's outside. First time that Soroka has run a full count here today with Shin-Soo Choo on deck. Joey Gallo is at third. He just slid over on the on the wild pitch, as Odor was on that, but nicked it foul. And we'll do the 3-2 again. Check swing and go, he did. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mike Soroka, as that's a big one. He gets Rougned Odor, and now with 2 outs, Gallo's last hope of being driven in falls on Shin-Soo Choo.
I said good pitch because, wow, that sinker was nasty. Thing dropped again, almost like a breaking ball. It was bell time and dipped down right to the knees. Got him swinging. Great job, again, getting the job done. This is why Soroka is one of the most brilliant young talents, Eddie, because he's just so good at locating. And I know this year, Eat made kind of a 5-6 inning type of pitcher. He makes the big outs when it matters, and this is exactly why this Braves team is winning, competing right now for this NL East title.
Choo is behind 0-2 as Soroka looks to get out of trouble. The 0-2 is hit high in the air to right. Moving over is Markakis. He'll have room and make the catch, and so Joey Gallo's leadoff double amounts to nothing as we've played 2 in Arlington, and the Braves are on top 1-0.
Leading off for the Braves.
Ozzie Albies is going to get things started for Atlanta in the top of the third. This is the dangerous part of the Atlanta order. 2, 3, and 4, Albies, Freeman, and Ozuna. The exact same spot where Lynn ran into trouble in the first. Lance Lynn threw 32 pitches to get through the first inning. Only needed 10, however, to get through the second, as Albies was on that one, but drives it foul.
And for this Braves team, try to tack on more runs. These wins mean more than anything. Down 4 games in the division right now to the Nats. You sit in the second wild card spot, Eddie. They're just barely in front of this Diamondbacks roster, who, by the way, great pitch.
Really good pitch there by Lance Lynn. And Tim, you can continue. I have the Braves in the first wild card spot, but I may have been looking at my standings incorrectly.
Actually, I apologize. Yes, you're 100% correct. And my number's wrong. Yes, they are in the first wild card spot. Relatively close when you look at the second ones. You have two teams right behind the Cincinnati Reds. They're 50-35. The Diamondbacks, who are right now tied for the division lead in the NL West, somehow, some way, sitting one game back as well. So it's no, I guess you could say, parade walk, needless to say, for this Braves team. They're going to have to keep on earning their wins and keep on digging because teams are starting to come very, very quickly. And they're coming from different divisions, something that we definitely didn't expect. I mean, who would have expected the Diamondbacks, Eddie? Despite the fact that Duggo calls most of their games, to really be a contender in that NL West, let alone competing for perhaps a division and maybe even a wild card spot.
Oh, they are a serious contender as Freeman will hit this one sharply but foul. Still 2-2 the count. You know, the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers are locked in combat for that NL West. Both those teams 50-35. As it's a full count here to Freddie Freeman with Marcell Ozuna on deck. Freeman hits one in the air to left. This is chasing Calhoun back, but he'll have room and make the catch.
Now batting.
And Lance Lynn, after a disastrous start, has quietly retired 6 in a row, Tim.
Again, walked 3 in the first. Now he's starting to find his fastball. He's locating for strikes. And see here against Ozuna, Eddie, again, if he goes down in the count, you know that's where Lynn tends to struggle. But when he's in head accounts like 1-2, a 2-2 count, tends to go out there and make a good pitch to make the out. But and when he's behind, he struggles. And again, another good fastball there. I really think this is what he has to stick with. Go to the breaking ball late in the count, get ahead with his fastball. He's really finding his four seam well.
Marcell Ozuna walked his first time up, taking advantage of the control issues Lynn was having in the first inning. But perhaps a different story this time around, as the 32-year-old is ahead 1-2 on Ozuna. Ozuna strikes out, make it 8 in a row for Lance Lynn as he is starting to roll. The Braves have been up 3 times, the Rangers only 2 as we head to the bottom of the third with Atlanta up by 1. Ronald Guzman will get things started for the Rangers here in the bottom of the third. We're moving pretty well here on Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. Again, it's Eddie McCarthy alongside Tim Moore. Some afternoon interleague action. The Braves in town to play the Rangers as Guzman hit that first one well, but foul. Guzman hitting .242 on the year, getting the start at first base today. As he hits this one slowly in front of the mound, and he's going to beat it out. An infield single starts off the home half of the third, and for the second consecutive inning, Tim, the Rangers get the leadoff man off.
All starts one base runner at a time. If you turn around and then you can't produce, for example, with a runner on third and 1 out, that's where it comes to matter. So let's see here if they can just do basic 101. Get the runner over to second, give yourself an opportunity. And I wouldn't even be opposed, to be honest, right now. You have the non-hitter up, Eddie. You try to lay one down. What do you think?
It's not a bad idea. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, the catcher, hitting .234 on the season. And now a bunt becomes a near impossibility here with 2 strikes as Kiner-Falefa, that's a mouthful, fouls that one off. 1-2 is the count. Falefa lines this one into center, but right at Ronald Acuna, who will make the catch for the first out of the inning.
Now batting.
And so, Tim, it's time for our, we'll call it the first round review. Mike Soroka through the Rangers lineup for the first time How do we grade him?
Oh, he's done a very solid job. Again, getting the punch outs in there. I mean, that's a hard line drive, but it's right at a defender.
There's another hard line drive. That time this one gets into the outfield though. And once again, the Rangers are looking dangerous. Men on first and second here with Willie Calhoun coming up.
Oh, first time through the lineup, I give him an A- because he dug himself out of trouble last inning. Right now he is an F. Start up the second time through until he can get out of trouble here because they're starting to pick up. And this is the one thing for Soroka, again, I mentioned, really great sinker, excellent breaking ball. But he once he starts to get picked up, it starts to come quickly on him, needless to say, in terms of the swings. And again, great sinker there. But if he leaves things in his zone, hitters for the Rangers, their eyes are going to open wide up, and they're going to start pulling these balls over the fence.
Soroka in command here against Calhoun. Calhoun will tap this one foul down the third base side and stay alive for one more pitch. Mike Soroka pitch count pretty good so far, but boy could he use a ground ball. That would help him load. Calhoun strikes out, and Soroka will take that as well. Strikeout number 4 on the afternoon.
The designated hitter.
And now things look less dangerous with 2 outs in.
Well, now he's up to a C, Eddie. He's getting there. He's back to an A if he can escape this. Again, another great pitch. I believe that time he went to the sinker again. I mean, you know what's so hard, Eddie? I don't know if you could tell, but it's so hard to really make a distinction between Soroka's sinker and his changeup because they both drop the same amount. It's just a difference of velocity. So I can imagine that's why hitters are going nuts at the plate right now because they can't tend to tell the difference between both pitches until it's catching up to them.
Rarely do these hitters, these Rangers hitters that is, ever see Soroka and the Braves. This is an interleague matchup, and Soroka now in a good position to get out of trouble. 1-2 to Santana, who strikes out, and Mike Soroka with back-to-back strikeouts, number 5 on the day, and the Rangers, they strand 2 as we've played a full 3 here in Arlington.
Well, now it's officially back to an A grade for the moment, second time through the lineup. Great pitch again by Soroka. Slider inside the zone after throwing sinker, changeup, and then sinker again. It's a good job and being productive, getting those efficient outs. Again, you have to put it on the Braves, Eddie, because you need to give your pitcher just a little bit more run support. This game's not going to be 1-0 forever. The Rangers' bats, they will come alive eventually. It's just a matter of when.
Both teams' bats were on fire yesterday. It was a crazy game. The Braves would end up winning 11-6, but the Rangers were up 6-4 heading into the 8th. Atlanta would strike for 4 in the 8th and 3 in the 9th, and in doing so, they would scrap a pretty good effort yesterday put forth by the Rangers starter Corey Kluber. He went 7 innings, gave up 4 runs, but came home with nothing, a no decision, as his bullpen was unable to hold the lead. Markakis hits this one in the air to center. This is chasing Acuna back, and he will make the catch. I beg your pardon. That's chasing Gallo back, I should have said. But Gallo will handle it. As we get a look at our tops pitch speed comparison, Lance Lynn, Mike Soroka, both these guys can get it up. Lynn, though, a little bit higher. He gets it closer to triple digits at 98. Soroka, though, sitting a very respectable 95.
A great job there, again, by Joey Gallo to go out there and make a catch right in front of the fence. That's one of the toughest spots, to be honest, Eddie, to make a catch. Obviously, you see hard fly balls, but you have outfielders right there on the warning track. They kind of feel that out. But for Gallo, in that angle, he's going straight at the wall. So you have to have kind of no fear on the run and to make sure that you make the catch first, before bracing for impact.
Nice play by Gallo right there, Tim, as you duly note. 0-2 here is the count to Tyler Flowers. Lance Lynn continuing his strong performance, and Flowers there goes down swinging. And that is now 10 in a row retired by Lance Lynn. Tim, this guy is rolling.
And again, it's the four-seam fastball. Just throw that baby all day long. It seems like they can't touch Lance Lynn with that pitch. And again, you know, you look at the opposite side, Eddie. Mention how it's very odd that these teams face off. Well, it's not like this Braves team hasn't seen Lance Lynn over the years. Remember, before he was acquired by the Yankees, he was a Cardinal for a very long time. So you look at that, and again, they've seen him. You know, they know exactly what he's capable of.
Lynn gets another strikeout, and how about Lance Lynn? That's now 11 in a row retired, 2 more Ks in that inning. As we head to the home half of the fourth, the Braves still lead it by 1. So 3 consecutive 1-2-3 innings for Lance Lynn. And I beg your pardon, it's now 10 in a row for Lynn, not 11, so I had miscounted. As you get a look there at the shift that they are going to use for Joey Gallo, who doubled his first time against the shift into left.
1-1.
Mike Soroka at 50 pitches. Pitch count is good, not great.
The count is 1-2.
Still in line to go a decent ways into this ballgame. Gallo will stay alive on the 1-2. Joey Gallo coming into today hitting .211.
Soroka, you gotta go change up here.
He goes to the sinker, same result as the last. Another foul ball.
Oh, Gallo, he's well out in front. He's leaning for that sinker to get him cheating.
Gallo strikes out. Finally, Lance Lynn Mike Soroka looks like he went back to the sinker. Strikeout number 6 for Soroka, and he's been even better than Lynn so far today.
At that time, I think Gallo was looking change up because he was well behind compared to being out in front. That's the one kryptonite, needless to say, for Joey Gallo. He tends to strike out a bunch. Another strikeout for Soroka, I believe now it's his 6th on the game. And he faces another hitter in which he struck out the last time up of Todd Frazier.
Whoa, that's down.
You are right, he did strike out Frazier his last time up. Todd hitting .214 on the season. Playing third base today as he fouls that one off. Count is now 2-1. "34 years of age, native of Freehold Township, New Jersey, is Todd Frazier. The count now even 2-2. Mike Soroka searching for strikeout number 8. That'll be inside, and I'll have to wait for another pitch. I'd like to make a correction. Strikeout number 7 is what Soroka is searching for.
Nope, that's inside.
3-2, and that's inside, and Frazier draws the 1-out walk, and for the 3rd straight inning, the Rangers will put one man on base. With Rougned Odor coming up.
Give the Rangers a lot of credit. While they haven't been able to find a run yet, they've done a very good job of working the count here in Soroka. Now throwing his 61st pitch of the game. And while it's not too relatively high, as he's in his 4th inning of work, I have to think about it in the long run, because that means, again, Soroka's only going to go 5 or 6.
This one is into left, and that is another base hit And the Rangers, who left one man on in the first and two in the third, are once again in business and are now searching for that hit that has eluded them thus far. That's the hit with runners in scoring position.
Well, if you have anyone right now, Eddie, that can get that job done, I would say it is Sin-Soo Choo. I know he flew out his last time up. When you think about of all the clutch moments Choo has had for this Rangers team.
Choo, a big day yesterday. He was 3 for 4 with a home run, and he'll deliver right here. That's into left. Ozuna to cut it off. He's got a good arm, but they'll cut it off before the throw gets to the plate. And Tim, my friend, spot on as usual. Shin-Soo Choo comes through again, and we are tied at 1 here in Arlington.
Choo sat back outside pitch and sends it Oppo Taco right where it came from, as they say. You gotta take it wherever the pitch is thrown. An excellent piece of hitting by Choo. Now we have a tie ball game, partner, but now we look at it as well. Will the Rangers pick out with the lead?
Well, let's see how Mike Soroka responds right here. Every inning thus far, he's been in trouble, but he's always managed to wrangle his way out of it, except for this inning right here, as trouble finally strikes. Now Ronald Guzman, 1-1 is the count. Guzman, a .240 hitter, and this is slowly hit to second. Chance for 2. Swanson will start it, and they will end it with a scoop by Freeman. Terrific play. The Rangers get 1, but they should have had more. We're through 4 here in Texas.
What a pick out right there by Freddie Freeman. That's not a routine pick at all. He just made that look easy. I mean, his defensive value is so underrated. The big scoop there.
Freddie Freeman, a Gold Glove winner in 2018. But besides that, you nailed it, Tim. Very underappreciated player over at first base. Lance Lynn, who's on a streak, 10 men sat down in a row. We'll have Dansby Swanson, Ender Inciarte, and Ronald Acuna, 8, 9, and 1, are who he'll face this inning.
You know, Eddie, the Braves right now, they have that 1 run, but they only have 1 hit. And again, you got to find run support, and you have to find the hits here against Lance Lynn. Lance Lynn's not just going to, let you take advantage of opportunities necessarily 100% of the time. You saw in that first inning, he gifted them. Basically, I wouldn't say just the lead, but maybe even the win. Walked 3 batters, had the bases loaded, and now he's retired 10-11 in a row.
Swanson will draw the walk as the fastball misses inside, and so the streak from Lynn is over. Dansby Swanson is a leadoff base runner here for the Braves, and you were talking about it, Tim. The Braves, only 1 hit on the day. That was an infield single by Albies back in the first inning. He'd come around and score. Their only other base runners, 4 walks, as this is into left from Inciarte. Throw nearly gets away as they threw it back into third. So a walk and now a single, and the Braves, who have been quiet for a while, they're in business here in the 5th.
Oh, I would go talk to Lynn right now, and maybe not.
This is into right. It will fall from Acuna. They are going to throw to second and get the runner. Inciarte had to make sure that ball wasn't caught, so it's going to go down as a fielder's choice, Tim. Which you don't see every day.
You don't see the 9 to 6 every day, but you know what? Now runners on the corners. I'm gonna try to double play here. This is not an easy hitter to do it against the Ozzy Albies. What I was going to say, Eddie, is that they should go out and talk to Lance Lynn here. This is a major situation. He just dug back to tie this ball game up, and all of a sudden now, the Braves are not just threatening to make a comeback inning here, but threatening to take the lead back.
No visit from the pitching coach, Julio Rangel. Although Lynn is now ahead 0-2 here on Albies. We'll see if Acuna decides to try and steal a base to cancel out the double play. He's done it 18 times this year. This is to short. They'll flip for one, and they'll go to first double play. Apologies for the delayed call. I had some lag issues, but it's a huge 2 outs, and it's an inning ender that the Braves head into. Middle of the 5th, and we're deadlocked at 1. As we welcome you back here to Globe Life Field, we're now halfway through the game. Eddie McCarthy alongside Tim Moore for some interleague bump ball action. And we have reached the bottom of the 5th, and that means I'm going to turn it over the rest of the way to Tim Moore, and he'll take you through the play-by-play.
Well, thank you so much, Eddie. As we get we're here in the bottom of the 5th, 1-1 tie. And again, we've talked about it all game long. Now you have the Rangers who have brought the bats in regards to hits, and they had tied up the game after being down 1-0. Lance Lynn struggled early, up a bunch, allowed 1 run in that first inning, and right there, that past inning, getting out of trouble. We're having a relatively much of a duel, to say the least, Eddie. Soroka again coming out now here in the bottom of the 5th. 69 pitches. Low count. This can be pitched 70 as the pitch. Call for a strike. The count now 2-1.
Yeah, Soroka's been good, and he's been in trouble a lot. He's been bailed out by his defense, but don't give the defense all the credit, Tim. A lot of work has been done by number 40 in gray. He's been good. Lots of strikeouts for him today.
He's done a very good job as the count now goes to 3-1. Andrew sits on deck, the top of the lineup, right around the corner. It's a 3-1 from Soroka. This is downstairs, ball 4, so a leadoff walk for Kiner Falefa. And the Rangers again threatening here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Well, 4th consecutive inning where the the Rangers have put at least 1 man on base. So far, though, only 1 run to show for it. Soroka's been able to pitch his way out of trouble, but he hasn't had to do it with the top of the lineup yet. And Tim, you know what they say and what the statistics show. 3rd time through the order, this is where the lineup, especially the top of the lineup, can get really dangerous.
Indeed it can, and this is no easy hitter. Andrews 1 for 2. Here's the pitch. This is outside 2-0. You know, interesting thing about Elvis Andrus that he's really known him as a solid average hitting shortstop. Oh, his average has gone away just a little bit in the later portions of his career. His power numbers have picked up. 2 of his last 3 seasons, he's hit double-digit home runs. He's been always known as a single-digit home run hitter. 3 years ago, he hit 20 home runs. Last season, he hit 12. Well, the pop is definitely there for Elvis Andrus. Oh, you know, again, hitting for average may have gone away just a little bit.
You're absolutely right, and this is... I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but this is the only big name that comes to mind as who was on both of those Texas teams that made the World Series back in 2010 and 2011. Not sure if there's anybody else still on the roster from those great teams.
Soroka misses outside ball 4. They're going to come and talk to him now. This is a smart decision. Again, you know, this is what I thought the Rangers were going to do with Lance Lynn when he got into trouble, is come out and talk to him. Soroka walking 2 consecutive batters, and then you have Willie Calhoun, who roped one for an out the last time up. This pitch, for a strike to count 0-1.
Yeah, Tim, I would consider laying one down here to try and get 2nd and 3rd for the big bats to come up, but it doesn't look like Brian Woodward's going to go that route.
Well, we'll see. Danny Santana DH is on deck. Joey Gallo in the hole. The pitch fell. The count 1-1. It works either way. Willie Calhoun does lead this team in extra base hits for the Rangers. As that one swing and a miss. I mean, an ugly swing. The count 1-2.
Ugly is right, and now if you're Calhoun, you just have to try and move them over. Put something in play here.
That one in Dirt Flowers blocks, and we'll hold the runner at second. Count out 2-2. Pitch hit on the ground. It'll get through the middle for a base hit. Here's Acuna. He fields and fires to the cutoff. Looking at third will be Kiner Falefa. There will be bases loaded with no outs for the three-hitter Danny Santana. And oh my goodness, if you're the Braves right now, Sparta, tucking your head because this is starting to look ugly.
Yeah, it might be time, Tim, to show Soroka the door.
Up behind the plate, and it's going to be easily caught by the catcher of Tyler Flowers. So now a ground ball gets you out of the inning. Let's see if they put the corners in and put the infield back in double play depth.
That's what I would do. Gallo does not run all that well. He's not slow, but he can be doubled up.
Hit down the middle. It's going to fall for a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Andrews around the score. It's a 2 RBI single. Joey Gallo, his second hit of the ball game, and the Rangers lead 3-1.
Well, this is great hitting from Gallo right here, Tim. It's a curveball. It looks like it fools him, but look at his timing. He gets the foot down, and then he just does what he can with it, goes right back up the middle, slowly hit enough that it'll score 2. They don't even attempt to throw out the second runner, Andrews, and you said it perfectly. Big hit for the Rangers, and they're now up 3-1.
Now Todd Frazier will step in. It's on first and second for him. That one hit on the ground. Albies fields, foot to short. Back over to first for the double play. So Rangers back on 2 runs to give themselves their first lead of the ball game. What a big inning, needless to say, for the Rangers. 3-1 the scores. We head to the top of the 6th, watching Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv.
Number 5, Freddie Freeman.
More Eddie McCarthy as we head to the top half of the 6th. Freddie Freeman, the 3-hitter due up for the Braves. And I mean, again, big inning there for the Rangers. And you had to start having that kind of feeling it was going to come.
Yeah, the Rangers had men on base every inning except for the first, when Soroka would sit them down 1-2-3. And the key word for Soroka was limit. He was able to limit the damage for most of the way, but now 1 run in the 5th, and then, 1 run in the 4th, and then 2 more in the 5th for the Rangers. Can't hold this team at bay forever.
A ball down the middle, fielded and fired to first. What a play! Oh my goodness! Odor just made a beauty of a defensive play down the middle. I actually rather have his Elvis Andrews on the ship.
Yeah, it's a shame we don't get to look at a replay of that one. Unfortunately for Freeman, if he had hit that a little bit softer, he beats that out, but because it's so hard hit, it gave Andrews time to throw to first, and you said it, Tim. What a play.
At first, I didn't think they had Freeman shifted up because I didn't see the third baseman over at short on the frame. A beautiful play by Elvis Andrews, and that one hit down the middle. That's going to fall for a base hit. So Lynn, again, having a little bit of trouble. And, Eddie, the last time, and there was a run scored by the Rangers, Braves, they didn't necessarily score a run, but they quickly threatened answer back. I would imagine they're going to try to do the same here. This one hit on the ground, fielded the first, fired, and again, oh no, the throw wide, so they'll only get the force out at second. Good play there by Guzman. The throw back to Lynn was off the base.
Yeah, it's a tough play for both fielder, who in that case was Andrews, and also the pitcher Lynn, because it's hard to hit a moving target. You're used to seeing the first baseman standing over there at first to receive the throw on the double play. But instead, Andrews trying to hit the moving target while moving himself, so tough play. Not surprised that it wasn't able to be made.
Well, again, in a 3-6-3 or a 3-6-1 double play essentially is not the easiest one to turn. Again, as you mentioned, so many moving pieces. As the pitch from Lynn in the dirt, out 1-1. Flowers up at the plate, by the way. And he, again, is relatively solid with runners in scoring position. Also, in his career, a solid 2-out hitter, believe it or not. Flowers a good offensive piece, not as much on the defensive end. Pitch, got foul on the plate to count 1-2.
Yeah, that's why you wonder since we're, tomorrow marks July 1st, and that's usually when the deadline madness starts to ensue.
I got to count 2 and 2.
So, you have to wonder if the Braves may try and shop for a catcher who may not have Flowers' offensive production capabilities, but someone who's more of a defensive piece.
Oh, he's going to prove you wrong here as he hits that one down the left field line. That's going to roll against the wall. Fielding and firing to the cutoff man will be Calhoun. There'll be runners on second and third now in the 12th double of the season for Tyler Flowers.
I'm afraid, Tim, that Lance Lynn may have overstayed his welcome. If this were me, I'd get him out of here right now, but it's going to be up to Brian Woodward. No, they're going to leave him in. I think this is a mistake.
You have to remember the bullpen blew the game yesterday, so you're putting a lot of faith on Lance Lynn, or say rather they blew the lead yesterday. As Camargo steps in, struck out twice. Lynn, both on fastballs down in the zone. Lynn at 88, this is about to be his 89th pitch. That one this slow to count 2-0. An interleague pop ball here. Oblife as the 2-2, or rather the 2-0 call for a strike 2-1.
Let's see what Lynn decides to do right here. You have a base open, not the worst thing if he lets Camargo go.
One popped up. Going over to field will be Frazier in the inning. The Rangers escape trouble again as Lance Lynn starts essentially with disaster. Get to the bottom of the 6th inning. No runs on 2 hits and 2 runners left on. Watch Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv.
Number 15,
Sean Newcomb in for the Braves here in relief. Down by 2 in the bottom of the 6th as they face Odor. Step up to the plate. Odor 1 for 2 as he had a base knock his last time up. First pitch from the lefty Newcomb misses outside 1-0.
A good outing, Tim, from Mike Soroka. Not a great outing. He would have, I'm sure that he was hoping for better, but in the end he goes 5 innings, allows 7 runs, 3 hits. 5 innings, allows 3 runs, 7 hits. Didn't mean to mix that around. 3 walks and also 6 strikeouts. At the moment, he's in line to pick up the loss, but he pitched well enough to at least earn a no decision, so we'll see if his team can get that for him.
One swing and miss to count 2-2, and indeed we'll see. As the new pitcher in the game, as mentioned, Sean Newcomb, traditionally and originally a starter for the Braves. Position of the bullpen rolls, that's going to be a swing and a miss for the first out. Pitch there by Newcomb. 95 miles an hour on the fastball.
Yeah, good start to the day for Newcomb. This is what he was brought in to do. 3 left-handers coming up this inning, and he's got the first one out.
Chu hits that one against the shift in the left field. That's going to fall down and roll against the wall. Not exactly, as it'll be a 1-out double. It was almost against the wall. Great cutoff out there and left by Ozuna. And again, Chu coming up big for the Rangers with a double.
Yeah, great job by Chu, and you said it, coming up big once again. He had the big hit that would put the Rangers on the board, and now in a good spot to score here.
High ball left field. Sits under it, makes the catch, and there'll be 2 away, as there's going to be no tagging at all. That ball was relatively shallow. And we have 2 outs, and we'll continue to move it over through the lineup as, again, you go back to the 9-hitter, which walking last time up was Falefa. Under Falefa, relatively young players. That one's blocked. To throw to third, not in time. Well, Eddie, what do you think? That's going to go down as wild pitches.
Yeah, it's a rule. It's pretty much a rule of thumb that when the pitch is in the dirt, no matter, even if the catcher should have blocked it, should go down as a wild pitch. That one right there is good. Is just good base running for Chu. Excellent job reading it in the dirt, and he'll take third base again. Not a terrible job by Flowers. Just got away from him a little bit.
That one misses inside 2-0, and indeed, my screen had a little bit of lag, so I never saw the ball hit the dirt, which is why I was asking that.
It seems to be a tradition that when you and I do a game, it's always a high wire act, and both of us have technical issues.
Well, it tends to happen. And at the start, you had it for a moment. Hopefully nothing else since. Anyways, it'll be a 3-0 count to the 9-hitters. That's going to miss outside ball 4. O'Connor Falefa works his second walk of the ball game. And the second time in a row where he hasn't seen a single strike. This Andrews will step up to the dish.
Yeah, this is where Newcomb really needs a ground ball. The difference between 2 runs and 3 runs is huge in this ballgame.
Drive left field, that's going to fall down for a base hit, so it'll be an RBI single for Elvis Andrews. And he is hyped up, I'll tell you, without having his hype man of Adrian Beltre there, Andrews is going to have to, do some of the re-racking for this Rangers team, and that's a great piece of hitting there.
Yeah, excellent job by Andrews, and Sean Newcomb really did this to himself. Walked 2 and was forced to have to come to Andrews, and that's what happens.
Now the Rangers have a 4-1 lead. By the way, Sin-Soo Choo was the one to come home to score for the Rangers. Now you have Falefa on second, Andrews on first, with 2 outs, as the 1-0 from Newcomb called for a strike to count 1-1. Calhoun still looking for his first hit of the ball game. He's had some good at-bats, but a couple ugly swings. Soroka's slider jammed him inside, but he gets a lefty-lefty matchup. And actually, correction, he's 1 for 3 looking for a second hit. That one's line found, and count 1-2.
Yeah, Calhoun's had an interesting day thus far. He looked really bad the first 2 times up against Soroka, but then rebounded in the 5th inning. And now this would be a huge run if he could drive it in right here with a base hit.
And I was in the stat line of the hitter on deck rather than his accidentally. As here's the 1-2. Strike 3, so Newcomb escapes disaster just as Lance Lynn did. 1 run on 3 hits, or rather 2 hits and 2 runners left on. He head to the top of the 7th inning. Rangers leading 4-1 here at Globe Life as Dansby Swanson will step in for the Braves.
Dansby
Lynn's still out there, surprisingly, Eddie, at 91 pitches. Is the first pitch to Dansby Swanson, called for a strike to count 0-1.
Well, it's the bottom of the order that Lynn is facing. And we've talked about it a couple of times. This bullpen's been very rough for the Rangers. Lynn's off to a good start, and look, if he can get through 7, that would be both a huge confidence booster for Lance Lynn and also something that Chris Woodward wouldn't have to worry about. He'd only have to get 6 outs instead of 9 from his pen.
Indeed, gets the first out with ease. I mean, right there, Gallo didn't even have to make a step to make that catch. As the first pitch to Inciarte misses inside 1-0. Inciarte 1 for 2. As that one misses away 2-0. Inciarte, the debate about him is how do the Braves utilize him? Because we know he's such a good defensive piece. His bat is relatively, good, but it's inconsistent. Just come to hurt him, but he finds himself as a very good defensive piece with a lot of speed. How do you play him every day? Is that one's hit down the left field line, and it'll fall down for a base hit and roll against the wall. See Inciarte run as he'll hold at second. My goodness, Willie Calhoun tried to dive for it, and the biggest danger is it bounced over his glove. And 1-out double for Ender Inciarte.
Well, probably an ill-advised move here by Willie Calhoun, and if you're an outfielder, especially when you're playing at home, you have to know where the dark areas of the ballpark are, and that's one of them, because if you miss it, it'll squeak down the line, and it can get caught up there. So they're fortunate Inciarte only took 2 bases, and that, as they say, is that going to be all for Lance Lynn.
I'll tell you, Inciarte, I thought he was going to have much more of a jump towards a triple when that ball snuck on by. And he just mentioned a ill-advised move there by Willie Calhoun. Could have been just a single down, but instead it resulted in a double. But now a new pitcher into the ballgame. It's Jesse Chavez. Another, if I'm not mistaken, former starter for this Rangers team.
Yeah, they've got a couple of those guys in the bullpen. But going back to the effort by Calhoun, when you're up 3 runs, you have that kind of luxury. You can take that chance. So not the worst move, but also you have to take into consideration not much of a possibility he could make that play.
Ball, that one fell down the right field line. Chavez, indeed, I mentioned, actually, when I'm thinking about him being a starter, I'm a little bit wrong because he did start as a reliever, but then became a starter in Oakland back in 2014. That one's a swing and a miss to count 0-2 against Acuna. When you look at it, Chavez out of the bullpen, his best year was with his mix between the Rangers and the Cubbies in 2018. He found himself back with the Rangers as this one's hit on the ground, fielding and firing to first is Frazier for the second out.
The batter number 1, second baseman, Aldi.
He had a great year in 2018, Eddie. 2.55 ERA. Last year, a sad 4.85. But he's been a very solid player, especially out of the bullpen. Brings a good cut fastball. And it's very, I don't want to give him strong comparisons because no one's like Mariano, but just the way the cutter breaks, it's very similar to Mariano Rivera's.
Yeah, that cutter works really well for him, and bullpen's been an issue for the Rangers, but Chavez, one of the few guys who the manager, Chris Woodward, he's been able to rely on.
Ground ball with the first baseman overall to end the inning as Guzman touches first. And again, the Braves threaten. No runs, 1 hit. The runner left on as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Rangers.
No shark shavery.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Shark shavery for our games. I guess it's because it's not Wednesday. We typically do our Wednesday games together, but today we do it here on a Tuesday afternoon. We usually pop on Twitch.tv.
Ball, that's low.
This is low, the count 2-0. Danny Santana, first time he's at the right side of the plate today. 0 for 3.
That's ball break.
One misses outside, 3-0.
Yeah, this is not the part of the lineup where you want to be putting a lot of runners on. No one's really crushed the ball yet in this ball game, but this is not the point in the order, Tim, where you'd like to try that out for size.
Santana.
Nope, that's inside.
And this is inside. He'll lead off with a walk. Santana, he's a relatively average player overall, switch hitter, and a big threat. A very good job proving for the Rangers. He's a critical piece as now Joey Gallo will step in. Gallo, the last time up, a big hit, gave the Rangers the lead. He also had a double earlier on the game.
1-0.
When this is low, 1-0. Gallo, a triple and a home run shy of this cycle. Very hard to say that we'll see that one today, considering it's the bottom of the 7th. You never know what can happen here at Globe Life. Pitch. Well, for a strike. Great breaking ball that time from Newcomb. The count 1-1. Swing and a miss. The count now 1-2 is a great pitch yet again, this time on a changeup. Let's see if Newcomb can strike him out here or get the ground ball. 1-2. That foul out of play. Try it yet again.
Tim, the strikeout's been such a big issue for Gallo this year. He can hit a lot of home runs. He's got 15, but 128 strikeouts coming into today. Actually, 129. He struck out back in the 4th.
Let's see. Gallo will strike out here. Ready is the pitch. And a miss, and indeed he does strike out the second time today. Great pitch yet again by Newcomb. And if you throw there all day long, no one's going to touch you. Great changeup.
Yeah, again, Gallo can really hit, and it's a great pitch, don't get me wrong, but the plate discipline, that's always been the issue for him. Something the Rangers have tried to work on, but so far not having much success. I didn't check the strikeout leaderboards today, but I'm imagining that with 128, Gallo, actually with 130 now, Gallo has to be close to the top.
Definitely has to be close to the top as Todd Frazier now steps in. The Todd father loves left-handed pitching. First time he's seen Newcomb on today. He's 0 for 2. But you mentioned Frazier has the capability to crank balls. He's both right-handed and left-handed pitching. The left-handers in particular, like Giancarlo Stanton, love so much as that one's swing and a miss to count 2-1. Pitch again. One line down the left field line that'll carry foul. The count now 2-2.
This is where Newcomb could really use a ground ball. Braves have only been able to turn one double play today.
Fouled off, and Bauer's angry at himself. He thought he should have caught that. This is inside. The count is now full. What do you think, Eddie? Do you think they're gonna take off here? It's in on first, 3-2 count, and 1 out.
Santana's got 7 swipes on the year. Would not be the worst move.
Nope, that's upstairs.
Doesn't matter if he swipes or not, as it's going to miss high and upstairs for ball 4. Frazier works a 1-out walk. Newcomb now at 35 pitches. And that may be all she wrote for Newcomb. Let's see. But, yep, it is. So, Shane Green will come in now. 4.09 ERA, 2-1 record, and 41 appearances this season. But you see his stat line, great against left-handed pitchers, 221 average. But he's been struggling this year against right-handers, a 310. He will face the left-hander of Odor first. Eventually, he will see some more right-handers in this lineup. One misses outside, 1-0, and actually, rather, you'll have another lefty after this, Eddie, of Sinsu Chu. Also have Guzman as well before he faces the 9-hitter of Connor Falofa.
Yeah, again, though, ground ball would be huge. I know I said it last at bat, but same principle applies.
Look out, 1-1.
Odor 1 for 3. That's a swing and a miss to count 1-2. His hit was an opposite field single, and he's made good work at the plate. Odor is more of a power type hitter, and he is an average hitter. Oh man, great pitch! Oh, looking strike 3. I thought Odor, because I saw a little bit of lag, I thought he swung. Great pitch. I'll tell you what, that's an excellent breaking ball called for the 3rd strike there, Eddie.
Yeah, you usually if you're a right-hander, shy away from throwing the breaking stuff to the lefties. That's the one spot you can put it in. Perfectly executed there by Shane Green.
Green is a very, very solid reliever for this team, and I'll tell you what, he is someone that is definitely a big piece for this Braves future. That one's called for a strike. I mean, you think about back when he was with Detroit and he started finding success in that 2017 season. Last year, he had a 2.30 ERA. Despite going 0-3, he had a 1.18 for Detroit. He did struggle for Atlanta. But overall, he started to find himself again. And here this year, if he can, again, get that ERA down and start to find consistency, you know Shane Green will be effective. I mean, he started his career as a starter for the Yanks, then moved his way to Detroit as a starter, and they said, hey, you know, you don't really have the stamina. We want to make you our closer. From 2018 to 2019, he was the pure closer for Detroit. He found his way to Atlanta, where he ended up ultimately becoming a middle relief setup kind of deal. He's been effective. 2-2 to Chu, hits him. They went around, he did.
No, he swung. Wow.
So they'll say he went around, and Chu ends the inning on, it's probably the most interesting out of the ball game. Rangers straight 2 runners on. We head to the top half of the 8th. As Luis Garcia now in for the Rangers, leading 4-1 here on Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Freddie Freeman due up. Rangers again minimalized in trouble, but Eddie, a thought from yesterday continues to weigh in your head a little bit. Remember, the Rangers bullpen blew the lead yesterday. That one called for a strike to count 0-1. Do the Braves have a comeback in them?
Well, if they're going to get it started, Tim, this is the spot to do it with 3, 4, and 5 coming up. Freddie Freeman, Marcell Ozuna, Nick Markakis, 3 of the better guys to do it, but they've been relatively held in check here by Texas all day.
Well, we'll see as Garcia deals a 1-1. Great pitch, called for a strike 1-2. 97 on the gun that time from Garcia, and gets the top out, particularly with that 4-seam 99 to 100. He does have the pop. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Gets Freeman out of his shoes. 98 on the 2-seam that time. The first out of the inning.
Well, we'll take a look here at our top starting pitching comparison. Lance Lynn, he would go 6 innings and 1/3. Mike Soroka would only last 5. Soroka, he gave up 3. Lance Lynn only 1. Both men were good, not great. As it stands, Lance Lynn, Tim, he's in line to pick up the win.
0-1.
Lynn, and who after that first inning, Eddie, would have thought Lynn, A, would have had a good day, but also B, would find himself in a winning situation. That one hit on the ground, fielding his Odor over to first for the second out.
Well, give lots of credit here to Luis Garcia. He's come in, shown no fear in attacking this dangerous part of the Braves lineup. Made Freeman look silly, and then Ozuna grounds out. And now if they can get Markakis, they can send this one into the 9th with a 3-run lead.
Well, now Markakis is stepping in, and indeed you wonder if Braves can try to make something happen here with 2 outs. I mean, all you have to do is continue to work the count, but first pitch swinging as Markakis does there definitely does not help your scenario. One's fouled off, the count 0-1. See it quickly dealing this one inside 1-1. And he's living that 2 seam really strong with it. Pitch. In the miss, high over the outside corner.
Stay up
and
there.
He hit on the gun that time. Yes, stay up. That's where I have to agree. Got Freeman swinging up there. Let's see if he goes back there again.
Got a pitch to waste. No reason for this to be a strike. Stay up there if I'm Luis Garcia.
If he does, the 1-2, he does stay up there, and it's popped up. Frazier makes the catch in foul territory to make it a 1-2-3 inning. Now the Braves go down in order in the bottom half, or rather the top half of the 8th. You head to the bottom half of the 8th. That's the last ups here for the Rangers before they send it back to the top half of the 9th. Watch Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
For the Rangers, the first baseman,
Donald Guzman stepping in. The 8-9-1 for the Rangers here in this inning. As the first pitch to Guzman, this is inside 1-0. One hit on the ground, foul, and the count now 1-1. And Eddie, the way you look at it right now, what a game for the Rangers. Especially after yesterday, you have to answer back and put a lot of confidence in this team, and you had that with Lance Lynn, and it's carried over to the bullpen to this point. All they have to do is get 3 more outs, and they walk away victorious here at home.
For the last 3 outs are always the toughest to get, but fortunately for them, Jose Leclerc, their closer, who I would have to imagine we are going to see, is one of the better ones in the American League. So you have to feel good, Tim, if you're a Rangers fan as of right now.
Beede as the 2-2 misses outside 3-2. Falefa sits on deck. You have Elvis Andrus, who brought home the last run of this game in the hole. Out of play when it's hit hard, I shouldn't say chopped. The play and the count is full. Of the payoff pitch yet again. High fly ball right field. And it'll be caught out there by Markakis for the first out.
Isaiah.
So here is Kiner Falefa. He's walked his last 2 times up, hasn't seen a strike in his last 2 at-bats at him. And he finally sees one there as the count's 0-1. So I guess that erases my question is, will Kiner Falefa see a strike?
Well, he couldn't go that long without seeing a strike, especially considering he is the 9-hitter. So now he's seen 2 strikes.
That time it was a cut fastball from Green. 0-2. Up foul, man, tough pitch. That was a good cutter by Green that put its way out of the zone, and Falefa stayed alive. on the ground. Fielded by Albies. Shuffle and fire to first for the second out.
The batter, number 1, shortstop, Elvis.
Albies making the routine play. And now we head back to the top of the lineup. Elvis Andrus again stepped up 2 for 3, 2 singles. And again, mentioned the last time up, had a base hit to left center field. That brought home the 4th run of the game for this Rangers team. Taking low, 1-0. I'll tell you, if you're in Arlington, you have to be ecstatic right now. The Rangers.
Why? Because of the roof?
That's Walden.
Usually when the Rangers were at Globe Life Park without the fence, without the roof, excuse me, these were the rough days, Tim. It could be 97, 98 degrees, and it wouldn't get that much cooler, I should say, rather, as you progressed into the night. So I'm sure Rangers fans are very thankful for the roof. Although I'm not sure if that was the train of thought that you were on. So apologies.
Well, I mean, they could be happy about that. I can imagine how tough that is down in Texas. Needless to say, especially with the fact that, it's the Houston fans don't tend to complain about that too much, because that's a swing and a miss. So the Rangers go down in order 1, 2, 3 as well here, bottom half of the 8th inning. 3 outs to go. Can the Rangers seal the deal and pick up a big victory against the Braves here in MLB play? We shall find out. As you mentioned, here comes the closer, Jose Leclerc. 23 saves, 1-0 record, 32 games, and a 1.65 ERA. That is as reliable as it gets. He'll face Tyler Flowers to lead off the top half of the ninth.
Well, he is the man for the job. That is Jose Leclerc. I'm not sure when we're going to get official word on the All-Stars, but I would imagine, Tim, he'll probably make the team. He's been terrific for the Rangers this year.
He is really solid as the 2-0 popped up. He's going to carry out a play. I mean, this has been a miraculous run. 23 for 23. Definitely get any better than that. Pitch. Oh, for a strike to count 2-2. So the Rangers are looking for their 43rd win of the season and called strike 3 for the first count. As Flowers looking. Trying to put themselves, though, 1 game below 500. They sit 5.5 games back in the division behind the Athletics, and a win here today will definitely help them out.
Yeah, it will. We've said it a couple of times, Tim, when we've been on the call with each other. That AL West, the one division where there's not a clear top dog. Oakland is playing the best ball out of anybody right now. They're 47-38, but they're not exactly blowing people away. Texas and the Angels, 5.5 back each. Houston, 7 back, and even the Mariners, as bad as they've been, only 12.5 back.
A fly ball right field. Shue goes back in front of the warning track to make the catch for the second out. Oh, Eddie, the reason why I'm referring to why fans must be really ecstatic in Arlington, not just because of the field and the changing over the roof, but also because of the fact that the Rangers had a lot of money available to spend on big players, as they did for Corey Kluber. And I'm excited to see what they do come deadline time, because this team is definitely not out of the race. The first pitch to Danby Swanson's called for a strike 0-1. Braves down to their final out. Rangers trying to break their tie in the division with Los Angeles Angels. The Angels at 41-43. The Rangers 42-44. Down to the final strike. Here is the 0-2 from Leclerc. This is outside 1-2. Rangers fans are on their feet. They want to go home happy here in Arlington. They're 2-2, and Leclerc continues to play with their emotions just for one more pitch. It's the deal. Swing and a miss. All game over. 24th save for Leclerc. The lead and the Rangers win 4-1 here at home, Eddie.
Well, a terrific job by the Rangers, as it was a rough first inning. That was where the Braves would tack on their lone run of the day, but they weathered the storm. Lance Lynn would bounce back. Good job by him. He'll pick up the win, his 4th of the season. And the Rangers inch one game closer to 500, 43-44 now. Again, that division is wide open. Big win for them. Series is all even up now, and we'll see how it turns out tomorrow. These teams will face off one more time.
So your final stat line, 1 run, 5 hits for the Braves, 4 runs and 9 hits and no errors for the Rangers as they win again at home. And they were down early 1-0, but in the bottom of the 4th inning, the game right back up off a Sin-Soo Choo clutch hit, which had resulted in a double. And then they tacked on 2 runs via Joey Gallo in the bottom of the 5th inning to give themselves the lead. And then they tacked on their final run off an Elvis Andrus RBI single. Ultimately gave them a 4-1 lead, and at that point, they never looked back. But let's take a look at the highlights. The only run for the Braves today, a sacrifice fly to Sin-Soo Choo from Nick Markakis, gave the Braves the early lead.
Yeah, and this was a time where we thought the Braves might run away because Lance Lynn, very rough job with that pitch count, 30 in the first inning. But here is where the Rangers would start to come closer, and then now they would get the lead. This was the big hit of the day, this Joey Gallo grounder up the middle. Good hitting from Gallo. It would bring around 2, and Tim, the Rangers, they'd take it from there.
Indeed, is now Andrews here. He singles into the left center field gap, and all the runs coming via the singles. And you know, the way you look at it is now you look back here, and a big out for Leclerc to get Swanson swinging to end the game. You know, you mentioned it, Eddie, though, in regards to how this game's gone, obviously not big in terms of the highlight reel, but Lance Lynn, he walked 3 batters in that first inning, and he only went the rest of the game with 1 more walk. We thought he was going to have a terrible, terrible ball game. To only allow 1 run through 6 1/3 innings is absolutely remarkable.
No, it's a terrific job by Lynn, the veteran, showing some good resiliency, good bounce back. As, yeah, you nailed it. Looked like he was about to go crashing and burning down in the first inning, but with help from his defense, he was able to recover and delivered 6 1/3 innings of some really, really solid baseball. 5 hits on the day, 6 strikeouts, and only 1 run allowed. Lance Lynn, well-deserved, he is our player of the game. Good pitching, though, throughout. Couple of doubles, I believe recorded by the Rangers. No home runs, no errors either, so defenses ruled today. The Rangers, though, two more big hits than their counterparts in the Braves.
I mean, this was huge as well for the Rangers to pick up this win here. Again, you knocked the division down just a half a game. And by the way, the game coming up next at the 2 p.m. time slot here in Major League Baseball consists of the AL West division leaders and some more interleague play as the Marlins taking on the Athletics as Mike Van 91 and Matt Price on the call for that one. And actually, we do have them in here, so we'll have a couple of questions. Obviously, Miami and Oakland coming up next. I'll first start with you, Mike Van. You look at this next game upcoming, what is going to be critical first for the Athletics? Obviously, we know they own the division lead out there in the AL West. Not too often do you face the Miami Marlins who come from the NL East.
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. I saw it a little bit in that I did between the Yankees and the Baltimore Wings off of Keegan Aiken because they flat out never see. Same sort of thing that happened today. Great season to this point. And for the Phillies, the Braves, and the Nats to be able to adjust quickly enough to what Yamamoto's bringing on the mound.
I apologize. I'm not sure if I'm lagging or having a little bit of a disconnect, but I believe it's fixed. Maybe. Eddie, am I having a little bit of a disconnect here?
You sound a little. Maybe Tim, you want to step out? I can step out for a second and reset like you had to do back in the first inning. As you can see, our final score today, the Rangers, they take this one 4-1, 9 hits to 5, no errors. The Rangers strand 9, the Braves strand 7. Lance Lynn, he'll pick up the win, moves to 4-6. Mike Soroka, the loss, he'll fall to 8-9. Jose Leclerc, he'll get the save, number 24 on the year. We started at 12:15. We finish at 1:46. Game time, 1 hour and 31 minutes. Tomorrow, these two teams will meet for the rubber match. As I'm not sure if Tim was able to rejoin us. Tim, are you there? I don't want to take the sign-off away from you.
Yes, I am. Well, with that being said, again, Rangers win 4-1 at Globe Life, picking up a big victory here this afternoon. We're going to hand it off to Mike Man 91 and Matt Price saying so long as you've been watching Major League Baseball here on Twitch.tv. We will see you more with some Major League Baseball action. Now over to Oakland. Mike Man 91 and Matt Price will have the Miami Marlins taking on the Oakland Athletics. Boys, take it away.
Gentlemen, thank you so much to the 2 o'clock tilt here on ML Bobby, but also on YouTube and on Periscope. I'm on side Matt Price. Matt, good to finally meet you every now and again, but then it'll do some great baseball.
Nothing better than two guys calling a game. You said it right there, Mike Man 91, and it should be a good one. Last night, these two teams, the Marlins and the Athletics, really went at it. A's led this one 5-2, but then Miami scoring 4 runs in the top of the 7th to take a 6-5 lead. Jesus Aguilar and Isan Diaz both with 2 home runs in that one. Aguilar, at the moment, had hit the go-ahead 2-run homer to put Miami on top, but then Oakland responded big time with a 6-run bottom of the 7th inning, including a go-ahead 3-run home run from Mark Canha, one of 3 home runs in the game for Oakland. Today, it's the A's who are trying to extend their lead in their division, the American League West, while the Marlins, despite being 10 games out of the second wildcard spot, trying to at least stay in that race with about 3 months to go in the regular season. Should be a great interleague matchup on the West Coast.
We're staring right now at the hometown Oakland A's, and they will be having some flack in the offseason, depending on who you like. Fiers taking the bump for the A's today.
Yeah, Mike Fiers against Jordan Yamamoto. 2 good pitchers. They've been up and down this year record-wise, but nevertheless, they've had pretty good years. Marlins, of course, really hang in there as they try to make their first playoff appearance since 2003. Should be fun to see how this one plays out.
As we wait through a bit of the starting lineups, and we'll read them out to you. Third base is Jonathan VR, Brian Anderson. Corey Dickerson's in center field, batting 8th. Jesus Aguilar. Isan Diaz, the second baseman, left field, will bat 6th. Harold Ramirez, usual Marlins, batting 7th. Batting 8th, and Hazrado Chisholm.
know that we got it, I might even guarantee it.
Meanwhile, for the hometown, and one of the most improved players in baseball last year, the cannon out in center field. Chris Brett, the DH, batting third. Matt Canna, last night's hero, back fifth and left at sixth. Robbie Grossman's out in right. Allen behind the plate will hit eighth and will hit ninth in the order. And just a bit, what would be your take expect from these two teams today?
Well, my take is these are two really good home run hitting lineups. Of course, when you look at the Marlins, Jesus Aguilar played pretty much his entire career with the Milwaukee Brewers, had a lot of home runs, especially when it came to the 2018 team that nearly made it to the World Series. And then, of course, you have the rookie Isan Diaz, as well as Brian Anderson, veteran Corey Dickerson, and the former Philly Jorge Alfaro. And then when you look at the Oakland lineup, great young talent as usual, from Marcus Semien all the way down to the home run hitting Chris Davis, Matt Chapman, Mark Hanna, Matt Olson. All three of those hitters in the heart of the order. Really, really powerful guys that you do not want to get on base, as well as not allowing them to hit balls out of the ballpark. So Yamamoto, he's in for a challenge today. He is very much in for a challenge today. First of all, for all those who are watching right now, this is Major League Botball. Matt Price and Mike Man 91. He had to leave the broadcast for just a moment. For those of you who couldn't tell, his audio was lagging in and out, so we do apologize for the technical difficulties. Hopefully he is able to fix the problem with his microphone as soon as we get him back on the air without any problems. We are very much looking forward to hearing his call. Right now the time is 1:57. The game is scheduled for 2 o'clock, second game of a 3-game set between the Marlins and the Athletics. The A's winning the game last night by a score of 11-6. And right now we are going to head out to the Coliseum in the Bay Area, Oakland, California, one of the sides of the Bay, I should say. Marlins right now, they are 4th in the NL East, while the A's, they are 1st in the AL West. However, despite Miami being 5 games under 500, they are 10 games out of the second wild card spot. As once again, we're just going to quickly go over the lineups for the Miami Marlins. Leading off is third baseman Jonathan Villar, followed by the right fielder Brian Anderson. Center fielder Corey Dickerson bats third, batting cleanup. And one of the guys who had 2 home runs last night for Miami, Jesus Aguilar, he is playing first. In the number 5 spot, it'll be Isan Diaz playing second. Then you have Garrett Cooper, who was a Yankee for a short time back in the 2017 season. He is playing left field, batting 7th, and batting as a designated hitter will be Harold Ramirez. Then it's the longtime catcher Jorge Alfaro, and batting 9th, the shortstop, is Jazz Chisholm. Quickly going over the Oakland lineup, you have the veteran shortstop Marcus Semien leading off. Batting second is the hard-throwing center fielder Ramon Laureano. Then the home run hitting Chris Davis. Batting third, he is the designated hitter. Batting fourth is the third baseman Matt Chapman. Then batting fifth is Mark Hanna playing left field. After him is the first baseman Matt Olson. Right fielder is Robbie Grossman. He bats 7th. Batting 8th is Austin Allen. He's the catcher. And batting 9th is the second baseman Franklin Barreto. As we see, Mike Fiers is on the mound. Again, we're going to try to get Mike Man 91 back into the broadcast. Hopefully his audio is not lagging. As we see the numbers on Mike Fiers, 17 starts on the year. He's had a pretty good year, 10-5, ERA of a 2.33. A's wearing their dark green jerseys with the yellow outlining on them and white numbers. Fiers is ready, Villar's ready. Let's do it at the Coliseum. First pitch is a strike down the middle, and we are underway. Marlins wearing their road grays with blue, red, and black writing on them. As we have Mike Man 91 back in. Mike Man, do you hear me?
I do, and do I come through at least better than last time?
You do come through better than last time, as the next pitch is strike 2, and the count is 0-2 to Villar. We'll just do this batter very quickly. The 0-2 to VR is swung on and missed. 3-pitch strikeout for Mike Fiers, and that's the way he and the Athletics start this contest in Oakland.
So Fiers off to a great start. And matter of fact, since Matty got us started, why don't you take the first 3 innings and then I'll clean up right after.
You got it. Good to have you on, Mike Man, and your audio sounds much, much better as we see Brian Anderson stepping up to the plate. 7 homers, 36 RBIs. First pitch is a curveball that is on the outer part of the plate. Anderson whiffs and misses, count 0-1.
I have a feeling that the moral of the story is before we hop in the on-deck circle, we must restart the computer. Now that we know that, I think we can do better right about now.
And it sounds much better. You made the right move as Anderson takes a look at ball 1. Anderson last night 0 for 4 in a game that went back and forth in the 7th inning. Marlins took a 6-5 lead, but then the A's responded with 6 runs in the bottom of the 7th to eventually win the game 11-6 as the pitch is ball 2, count 2-1. 56 degrees in Oakland. Weather is absolutely beautiful when you look at the sky. As the 2-1 coming to Brian Anderson is low when the count's 3-1.
I think the whole idea of a 58-degree day in the middle of June, or rather the end of June, that scares me a little bit, but everything else seems nice.
Especially in California as the next pitch is low, ball 4.
Exactly. I know. I had a feeling I wasn't losing it here.
Batting first, the center fielder, Corey Dickerson.
So runner on first and 1 out for the veteran Corey Dickerson. 12 home runs on the year. He's still got power. Remember his time with the Rays, the Rockies, even the Pirates for a short time. As the first pitch from Fiers is a fastball on the low outside corner, count 0-1.
And Dickerson's always been a bit of an enigma because you knew he had such a sweet swing, but between consistency and also being healthy and staying on the diamond, he's never really taken off like we expected him to.
Dickerson going for a sweet swing there, but he cuts and misses, count 0-2. As we see Woody Keller is our home plate umpire, Ed Drummond over at first. 0-2 count, just underway in the top of the first. Second game of our 7-game stretch here on Major League Bot-Ball. As the 0-2 to Dickerson is swung on, and that's crushed into right. There's the sweet swing by home run. My goodness, Corey Dickerson with a monster 2-run home run into the right center field seats. And the Marlins go off and running right out of the gate. It is now 2-0 Fish here in the first.
And you cannot miss middle into the number 3 hitter, especially with the hanging breaking ball. Dickerson saw it coming. Fiers already doesn't throw too hard from the bump. Easy to hit on, easy to turn on. And all the Oakland fans are watching it go.
Just the start Miami needed. They did
The first baseman,
strike first in last night's contest, eventually lost the game as Jesus Aguilar, who had 2 home runs last night, speaking of homers, takes the first pitch inside, count 1-0. 13 homers on the year for Aguilar, batting at .249. As Fiers, already trailing 2-0, deals a 1-0 count. And the next pitch is just low below the knees, count 2-0.
We'll see how well Fiers can bounce back here. We already know he's struggling with command. He's got to find a way to bear down and get Aguilar here.
Fastball right at the elbows, and Aguilar wastes it as he fouls it back to the net, count 2-1. Mike Man 91 alongside me, Matt Price. You're watching the second game of our 7-game stretch here on Major League Bot-Ball. Thank you for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon as the 2-1 from Fiers is fouled away again by Aguilar, and the count's even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 pitch. And it's a fastball, and Aguilar got tied up, but he was able to get a piece of wood on it, and the count remains even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now the 2-2, and Aguilar swings and heads one to deep left field. Back on the track, at the wall, it is off the scoreboard, and Aguilar is going to be at second with a double. Boy, that ball just kept on carrying. I thought for a moment Aguilar was going to hit his 3rd home run of the series, and that ball just missed going out. Went just below the yellow line off the scoreboard. Great job by Canna to play the carom, and Aguilar has become the 3rd straight Marlin to reach base.
And right now, the trend that we're seeing is that with 2 strikes, Fiers is having a lot of trouble getting a swing and a miss. Those 2 pitches that ended up being rocked by Dickerson and Aguilar respectively would have been better if it was out of the zone.
Isan Diaz now steps up to the plate and he takes low, count 1-0. You see Diaz's numbers over the last 7 games. He has been absolutely fantastic. 12 for his last 25, including 2 home runs that he hit in last night's contest. 1-0 is low, 2-0 as Fiers 19 pitches in. As you said before, Mike Mann, really having trouble finding his command early.
And if I'm Oakland with the way yesterday's game went, he's got one more batter before you got to consider firing up that bullpen.
And the 2-0 is cut on and missed as Diaz gets fooled on the changeup. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Taking a look at the NL East standings, Marlins 15 games out of the red-hot Washington Nationals. Right now, the closest team to the Nats is the Braves, who just lost to the Rangers. Going to today, Atlanta 4 games out of Washington. As the 2-1 to Diaz is ripped foul behind the plate. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Once again, another crucial 2-strike count. I would avoid the changeup from Fiers unless it's going to be in the dirt.
Now the 2-2 on its way, and it's a curveball that Diaz is able to just get a piece of. And the count is at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 23rd pitch of the inning coming from Fiers. 2-0 Miami already. As the 2-2 is a breaking ball that just misses as the count goes full to 3 balls and 2 strikes with Garrett Cooper on deck. Now the 3-2 to Diaz is a breaking ball that's low, ball 4. So the Marlins wasting no time, not only getting out in front early, but also making Fiers work. 24 pitches in, 2 runs in for Miami, and now with 1 out, Marlins are threatening with runners on first and second.
And Matt, to make matters worse, that's the 2nd walk of the inning for Fiers. He's really looking at shortening his night.
Well, you know what they always say, walks can always lead to damage. Let's see if the Marlins can take advantage of this situation as Cooper swings at the first pitch and lines a base hit to center field. Laureano gets it. Aguilar does not run that well, so he can only advance to third, but there's damage right there as on one swing, Cooper is able to give the Marlins a bases-loaded situation with 1 out.
And this is where pitching coaches make their money. I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing a mound visit here in the early going. But at a certain point, you got to figure out what you can say. I mean, Fiers ended up striking out VR on 3 pitches, but it seems like his plate approach, everyone saw that and said, let's do something the exact opposite, and everyone has reached since.
So after a 3-pitch strikeout out of Jonathan VR, the last 5 batters have reached for the Marlins as Harold Ramirez takes a strike right down the middle, count 0-1. Ramirez 1 for 4 in his last game. It was a single, and going into today's game, he's batting at .271 with a home run and 19 RBIs. These were the last 5 batters for the Marlins. A walk to Anderson, 2-run shot Dickerson, double Aguilar, walk Diaz, single for Cooper. And that's where we are right now. Bases loaded, 1 out. As Ramirez takes one just inside, count 1 ball and 1 strike.
And again, I'm really surprised that everyone's just kind of letting Fiers figure it out right now. I mean, he seems to have lost total composure on the mound, and his command is even more worse off.
Fiers, I know what Fiers would love right now, Mike Mann, a double play. That's a pitcher's best friend, as the 1-1 is a breaking ball that's high. It was a slider, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike.
And he ain't pitching for it. I mean, he may be a fastball count 2-1, but he might want to see if he can catch something lower inside. He's got that 2-seamer that's managed to be a little inconsistent, but that 2-seamer low and in might get him the double play he's looking for.
Bases loaded, 1 out, 2-1 to Ramirez. And that is a strike on the inner part of the plate. Good pitch from Fiers. 91-mile-per-hour fastball, count even at 2-2. Big pitch coming. to Harold Ramirez. 2-2 coming from the veteran Fiers. And it's grounded foul, first base side. What pitch do you expect here, Mike Mann?
Breaking ball lower outside, but he better not hang this one.
2-2. It is not a breaking ball outside, but it is a slider that is high, and the count is full. So this is a dangerous pitch now for Fiers. Nowhere to put Ramirez. 3-2 coming. And it is fouled behind the plate. And they'll do it again. Marlins really making Fiers work. He's already at 32 pitches. Three-two delivery on the way. And Ramirez lines it. Caught by Chapman. What a grab. 2 away. Saved at least 2 runs from crossing the plate.
You couldn't, I don't know who Fiers' higher power is, but he's thanking every single one of them that was low enough to get snagged by Chapman. Great reaction for him to snag it going right down the line.
Big second out right there for Fiers. He really enjoyed that, as now Jorge Alfaro steps to the plate as he takes a ball, count 1-0. Alfaro, 17 doubles on the year. That's second on the team. And in addition, he is 8th right now in the National League for All-Star voting in the catcher's position. He's having a pretty good year, as the 1-0 is the line to second. And that ends the inning, as Fiers is able to get out of a bases-loaded 1-out jam. But damage done. 2 runs on 1 swing. A 2-run homer by Corey Dickerson. At the end of a happening of play, Marlins 2, Athletics coming to bat. We now enter the bottom of the first inning. Jordan Yamamoto set to take the ball for the Marlins. 17 starts on the year, 6-7, and ERA just over a 3.70. His whip is all right, 1.23. He already has a 2-0 lead, as his teammate Corey Dickerson hit a 2-run home run to start the party today in Oakland. As Marcus Semien, veteran shortstop, will step up to the plate. You see his numbers. May, really good, 324. Not doing so hot in June, batting a 255. Still having a very productive year, as the first pitch is a breaking ball and it's in the dirt, gets away from the catcher. Count 1-0. Mike Mann 91 alongside Matt Price. Matt Price alongside Mike Mann 91. There we go. That's the way we're doing the order right here. For now, as the 1-0 to Semien is outside, 2-0. Go ahead, Mike Mann.
So, as far as Yamamoto is concerned, he's got one job. Get strikes and get back into the dugout. You've got momentum early. You've got to find a way on the mound to make sure you keep it. But it doesn't look like he's off to a great start right now.
Well, the check swing by Semien. Yamamoto thought he swung, but no call from the first base umpire. And therefore, it's 3-0 to Semien. And the next pitch is low ball 4. So not the way Yamamoto wanted to start the night, as he allows Semien to reach base on 4 pitches.
And if I'm Oakland, you chart to see Semien's got a little bit of speed over at first base. Might want to see if you want to test Alfaro a little bit with Laureano at the dish.
So now that brings up Ramon Laureano, and the first pitch is the first strike of the game thrown by Yamamoto. Count 0-1. Laureano acquired from the Astros, in 2017, as the 0-1 is swung on and missed on a pitch on the upper part of the zone. Count 0-2.
Laureano, a fantastic defensive center fielder, still trying to figure it out a little bit at home plate. Very toolsy. And would like to at least try to push the ball the other way.
Run on first, no one out. Tying run already at the plate for Oakland in the bottom of the first. 2-0 Marlins, as the 0-2 is ripped down the right field line and foul. Now the 0-2 is in the dirt. Alfaro with a great block. And that allows Semien to stay at first base. 1-2. is a breaking ball ripped foul into the A's bullpen. Look out over there. You can see the A's players just lifting up their legs, trying to avoid that baseball.
If you're going to get hit with a baseball, no one wants to get dugout.
You don't want it at all. As the 1-2 is swung on and missed, strike 3. A cutter from Yamamoto. That's his first strikeout of the game, and that's the first out of the night for Oakland hitters.
Laureano, unfortunate. He worked that count to 1-2, but just a little too anxious chasing that outside breaking ball.
Here's Chris Davis, tied for 4th in the American League in home runs with 24 on the year. Batting at .281 with 51 RBIs. Look at his OPS, .958. Continues to be one of the most dangerous hitters in not just the American League, but in all of Major League Baseball. 0-1 is swung on and missed. Davis tried to tie the game there as the count is 0-2. Runner on first, 1 out, 2-0 Marlins. 0-2 is ripped foul. Good grab by the ball boy near the Marlins bullpen. Another 0-2 coming to Davis. Yamamoto deals. That's ripped foul. Look out in the A's bullpen. They got to lift their legs again.
Here we go again. And you talked about the power. Chris Davis is the one guy in that lineup with the power to swing the bat and tie that game. Consecutive 40 home run seasons, rather.
Another great block by Alfaro as Davis was able to check his swing. 1 ball and 2 strikes. As the 1-2 now to Davis is just below the knees and inside. 92 mile per hour fastball from Yamamoto. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Matt, we're not seeing much firepower from either of these two starting pitchers to this point, but we'll see who can command their way throughout this game.
2-2 to Davis is a slider, and Davis is able to get a piece. Fouled behind the plate, 2-2. And you're absolutely right. The Marlins made Fiers work in the top of the inning as he threw over 30 pitches. Yamamoto here throwing his 18th pitch of the inning, and Davis wastes another one. Fouls it off. They'll do it again. Another 2-2. And it is a breaking ball that's outside. The count is 3-2 as Matt Chapman is on deck. Now here's my question to you, Mike Man. Do you send Simeon from first with 1 out in the bottom of the first?
Not sure you do. You don't want to set yourself up for a ninny inning, strike him out, throw him out.
Well, there's the strikeout part of it. Simeon did not go, but it is the second strikeout for Yamamoto, and there's 2 away as after a long battle, Davis is retired for out number 2.
That was a good 9-pitch battle for Davis. And great job by Yamamoto. He senses that these right-handed hitters are not reading the outside pitch to go the opposite way. Why not go back there?
Runner goes, throw to second, got him! Well, no strike him out, throw him out, double play, but it definitely felt like it there as Simeon is caught trying to steal second base, and that ends the frame. No runs, no hits, and because of the caught stealing, no one left. We go to the second. 2-0, Miami.
Leading off for Miami, the shortstop.
We go to the top of the second inning. Matt Price alongside Mike Man 91. Second game of our 7-game stretch here on Major League Ball as the first pitch to Jazz Chisholm, the only batter who did not hit in the top of the first. And he has a first pitch single to begin the second inning.
Chisholm, once again, the left-handed hitters are sitting on that inside breaking ball from Fiers and just turning on it. Good read from the shortstop to put it in the right field.
As the 4th hit of the game already for Miami, as Jonathan Villar, who struck out on 3 pitches to begin the night, takes one low, 1 ball and no strikes. Fiers already approaching 40 pitches. The 1-0 is a line drive down the right field line. Foul. Just missed hitting the line. That would have been more trouble for the Oakland outfield.
And interesting enough, Villar hitting in that leadoff spot for the Marlins leads the team in home runs, and he almost had a pitch to turn on again.
VR swings at this one. It's a slider on the inner part of the plate, and he flies it to center. Laureano makes the catch, and that is out number 1.
The right fielder, number 15.
Once again, Fiers facing a mostly left-handed heavy lineup. He's got to try to find a way to see which of his breaking pitches can actually get that ground ball that he's looking for. So far, he has not fared very well between the Dickerson home run and even the Cooper single. I mean, he's with that lefty-heavy lineup, he's going to have to find a way to see which of his breaking pitches can actually keep them off balance.
Brian Anderson now steps up to the plate. He walked and crossed the plate his first time up. As first pitch is low, 1-0. You talk about the left-handed lineup, Mike Mann, and you have to realize the Marlins are actually at an advantage right now. Even though Harold Ramirez, who is a right-handed hitter, is the designated hitter, the Marlins are playing in an American League ballpark. So therefore, it feels like they have the advantage to get that extra left-handed batter in there to face a pretty good right-handed hitter.
And they might as well. I mean, they've got Ramirez hitting in that 7-hole.
Anderson sends one to left, but right there is Chapman, and that is out number 2. Or excuse me, that is Canna. Canna out in left field. The reason why I said Chapman is because you have so many A's players out there on the field who have numbers in the 20s. So I apologize about that. Chapman's at third, Canna's in left, as that is the second out. And here is the guy who provided the offense in the first inning, Corey Dickerson, a monster 2-run home run. His first time up.
No.
First pitch outside, 1-0.
And mentally for Fiers, the bright side to all this is, despite all the dramatics and the histrionics, it's still only a 2-run game. Getting Dickerson out here would be a huge confidence boost.
Another check on Chisholm over at first. Dickerson's home run, according to StatCast, 412 feet. Got some kind of pop. 1-0 from Fiers is outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Direct reversal of Dickerson's last at bat. He was down in the count 0-2 before he crushed that home run to right.
He's ahead of the count here. 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch from Fiers is on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Only a runner on first, but with 2 outs, Fiers would love to get this out here to not repeat what happened in the first. 2-1. Ripped foul.
And this time it was the fastball that he almost got all of it, just like he did back in the first.
2-2. And that is fly down the right field line, and it lands foul into the Marlins bullpen. So they'll do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 is popped up. Left field. Coming on is Canna, and he makes a basket catch. And I also got his name right. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the bottom of the second. 2-0 Marlins on Major League Ball. We enter the bottom of the second inning. Matt Chapman stepping up to the plate as you see his numbers from his last 6 games. 7 for 21, adding a .333. Chapman homered in last night's game for Oakland. Part of an 11-6 come from behind victory. He was up in the bottom of the first inning, but he's up here because his teammate Marcus Semien was caught trying to steal second base for the final out of the frame. And he's right now behind the count 0-1, and the next pitch is low, 1-1. Alongside Mike Man 91, I'm Matt Price. You're watching Major League Ball either on Discord, YouTube, or Twitch. We thank you for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, wherever you are around the country and around the world. 2-1 to Matt Chapman. Next pitch from Yamamoto is fouled to the right-hand side. 2-2. Now the 2-2 is swung on and missed. Chapman getting tied up on a pitch way inside. Third strikeout for Yamamoto. And just like that, there's one out in the second.
His third straight strikeout, no less, and Yamamoto's done a really good job of tying up those A's hitters inside.
Now it's Mark Hanna, fourth in the American League in the All-Star vote.
1 ball, no strike.
As the first pitch is ball 1. Canna with 21 home runs, that's tied for 9th in the American League. He has had some year so far. Now the 1-0 is a strike at the knees, count 1-1.
And how the times have changed, Matt. I mean, back maybe in the 90s and the 2000s, a 249 average, rather 248 average would have been seen as well below par. But with the way that the game has gone over the years, and this time a 249 is nothing to sniff at.
I was thinking the same thing. 1-2, chopper, right-hand side, Yamamoto fields, Fiers! Got him! Good play by Yamamoto to retire the speedy Canna, and that is out number 2.
And you gotta love a pitcher that can field his position. You take for granted sometimes how many pitchers are unable to help themselves with those dribblers or being able to cover first base or whatever base it is properly. A pitcher who can field his position will usually have a spot in the majors for a while.
Hot shot booted by Cooper as Olsen was able to hit a ball down the right field line. Great play by Cooper to rebound, get the ball, and step on the bag. 1-2-3 inning for Yamamoto and the Marlins. We go to the third. It's 2-0. Well, we enter the top of the third inning as we see our lovely sideline reporter, Heidi Watney, who always does a tremendous job. She does a tremendous job every single day whenever she's out on the field or she's in the studio for MLB Network. One of the best sideline reporters and one of the most respected. Gotta love what people like her do, giving you the best stories out there. We enter the top of the third. 2-0 Marlins. Jesus Aguilar is stepping up to the plate. Just missed hitting a home run his first time up. It was a double off the scoreboard wall in left. Facing off against Mike Fiers. And the first pitch is outside 1-0. Matt Price alongside Mike Mann, 91. Second game of our 7-game stretch here on Major League Botball as the 1-0 is inside 2-0. Just want to remind you very quickly that today you can donate to RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, the American nonprofit anti-sexual assault organization and the largest in the United States. A very, very important and amazing organization helping all those who have either dealt with sexual assault and also joining the fight against sexual assault. It's a fantastic organization. Please, please donate. Very important. 2-2 pitch to Aguilar. 2-0 Marlins, top of the third. And the pitch is fouled behind the plate.
Aguilar's looking for a bit of a bounce back after a great 2018 campaign. Fell off the map in 2019. Looking for a new start here in Miami.
2-2 is grounded to short. Simeon. Over to Olsen. One away.
The batter, number 1.
Let's take a look at the American League West Division standings. Oakland, 47-38. We saw earlier with Tim Moore and Eddie McCarthy calling the Rangers game against Atlanta. Rangers winning that game today by a score of 4-1. They are currently 5 games out of that first place spot in that division. So obviously in baseball, with a 162-game season, anything can happen. You never know. Right now, Oakland with the advantage, but trailing here 2-0. As the first pitch is a ball to Diaz, 1-0. And now Diaz takes another pitch. That's high. 2 balls and no strikes.
Fiers so far doing a good job mixing speeds this time. Has not been too predictable. I didn't expect him to take charge of the upper part of the zone as much as he has, but it's working for him so far.
Well, he doesn't get the upper part of the zone here, but just below that, and it's another grounder to Simeon. They get the speedy Diaz. 2 away.
Now back, left fielder, Garrett
And credit to Mike Fiers. I know we gave him a lot of grief in the top of the first inning, but since then, he's retired 5 straight after the Jazz Chisholm single.
Well, he's trying to make it 6 straight here as Garrett Cooper steps up to the plate with 2 outs and no one on. Singled back in the first inning, and he rips one foul. Look out, A's bullpen. 0-1.
I always wondered how come the first instinct is to kick the legs up instead of just getting up in the first place.
The 0-1's a grounder past the dive of the second baseman Barreto and into center for a base hit. So Garrett Cooper ends the stretch of 5 consecutive batters retired by Fiers with his second single of the game.
Good job for him just going the opposite way. It's really not highlighted as much these days in baseball, it seems. It seems like going the opposite way these days means that you're not hitting it for much power, but he did a good job there.
Ramirez, though, swings at the first pitch here, and he grounds it to third. They get the force out at second, and that retires the side. No runs, a hit, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the third. 2-0 Marlins on Major League Bot Ball. We enter the bottom of the third inning. 2-0 Marlins over the Oakland Athletics. Second game of the 3-game interleague series. Robbie Grossman stepping up to the plate. Great numbers over his last 4 games. 6 for his last 17. That's a .353 average. Trying to get a hit here against Jordan Yamamoto to begin the third inning. First pitch is high, 1-0. Matt Price alongside Mike Mann, 91. Bottom of the third inning, 2-0 Marlins, and the next pitch is outside, 2-0, Yamamoto trying to find the zone early here in the third. As the 2-0, that's high, 3-0, with the catcher Austin Allen on deck.
A little bit uncharacteristic of Yamamoto to go upstairs for 3 straight pitches. We'll see how he attacks here in 3-0.
Next pitch is on the inside corner, 3 balls and 1 strike, just the pitch that Yamamoto needed.
And for Grossman, a really great flexible outfielder, solid with the glove, and seeming to settle in here in Oakland.
Sorry about that. Mike Mann, as that is hit down the right field line. This ball is foul. Chasing the ball out there in right field was Brian Anderson. He was able to get a beat on it, but it landed foul. As the next pitch is on the outside corner at the knees, strike 3. So a good comeback by Jordan Yamamoto, as 4 of his first 7 outs have come via the strikeout.
Once again, Yamamoto doing a great job of bouncing back after falling behind in the count. It's so interesting. Whenever it's a 3-0 count, you wonder whether or not that 3-0 pitch is the best pitch that you're going to see. And for Grossman, it was. But you can't help it that he was taken all the way there.
Can't blame Grossman one bit as Austin Allen steps up to the plate. As the first pitch is right around the same location as the strike 3 call was on Grossman, count 0-1. Breaking ball, cut on and miss, count 0-2. Now the 0-2 to Allen is a breaking ball. He doesn't get fooled there, count 1 ball and 2 strikes. And you can't blame Allen one bit for laying off on that pitch. He knew it was coming.
And Allen's already seen 4 of his teammates go down on strikes, and we're only in the 3rd. He's trying not to add to that number.
Well, he added to that number. A strikeout on another breaking ball. He got fooled that time. 5 strikeouts for Yamamoto, and that's out number 2.
And that curveball just broke and fell off the table. Not much Allen could do with that one, but Yamamoto, great poise so far through the first 2 innings and change. After giving up that prior walk, he's been pretty untouchable to this point.
Now it's Franklin Barreto, young second baseman, and he swings at the first pitch and flies one to left center field. Right there is Cooper, and that retires the side. 1-2-3, again go the A's. We go the 4th, 2-0 Marlins. Well, we enter the top of the 4th inning. I just want to clarify very quickly. I did say Garrett Cooper was in left field. I might have mentioned by mistake that he was playing first base, And on a play that was made by the Marlins first baseman, it was Aguilar who made the play, not Cooper. So I apologize about that. As the first pitch to Jorge Alfaro is ripped down the left field line for a double. That's his 10th double of the year. And the Marlins have a runner on second with no one out to start the fourth. So now that brings up Jazz Chisholm. And the first pitch is inside. Count 1 ball and no strikes.
Now Fiers once again taking advantage of that first pitch. Fiers has avoided trouble to this point, but he's got to bear down right about now, give his offense a chance.
1-0 is high, 2-0, as Fiers is now over 60 pitches already here in the fourth. Chisholm really hitting well with runners in scoring position, batting just over 350. He has had a great year in that category, as the next pitch is inside, 3-0. As on deck is Jonathan Villar. Runner on second, no one out. 3-0 from Fiers. And there's the pitch he needed, a fastball right down Broadway, count 3-1. Fiers sets and deals. Line drive, base hit over short. Alfaro held up. He thought that ball was going to be caught by Simeon, but Simeon just couldn't get a beat on it, and Alfaro went back to second. So no advancement, but it is a single for Chisholm, and there's runners on first and second, no one out. Go ahead, Mike Mann.
Just a great read by Alfaro at second base. You can't take any chances and book toward third base, because if that ball is caught, that's immediately a double play. So on the one hand, a tough play. On the other, great read at second.
Nevertheless, first two men have reached for the Marlins as Jonathan Villar took a first pitch for a ball, and the next pitch is a breaking ball from Fiers. Count 1-1. Look at Villar's numbers. He also hits well with runners in scoring position. 317. This is a Marlins team that can really hit in that category, Mike Mann.
And the best part about that for a team is it means that you always have a chance to win the game. You take for granted sometimes how many times a runner stranded at second or third. But a situation like this, you're not even thinking bunt with Villar. You let him swing the bat and see where he takes you.
Right now, Villar behind the count 1-2. As the next pitch is a breaking ball, and he takes that ball to right center. That's going to drop for a base hit. Here comes Alfaro. Throw from Laureano. It's cut off. Into second is Chisholm. RBI single for Jonathan Villar. The average with runners in scoring position is going to go up as it's 3-0 Marlins here in the fourth.
And finally, Villar notches his first hit of the ball game. As we take a look at Fiers' line, only 3 innings pitched and has already been shelled 8 times. The only hitter missing so far is Harold Ramirez, the DH, but every other Marlin has notched a hit to this point.
And now Anderson follows up with a one-hopper to second. That was a one-hopper that was right on the hands of Anderson's bat. A great play by Barrero. Make sure that ball did not go into right field. But nevertheless, that's a productive at-bat for Anderson. He moves the runners to second and third.
And it's interesting because I mentioned at the top of the frame that maybe Villar should bunt. I'm not a big punting person myself. The only situation is if you've got runners on first and second and nobody out. It turns out we got the same result, just happened to go down as a ground out.
And now that brings up Corey Dickerson. The first pitch is outside 0-1. I'm very surprised as we see Dickerson. He's 6th in All-Star voting in terms of playing left field. I'll get to my point in just a second as the 0-1 is a breaking ball low and inside, 1-1. I'm very surprised, Mike Mann, that they are not intentionally walking Dickerson because this is a dangerous lefty batter who homered off of Fiers already. And even though Aguilar, who's the next man up, hit a double in this game, he's a righty matchup. Wouldn't you want the righty-righty matchup and try for the double play?
Honestly, I agree with you. I don't see the value in having Dickerson make a productive out to put you down by an extra run and then possibly even move Villar, who's got great speed, another 90 feet toward third base.
Well, let's see if this move pays off. 2-1 to Dickerson. as that is looped into left, and that will land foul into the Oakland bullpen. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We should have a counter for how many times a ball lands, or at least is drilled into the A's bullpen.
I'll tell you what, with all the foul ground territory here in Oakland, that would be a very scary number.
Another foul ball, so Dickerson and Fiers will have to do it again. 75 pitches already for Fiers. We're not even through the 4th inning. 2-2. Ripped foul. They'll do it another one.
Dickerson once again going toe-to-toe with Fiers. Pitch number 7 in the at-bat coming.
Dickerson with a home run back in the 1st inning, and he takes that one low, 3-2, and this is a dangerous pitch because on deck is Aguilar. Fiers on 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, a run in, 3-2. Strike 3, inside corner. Dickerson thought it was ball 4, but a big 2nd out for Mike Fiers, as now there's 2 away for Aguilar. So, Mike Man, the move did pay off for the moment.
Barely. I mean, nice call on the backdoor 2-seamer. I don't think Dickerson saw it coming. Well, obviously he didn't. Otherwise, he would have taken a rip at it.
Now it's Aguilar. First pitch is a changeup that is just low. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Aguilar with 2 home runs in the series, both of them last night. 1-0. That one just misses. Fiers didn't like that call, Mike Man.
Not at all, and that's one he needed. And I know there are 2 outs, but with the great speed on the bases, if that ball even gets past the infield anywhere, you can bet that VR is going to be heading toward home no matter what.
Aguilar with a big swing on that curveball there. Tried to make it 6-0. Instead, it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Good pitch by Fiers. And you have to wonder, Mike Man, will this be Fiers' last inning? Because it's 3-0 and he's already over 80 pitches.
If it was me, this would definitely be his last inning. It might be his last batter if it was me, but we haven't seen any action in the A's bullpen as of yet.
2-1, that's inside. 3-1, and on deck is Isan Diaz.
Could be a bit of a blessing. Diaz has not reached on a hit yet.
Next pitch is a 2-seamer that's fouled off. 98 miles per hour from Fiers. So this is a big pitch here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the 4th. Runners on 2nd and 3rd, 3-0 Miami. The pitch. Ground ball, that is fair. Fielded by Chapman. The leap, the throw. He got him! Oh my, what a play! Matt Chapman ends the threat. We go to the bottom of the 4th as A's fans are letting Matt Chapman hear it. It's 3-0 Miami.
Leading off for the A's.
We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. 3-0 Marlins as Marcus Semien will lead it off. First pitch is a strike, but my goodness, Mike Man, what a play by the 3rd baseman for Oakland, Matt Chapman. Oh my goodness.
There is a reason why Chapman is a Gold Glove 3rd baseman, and there he bailed his pitcher out for what could have been a very disastrous inning.
Well, disaster averted as the next pitch is swung on and missed by Semien. Count 0 balls and 2 strikes. Now the 0-2 is a check swing. Did he go? No, he did not. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's always annoying when they don't immediately appeal. You have no clue what the call is.
Well, that is a ground ball past the dive of the shortstop Chisholm and in the left for a base hit. So Semien, just like in the 1st inning, leads off the 4th, this time with a single, and that is the A's first hit of the game.
And for Yamamoto to go 9 up, 9 down, unconventionally, be that as it may, that's a great start for Yamamoto. And now he's going to have to try and go back in the stretch for the first time in 2 innings.
Mo Laureano now the batter, and the first pitch is inside. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Laureano, including his first at-bat, 1 for 5 in the series so far. Only hit was a home run in last night's contest. Next pitch is waved and missed. 1-1.
And I think Yamamoto is onto something with Laureano. That slider breaking off the plate, and Laureano has not been able to read it yet.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Count 1-2 as the fastball clips the inner part of the plate. Matt Price alongside Mike Man 91, second game of our 7-game stretch here on Major League Ball. As the 1-2 is a high fly ball in the left field, hit well. Cooper back though, he's there, and he makes the catch. 1 away.
Laureano trying to add to that home run total in this series so far. It looked like he got a lot of it, but just was under it just a little bit too much.
So that brings up Chris Davis, who's 0 for 1, struck out back in the first inning. Now the first pitch to Davis is a good curve thrown by Yamamoto. Lands at the knees, 0-1.
And for Chris Davis, who does have that light tower power, he is prone to the strikeout every now and again, so we'll see how well Yamamoto makes that work.
Drilled in the left, but Cooper barely has to move, and that's out number 2.
Now batting, the third baseman.
And so far, these ace hitters are lining up Yamamoto a little bit better than they did the first 3 innings, but you still have to wonder what it's going to take for them to actually get a runner off of first base.
So 2 outs, that brings up the hero who ended the top of the 4th inning, Matt Chapman. A great defensive play. He knew Aguilar did not run that well, so he pulled a Derek Jeter from the third base side, made a play, and leaped to make the throw to get an incredible out. But right now he's behind the count 0-2.
I'm wondering, since he's a third baseman, do we get to call that a Manny Machado? I'm all for the Derek Jeter reference, by the way, no matter where I'm in.
You know what? I can make that exception too. As Chapman swings and misses, and Yamamoto, after allowing a leadoff single, retires the next 3. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We go to the 5th. 3-0 Miami on Major League Ball. We go to the top of the 5th inning. Isan Diaz to lead it off for the Marlins, who currently have a 3-0 edge on the Oakland Athletics. Diaz 0 for 1 with a walk. As the first pitch is ball 1, Diaz grounded out to short his last time up. As Fiers is back out there, surprisingly, as the next pitch is low, 2-0. You surprised he's back out there?
A little bit, but hey, you might as well see how many more outs you can squeeze out of him.
As that one just misses, 3-0. As Fiers not only upset that he didn't get the call, but looks like he's acting a little tired.
You might need to go batter by batter, but yeah, it's like I said before. Eat up some innings, see how much shorter you can make the game for your bullpen.
3-0. There's a strike. That was the 88th pitch of the night from Fiers. 3-1. Now the 3-1 to Diaz. Swing and a miss. And the count is full, 3-2.
That was a risky pitch. He's lucky that Diaz was way out in front.
Three-2 pitch to Diaz, leading off the 5th. And has a ground ball to short. Simeon gets the speedy Diaz by a hair. Wow, that play was closer than we thought. Nevertheless, big first out for Oakland.
Now batting.
Big first out is right. And listen, Fiers has had an up and down outing pretty much the entire day. He's at 90 pitches through 4 1/3 innings. At least if he can get them 5, he did his job, sort of. I don't know if I can say he did it all the way, but at least he kept them in it.
I can definitely agree with that sentiment, as the first pitch is a ball 1-0 to Garrett Cooper. You know, Fiers, he's a fighter. He's someone who battles his way no matter what the score is and whatever the case may be. He's kept the deficit to 3 runs through 4 1/3 so far tonight, as the next pitch is inside 2-0. And that's one of the reasons why the A's love this guy on the mound every single night. As the 2-0 is a fly ball into right. Going back is Grossman. He's under it. 2 away.
Now batting, the designated hitter, Harold Ramirez.
That's going to bring up Harold Ramirez, batting as a designated hitter tonight. 0 for 2, lined out and grounded out. As the first pitch from Fiers is a curveball for strike 1.
And the A's are looking for whatever momentum they can muster. I know they came alive late in yesterday's game, but every game is different. They'll see how much Fiers can get him here.
Ground ball, diving play by second baseman Berrios. Gets to his feet, gets the ball, throws to first, not in time. That should be a base hit, and it is. A hard base hit on the infield by Harold Ramirez, and he keeps the inning alive for Miami.
And that's just a tough break for Berrios. He did a great job just to stop it, but with Ramirez picking him up and putting him down, he was going to be a tough out to get regardless.
First pitch is a strike to Jorge Alfaro, who doubled his last time up. He was able to come around to score on the single by Jonathan Villar. 0-1 is outside, 1-1. Fiers. Oh, go ahead, Mike, man. I apologize.
And we haven't talked enough about Alfaro's running ability as a catcher. We don't often see that. Big part of the reason why he was able to score from second back in the 4th inning.
He can run for a big fella, as the next pitch is fouled into the Marlins bullpen. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Where the pitch count is for Fiers, you'd have to assume no matter what, this is his last inning. As the 1-2 is a looper into right field. Going out is Berrios. He's under it. 5 strong innings for Mike Fiers as he leaves another man on. No runs, a hit, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 5th. We're halfway through. It's 3-0 Miami. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. About to start the second half of the contest. Marlins currently lead this one 3-0 as we see Heidi Watney giving us another report. So, Mike, man, what have been your biggest takeaways from this game so far?
So far, it's really the resiliency of Mike Fiers. And the fact of the matter is, after that first inning, he could have given up, and that RBI single aside from Jonathan Villar, I've really been impressed with how well he stuck it out on the mound. And even though his day should be done after this past top of the 5th inning, I'm really impressed by that. Meanwhile, Yamamoto has been just about untouchable. The A's have not been able to figure out the sequencing. And even though he doesn't throw the hardest, the movement on his pitches has really kept him in it.
Canna swings and misses there on the second pitch of the inning from Yamamoto. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Yamamoto, who's had an up and down year, when you look at his record, he has really controlled this powerful Oakland lineup when you look at what he's done through the first 4 innings. As the next pitch is outside, 2-1. Only 1 hit and only 2 base runners have reached, and both of them have been the leadoff guy, Marcus Semien. 2-1 pitch to Yamamoto, or from Yamamoto, and the next pitch is outside, 3-1. Go ahead, Mike Man.
He needs to pass along whatever he's been doing to the rest of his teammates, because they've all been pretty hapless up to this point.
3-1 is just outside, ball 4. Second walk of the game given up by Yamamoto, and for the 3rd time tonight, the A's have their leadoff man on, this time in the 5th.
And as long as this game's gone on, Matt, the A's still have plenty of time to try and get some runs on the board. But better sooner than later. It's hard to get a pitcher out of his rhythm.
Now, the next pitch is the first pitch to Matt Olson, and he rips it foul down the right field line. Count 0-1.
He is kicking himself. He had that one parked in the right field bleachers, but he was just a little out in front.
0-1, count now, 1-1. I've always admired Matt Olson's batting stance. When you just look at how he extends the bat and then is able to pull it back before he can take a hack at a pitch, it's absolutely amazing what he's been able to do.
And you know, that trigger action tends to work for some hitters. I mean, there are some hitters that need to see it and then react, but for that to be a trigger for Olson, it's so difficult to line that up. But if that's what works in his brain, definitely keep it.
1-2 is fouled down the right field line. As for the second time this at bat, Olson lands on one knee.
If he gets a pitch inside and actually puts wood on it, you never know.
Well, he's not able to put wood on that as he cuts and misses to be Yamamoto's 7th victim tonight via the strikeout.
Yamamoto got away with a cement mixer chest high, but it seems like Olson's been out in front the entire at-bat, so managed to work that time.
Here's Robbie Grossman, one of the strikeout victims tonight for Yamamoto, back in the 3rd inning. Currently ahead in the count 1-0 with a runner on first and 1 out. Next pitch is outside, 2-0. And that's only Yamamoto's 67th pitch, so he's really done well controlling his pitch count, especially since the 1st inning.
And frankly, that can only bode good things for Miami. If he can get them to the 7th, you shorten the bullpen, your best arms come out, they've got a chance to even the series.
Yamamoto trying to even the count here. 2 balls and 1 strike, and he's able to even the count right on cue as Grossman fouls it back, 2-2.
And I've really been impressed with the success that Yamamoto's had against left-handed hitters, because all the left-handed hitters for this Oakland lineup have the ability to put the ball out of the ballpark, and he still held his own.
70th pitch of the night from Yamamoto is ripped down the right field line. That swing brought Grossman to a knee, and the count remains at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-2 delivery is inside. Look out. Almost hit him. And the count is full.
And as you see the numbers for Austin Allen on deck, he's no slouch at the plate. It's a big pitch for Yamamoto.
Let's see if the A's will send the runner here with 1 out. Next pitch is high, ball 4. And Yamamoto, for the first time tonight, is in a big jam, I should say. First and second, 1 out, and the tying run will come to the plate. And that's going to bring out the Marlins pitching coach.
And that's Yamamoto's 2nd walk of the inning. I'm going to be interested to see how he bounces back. Were it not for the Olson strikeout, the question I think we'd be asking, Matt, is whether or not Austin Allen's going to bunt. But with 1 out, he's got to be swinging the bat.
He whacks at the first pitch and he fouls it off. Took Allen off balance as the count is 0-1. Next pitch, low. 1 ball and 1 strike. I think you and I both know, Mike Mann, what Yamamoto is definitely looking for here. As the 1-0 to Allen, 1-1 is cut on and missed. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Maybe he should just keep the strikeout going. It's going well for him so far.
Well, there's a strikeout, and that's his 8th. I was thinking he was looking for the double play, but he looked for the strikeout here, and he got it.
I mean, it's gutsy, too, because everyone and their mother, as we take a look there, he might have gotten the benefit of the doubt on that call from Woody Keller. But I do think that there is definitely reason not to go low because everyone's looking there.
Well, Berrios swings the first pitch and sends one to left center field. Running over is Cooper, and he makes the catch, and Yamamoto gets out of the jam. He leaves 2 runners on. We go to the 6th, 3-0 Miami on Major League Ball.
Well, Matt, I thank you so much for holding it down while we ironed out all of our audio issues on this side, the restarts aside, but looks like we'll be ready to take over for the top of the 6th inning, and Paul Blackburn will relieve Mike Fiers out of the bullpen.
was really honored to fill in for you while we fix those issues, and I'm really glad that you got your audio up and running. I'm looking forward to hearing you do some play-by-play, so go right ahead, my friend.
Thank God for that. We appreciate it. Sometimes the jitters just... we'll ignore that all for later. Paul Blackburn delivers a first swing and a miss to Jazz Chisholm. 9-1-2 scheduled to hit for Miami. 3-0 the score as the left-handed hitting shortstop now with a 1-1 count.
Chisholm, for a number 9 hitter, has been a dangerous guy to try to retire tonight. The A's have not been able to retire him. He's 2 for 2 with a couple of singles.
He rips that one foul. So Mike Fiers' night is done. In 5 innings of work, he's given up 3 runs, all of them earned, 8 hits. Has the 1-2 from Blackburn fouled off, and we'll do it again at 1-2.
Well, Chisholm is battling, despite being down the count 1-2. Gotta love that from your young shortstop.
And he'll ground that one to second. Barreto easy flipped the first one away.
Well, for a guy coming out of the bullpen in the name of Paul Blackburn, he really loves getting that first out because then it gives you momentum to try to continue the inning without allowing any more runs to score.
As the lineup card flips over, here's Jonathan VR, 1 for 3, that RBI single back in the 4th as he takes a first pitch strike. And I was just taking a look at his batting line as we take a look at the 2 righties up in the Athletics bullpen. VR on the year is batting .236. For a leadoff guy, it baffles me. Like, it should be unheard of, but this is the age we're in, Matt, as he fouls that one off and the count's 0-2.
And you would think that a 236 is not so good, but you could say it's decent. It's decent enough to at least give your team a chance to get some runners to cross the plate.
He's got the speed, so I guess it works out. 1-2, called strike 3. Blackburn 2 up, 2 down to begin things here in the top of the 6th.
Up next for the Marlins. The right
Good
fielder.
pitch, and VR knew it. It was right at his elbows, didn't even bother to argue with the home plate umpire. Big second out for Blackburn.
Here's Brian Anderson as he takes a first pitch strike. Definitely a different approach from from Paul Blackburn on the mound. As Anderson, an 0 for 2 day, but walked and scored back in the first. Hacks and misses, now 0-2.
And this is the position that you want to be in if you're Paul Blackburn. 0-2, 2 outs. Just need to be careful with Anderson, but one more strike can probably give the A's some momentum as Oakland's down to their final 12 outs.
0-2, just missed inside with the 2-seamer, counts 1-2. One more time, here's the 1-2. Grounded up the middle, ranging over Simeon. The long throw just gets Anderson by a step, and that will retire the side. Blackburn comes in, goes 3 up, 3 down. To the bottom of the 6th we go in Oakland. It's 3-0 Fish. Marcus Simeon made the last out in the top of the 6th inning, and now he'll lead things off in the bottom of the 6th. And this top of the order has not come to play here, aside from Simeon. He reached on a walk back in the 1st, and he singled back in the 4th, Matt. And the A's need somebody to come along and set the tone.
He is the one guy that Yamamoto has had some difficulty retiring, as it looks like he might have had some more difficulty right here.
It's on the warning track, but pulled in by Cooper for a loud out number 1. And you can bet Simeon is so seething heading back to that dugout.
But the one guy who's taking a huge sigh of relief right now is the guy on the mound for Miami, Jordan Yamamoto. First pitch that he throws, and Simeon almost hit it out to get Oakland on the board.
So far, Yamamoto, a sparkling start today, as his first pitch to Ramon Laureano misses for ball 1.
Just want to give you a final line score on the A's starter, Mike Fiers. 5 innings pitched, 3 runs, 9 hits, 2 walks. He hadn't walked a batter since the 1st inning. Couple of strikeouts, and he faced 26 batters in total.
Beautiful. I feel like, and I remember, you're a New York guy, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I live just north of New York City.
Oh, so what? So you're a Yankee fan, aren't you? As that pitch is roped but fouled down the left field line, rather. Counts 2-1.
You will be shocked when I say this, and a whole lot of my friends know this, and for anyone who's watching right now, you're going to be shocked too, as it's now 3-1 to Laureano. I am actually a Yankee and a Met fan. I'm both, yes.
I will accept this. I am okay with this. As the 3-1 bounces to home plate, and Ramon Laureano reaches for the first time today. Well, part of the reason I asked is because your delivery sounds like Susan Walden when she gives the line score right after that. And but the rhythm and all that pacing is good. So from here on out, for the rest of the calls for the line scores, I will leave them to you, and it just works out perfect that way.
Sounds like a plan. And I've always admired Susan Waldman. She is one of the best color commentators, heck, one of the best sports broadcasters in the business right now, especially in the world of baseball. I've always loved listening to her voice alongside John Sterling. She always does a great job. She really does. She's one of my favorites. I actually met her once. I met her once in 2011 and John Sterling at a spring training game.
You have stories, as Davis will send this one to right field, a base hit. So Davis, his first hit of the day. Laureano moves to second, and the A's with some momentum here in the bottom of the sixth.
Well, that's a good piece of hitting for Chris Davis. The great thing about him is that he's able to hit the ball on all sides of the field. And that grounder to right field was a good example of that.
That Marlins bullpen now with double-barreled action, a righty and a lefty brewing, as Matt Chapman, the cleanup hitter, will come up. He's struck out twice so far, but no better time to come up clutch than right now.
He is the tying run, so let's see if he can provide some run support.
He chops it to short, thrown to second for one on the first to double play. What a turn from Chisholm at short. Diaz sticks it in there with Davis barreling in on him, and that will end the inning. The A's go out with the whimper, no runs, one hit, and thanks to the double play, none left. Let's go to the seventh. It's 3-0 Miami.
Leading off for the Marlins, the center fielder, Corey Dickerson.
3-4-5 as Paul Blackburn continues his second inning of work. As Dickerson fouls it off at home plate. He's had the biggest swing of the day to this point. 2-run home run back in the top of the first inning, knocking Mike Fiers off his game a bit, but he's been a bit quiet since as he grounds that one to Barreto at second. Over to Olsen at first, one gone.
Well, Paul Blackburn is really glad that he got the dangerous Corey Dickerson to start the top of the seventh inning. As you just mentioned, he is probably, as of right now, the most dangerous hitter in that Marlins lineup from the left-hand side of the batter's box. And Paul Blackburn, he's had a pretty good stretch to start his night since coming into the game for Fiers in the sixth. 4 up and 4 down.
Now Jesus Aguilar will contend with the righty arm out of that Oakland bullpen. Aguilar, the former Milwaukee Brewer, we mentioned it around the third inning or so. Powerful bat that just had a very tough 2019. As the 1-1 misses low to make the count 2-1.
It was a rough year for Aguilar last year, but he's actually brought some of those numbers back up with in his first stint with the Miami Marlins. And right now, from what we're seeing, it looks like he's having fun in the new uniform.
And he'll have more fun trotting down the first base here as he works the 5-pitch walk. First base runner Blackburn is allowed, as now Isan Diaz, our pseudo-hero from the last frame, turning that 6-4-3 double play. He'll step into the box.
Just a beautiful turn at second base to complete the double play.
0-1, Blackburn ahead with that two-seamer up and inside. Diaz on the day 0 for 2. Walked back in the first and is grounded out to short both times. We're still looking for the pitcher's best friend from one Oakland pitcher today, as Matt's referred to plenty of times with good reason today. But Diaz ahead in the count 2-1.
Well, in reality, that is what they're called. That is what a double play is called.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying you've called for it a bunch of times, and it should have been turned.
Good point. That's a good point.
Because at this point, you want to get back to the dugout as soon as possible. So why not end the inning with a double play? Plus, the A's have been victimized enough already. Looks like Blackburn will take the strikeout instead off the curveball. And the counts clean, 2 outs in the inning.
Well, no double play, but that is a big second out as now the A's are 1 out away from coming back up and remaining to trail by 3.
Garrett Cooper, 2 for 3, takes strike 1. And man, I want you to believe me when I say I've been waiting for that cue up to happen. You call for it, it needs to happen. I want it to happen.
Well, I'll tell you this. I called a game with my friend Matthias last week on Major League Bot Ball. It was the Mets and the Giants. Mets were able to complete the sweep over San Francisco. And I said you don't want to throw a pitch in the part of the zone where Alonso loves it, which was right around his elbows because he can hit balls a long way. What do you know? Right when I say it, he hits a 2-run moonshot.
See, this is why I've been waiting for you to cue him up. You cue him up, it gets done. We have calls for days. 2-2 coming for Cooper. Grounded, weakly to third. Chapman will make the throw to Barreto covering second, and that will retire the side on the fielder's choice. No runs, no hits, nobody left. Get up and stretch here in Oakland, California. Still 3-0 Miami.
Leading off for the A's,
Mark Canha now stepping in as it's another opportunity for Jordan Yamamoto to add another 0 as we see 2 righties in Yimi Garcia and Brandon Kinsler to throw in the pen.
Brandon Kinsler, good right-handed reliever. It did really well during his stint with the Minnesota Twins. Good setup guy for the A's to bring in case, or excuse me, that the Marlins could bring in just in case.
And if you are hearing some bells in the background, I promise I didn't plan this for the 7th inning stretch. I just happened to live near a church. Counts 1 and 2.
Have the church bells taken me out to the ball game before?
You know what? I don't know, but the baseball program in the area is starting to grow, and I feel like that should be a thing. I don't think God would be too mad at that. The 1-2 from Yamamoto. Misses low to even the count. Matt, he hasn't gotten into much trouble here, but as that pitch count creeps up, we'll see how long the Marlins choose to leave him in, as now that cat's round full.
My guess is if Yamamoto allows Canha to reach, this will be his last batter, even though the next hitter, well, actually I shouldn't say even though, the next hitter is a lefty, and it's Matt Olson.
Chopped foul at home plate. We'll do it all again at 3-2.
And then my guess is if Yamamoto does allow Canha to reach, I would assume Mattingly would bring in Garcia, the lefty, to face the lefty Olson.
We're about to find out as Canha reaches first base on the walk. And what we haven't really noticed much, because Yamamoto's been very on point, is that he's walked 5 batters to this point, despite only giving up 2 hits.
He has walked 5, but one of the reasons why he was able to control his pitch count for most of the game is because he's been able to get into and out of trouble a couple times and bounce back after allowing the leadoff guy to reach.
Now he's got an opportunity to keep that going with Matt Olson, who was 0 for 2 against him on the day. I mean, it kind of bodes well for Yamamoto that all the hitters coming up have not had much success off of him. So we'll see how many more pitches he eats up as the count's now even to the lefty hitting first baseman.
Olson, tough strikeout swinging with a runner on first back in the 5th, and he grounded to first on an unassisted play by Aguilar.
Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th, and Olson takes a pitch he probably wishes he took a whack at. The count's 1-2.
And you got to give a lot of credit to Yamamoto. Another curveball. That's the one pitch that Yamamoto loves, and he has been able to control almost the entire night.
The 1-2. Misses low, counts now even. Pitch number 100 on the night is lined into right field. It's a base hit. Pulling up to second base will be Canna, but Matt Olson now his first hit of the day. Now Miami's got actual trouble with 2 runners on and nobody out.
And a great job by Olson to pull that ball to the right side. That also extends his hitting streak to 6 consecutive. Just a beautiful line drive into right, as that hit itself has forced Mattingly to bring in a reliever.
Yamamoto's night is done. So the tying runs at the plate. He will be on the hook for the 2 runners on, but depending on the score, will leave with no worse than a no decision. That'll bring Sterling Sharp in from the bullpen. 3-3 on the year, a 3.25 ERA. About a strikeout an inning, 41 strikeouts to 44 in a third innings pitched. And check out the splits against righties and lefties. On the one hand, it's to be expected, but with a 255 average against left-handed hitters, up comes Robbie Grossman. It'll be interesting to see how that split plays out now.
It will be interesting, and usually when you think about the matchups itself, lefty against righties, you think, oh, lefty hitters do really well against righties. No, you never. That's the amazing thing about baseball. Depending on the pitcher, no matter who the batters are, you just never know. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out, especially with Grossman representing the tying run and no one out.
He hacks and misses strike 1. Here's one of my favorite bunting situations. It'll be interesting to see as you check out the split. Grossman hitting only 172 with runners in scoring position, whether or not put that bunt down, at least move both runners in scoring position. Here's the 0-1. Misses low and outside, and Sharp now has an even count.
And you would assume that's why Mattingly wanted to bring in Sharp now rather than Grossman face Yamamoto, because Grossman's average with runners in scoring position, like you said, is not so good so far in 2020.
And all of a sudden now, Grossman ahead in the count now, 2-1. Breaking ball missing low. Now counts even at 2-2. It'll be Canna on second, Olson on first. The 2-2 coming. Now what's blooped right to short. Not much movement for Chisholm, run away.
Well, that is the out that Sharp and the Marlins needed. And Yamamoto clapping his hands in the dugout. Really enjoyed that first out. And now the Marlins have to face another lefty, Austin Allen, who Yamamoto was able to control at the batter's box and keep him silent tonight.
That'll bring Austin Allen to the plate as he hacks and misses for strike 1. Allen also his struggles with runners in scoring position, only hitting .214. He'll crush that one down the right field line, but sails well foul. Now he's down in the count 0-2.
Well, when you look at the 7th inning from last night, the A's made some noise. Allen nearly made noise here.
No noise to make this time as they'll watch it go low for ball 1.
But when he hit that long fly ball down the right field line a couple pitches ago, the A's fans were just going crazy, thinking, oh man, did another clutch moment happen?
They almost went crazy here, but the check swing did not go through for Allen. Counts now even at 2 apiece. Big spot for the A's, looking for their first run of the game as that pitch is grounded foul. Still double-barreled action in that Miami bullpen. All the wheels are turning here in Oakland, California.
Sterling Sharp and the Marlins looking for a sharp double play.
I see what you did there, and you almost got it. Lined right to Chisholm. Everybody goes back. Oh, I was. You had it. You had it.
You thought it was. You thought it was going to be either a one-hopper or a ball that would have been dropped by Chisholm, and I think that actually would have been a smart play because then you could have gotten the runners at it, I think, second and third.
Yes, you absolutely would have had him, and you would have had him without much effort either. So now Barreto at the plate with 2 flyouts, 255 average, 2 homers, and 28 RBIs. If you think this game is thrilling, listen, you've got Giants and Mets at 3:45 and Brewers and Cubs at 5:30. And Major League Bot Ball continues to be in session, even if the real ones aren't. The 1-0 to Barreto. Popped up shallow center field. Reaching out, making the catch is Diaz from second base. And that will retire the side. So the A's get everyone excited, but failed to do anything with it. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. 7 innings complete. Let's go to the top of the 8th. 7-8-9 now for Miami as Paul Blackburn continues to toe the slab for the Oakland Athletics. Miami lost a heartbreaker, a thrilling heartbreaker at that last night. Looking to even the series, this interleague mid-season series, as Blackburn misses high and tight for ball 1.
I'll tell you what, Sterling Sharp, I'm going to say this pun again. Sterling Sharp was sharp when he came in the bottom of the 7th inning, retiring the 3 batters that he and the Marlins needed to get out with first and second, no one out. Great job by the young right-handed reliever.
He'll be having a lot to say to his teammate, though, on that 6-3 ground out to short. So Ramirez is retired for out number 1 in the top of the 8th.
You got to give Paul Blackburn a lot of credit. This was a team that used a lot of pitchers last night, especially in the final 3 innings. Here, after Fiers through 5 innings and giving up 3 runs, Blackburn has just been tremendous, retiring all 7 batters that he's faced. Well, almost all 7 batters.
That'll bring Jorge Alfaro to the plate. Counts now even at 1 apiece.
He actually faced 8 batters, but he obviously gave up a walk to Aguilar. So I just want to clarify.
Listen, clarity is everything. Absolutely everything. Here's the 1-1 from Blackburn.
2-1.
Misses outside, now counts 2-1.
And here is everything that you would need to know about Jordan Yamamoto's night. Pitched 6 innings plus. Came out, obviously, with runners in first and second, no one out in the 7th. No runs, 3 hits, 5 walks, 8 strikeouts, over 24 batters faced.
I am adding you to the list of guys I have to continue to do games. That was awesome.
Well, you're on my list too. You're on my list too.
And let's face it, anyone who can deal with all the technical difficulties that we had in the beginning to give you this, it's an honor and a privilege, as the count's still even at 2-2. Top 8, Oakland still looking for some stroke of offense and have to hold serve here, as now the count's run full at 3-2.
Especially when you're in the final innings of regulation, you definitely love insurance when you're ahead by around 3 runs.
That one's roped down the line. It's a fair ball. It'll bounce off the wall. Alfaro will coast in the second. It is his second double of the day, and the Marlins have some late insurance here in the top of the 8th.
Well, that was a great piece of hitting by Alfaro. Just kept it fair. Almost hit one off the base of the foul pole, but a great piece of hitting by Alfaro to give the Marlins a chance to get that insurance run I just mentioned, especially with only 1 out here in the inning.
And now Jazz Chisholm, who's 2 for 3, has the opportunity to push it across as he takes ball 1 on the outside. Blackburn really eating up some innings. Already thrown 41, now looking at 42 pitches in his outing, as he misses outside again to make the count 2-0.
For some reason, I can't remember what Ramirez just did. Did he ground out to short or did he ground out to second?
Ramirez grounded out to short.
Thank you very much.
See, we got scorecards. Weird.
There we go.
2-0 is blooped into shallow left field. In a few steps, Canna makes the catch. No advance from Alfaro. And so Blackburn might be able to escape with 2 away, but the lineup card will turn over. While we have a moment, we do want to encourage all of our viewers on Twitch, Periscope, wherever you are. The daily charity this week is RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. You can almost guarantee they're working in overtime with this pandemic going on, and they could really use your support as they continue to fight against domestic violence in America.
And not just domestic violence, but sexual assault, rape, anything that is just so damaging and just so inexcusable. And, you know, I applaud RAIN for doing everything they do to combat this other type of cancer that unfortunately a lot of people have dealt with in the past and still in the present.
That is very well said. And frankly, even with our respective platforms, I think we do need to take it upon ourselves to voice this and make sure that we're a voice of support for victims everywhere. And we stand with you, and we will continue to stand with you.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
1-2 the pitch from Blackburn. Misses inside, our count's even. As Miami is looking to push across one more insurance run, up 3-0 top 8. The pitch. Called third strike. Great backdoor breaking ball. Down goes VR looking, and to the bottom of the 8th we go. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Let's go to the bottom of the 8th. 3-0 Miami.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Marlins.
New arm to tell you about, and this time it's the right-handed throwing Yimi Garcia. 1-3 record with a 3.72 ERA. Great strikeout to walk ratio as well. 29 innings to only 8 walks.
He has had a great year in relief for the Miami Marlins. He's done everything this team has asked him to do.
And he'll be facing the top of the order as Simeon will take strike 1. Garcia finally showing a little bit of juice from the rubber. That first pitch coming in at 96 miles an hour.
Garcia's got a lot of gas. He's got a lot of firepower with his arm.
The 0-1 just catches the lower part of the zone. Counts now 0-2.
I believe I mentioned Garcia as a lefty earlier in the contest. I apologize about that. He is, as you can see, a righty.
Listen, it's a one-time bullpen shot. I don't know how they were going to expect us to see that right away. Oh, my goodness. Those cutaways, man. 1-2 the count so far. Simeon on the day. 1-4-2. And this time he crushes it to deep left field. Forget about it. That ball is gone. Simeon, a solo shot to left field, his 19th of the year. 421 feet to put the A's on the board.
Well, this is the one guy that the Marlins have had trouble retiring tonight. He had a long fly ball to left his last time up. This time, no chance for Garrett Cooper to get that one. That ball was absolutely hammered. Fastball on the upper part of the zone, and he knew it. What a shot. And in the words of Ken Korak, the play-by-play announcer for the Oakland A's, that baby is gone. And by gone, way gone.
Speak the truth. So now the A's have some life. Oakland has some life as Laureano flies this one into right center. It's carrying well, but back at the track to make the catch is Corey Dickerson, out number 1, notched for the Marlins.
Now batting, the designated hitter.
Boy, Laureano was just a few feet away from keeping the A's fans on their feet. Good piece of hitting. If that ball was hit to left or right field, that ball would have been out of here. But that is a loud first out.
And now another dude who can do the same damage, and Chris Davis steps up, but he takes strike 1 outside. And maybe, just maybe, it could be that the A's were looking for a hard-throwing pitcher to probably line up his stuff a little better. As that's grounded up the middle, range is over. The throw from Diaz gets Davis by a step 2 down.
Well, not only have we seen some good offense, especially after the home run we just saw from Simeon, but we've also seen some great defense from both teams tonight. First, we saw Chapman with a great play at third. Now Diaz pulling a Robinson Cano type of play here in the 8th.
So now Matt Chapman will try to keep the good times rolling. A's have only scored that 1 run on the Simeon homer this frame. And they'll take ball 1 low and inside.
And when you think about it, great job so far by Garcia to bounce back after giving up the leadoff home run, retiring the next 2 batters he faced. Laureano, that long fly out to center, and then Chris Davis on a ground out to second, thanks that great razzle-dazzle play by Isan Diaz.
Chapman fouls that one off. And you talk about that play, that was against the shift. So you want to talk about placement. If Laureano hits that one to left and maybe the shift isn't there for Davis, you're looking at a big potential inning for the A's, but that ain't the way baseball works. Count now even at 2-2 with 2 down in the bottom of the 8th. Garcia ready. He deals. Missed outside. Count is now full for Mark Canha, who waits on deck.
And this is a very, very dangerous pitch. Yes, you're up by 2, but here's the thing. Ball 4, tying run comes up with 2 outs here in the 8th. Strike 3 gives you a 2-run lead heading into the 9th. Got to be very careful here if you're Garcia.
3-2, hacked that and missed. Great breaking ball from Garcia. The slider caught him out in front, and that will end the frame. But Marcus Semien gets the A's on the board. That solo home run. And we're through 8 innings here in Oakland, California. Miami leads at 3-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Athletics.
This time a new arm to tell you about. It'll be the journeyman right-hander, Yusmeiro Petit. And he's had a solid year to this point, 13 holds on the campaign. Although with Oakland trailing, he'll just try to hold serve. 2-3-4 due up for Miami here in the top of the 9th inning. Brian Anderson looking for his first hit of the night as Petit misses low, ball 1.
Just giving you the final line score for Paul Blackburn. He was absolutely fantastic since coming out of the bullpen to start the 6th inning. 3 strong innings, gave up no runs, and he only gave up 1 hit. It was the double to Alfaro in the previous inning.
As that one's lined right to Barreto at second base, 1 away.
Now batting, the center fielder.
He also allowed 1 walk, and he also had a few strikeouts. In fact, he had 3 strikeouts on the night. Did a very good job.
Meanwhile, Corey Dickerson, so far the game-winning hit to this point, that 2-run home run back in the top of the 1st inning. And that's really held serve. Big difference from last night, Matt, when both the A's and the Marlins brought the bats out to play, but this time it seems like only Corey came with his fully loaded. And he'll take a pitch inside for ball 1.
Well, you can see Dickerson's career numbers against Petit. Only 6 at-bats, but he does have a couple of doubles. So this is a batter that not only Petit wants to get rid of, but the entire Oakland A's want to get rid of right now, especially with your team still very much in it.
Dickerson has other ideas. A base hit to center field. That's now Dickerson's 2nd hit in 5 attempts.
Now batting.
And he's now 3 for 7 lifetime against Petit. So the A's did not get the batter that they wanted retired, but they still have a righty-righty matchup to deal with, and that's Jesus Aguilar.
And he's had a great series to this point. As you mentioned before, Matt, 2 home runs last night. And he had an extra base hit to his credit today, that double back in the 1st inning. And it's tempting as a pitcher to just feel like you can coast through just to get to the bottom of the 9th to let your boys bring the bats out, but cannot play with the power of Aguilar, as now Aguilar's in the driving seat, now 2-0.
And one thing you got to be aware of when it comes to Aguilar, he can hit the ball a long way to right field. So you got to make sure that you throw the ball at the right place so that Aguilar does not hit it to that part of the field.
Righty on righty, the 2-0. Fouled off, and we'll do it again. Count
looks like the umpire got hurt. I think the umpire got hit on the swing. He fell to the ground, but it looks like he's okay.
Oh, it would have been very dramatic if he stayed there for too long. The 2-1. Just missed low and inside. Now 3-1. Aguilar's ahead.
That's one of the dangers about being at the home plate part of the field. You know, you're right by the batter. The catcher could get hit. The umpire could accidentally get hit. Always want to be careful. That's what protective gear is for.
Exactly. The 3-1 misses inside for ball 4. So now Aguilar reaches via the base on balls. 2 runners are on. Not great speed, but still another RBI opportunity for Isan Diaz.
And this is the last chance for the Marlins to really get some insurance, especially when the A's just got on the board in the last inning. You want to extend the lead, even if it's just by a run, to at least give yourself some momentum with your closer ready to come in from the bullpen.
A lot of trouble here for the A's, trying to hold it at 3-1. As that pitch is low in the dirt, gets away from Allen. The long throw to third is not in time. So now take the double play off the table. Everyone moves up 90 feet, and this just got more dangerous on the wild pitch from Petit.
I'll score that a wild pitch, and that is the last thing you wanted if you're Oakland. Now the question is, with Garrett Cooper on deck, do you decide to just intentionally walk Diaz to at least set up a double play, because the next batter is the right-handed hitting Garrett Cooper?
Looks like they're going to go with it as the 1-1 is fouled off, so Petit at least now ahead in the count 0-2. We saw a similar situation like this, Matt, with Matt Fiers early in the game.
We did see it with Mike Fiers earlier in the game. The thing is, when it came to Fiers, he was able to get out of it.
This time, not so lucky, as it's a base hit to center field. Coming in to score is Corey Dickerson. Aguilar moves to third. RBI single for Isan Diaz. It's 4-1 Miami.
And that, besides the Dickerson 2-run homer, as well as the RBI single from Jonathan Villar earlier in this game, could be the biggest hit in the night for Miami, depending on what Garrett Cooper does here, as now the lead is back to 3 with the A's down their final 3 outs.
Petit missing upstairs to Cooper, counts 1-0. Cooper's already gotten 2 singles to his credit. The 1-0. Right down the pipe, counts even.
Well, Petit was really known for his heroics in 2014 and 2015 with the San Francisco Giants. Has had some heroics here, but hasn't really been able to get the job done here, and it just got worse.
RBI single this time. The runners move up 90 feet. That's Diaz going to second base. Cooper with an RBI single. 5-1 Miami.
Great job by Cooper. That pitch was right in on the hands, and he was able to muscle it into right field. And with that, that's it for Petit, as Bob Melvin has seen enough.
So now Lou Trevino, sidewinding right-hander, will take the bump. 1-1 on the year, a 3.78 ERA in 33 and third innings pitched. So now he will have to, at the very least, try to keep the Marlins from piling on as Harold Ramirez steps up. Hacks and misses. What heat from Trevino at 98, 0-1.
Well, for a sidearm relief pitcher, that was a very fast fastball thrown by the right-hander. Wow. Threw it right by the young designated hitter tonight for the Marlins.
Pitch from Trevino. Check the swing. Ramirez managed to hold up. 3:27 with runners in scoring position. No time like the present to put it to good use. Hard throwing Trevino. Deals the 1-1 outside, now 2-1. Just look at the speed differential. Took 20 miles off to throw that curveball.
He's doing everything he can to make sure that the Marlins don't get any more runners across the plate.
Still a solid double play opportunity as that's roped to the left field. It's a base hit. Canna cuts it off. Everyone moves up 90 feet. And that pitcher's best friend is running away from the A's at this point, as now the bases are loaded here in the top of the ninth.
Well, this is the second time tonight that the Marlins have had the bases loaded. They had it back in the first inning with 1 out, but weren't able to get any more runs to score. Big opportunity for Alfaro to really put this game on ice.
And he's got 2 doubles and a run scored to his credit tonight. 2 runs already home here in the top of the ninth for the Marlins. The pitch misses low. And Alfaro well in the driver's seat, now 2-0.
Batting .214 with runners in scoring position. And keep in mind, the runners on second and third, Diaz and Cooper, those runners are charged to Petit, so Petit's final line is not complete yet until this inning is over.
2-0, hacked that and missed. Good choice on the cutter from Trevino. Here comes the 2-1. Misses high and upstairs. Excuse me, make that high and inside. Can't say the same thing twice.
This is very dangerous. Nowhere to put Alfaro.
3-1. Just misses inside. That's going to force in a run. Trevino still waiting for Woody Keller to change his mind to no avail. Give him an RBI on the bases loaded walk.
And it was a cutter that looked to hit the inside part of the plate, just 5 inches off from that part of the zone. And 3 runs in. This is a great response for the Marlins, especially after the A's got on the board to begin the bottom of the last inning, as Chisholm is looking to add some more for the Fish.
And he has had a 2-for-4 day as well. We talked about the top of the order for the A's not doing a lot. How about the bottom of the order for the Marlins this evening? As Chisholm takes it upstairs for ball 1. Alfaro now with 2 hits and an RBI. Chisholm with 2 hits. And Ramirez notching his first hit of the day. Collected 5 hits. 9 plate appearances.
You see Cooper on third, Ramirez on second, Alfaro on first. This bottom of the order is just fantastic for the Marlins tonight. I mean, you look at it, that's at least 6 hits tonight in that part of the lineup.
Thank you. See, I know I can leave the stats to Matt. There was no way I was only 9 plate appearances. Either way.
Did you not say 6?
I did not say 6.
I thought you said 6. I'm sorry.
I can check myself on that. The 1-2 misses outside, counts now even. And if the A's weren't in hot water before, you can consider that one scorching. You've got the kettle on far too long. Bases loaded, 3 runs already home for an A's team that just wants to get to the bottom of the ninth. 2-2 coming. Fouled off third base side.
Right now, it's all about damage control when it comes to Lou Trevino. So far, he hasn't been able to get the job done with the first couple of batters that he's faced. Right now, just doing all he can.
And that curveball breaks too far inside to Chisholm, and the count has run full.
And if VR gets up, then the Marlins would bat around because Brian Anderson led off the inning with a line out to second.
3-2 home. Hacked that and missed. Big strikeout for Trevino. Chisholm set down on strikes for just the first time today.
Third baseman, number 2, Jonathan Fiers.
Great pitch. It was right down the middle and right on the inside corner. Chisholm had it coming. He knew it was coming, but he just missed it.
VR now 1 for 5 stepping in, trying to add to the Marlins' lead as he takes the first pitch outside.
Well, this is the guy you want up if you're the Marlins. Yes, it's a lefty batter facing a right-handed pitcher, but VR has had a tough night, only 1 for 5 with an RBI.
Now he's in the driver's seat with Trevino behind 2-0.
VR's also struck out 3 times, twice looking.
Now ahead 3-0, already 1 bases loaded walk this inning. Cooper's at third, Ramirez at second, Alfaro at first. 2 down, top 9. The pitch. Great curveball right on the lower inside corner. Here comes the 3-1. Misses low and outside for ball 4. So VR gets another RBI. Cooper comes home. It's 7-1 Miami. Oakland is falling apart.
And that completes the line for Petit. Only getting the first batter of the inning. All 4 runs in this inning have been charged to him. Everyone else is charged to Trevino.
Now Trevino behind Brian Anderson 1-0. And as our game is running late, Zoe Alter, Eddie Kalegi waiting to give the game that's coming next, Milwaukee and Chicago.
Actually, I think it's San Francisco and New York.
I apologize. It is San Francisco and New York. I was thrown off by the graphics, but it's my fault. I should have the schedule in front of me. Counts 1 and 2.
The Brewers and Cubs are after that game, though, so you're right. They are on the schedule.
Okay, so maybe not a failing grade, but maybe a C+.
Sure, I'll give you that.
That's kind of super.
We also have the Mariners and the Red Sox at 7:15, and also the Astros and the Indians play the late game tonight.
Settle in, folks. It's going to be a good night. Good night for baseball. Speaking of a good night, it's a good night for everybody but Oakland pitching here at the Big O. Bases loaded, 2 down, top 9. The pitch. That one's blooped into right field. Coming in and making the catch is Robbie Grossman. And that will finally end the frame. But not before Miami bats around, scoring 4 runs and leaving the bases loaded. Last licks for Oakland coming up. They're down by 6.
The Athletics.
5, 6, 7 due up as Yimi Garcia will continue his work from the bottom of the 8th. He's responsible for giving up that 1 run on the solo homer for Marcus Semien, and that's a high fly ball to center. Ranging back, looking up, it is gone! What a stroke from Mark Canha. Second home run that Garcia's given up, and it's 7-2 Oakland. They're not going down easy yet.
Well, it may be a 5-run game now, but that's a start you want to at least get something going in the bottom of the 9th after a terrible top of the 9th inning. Just what Oakland needed to give themselves a little bit of a jump start. Like teammate, Semien began the 8th inning with a home run. Now Canha on the first pitch of the 9th hits one way out to dead center, just over the head of Dickerson as he leaped up against the wall. It was a fastball down the heart of the plate, and Canha just got enough of it to get out, and that's going to do it for Garcia.
Yeah, Mattingly taking 0 chances. He'll bring out the lefty Adam Conley. 0-4 on the year, a 4.66 ERA, about a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. Doesn't do well against lefties. They're hitting .316 off of him, and he'll face 3 in a row in Olsen, Grossman, and Allen. And the first pitch that Olsen swings at is fouled off third base side.
Well, Conley has had a bit of a tough year when you look at his record, but at the same time, he has still provided the Marlins with ways in which he gets them the win. He's able to get the job done, and here he has a chance to get the job done with his team up by 5.
Counts now even at 1 as the insurance policy of Eliezer Hernandez up and throwing in the bullpen.
No.
1-1 misses outside to make the count 2-1. Well, the A's have notched single runs on solo shots, but that's been the extent of their offense against the Marlins team that wants revenge for what happened last night. The 2-1 misses low, counts now 3-1.
And these are the types of matchups that Mattingly wanted from his left-hander. These are lefty-on-lefty matchups with Olsen, and then you have Robbie Grossman right after him. Austin Allen as well.
The 3-1. Chopped down the first base line, but Fallon will do it again, this time with a full count.
Well, that's a big second strike for Conley and the Marlins. You want to get Olsen out to give yourselves a little bit of a boost yourself.
3-2, called third strike on the outside corner, and a frustrated Olsen will head back to the dugout.
The right fielder, number 8.
Well, there's the boost that Conley and the Marlins needed. Taking a look at the pitch. Ooh, I don't know. Might have just nipped the corner.
Woody Keller's strike zone is not going to make anybody happy today. You kind of just play to the score. It is what it is. But now Grossman, the switch hitter, beg pardon, he'll now bat from the right-handed side.
First time today that Grossman's batting from the right side of the plate.
Ball.
Grossman takes it at his shoe tops, counts now 1-1. He's currently 0 for 2. He walked back in the 5th. And this time an inside strike from Conley counts 1-2.
Looks like Conley, after nearly losing Olsen, has found his rhythm. And so far it's showing right here against Grossman as Conley's ahead in the count.
Here's the 1-2. Missed in the dirt. Great block from Alfaro behind the plate. One more time, the 2-2. High fly ball, shallow center field. Coming in is Dickerson. He'll make the catch for out number 2.
Now
the A's are down to their final out of the night.
Austin Allen.
Here comes Austin Allen, 0 for 3, lined out back in the 7th. As the A's staring at a possible beatdown right in the face. As Allen takes that one to left field, it's going to get to the wall. It's a base hit, extra bases for the catcher. He'll pull into second for a double. And just like that, the A's at least have a runner in scoring position.
Well, that's just a great piece of hitting by Austin Allen. You look at where the fielders were, everyone in the outfield and in the infield were moved to the right side. And Allen took advantage of it and sent the ball into a wide open left field and was able to extend it to a double to keep the game going for at least one more batter.
And he at least beat the shift. He's the only A's hitter that's really managed to do that without hitting it over the shift. That'll bring Barreto to the plate, still looking for his first hit of the day. Do or die for Oakland, and that's a grounder to second. Up with it is Diaz to first. Game done. A standout performance from Jordan Yamamoto from the bump, and that will do it. Miami takes the middle game of the series. Final from Oakland, Miami 7, the Athletics 2.
Well, just a great job by the Marlins to bounce back after a heartbreaking loss last night. They were able to take advantage of opportunities, especially in the 9th inning. Corey Dickerson provided the offense early with a monster 2-run homer in the first. 4 runs off of Petit and the Athletics in the top of the 9th. And Jordan Yamamoto, one of the main stars in this game for the Marlins, absolutely fantastic. 6 strong innings, did enter the 7th, unable to complete the 7th inning, but just a great job by the Marlins all around to even the series up.
The win for Yamamoto, he goes 6 innings, allows no runs despite 5 walks and 3 hits. He strikes out 8. He improves to 7-7. The loss goes to Mike Fiers, who, hard luck, 5 runs. Let's take a look at the highlights. Dickerson gets the scoring started with a 2-run shot to right.
And it was an absolute no-doubter into the right center field seats. Both the center and right fielders for Oakland, they didn't even move a muscle. They just let that ball carry out.
BR fouled it up, shallow single to center field to plate a run. And it was pretty much all Marlins from that point on. Yamamoto settling into a groove.
And Yamamoto, as we see, Allen was called out on strikes here. 8 strikeouts by Yamamoto in this game. Just a tremendous job by the young right-hander.
And that pop out to second base ended Yamamoto's night. But the fireworks didn't really come until the 8th, where Marcus Semien got the A's on the board.
And that hit right there is just that hit where you get your team back in this game, even if it's just with 1 run. Semien did it right there off of Yimi Garcia, but in the end, it was the Marlins that were able to respond beautifully.
And here's how it started. The Diaz RBI single. Cooper followed it up with an RBI single of his own. And then 2 batters later, Jorge Alfaro walked, and then VR followed him with a walk as well. 4 runs coming in to score in the top of the 9th. Mark Canha, however, trying to provide some late spark for the Oakland Athletics.
Yeah, great swing on the first pitch of the 9th off of Yumi Garcia as Dickerson leaped a little too late, but it wouldn't have mattered as that ball was well over the center field wall.
But in the end, it was all for naught as the Barreto ground out to second ended our proceedings. And that is the final from where we sit tonight. Once again, the win to Jordan Yamamoto, the loss to Mike Fiers. And any final thoughts, as much as we'd like to talk, there is a 3:45 game that needs to get going. Any final thoughts, Matt?
My final thoughts, Mike Man, is just a great game. Good job by Miami. Oakland tried to hang in there, just didn't have enough. It was a pleasure doing this game with you, and hopefully we will do more games in the future. But for right now, hope you and your family have a wonderful 4th of July weekend. And please stay healthy and please stay safe, everyone. And don't forget to donate. Don't forget to donate.
Absolutely, and thank you, Matt. One final look at the box scores on each side. As we mentioned before, Yamamoto improves to 7-7 on the year. The loss will be charged to Mike Fiers, who really took a hard luck loss, did what he could do, giving up 3 earned runs in just 5 innings pitched. That will do it for us here. For my partner, Matt Price, I'm Unkwasonga, a.k.a. Mike Man 91, signing off, saying thanks for joining us on this Major League Botball broadcast. Now to bring you, finally, the Mets taking on the San Francisco Giants. Here's Zoe Alter and Eddie Kalegi.
Well, thanks so much, Mike Man and Matt. We're excited to be bringing it to you. Second straight week, Zoe and I are bringing you Tuesday afternoon action between the Mets and the Giants. This time we were at Citi Field for this matchup. The Mets coming in 36-48. 5th in that Eastern Division, trying to catch the Marlins, but you just watched Miami get the victory as we see Porcello and Tyler Beede, the pitching matchup in this one. 2 guys who have struggled so far this year. Zoe, we saw these teams match up just a week ago. Start of a new series this time at Citi Field. What are you expecting to see today?
I'm expecting the Giants to come out really strong. They came off their last series, won the last game in that series versus the Dodgers, who were obviously a World Series favorite this year. Definitely a huge contender leading the National League. So I think the Giants are going to come out with force, with a passion. They want to get back at the Mets, for the Mets did some damage last time these 2 teams played. And with Porcello on the mound, I think this strong Giants offense has a chance to do just that.
Yeah, should be very interesting. Rick Porcello in his first year with the Mets, and then you've got former first-round pick Tyler Beede on the hill for the Giants as we get ready to go here in this Tuesday afternoon affair to kick off a series here at Citi Field between the Mets and the Giants. Once again, Mets coming in at 36-48. They are last in the NL East, 3.5 games back of the Miami Marlins. On the other end, the San Francisco Giants, 35-49, tied for last with the Padres in the NL West. Rockies were really close with them, but have gone on quite the hot streak over the last week to secure themselves in 3rd place, as we are just moments away from getting started here at Citi Field. As you see on the screen, some of the stats in the last few games, and overall, the pitchers on both these sides, we saw the ERA is well over 4 as a team for both the Mets and the Giants, Zoe. Both these teams, I mean, we expected strong years, but they both struggled pitching.
Yeah, absolutely. And you and I were talking about this in pregame before when the other game took a while in the 9th inning, but we were saying that both these teams have guys that are so capable, and they just have rosters that are capable, but they just haven't been able to get it together. There's just something missing from the equation.
Yeah, so today both these teams will try to change that. Mets looking for their 37th win. Giants looking for number 36. A fun game here in Flushing, New York. You saw Mauricio Dubon warming up, and former Cy Young winner, first year with New York, Rick Porcello takes the bump. Hasn't had a great year. Struggled last season with Boston, and once again, 3-9, a 5.36 ERA so far this season.
Yeah, and Porcello obviously just coming back recently. He actually wasn't in this rotation a couple weeks ago. Was in the minors, switching around. Peterson was up. Peterson got sent back down to the minors, and Porcello came up. So he's still getting adjusted on that mound now in the season.
There's Brandon Crawford leading things off at 249. Taking a quick look at the San Francisco lineup, Brendan Crawford will lead off, Evan Longoria bats second, then it's Brandon Belt, Mike Yastrzemski, Hunter Pence, Buster Posey, Pablo Sandoval, Mauricio Dubon, and Tyler Beede, the pitcher, rounding it out as the 1-0 from Porcello is popped up down the left side. Long run for Cespedes up against the tarp and out of play.
Unfortunately, Cespedes isn't that speedy guy in left field, so he wouldn't be able to make that play. If you have a different guy out there, there's a chance he makes that play, but that's a tough one, especially when it goes into the stands.
He used to be quite the defensive player, especially back in his days with Oakland, but went up in years and also with injuries, he's really slowed down. As an easy grounder to Jeff McNeil, who puts him out at first base on a nice throw to Alonso, and that's how it gets things kicked off here at Citi Field. A beautiful night in New York. You see all the fans packed in at Citi Field, excited to see the Metropolitans in action. As here is Evan Longoria, still hanging around in the top 10 in the NL third base All-Star vote. 10 homers on the year, a .255 average, as Porcello looks in for the sign from Ramos in the first pitch in their strike one. Remember when we called the game last week, the Mets and Giants matched up in San Francisco. Steven Matz had a great game on the mound for New York, and they ended up getting the solid 8-3 victory over San Francisco and got a couple of home runs and really ripped into that San Francisco bullpen and got the most of that San Francisco pitching staff. It's going to be interesting to see if these pitching staffs can hold together these very tenacious offenses today.
Yeah, and it's especially tough for pitchers after the hitters have seen your stuff. I mean, these two games, as you were saying, these two teams have just played a series. And for them to go out and have to face these pitchers again, these pitchers are going to have to pull out some new moves to get these guys out.
Porcello with a nice start so far, back-to-back groundouts, one to McNeil, one to Rosario, both very slow, lazy groundouts, so 2 quick outs here in the top of the first, and that will bring up the Giants veteran Brandon Belt. And matching up here at Citi Field, that reminds me, and we talked about this a little last week, these two teams matched up in the playoffs back in 2016 in a wild card game here at Citi Field as Belt takes low ball 1. An exciting game. Noah Syndergaard got the start for the Mets. 8 shutout innings, but in the 9th, Jeurys Familia gave up a go-ahead home run to Cole Gillespie of the Giants, springing San Francisco into the NLDS. And that year, the Mets had a very solid run, got into the playoffs late in the year, and had to be a real disappointment for them. And San Francisco, once again, came up clutch in the playoffs.
And you talked about Familia, Eddie. Familia not in the pitching staff today. He was actually replaced by Kevin Smith, who, if he plays today, if he manages to come in relief, it will be his MLB debut.
Yeah, one of the many youngsters the Mets have pitchers down in AAA. Kevin Smith, one of them, is Porcello. Gives up the 2-out, 4-pitch walk. Zoe, I mean, he looked solid the first 2 pitches here, just missing way out of the zone on all 4 pitches to Belt.
You know what, it could be that when a pitcher gets ahead and, you have 2 outs with no one on base, it's a little tough because this is the core of the Giants lineup. But he might have just been trying out some pitches, see what's working today, see what's not. He knows he had no one on base before that, 2 outs. It could have just been him experimenting and trying to get the hitter off balance.
Second-year player Mike Yastrzemski up, as you saw in the graphic. He has been struggling as of late, averaging a 174 clip over the last 10 games. But he is still hitting pretty high up at 280 and has 16 home runs. One of the few young hotshot prospects on this Giants team, as Porcello's 1-0 hangs up there and is roped into center field. That's a base hit. Nimmo secures it quickly, stopping at second is Brandon Belt. And back-to-back 2-out base runners, the Giants, and they've got a runner in scoring position for Hunter Pence.
And if you go back to that walk just a batter ago in Brandon Belt, that's where the issue comes in, because Porcello could have just been trying to try out some new pitches and see what he could do, just play around with it a little bit. But it's always a risk when you do that, because now, as I was saying, you have the core of the lineup coming up, and as you were saying too, and now it gets dangerous, because you have 1 runner in scoring position, 1 runner right behind him on first base, and you have Pence, Posey, and Sandoval coming up.
Hunter Pence has always been tough for the Mets to handle, as this one roped foul just out of the reach of Pete Alonso. So he's approaching 2,000 career hits. I mean, Pence, a very solid, underrated player, has played in the World Series before with both Philadelphia and San Francisco, has put together quite the career, but not anything happening here as the pop-up to right field taken in by Conforto. Giants strand a pair, Mets are coming up. No score early on. This is Major League Bot Ball right here on Twitch. Welcome back, and here is Tyler Beede and Zoe. He's been taking quite a beating on the mound so far this season.
Yeah, he has. I mean, coming into this game, 1-8, so that's pretty sad enough on its own, and then a 6.17 ERA. It just keeps getting worse when you look at the stat line. But then you look at the fact, maybe, he's only 27. However, this is his 17th start, so he's definitely going to start to have to get it together, or it's not going to be good for this Giants team.
Ahmed Rosario will lead off for the Mets, and the Mets have struggled offensively this year. I mean, I think a lot of people realize that, and they've had a lot of close games they just haven't come out on top of. But Rosario's put together a nice year and just keeps getting better and better each season, not just defensively, as he is a future Gold Glove caliber shortstop, but you see the average approaching 300 as Beede's 1-0 is a swing and a miss, strike one.
Yeah, and Rosario, when he came into this league, Eddie, he was known as a hitter. People said he was a very natural hitter, but he just had some trouble connecting and picking out the pitches that he wanted, but he's really gotten better at that. In addition to his fielding, I think that's the thing that's been crazy improvement for him, but the hitting's definitely come alive, obviously batting first, and as you mentioned, almost hitting 300 now.
2-1 coming here from Beede is going to be a ground ball to shortstop. Brandon Crawford secures it, takes the step, throws to first. Sandoval with the reach gets it, and that is the first out of the inning.
Batting second, the third baseman, number 6.
And shot here, taking a look at Citi Field, looking nice here on a Tuesday night for baseball. And Jeff McNeil coming up to bat, leading the team with a 317 average that has started to come down a little. It was higher up than that early on in the season. 11 home runs, and he's the second man in the order, and the lefty takes strike one down in the zone.
Yeah, Eddie, I was just about to say, if you had looked at Jeff McNeil and his stats about 2-3 weeks ago, you would have seen a much different guy than you see now. He's dropped off by a bunch of points. I mean, he was leading the National League in hits and batting average, and now he's fallen to around the 5-6 spot. So definitely in a little bit of a slump, but even a slump for Jeff McNeil is still hitting 300. So.
Yeah, we saw this last year right around the All-Star break. There was the rumor, could he get to 350 at the All-Star break, and then he kind of died down, but McNeil gets into this one to center field. He played for Yastrzemski for out number 2, but I mean, he went through a similar stretch last year where the average went down to about 310, 315 and hung around there much of the rest of the season. Still, though, I mean, he's hitting above 300. It's still a really solid year for the Mets' number 2 man in the order. And speaking of someone who's solid, Pete Alonso, 1 home run away from 20 this season. The first pitch from Beede to Polar Pete is a swing and a miss, strike one.
Yeah, and Pete Alonso started out this season a little cold, if I must say. He came in, everyone was expecting, the home run champ to come in and just hit bombs, but really struggled a little bit. Has been starting to find his groove a little bit more in the past couple series, but still struggling.
Beede quickly ahead 0-2. The sign from Posey. The pitch is a swing and a miss. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night for Tyler Beede. He works through the Mets hitters 1, 2, 3. Solid start for Beede. We'll head to the second inning. No score between the Mets and the Giants. Major League Bot Ball right here on Twitch. Top of the second, Eddie Kalegi, Zoe Alter here, excited to bring you some more Tuesday afternoon baseball between the San Francisco Giants and New York Mets. Buster Posey, 8th in the NL Catcher All-Star vote, hitting at .291, will face Rick Porcello, who stranded a couple of Giants in the first. Ramos with the sign, the first pitch from Porcello, in there on the inside part of the plate, strike one.
And Eddie, I know we talked about this a little bit last week, but when you think of the face of the Giants, you really do think of Buster Posey. He's kind of the glue of keeping this whole team together in a sense.
Totally. I mean, Posey has been here. He was there for all 3 World Series wins in 2010, 2012, and 2014, and has been consistent face there for the last decade, but he'll ground out lazily over to short, and Porcello has a quick first out here in the second inning.
I gotta say, I didn't love the way Rosario handled that ground ball. When you have a ball that comes to you and you're able to get it facing forward without resorting to the backhand, that's a lot safer than relying on that backhand to get the ball. For me, especially when I see that, I think the backhand's more of an emergency tool, whereas if fielding the ball regularly and setting your feet is the much safer approach.
But that's been a criticism Rosario's faced throughout his career, that sometimes he takes it a little too casual or tries to be too fancy, and it ends up costing him. Fortunately, they were able to get the out, and here comes the guy nicknamed the Kung Fu Panda, Pablo Sandoval, hitting .364. And talking about someone who's a good face for the Giants, he was part of those 3 World Series teams, left briefly and played for Boston. San Francisco is truly his home. He came back, doesn't play every day with this team, but getting the start here, and he's had a solid season, hitting .364 in the limited time he's seen on the field.
Yeah, and you mentioned the playing time. I mean, I think he started a little less than he should be, especially as you said, face of this Giants team, a monster hitter, and a really good player at first base as well. I've been a little confused at why they haven't been playing him as much, but I guess it's also because he could be getting old.
Takes strike 3 looking. First strikeout for Porcello. Really nice backdoor curve on the outer part of the plate, Zoe.
Yeah, that was a really nice job by Porcello just laying that in there. Sandoval was not ready for that one and just caught him a little off guard.
Mauricio Dubon will get the start today at second base, and he takes strike 1 low and away. 15 average, 6 homers, 20 ribbies here for Dubon, facing off against Porcello, who's looked pretty solid so far through an inning and 2/3. His 24th pitch of the day will be fouled off to the left side, and Porcello quickly ahead 0-2.
And Dubon's one of the younger guys on this Giants team, only 25 years old, came over from Honduras to go to high school in Sacramento.
It's defensive play. Alonso feeds it to Porcello, who hustles to the bag, and the veteran showing off the speed as he gets there. We'll head to the bottom of the second. No score between San Francisco and New York. Major League bat ball back, bottom of the second inning. Michael Conforto will lead off, and we talked about this last week. Conforto and Cespedes, we know the power numbers these guys have, but average-wise, Zoe, these two have really struggled consistently getting on base, as a dive by Pablo Sandoval, and getting over the first to make the impressive play is Tyler Beede. How about that? We talked about how solid he is at first base. Look at him laying out, and the veteran making a big-time play over there at the hot corner.
I mean, he might be a big man, but you see, he can get that ball. He has that reaction time, and he definitely has that glove.
So, emphatically first out of the inning, and here is Cespedes, and I'll go back to what I was talking about. You see, he's still down at 166 in the average column, so I feel like sometimes Cespedes and Conforto is guilty of this too. Is too much on the long ball, that their ability to be a contact hitter, which they both originally were when they first came up, that has just faded away.
Yeah, and Conforto especially has really struggled with the strikeouts this season. Cespedes hasn't played as much as Conforto, so Cespedes only has 46 strikeouts in the year, but Conforto's sitting at 84 strikeouts, which is a lot going into the All-Star break.
That's part of the reason the Mets have struggled. The two of them, along with Pete Alonso, they've had a lot of strikeouts this year, and that's something the Mets really have to crack down on. They've struggled with runners in scoring position as Cespedes drives one to right field near the line, and it'll be brought in by Pence. And quickly 2 away, Tyler Beede has thrown just 15 pitches, an inning and 2/3. How about that? Beede looking really strong so far.
Yeah, but Cano's going to come up and he's going to try to change that here. You know, you have a veteran who comes up, who's always a dangerous hitter. He comes up, sometimes he won't be very suspecting, and then he'll launch one over the fence. So always dangerous. He has 65 hits already this year, looking to improve on that.
With Cano, I mean, he's proven to be solid. Of course, there's been a lot of criticism over that trade with Seattle last offseason, where the Mets acquired Cano and Edwin Diaz in exchange for a bunch of prospects, including Justin Dunn and Jared Kelenic, 2 of the Mets' top prospects. And something that always gets overlooked is originally Jeff McNeil was going to be part of that deal too. So can you imagine how Seattle would have lucked out if that had happened? Fortunately, the Mets were able to keep McNeil and get these two. And while Diaz has struggled, Cano struggled at first, but has been able to begin to find himself here in this Mets lineup.
I just got chills saying if Jeff McNeil wasn't on this team, that would be absolutely terrifying. And also when you talk about that trade, you also think about the fact that if Diaz hadn't turned out the way that he has so far, being the closer who cannot get anything done on the mound, I think this trade would have been seen in a much more positive light.
Yeah, I do want to talk about something else with Diaz. We'll get into it in the next inning as that pitch is fouled off 3-2. I'll just introduce it here. Diaz is one of those many players who have proven in all sports that they struggle with playing in the big city in New York or Los Angeles where all the media attention is. I'll talk about that more when we come back. As Cano goes down swinging, Tyler Beede has faced the minimum through 2. No score between San Francisco and the Mets. We'll head to the third and be back after this. This is Major League Baseball. After the third, moving quickly after that lengthy Marlins-A's game that finished up. Tyler Beede, 9-man in the order, will lead off. 0.53 average as a pitcher, has struggled at the plate, and Rick Porcello will hope to get through him. Beede, Crawford, and Longoria do up, and the first pitch will be in there. Check swing, it's in there anyway, strike 1. Back to what I was saying last inning. Diaz, there's a lot of different guys you can think of in all 4 major sports that when they go to a big city like New York or Los Angeles, they've been playing well somewhere else, and then they start really struggling when they come to New York or Los Angeles with all the media attention and all the pressure that comes from playing in a big city.
Absolutely, and especially as a closer like Diaz is, or a guy who has to finish up a count or finish up a game, it's especially hard because it's hard to finish a game anyway, and a lot of teams we see struggle with that, as you see the strikeout there. A lot of teams struggle with that, just they're leading in a game and they'll give up, in the last couple innings of the game, they'll give up that lead. And for that to all be put on one player who's not ready for the media attention is a really, really hard task to take on.
So Porcello strikes out his fellow opponent on the bump, Beede, and now Brandon Crawford, who grounded out to McNeil back in the first bats. Second time through the order, Porcello had reasonable success the first time, but has really struggled as we've gotten deeper into games this season. It'll be interesting to see how he handles that tonight. That pitch high 2-0.
And Brandon Crawford, definitely a capable hitter too, known a little bit more for the speed, 4 stolen bases on the year, so moderate. But he has 71 hits, so he's definitely been scary up there when he steps up to the plate.
2-1 count now, and you know, with Crawford, we talked about this during the game last week briefly. He's one of those many guys with San Francisco who was on those World Series teams that won 3 out of 5 in the earlier part of the 2010s, and so many of these guys are still here. I think that's part of the reason the Giants have really dropped down as the counts fall, because they haven't made many changes with their roster. They've just stuck with the same group of guys, Alt, Crawford, Posey, Sandoval, that have all gotten older. And I mean, they're not the same players that they once were as Crawford draws the walk.
That's the second walk of the game for Porcello. But yeah, going back to what you were saying, it's definitely hard because a team gets attached to players who help them win the World Series, especially a team like the Giants who won multiple World Series with these players. And I think it's almost as if the teams owe them something to keep them there, you know, to keep them just in San Francisco generally. So I think the bond between them is so strong that you're going to need young players to come in, but it's hard to replace those old guys with young players.
Then Longoria fouls off the first pitch. And, you know, just talking about those Giants World Series teams, I feel like they're very underrated. Of course, from the past decade, everybody talks about the Cubs winning the World Series, Houston team in 2017, Kansas City. As this throw down to second for 1, down to first, not in time. Longoria will be there. Nice fielding by Wilson Ramos. But I feel like there's the Giants, they won 3 World Series in 5 years, and nobody really talks about that accomplishment, which is something very few teams have done in baseball history.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard when you are in the same decade as a team like the Cubs, who, you know, wins for the first time in over 100 years. You kind of get pushed down a little bit. But you'd expect the Giants to get a little more hype than they do. They kind of just fall out of it, and no one really notices that they're there.
And it's also, I think, a testament to how solid the Dodgers have been, especially in recent years as well, because spot ball season right now, the Dodgers and Diamondbacks having quite the battle in the West, but it's been different other years, as this is drive to center field out of the reach of Brandon Nimmo. It bounces all the way away from him. Coming around third to score is Longoria, coming into third with a triple, I believe. Let's see how they score it. Yes, it is. Brandon Belt, an RBI triple to the deepest part of the park, and the Giants are on the board and take a 1-0 lead in the third.
That's a tough one for Nimmo, but if you're going for that and reaching up like he was, you really got to be there. He was running a little bit too much with his glove out, which will slow you down. You want to put the glove out at the last minute, and I think it was because he couldn't really track it. But that's definitely a move that you're not going to see from a guy who's like a really seasoned veteran.
Yeah, and I mean, Nimmo, also, he hasn't played a lot of center field because in the time he's been with the Mets, they've had other center fielders like Juan Lagares, and when Cespedes was healthier and was able to play center field, he was more of a corner outfield guy. but you saw him try to rob the homer. Did a good job keeping that ball at least in the park, but worst possible situation other than that, with the runner sitting at third base, and now you've got your cleanup man, the chance to get even more done against Porcello. So now this is really a test for Porcello to try to crack down and limit the damage. As Yastrzemski drives one to left field, heading back as Cespedes to the wall, and it's going to bounce off the wall again. Into second goes Yastrzemski. Scoring is Belt, and it's an RBI double for Yastrzemski. Mets are going to send out Jeremy Hefner to try to have a conversation with Porcello, and suddenly the Giants are up 2-0.
And you were talking about just at the beginning of last inning, we said Porcello got through the first inning pretty clean, ended up getting through the second inning pretty clean, 1, 2, 3. Coming into the third, as you get later in the game, Porcello starts to fall apart, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
It makes you wonder if he would be more serviceable at this point in his career as a reliever. I know he's a former Cy Young winner, former World Series winner with Boston and playing with the Tigers as well, but I feel like his career, he just doesn't really have the stamina to go past about 30-40 pitches and still be successful. He's still got a nice arsenal. So do you think he'd be more effective as a reliever?
I do. I see how many pitchers today, when you see if you have that starting job and you transfer to more of a reliever, in some way there's like a stigma about it that's like because it's embarrassing. But I don't think it is embarrassing, because I think if you're able to make a huge impact as a reliever, it's going to be different than if this happening like this, giving up yet another hit as a starter and just letting runs pour in.
Mentioned earlier, Ahmed Rosario having trouble with balls the way he's taking the routes at shortstop, and there's another one right there as an RBI single for Hunter Pence in this inning coming apart for the Mets. A triple, a double, and a single, and suddenly the Giants have a 3-0 lead, and Buster Posey takes the pitch high, ball one.
And you can also attribute it to, if one person on a team starts to struggle a little bit, it can really affect the whole team. Like, that ball in the outfield was a really tough one for Nimmo, but because he misplayed it and wasn't able to play that, then you saw the ball go off the wall in left field, and then you saw the grounder that Ahmed Rosario just didn't judge right. And one error can turn into 4 errors so quickly.
This is something that has really hurt the Mets for years, is that they seem to they have trouble limiting damage. If one bad thing happens, a lot of things happen. We've seen a lot of games where they've had big leads, 4 or 5 run leads that they've blown, or other opportunities on offense that they've blown because of various mistakes. I mean, this is something, and obviously you can't forget all the Jacob deGrom starts they have blown in the past where he's been so strong, and then they haven't been able to secure the win for him with the bullpen. So it's going to be interesting to see how this improves. The Mets still sitting 12 games below 500 and still behind the Marlins, stuck in the cellar of the NL East. As a foul ball by Posey, that was pitch number 50 for Porcello, Zoe, who had been cruising for the first 2 innings.
Yeah, I definitely think you got to put a reliever in now. The Mets bullpen, as we've talked about numerous times, not the best, but you definitely got to start with a reliever and see where you can go from there.
Neal makes up for the defensive woes with a nice throw to second to get the runner. The 3 runs come across for the Giants. We'll head to the bottom of the third. San Francisco up by 3. Buffalo, Wilson Ramos will bat. Tyler Beede has been solid so far. 2 innings, he's faced the minimum, gotten a couple of strikeouts as well. Bottom of the order, Ramos, Nimmo, and Porcello due up here for the Mets, who just allowed 3 runs. Zoe, they're going to be hungry to try to get at least some of those runs back here.
Yeah, especially as I was talking about last inning, just with the momentum thing. When a guy makes an error, it can bring the momentum down. And when you go up to bat, you really have a chance to bring up the momentum tremendously.
Longoria with the long throw. Ramos is slow. The average player would have beaten that out, but Ramos not the quickest out of the box. Longoria with a nice play all the way by the third base line, and Beede through 2 1/3 has only thrown 22 pitches. He's been very efficient so far.
Yeah, and if you continue just for a second to talk about how the team bonds together and how you can play off of one play to the next, that's a really good job of Longoria at third, keeping the Giants' momentum alive. The Mets you obviously know they're trying to get their momentum back, and to shut them down by making a really nice snag at third base and the long throw across the diamond really helps keep the Giants alive and above the Mets.
Out ball by Nimmo over to short. Crawford with the quick throw, and very quickly 2 outs here. Citi Field fans cannot be too happy with their offense as they are struggling mightily here against San Francisco. And now the pitcher spot with Rick Porcello due up here. Here is Porcello, who's actually had a solid year at the plate. He has a home run, 3 RBI, and a 182 average, which is a surprise, especially since he spent his entire career before this in the American League. Grounds one over to the third, and it's going to be batted down by Longoria. Throw to first, he's going to be safe. We'll see how they score it, and it'll be an error against Evan Longoria. And out of all that, Rick Porcello is the Mets' first base runner.
I feel like that attributes to the Mets so well. No one in the whole roster can put like the bat on the ball. And then Porcello comes up, your pitcher who's struggling on the mound, and gets like a hit off an error. That's just such classic Mets behavior.
You know, that reminds me of so many games in the past. Both of us are Mets fans. We've watched a lot of Mets games. And you think about all the times with Jacob deGrom, for example, where it's been a tie game in the 6th inning or down 1, and he has to be the one that has to drive in the run to give himself a win or a no decision. And that has happened far too many times. And that's part of the reason deGrom only 10-9, but had that incredible ERA back in 2018 that got him the Cy Young. As a ground ball right to first, easy play for Sandoval, that'll end the inning. So an error and 1 left for the Mets. Game still moving quickly. We'll go to the top of the 4th. 3-0 San Francisco. Top of the 4th inning. This is a good time to remind you that this week we are donating to RAIN. So that'll be a good thing to donate to. And if you want to, in the chat, you can type in !donate. This is the National Sexual Assault Hotline. Of course, one of the many important causes to keep an eye on and support during this time where we're trying to make a lot of changes in America. So donate to RAIN. That is this week's charity of choice to donate to. As Pablo Sandoval will lead things off here in the top of the 4th against Porcello.
Porcello's going to come out. Obviously, we talked about the hit, the infamous pitcher hit, but he's definitely going to come out right here and try to put Sandoval down and get a couple other guys out. He doesn't want a remake of last inning whatsoever.
Sandoval approaching 1,300 career hits, came up back in 2008, and has spent most of his time with the Giants. Was spent 2 years with Boston, but has been back in San Francisco since 2018. As a 1-1 count, Porcello in for the sign from Ramos. The wind-up, the pitch is going to miss inside with an off-speed pitch, 2-1. Sandoval now a first baseman, and much of the early part of his career as the third baseman during those World Series teams, as he pops one up right at home plate. Porcello points, Ramos calls him off, makes the play, and that's the first out.
You talked about him being a third baseman, and if we just go back real quick to that play that he made at first a couple innings ago, you definitely see why he was a third baseman. His reaction time on that ball, just knowing to dive as soon as the ball hit the bat, is something that you see a lot more often from a third baseman than a first baseman in this league.
Here's Mauricio Dubon. 214 average, on-base percentage just over 300, as Porcello trying to get a quick inning after allowing 3 hits, including an RBI triple to Brandon Belt in the last inning. First pitch in there, strike 1. He was acquired from the Red Sox back in 2016.
There you have 2 guys from the Red Sox, Sandoval and now Dubon coming over from the Red Sox.
Porcello trying to get quick work here. 58th pitch so far for the former Cy Young, and this one is popped up to right field. Coming in is Conforto, and it will fall in for a base hit. A 1-out single for Dubon, 5th hit for San Francisco.
If he had Sandoval's diving skills, he could have gotten there, just putting that out there.
Yeah, if he could do that. You know what? Something else I wanted to talk about that I don't think either of us have done. Well, actually, I think I did once. Me and Zoe have done a couple of games, and we've had a history of jinxing teams. We'll get to that in a moment. As a pop over to second, ground ball, they will get the lead runner at second, and the speedy Beede gets over there at first, and now he's on base. But I did jinx the Mets back in the third when I talked about Porcello and how he struggles second time through the order, and that's exactly what happened. Zoe, it's going to be interesting to keep count and see who jinxes more today.
Oh god, it's definitely an issue that we both severely struggle with, the broadcaster jinx. I always thought it was a hoax until I stepped in the box with you here, and both of us have definitely been guilty of it numerous times.
There's Brandon Crawford, and the first pitch misses low, ball 1. But something I do want to mention, that was a nice bunt by Tyler Beede, and he was able to get on base. Now we've seen both pitchers get on base here in the past inning. Porcello and Beede have been able to at least get on the base paths, neither via a hit, one by a fielder's choice, one by an error by Evan Longoria. And Porcello, once again, having a little span of pitches where he just does not have control, falling behind 3-0 here to Crawford.
And we're talking about the pitchers hitting. It's got to make you think about this new DH option that's coming into the league and kind of swirling around, like all the press is about it, getting rid of pitchers hitting completely in both the AL and the NL.
Frankly, I'm kind of iffy on it. I mean, at least I think it's good for this year with the shortened season. In the long run, I still like the strategy, especially in the National League, where you've got to handle the pitcher, double switches, how you handle it. There's a lot of more strategy that comes into play, as this one's driven into center and it will fall just in front of Nimmo, and 2 runners will be on here as a bloop single falls in for Crawford, and Longoria will come up. But back to the DH discussion. For this year, though, I think it's really good, and the one benefit is that this gives more players who can't be in the field anymore because of injuries, age, or other reasons, an opportunity to play. As Longoria almost hits Porcello with a comebacker, it goes into center. Nimmo throwing home. Scoring is Beede, and the Giants take a 4-0 lead.
Maybe that would have helped Porcello if it had hit him.
Watch how close that one got to his ankle. Longoria just really roped that up the middle. That's the really dangerous thing about being a pitcher. Fortunate it was on the ground and not a full-on line drive. But once again, the Giants playing small ball and getting another run home. And here's Brandon Belt, who drove in the first run, and he shoots one into right field for a base hit. Stopping at third is Crawford, and now the sacks are full for Mike Yastrzemski. And this is really coming apart for Porcello, who has now allowed 8 hits, including 7 in the last 2 innings.
Yeah, Eddie, I mean, we saw on the screen a little thing pop up that said Kevin Smith was warming up in the bullpen. It will be his major league debut if he comes out, and it's looking more and more like he's going to be coming out with how Porcello is performing.
And this might be good for Smith because it would be a low-pressure situation. He's not coming in really with the game on the line, at least right now. It's a 4-run game, and the Giants looking to add more. Yastrzemski, you see the doubles leader here on San Francisco. He would love a bases-clearing double to completely break this game open. He gets into one and goes through the hole for a base hit. 1 run is home, a second one coming around. The throw home is a little offline. And not the double, but a 2-run single for Mike Yastrzemski. And the Giants just keep pouring it on. It's now 6-0 San Francisco.
I mean, I guess you're creating even more of a low-pressure situation for Kevin Smith when he comes into the game. But that's definitely not what you want to see as a Met. You definitely want to pick up from your errors. And here we'll see Kevin Smith will come in because Porcello just absolutely fell apart there.
You'll wonder now if Porcello might be headed back to the minors. We've seen David Peterson in some starts, and the Mets also have guys like Gazelman and Lugo that they can stretch out if necessary. But Kevin Smith, 6'5", the lefty, will make his debut. Hunter Pence will be his first opposition. The Giants scored 3 in the third, 3 in the fourth. Tyler Beede has allowed just an error to Porcello through 3 innings. And Hunter Pence steps up to the dish, 1 for 2 so far. Kevin Smith looks in for the sign for Wilson Ramos, and the prospect's first pitch is in there, strike 1. Smith, one of the many young pitchers the Mets have. Some have been homegrown, some they got in various trades where they've sold various relievers, including Addison Reed, over the past couple years at the deadline. Smith looking solid so far. Fastball touches at 91, and he's ahead 0-2 on Pence.
Yeah, nice duo of pitches right there that he threw 1-2. A pretty good way to start your career, I would say. But we'll see what Hunter Pence can do here on this.
Up to first base. Simple play for Pete Alonso, and Kevin Smith limits the damage, but not before the Giants get 3 more runs across and get Rick Porcello out of the game. It's a blowout right now, 6-0 Giants. The Mets will try to come back when we come back.
I gotta say, Eddie, I was really afraid. That's why I stopped talking. I started freaking out. I was afraid I was about to jinx it once again. I just had to stop, just calm down and stop.
Fortunately, you did not, and Kevin Smith did finish out the at-bat without any troubles. And now Tyler Beede, who has not allowed a hit through 3 innings. Just watch, Jeff McNeil will break that right here as I say that. As the first pitch coming from Beede will be up and in for a ball. McNeil 1 hit away from 100 on the year, leading the team with 99 hits. Still top 5 in the majors in the National League in batting average. And the Mets, just the single base runner, Porcello, on an error by Evan Longoria so far. And Beede, 1-8, a 6.17 ERA, but today coming in and looking really strong, at least so far.
Yeah, and you gotta give some credit at least. Obviously, Beede's doing the work, but I'm trying to figure out the umpire's strike zone, because he's not calling any inside pitches, but almost everything outside and low is being called.
That pitch looked really low, but the changeup gets called. McNeil didn't look too happy with the call, and it's now 1-2. McNeil, Alonso, and Conforto do up here for New York, as the 1-2 pitch is a hard swing by McNeil. Knocked it off the end of the bat and fouls it off to the left side, and they'll reset. Got near the middle of the bat. Surprised it didn't split the bat right there. Now Beede lines up again. The 1-2 check swing. He did not go. Count even 2-2.
See, if you're Beede here as a pitcher, I would be throwing outside or low and outside, because Jeff McNeil's a pull hitter, and for him to go outside, he's going to have to change the way he's swinging.
McNeil swings and misses at that outside pitch, low and away. 3rd strikeout for Beede, and Zoe, just like you said, and McNeil, you can tell, frustrated, and he's really been struggling at the plate over these past couple weeks after that hot start to the year. McNeil's got to just try to hanker down and settle in. And now Pete Alonso will come up to face Beede. Struck out his first time on 3 pitches, and watches the first one go by low for ball 1.
And going back to Jeff McNeil for just a quick second, he's also at 99 hits on the year. And getting to 100 hits, obviously it happens for a lot of players each year, but it's also a fun thing. So he's probably has some jitters about that and wants to get there. And that could also be where you see him swinging at some pitches he shouldn't be swinging at, or just being a little aggressive at the plate because he wants to push in that 100 hit.
But right now, I think the focus for the Mets has to be getting back into this game and just taking it a little at a time. Smart by Alonso, 3-0, and you see a lot of cloud cover here. Really overcast skies here at Citi Field as you were watching Conforto warm up. It's Beede with the sign from Posey, the 3-0, strike 1, right down the middle on a fastball.
Pete Alonso's just going to have to get comfortable in the box. That's literally his main thing. If he can stand up there and be confident in himself and his swing and see the ball, he's going to crush one over the fence. But it just comes down to, has he timed himself up with the pitcher, and is he ready to hit?
3-1 to Alonso, swinging hard but missing, and the count is now full. Beede was behind 3-0. Alonso back-to-back strikes right down the middle, and now it's 3-2.
And even to that pitch, you saw Alonso just looked not off balance, but he looked off timing.
And he's struggled a lot this year with strikeouts. We mentioned that over 100 strikeouts on the year, was leading the National League in that category. And he's not synced in. He can have some really foolish swings and really struggling to handle these Beede fastballs that every other team has, as we are at the end of June, last day of June, and Beede has just the 1 win this year. 1-8 with that 6.17 ERA, and the 3-2 swinging and missing fastball up and in at 95. Back-to-back Ks for Beede, who has looked unstoppable so far.
And especially something about that fastball, it's already 95 miles per hour, but when it's up and in, it seems at least 2 miles per hour faster when you're up at the plate. So for Pete Alonso, that probably seemed more of like a 97 mile per hour fastball than the, in reality, 95 mile per hour ball that it was.
Here's Conforto now, just above the Mendoza line at 201. Might dip below with an out right here. The 1-0 is a ground ball through the shift into right field, and finally the Mets have their first hit. Michael Conforto with a 2-out single trickling through the infielders into shallow right field.
He sensed you talking about that average, you know? He was like, oh, can't let that happen, and he just had to poke one in there.
Yeah, and feelings for Conforto, but, someone who's really got to improve on their average is Yoenis Cespedes, sitting at 165. Not what you expect from Cespedes, who back in the days before his injuries, especially his first couple years with New York, was hitting about 300 and had those 35 home runs back in 2015, helping to lead the Mets to the World Series as he fouls this one off. Now that he's back playing here in Botball, at least, and we'll see if he's in the majors this season in DH, it's almost like over the past couple of years we've forgotten that Yoenis Cespedes is a part of this Mets roster, but he's here and grounds out here to second base, the fourth play made. So the Mets get their first hit, but nothing more. We will head to the fifth. San Francisco still up 6-0. Posey will lead off here in the top of the fifth. It'll be 6, 7, 8 in the order, facing Kevin Smith, who will get his first full inning of Major League work. Tired Hunter Pence via a pop-out to Pete Alonso in his first batter in the majors. And the first pitch here is a grounder to short. Rosario, with the routine play, steps into the throw. Alonso steps on the bag, and that's out number 1.
And Kevin Smith's doing a really good job on the mound, but you saw that little pop-up alert there for the Mets saying that they had a couple guys warming up in the bullpen. And that's something you have to do when you have a pitcher like Kevin Smith, who, as we mentioned multiple times, this is his MLB debut. You need someone behind him in the bullpen just in case things go awry for the young kid. You need someone to step in and be able to shut the situation down.
And also at the same time, the Mets want to get someone in there that's going to be confident and give them some innings. We don't know if Kevin Smith, since this is his first start, but maybe the guy after him, because they don't want to have to blow through the whole bullpen today. Still got a whole week of games ahead, and it's very unfortunate that Rick Porcello was only able to make it 3 2/3 today. As Sandoval 0 for 2 so far, one of the few Giants hitters who has not been able to figure out the Mets pitching staff, and now Robinson Cano makes a misplay over at second, but it won't cost him as Alonso just barely ahead of Sandoval over there at first for out number 2.
You know, his heart is racing a little bit right now. That's always scary when you have to rush the throw at the end, because when you rush that throw, you just kind of don't worry about the release point and you just focus on getting it there. But because of that, errors can happen all the time in a situation like that where there's a bobble and you got to chuck the ball over to first base.
There's been no errors charged to the Mets today, but they have had a couple of major mistakes, as you see Brad Brock, former Padre and Oriole, winding up in the bullpen. But you saw the play with Nimmo that allowed the first run to score. Rosario's had a couple of bad reads over at short, and right there with Robinson Cano. The defense certainly not supporting the pitching staff today. Part of the reason the Giants are up to such a big lead.
And you mentioned just a couple batters ago, we were mentioning stamina, and Kevin Smith actually is known for having pretty good stamina up there. So I don't know how long they're going to let him go, obviously just because it's his first start. But I definitely think that he could turn into a guy that you definitely leave in there for a portion of the middle innings.
And he could certainly take on that long man role, as Seth Lugo used to have that, but has become really a nice reliever and can even be used as a starter sometimes. And Robert Gsellman as well has been solid in that role, but can also be used as a later inning guy, especially since the Mets are without Juris Familia right now. So they've had to make some adjustments. As the 3-2 popped up to the third base side, McNeil, right near the box, makes the catch. A very easy inning for Kevin Smith. He's had a nice start to his career, retiring 4 straight. Joey Alter will take over the play-by-play when we come back. This is Major League Botball right here on Twitch.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. Welcome back for the bottom of the 5th. I'll give it a go. I'm Zoe Alter here with Eddie Kalegi. Eddie just finished up a nice 4.5 innings of play-by-play. I'll try to do him justice with the bottom half of the game here. Robinson Cano will be stepping up to the plate, looking to do any damage against Beede, who's been really, really dominant today, especially through these first 4 innings.
A Beede first-round pick back in 2014, 27-year-old from Massachusetts. I mean, and he has not been that impressive so far this year. And we were talking about this before the game started, that in the actual majors, he's not going to be playing this year in this shortened 60-game season due to Tommy John surgery, but he's playing here and has struggled so far. But at least today, he is having a really good start here on the road against the Mets and hoping to lock up just a second win of the season.
Yeah, it's looking, not jinxing anything, but it's looking good for the Giants so far, up 6. This one, however, of course jinxes, gets a hit. One of the Mets' only hits of the game, and Robinson Cano is now on first. I take full responsibility for that. I apologize. I knew I shouldn't have said it, and I just went ahead with it anyway, and you know.
Well, things like that are going to happen, especially to me and you, because that has been the story of the 3 games we have done so far. But, you know, still, Beede has been very efficient today, even with the 2 hits. It's 49 pitches thrown. This would be number 50, and we are here in the 5th inning. And with the Giants team that does not have the most reliable bullpen that we saw on full display when the Mets really took it to them last week at AT&T Park when we were watching that game. I mean, this is a really good opportunity for San Francisco to not have to use the bullpen and maybe see Beede go deep into this game. But as we go second, third time through the order, let's see if he meets some of those same struggles that Porcello found earlier in the game.
And Beede missing on that one right there low, but the pitch before that, getting a strike after he allowed the hit, looking to rebound from it. Not too big a deficit for him on that hit, as this one is flown out into right field. It is off his glove. Hunter Pence, we'll see if that is marked as an error there. Dove, but was not able to secure the catch, and that'll leave runners on first and second for the Mets here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice swing right there by Wilson Ramos, and suddenly the Mets have a nice opportunity to try to at least get something going. Still a long way to go, but 2 quick runners on base with Brandon Nimmo up. This is an opportunity, the first one they've really seen offensively all game.
And for Beede, you saw him throw that high pitch right there. I would stay away from that if I were him. You know the umpire's not giving you anything high in the zone. So I would say if you're him, you stay low, especially because these Mets hitters, with the exception of the last 2 batters, of course, have really been struggling to hit anything.
Yeah, and I think Beede's fastball has been part of the deal today. His fastball has been really solid, and he's mixed in that slider, which is a really tough pitch to hit because the movement, when you watch his slider, comes very close to the plate. It looks like a fastball for most of the path, and then it just shoots down. And Nimmo, wow, he got into one right there.
Yeah, Nimmo lets that one fly. That will be a 3-run homer. Blew the deficit by half for the Mets here. You'll see the apple raised, Mets fans all around Flushing going crazy. I have to say, might have been the jinx, might have not, but a really nice swing there by Nimmo and executing, getting 3 runs on the board for the Mets.
You know, a guy like Brandon Nimmo, he's really been overshadowed over the past couple years with Alonso McNeil coming up. If you remember back in like 2017, 2018, he was one of the stars of this team. Nice to see that swing, and he really got into that pitch. Fastball, upper part of the zone. Watch him launch this one deep into right field, down into Coca-Cola Corner here at Citi Field, way up into the second deck. Now we're going to see Eduardo Nunez as a pinch hitter.
Number 12, Eduardo.
We've seen that from Nimmo a couple times when the two of us have been calling a game. It'll look like the Mets are hopeless, and then Nimmo will come in and hit some sort of bomb that no one was expecting him to hit. Nunez here flies that one. That will be grounded and it will drop in center field. Yet another runner for the Mets here. That will be their 4th base runner.
I mean, back to back to back to back. What a start here to the inning for the Mets, and suddenly they've cut that deficit in half. Top of the order coming up. This is a prime opportunity with Tyler Beede struggling for New York to get right back into this game.
And he misses high there again. If I were him, I'm saying I'd really stay away from that high pitch. And Eddie, you see Beede struggling. Do you think you start to have some guys warm up in the bullpen? Beede's approaching around 60 pitches.
I think that's a consideration if there's at least 1 or 2 more base runners. I think at least get someone warming up. I don't know about bringing them in just yet because Beede has been solid. I'd try to let him handle it a little bit himself. But especially if the Mets get another guy into scoring position, I'd start getting somebody up in the bullpen.
And Ahmed Rosario has 23 RBIs on the season, a pretty considerate amount. And yet another high pitch for Beede there. 3-0 count now, looking like his control was amazing in the beginning of the game, but looking just like it's falling apart overall here.
It's getting rattled, and Citi Field can be loud, especially when Mets fans are excited. And they were pumped up after that Nimmo home run. It's just got to settle down and treat it like it's still 6-0 and just pitching well. But you see the 4-pitch walk outside, and Zoe, like I said, now a runner in scoring position. I think this would be really wise for Gabe Kapler to get someone warming up in the Giant bullpen.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way not to. I think you make a huge mistake if you don't get someone warming up. I mean, Jeff McNeil obviously struggled today, 0-2, but desperately looking for that 100th hit. Then Pete Alonso, Conforto, Cespedes after that. Definitely scary, and you can't have Beede performing like this. And there you see, McNeil will get his 100th hit of the season, scoring a run there. Jeff McNeil will be on first base after picking up another RBI, and I think Beede's day is just about over.
Yeah, this pitch had no movement on it. Slider just hung and right in the wheelhouse for McNeil. And how about this? It was 6-0. Now all of a sudden you've got the rookie record home run hitter coming up as the go-ahead runner here for New York. I know he struggled against Beede so far. Rosario, and they've all found a way. And still nobody out in this inning. And the Mets have gotten 6 on the base paths in a row.
That's even the more concerning thing than having a runner in scoring position and a runner on first is the fact that you have no outs. I mean, you see a strike there, but struggled to get it. Let me take a quick look at the bullpen here, Eddie. As you mentioned, you can't see a scenario in which they wouldn't start to warm guys up.
Yeah, and those two guys both warming up. We saw them in action last week. Sam Coonrod really struggled against these Mets hitters. And you see these fans on their feet. 2 balls and a strike to Pete Alonso, suddenly the go-ahead runner here for the Mets. Huge opportunity for the Metropolitans.
And Pete Alonso thrives in this environment. If he can just put a good swing on one, that ball will be gone. He's just got to time it up. He looks a little late on that pitch there. He's just got to really make sure he can get the bat head out to the ball in the front of the zone and drive one. But he will not be able to. That'll be a strike for Pete Alonso, and that will also be a strikeout. Michael Conforto, however, will be stepping up to the plate. Still 2 runners on, but 1 out now instead of none.
I don't particularly love Alonso taking that pitch there, but I do understand the reasoning. Still nobody out, and you want to at least get on base and keep the line moving. Alonso was not very confident in his swing today. But now you leave it up to 2 guys who have really struggled at the plate all season in Conforto and Cespedes. This is a big opportunity for both of them to make an impression in front of the Met fans.
Yeah, and Beede getting that strikeout and then throwing the ball there, but right before that throwing the strike. Looks like he's getting a little bit back in his groove here, even though there are 2 runners on with only 1 out in the bottom of the 5th.
Something I do want to note, the Cespedes and Conforto struggling, but they are the only 2 players left in this Mets lineup that were on the team, the World Series team, back in 2015.
Another strike thrown there by Beede. The count will be 1-2. Michael Conforto looks to stay alive here, advance those runners if he can, and this one will be low and inside, missing the plate. Even 2-2 count now. 5th pitch of the at-bat will come now from Beede. And that one will be gone. Michael Conforto puts a nice swing on that one, sending it out of the park with a 3-run homer. That will close up the deficit and tie this ballgame at 6-6.
Actually 7-6. That is a 3-run shot from Conforto. Give the Mets the lead. What a comeback. And Rick Porcello is suddenly off the hook. Evan Smith is suddenly in the win column. 7 runs in the bottom of the 5th for New York. And look at this. Conforto with a shot right into the bullpen. Say goodbye to that ball. Tyler Beede is to be so frustrated. 4 innings, really perfect. Gabe Kapler coming out. 7 runs for the Mets in a third of an inning. Suddenly, they have a 7-6 lead. Zoe, this game was not chaotic at all. Suddenly, this has taken a wild turn.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many runs scored in this inning, I didn't even realize that Eduardo Nunez had scored before and as a pinch hitter for Rick Porcello. That's why I thought it was tied at 6-6. But we'll see Sean Anderson come in now, try to limit the damage. This will be his 12th game of the season, pitching 10.2 innings. That ERA not looking too shiny, 5.06, but seeing what he can get done here with 1 out and now down 1 run.
He's one of the pitchers who struggled against the Mets last time his teams faced off that we were calling last Tuesday, which the Mets won 8-3. And now Cespedes, everybody on the Mets has been productive this inning. Cespedes trying to add to that. What a crazy inning here. It was 6-0 San Francisco. The Mets look done, and all of a sudden now they are in the lead and with a big opportunity.
And there we go, the chaos stonks as we see in the chat, just going up and up. Honestly, who would it be if it wasn't the Mets? And this one will be driven back again off the wall this time for Yoenis Cespedes. A nice hit there, and he'll stand up. He'll have a stand-up double to second base.
What did I say a couple minutes ago? Conforto and Cespedes, they've struggled all year. This is the perfect opportunity to make a statement in front of these Mets fans. Run go-ahead homer for Conforto and Cespedes with the double nearly out of the park. I mean, what has gotten into these Mets hitters? They were silenced for the first 4 innings. The Giants, this is just falling apart at the seams for them.
Yeah, absolute chaos as that one misses outside the plate. And now the Mets have batted through the entire order with Robinson Cano coming up again here. Just a complete change of events here in Citi Field, as this one is popped up into right field. And finally, the Giants will get another out. 2 outs now. Yoenis Cespedes standing on second base. Wilson Ramos approaching the plate, looking to hopefully advance Cespedes in some way.
I just can't believe how many hits they've gotten this inning. And Pete Alonso, there's times he's had to carry the offense. Well, this time he's not hitting, but every other player in the lineup has gotten a hit this inning.
And Ramos will drive this one back to left field, but it will be caught, and that will finally end the 5th inning. We'll be back in a moment for the top of the 6th. Mets actually up 1 now.
Your attention, please. Now
and we're back. That Brad Raft will come into the game now. I gotta say, I was a little overwhelmed by the scorecard there. I know I had to move into the next inning when it wasn't the next inning. Threw me off for a second, but you know, we're good now.
And how about this Wilmer Flores coming up to bat? These teams matched up in San Francisco, but this is the first time Flores has appeared in a Giants uniform at Citi Field. Pinch hitting here, trying to get San Francisco back into this against Brock, who is a very solid reliever, former All-Star with the Orioles, has also pitched for San Diego in the past. And right now for the Mets, Kevin Smith held the fort down after Porcello struggled. Now it's up to that bullpen, which has struggled all year, to make something happen, make a statement, and get them game 1 of the series.
Flores grounds that one over to the right field line, and that will be Pete Alonso there to field the grounder and get the first out of the 6th. Wilmer Flores stepped up to bat with a pretty big swing, but did not get big results.
Brock is a very big ground ball pitcher, not going to strike a lot of guys out. His stuff is not completely dominant, but he's serviceable enough that he's able to get outs. It'll be interesting to see how he continues to work these Giants hitters. And you see Chasen Shreve, and oh boy, there's Edwin Diaz trying to warm up here. It's going to be interesting to see how the Mets, especially if they keep this lead, work the final 3 innings and which pitchers they choose to use and who they ultimately use to get the save.
As this one will fall on the outer part of the zone for a strike. Count will be even at 1-1 after that 4-seam fastball was laid in the zone by Brad Brock. This one will be fouled over to the left field side, lifted up and gone to left. 1-2 count now. Brock will look to finish off Crawford here if possible. But he will not be able to. That one will be dribbled back on a foul ball. Still 1 out on the changeup foul there from Crawford. But that one will do it. That'll be the second out of the inning. Crawford goes down, Brock gets the out, and Evan Longoria will step up to the plate now with 2 outs.
There's a really nice cutter right there from Brock. There was an expectation that that pitch was going to go right down the middle, at least from Crawford's perspective, but it broke a little to the outer part of the plate, and Crawford could not handle it. And look at the movement yet again on that four-seamer. Even the four-seam fastball, it's not just straight dead heat. He does not have a lot of speed on that pitch, only taps out at about 93 miles an hour, but the movement on that fastball is what makes Brock so difficult to handle.
And you were talking about the grounders there, as that one's barely fouled off, just off the tip of the bat. But that's also what causes all the ground balls, is that hitters aren't able to really square up to the ball because it moves so much. As you see, yet another foul ball there. Now 0-2, digging a hole for himself is Longoria. Off with a beautiful outside pitch there, swing and a miss for strike 3 and out 3. We'll take a quick look at this pitch, and we'll to the bottom of the 6th. Mets up 1 here at Citi Field.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And we'll see yet another pitching change here for the Giants. Sam Coonrod will enter the game. He's pitched quite a bit this season, 49 innings. That ERA not too great, 4.41. And the man who hit a home run his last time up, Brandon Nimmo, will step up to the plate.
Coonrod struggled, served up a homer to J.D. Davis the last time we broadcasted the Mets to the Giants, and you see 2 more guys up in the bullpen, former national Trevor Gott and Nick Vincent. Giants just want a lot of guys ready just in case this deteriorates, but they're going to really have to go into that bullpen. But it's a tough turnaround for Tyler Beede, who had such a strong performance. And I'd say the same thing now with him as I would with Porcello. Guys that maybe would be better as relievers, that they don't go as far into the game. Because Beede, suddenly, 3rd time through the order, just was so hittable. After the first couple times these guys faced him, it was just fine, and he was able to cruise right through this Mets lineup.
As Nimmo fouls that one off, a couple of big hacks this at bat, Eddie. Looks like he's trying to go for a back-to-back home run.
Yeah, but if I'm the Mets, I wouldn't be going for that. I'd simply try to be getting on base. We know Nimmo could try on the walk, and out of 3-2 count, let's see what he can do. And let's also see what happens when the pitcher spot is due up next.
And this will get the pitch. He will hit that one into right field. Will bounce for the hit. I thought that Hunter Kent there was going to go to first, potentially getting him out, but Nimmo was too fast. Was able to get to first before the throw could even occur. And we'll take another quick look at this one.
Nice swing by Nimmo. Very fluid swing and dropping that right into right field. Perfect placement there. Now here comes J.D. Davis, who we said this is a nice matchup. He hit the home run off Coonrod in the game last Tuesday. Let's see if Lightning can strike twice.
He'll take that one as a ball. That one was outside, and for lefty hitters, the umpire's been calling that all day as a strike, and that one looks like it was in the strike zone.
It's been a very, I don't know, it was consistent at first. Now it's just been a very varied strike zone, and the low pitches have been called all game.
Nimmo will lift this one to left center, but jogging and making the catch will be Yastrzemski there in center. I got a little scared there. I thought he was going to miss that one before it was going to go over, but he did end up making the catch. That will be 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th, with still Brandon Nimmo on first as the Mets' only base runner.
And the Mets, I mean, now you got the top of the order. You've got the contact guys in Rosario and McNeil. Just try to get guys in motion, try to get someone in scoring position, and see if you can add on to that lead. With how prolific and quick the Giants have been able to score today, a 1-run lead can be dashed so quickly.
We'll see a little pickoff attempt there will not be successful. Nimmo will dive back in safely. Rosario up at the plate, down 1 strike here in the bottom of the 6th. Coonrod will deliver a ball there, 1-1 even count. 1 out, Mets up 1 here. Coonrod only 10 pitches on the day, still looking pretty fresh. Rosario will get a slight piece of that one, and it will fall foul to the right side.
I wanted to see Sandoval try to get there for that ball, but a little out of his place, but he's had a really nice game defensively.
As this one will be fair and will go into right field.
Now batting, number 6.
I absolutely froze there, so now I'll see the play on the replay here.
And my connection's been a little laggy too this past inning, but as I see, Ahmed Rosario just reached down and got that one. And now first and second with an out for Jeff McNeil, who had an RBI single his last time. Good opportunity for McNeil to now try to get hit number 101 on the season.
He'll take that one as a strike, and I find that for McNeil, Eddie, I don't know if you'd agree with this, but I think when he goes up there looking to hit, he does a lot better than when he sits and works the count more.
Yeah, he's been notorious with getting the first pitch hit, and when he was the leadoff hitter for a bit last year when Ahmed Rosario was hurt and not hitting as well, he would get a lot of first pitch home runs as well. I mean, he's the type of guy, he's not just sitting there trying to work the count, not trying to draw a lot of walks. He's just looking for that pitch to hit and trying to handle it right away. It'll be interesting to see what he can do this at bat.
Definitely looking a little too much there, taking the second strike, and then that one high and inside for a ball. An even 2-2 count here. You'd hate to see him go down looking, at least go down swinging if the ball is near. That one will miss low, a little dangerous to take with the way the umpire's been calling these strikes low, especially for left-hand hitters. Hulad will deliver the sixth pitch of the at-bat. McNeil will swing it one almost at his head. Will foul it back and stay alive here.
That was ball 4, but that was almost like a self-defense swing there from McNeil.
And he will make contact here, but it will be fielded by Sandoval at first and turn for the double play. Beautiful defensive play there turns into a nice defensive play for the Giants as a whole. We'll be back in a minute for the top of the 7th as Brandon Belt, Mike Yastrzemski, and Hunter Pence come up to bat.
Pardon me, just popping in to ask if you two would like me to play Lazy Mary in the middle of the 7th.
Now pitching for the New York Mets, number
Eddie, what do you think?
Sure, middle of the 7th, we can do that.
Alright, let's do it.
Anyway, top of the 7th here, and Chasen Shreve, a former Yankee, now he's going to be pitching here for the Mets, and you see, Zoe, if you just caught that, Seth Lugo and Justin Wilson both warming up, so it'll be really interesting to see how the Mets handle this back end of the game, as they have been plagued for years by that back end bullpen. It has not been much better this year, and trying to protect the slim 1-run lead. Let's just see what happens.
Chasen Shreve misses outside with that ball. Brandon Belt and the whole core of the Giants lineup here looking to get something done. Rebound after their defense gave up all those runs to the Mets. This one will be popped over to the left field side. Running back will be Jeff McNeil, and settling under to make the catch for the first out of the 7th inning.
He was not phased going near the tarp. I want to mention, he is the type of guy, he's very prolific on defense, and he's not really worried about putting his body on the line. I remember when they got the new netting for the White Sox at Chicago at Guaranteed Rate Field, and he jumped and made like the spider catch up against the netting over there, not really knowing how it would hold, but he really wants to put his body on the line and cares so much about this team. And that's the type of passion that you've seen on both the Mets and with some guys in San Francisco as well, and why these teams have been able to find success in recent years.
Chasen Shreve lays one in the zone, and that will be fouled off the left side. As you were just mentioning, you see McNeil going after that one, even though it was not even really close to him. Just looking to make the play, even if he has to sacrifice himself to get the out. This one will be high at Yastrzemski's head, but outside for the ball. Yastrzemski having an excellent day at the plate, 3 for 3. He has a double and 2 singles on the day so far in the 1st, the 3rd, and the 4th innings, as that one will be another ball thrown by Shreve. Shreve will set up for the 6th pitch of the at-bat.
Nice little battle we're seeing right here between Yastrzemski and Shreve. And, you know, Yastrzemski 3 for 3 today. He really wants to get on base and at least try to get the line moving and see if the Giants can tie this game, and he's going to hit one here.
This might do it for him right there. It is bobbled by Cespedes in left field, and he will get on base. A single for Yastrzemski there, and that will be marked as an error for Yoenis Cespedes in left field.
Once again, Cespedes proving to be a defensive liability. You watch him tracking this ball, and I don't know, he really didn't get a good read on this to start with, and then just carefree reaches out with the glove and can't get it. That's been a criticism of Cespedes throughout his time in New York. It's not really going hard for balls in the outfield and focusing too much on the offensive side. This defense is not helping the Mets today, and Hunter Pence almost hit that one deep right there.
Yeah, and we were talking about the DH, and that's a situation where you'd see Cespedes as more of a DH just because, as you were saying, he is a liability out there in left field. As you saw exactly with that play, just looked like he wasn't really ready for that ball to come at him. That will be a swing-ending miss there by Hunter Pence, chasing Shreve with 2 strikes on Hunter Pence here. Still only 1 out in the top of the 7th with a runner on first.
That's a goal.
Not able to get it done there. That will be a ball, evening out the count at 2-2. Will he do it here? Looked like he might have went, but there's he did not go.
That was a swing right there from Hunter Pence. I am really surprised that they're going to call that as ball 3, because I really thought he broke the plane.
I did as well. Looks like he got that bat head out there. And that will matter, because he will end up being a base runner, advancing Yastrzemski to 2nd after a walk there. And I just little match power chasing Shreve there. That should have been a strike.
Oh boy, here comes Edwin Diaz, who has not been the closer this year. And you see, when he has had the save opportunities, just 2 for 5. 26 games, 3-1. I mean, he hasn't been terrible this year. The problem has been right-handed batters, and he's going to face one right here in Buster Posey. So this is a big spot here for San Francisco.
This is when things get a little stressful, I have to say. When Edwin Diaz steps on the mound, my heart always starts beating a little bit faster.
But you won't forget the game against Washington last year when the Mets were up, I think it was 10-4 in the bottom of the 9th inning. And I believe it was Familia and Diaz that combined to blow the game for New York when they had a 6-run lead with 1 out in the 9th inning and nobody on. And but like I talked about earlier, I still think Diaz is a very good pitcher, but just he can't play in New York. And there's those types of guys in all 4 sports, just they can't deal with the pressure.
Puts that one a little too much over the plate. Rosario is there to flip it to 2nd and then flip it to 1st for the double play, ending the top of the 7th.
Oh, that was a nice play. And now we have Shark Shavery here, who is apparently here to play a game with us. If you could just go over the rules and we could get started.
All right, get up and celebrate, Mets fans.
There you go. I mean, when I first saw it, Do You Want to Play Crazy Mary, stupid Eddie Kalegi thought that was a game that we were going to be playing. But nonetheless, great music there from Shark Shavery. And really nice, this exciting game to get some music going and get the action going from Mets fans, and Giants fans. This is a fun game here, 7-6, bottom of the 7th inning. And really, this is still anybody's game.
Crazy movement on that pitch right there. It looked like it went down, up, and then down again.
Yeah, thanks for letting me play it. Definitely appreciate it. Always fun to get the traditions in. So hope you two have a great rest of the call. This is a crazy game.
Thank you, you too.
Thanks so much, and thank you for the music. I can't believe I thought that there was a game coming here, but you know what?
When you did it first, that's why I asked you, because I was like, I have no idea what that is, but if you know what it is, like, sure, let's do it.
I was like, you know what, we might as well just try it and see what happens, but, yeah. Didn't know what was coming, and this kind of reminded me, me and Zoe back last August, we did the Kids Cast for the Little League World Series, and we did some antics during the broadcast. I remember when you and Raheel were trying to find some funnel cake and other foods around the park.
Oh yeah, I ended up selling a pin for funnel cake. That was quite the moment.
Yeah, so I didn't know what was coming with that, but nonetheless, we got some nice music, and we got a nice play right here off the mound from Nick Vincent.
Now batting, right fielder.
And talking about the Little League World Series, you have a guy coming up to the plate now in Michael Conforti, who actually played in the 2014 Little League World Series.
Yeah, it's, you know, Conforto has a lot of experience in his career playing baseball, and also in the clutch moments, and he had a big one back in the 5th inning to give the Mets the 7-6 lead, coming back from 6 down with this long home run to right center field. Now with New York hanging on to their bullpen, hanging on by a thread. They've used a lot of pitchers, but they're doing solid right now, just needing 6 more outs. He'll love to give them some more run support right here.
Conforto will take a strike that is up and in, but still stays in the zone. Second pitch of the at-bat here by Nick Vincent. Will also be called a strike in the bottom corner of the zone. Conforto in a little bit of a hole now, 0-2. Expect for Vincent to throw a little bit of junk here, Eddie.
Yeah, 0-2. Look for him to try to go out of the zone and see if Conforto will chase, especially since we talked about his free swinging tendencies throughout this season. But Conforto's showing discipline, and I mean, he's having a solid game so far, 2 for 3, and looking to add on right here.
Sometimes when you're having that good game in the beginning, you will end up showing that discipline later in the game because you don't feel as pressured to get a hit because you've already performed on the day. So you can kind of relax at the plate and just do your thing, which discipline comes with that.
No discipline there, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, that will be the second out of the inning. Yeah, Conforto just didn't look too comfortable on that one.
I also think there's a level of just comfort right now with the Mets having the lead, but they can't be complacent because we know the struggles of the bullpen. The Giants still have a very solid offense. And, I mean, if you're New York, you need wins. You're 12 games below 500, really underperforming based on the expectations coming into the season. You're behind the Marlins, which is something nobody expected. They need to just start winning some more baseball games, so you gotta just try to keep the pressure on the whole game. Seth will get into one there.
This one out to right center, and settling under it will be Yastrzemski to make the 3rd out of the inning. A quick 1-2-3 inning there. We'll be back for the top of the 8th, where the Giants try to put themselves on the board once more.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Mets.
Welcome back here as we'll see a new pitcher enter the game. Numerous pitchers, multiple entering the game for both teams, but for now it will be Seth Lugo coming in for the Mets.
A weird strategy by the Mets, but you know what? Right now it's paying off. Kevin Smith in his debut was solid for an inning and a 3rd, and they've tossed it around. We saw a brief outing from Shreve, and then Edwin Diaz got his man, and on that really sensational double play before we got serenaded with Crazy Mary. But now Seth Lugo in for the 8th inning, and I expect Betanzas in the 9th. So these are your 2 most consistent relievers, and you really got to show it here. And Lugo had that incredible 2018 and 2019 former starting pitcher. But it's not going to start great right here, as that's going to go into right field for a base hit.
Yeah, Pablo Sandoval, we were talking, always a nice hitter. As you see him doing a little dance move there. He's a guy who really would be fine anywhere he played. We'll see Billy Hamilton, the speedster, come in as a pinch runner. But going back to Sandoval for a moment, he's a guy where really he'd be fine anywhere he played. I mean, he played in Boston. The media attention really isn't going to get to him.
Keep an eye on a hit and run opportunity here, with Hamilton still one of probably the top 5 fastest guys in all of baseball over at first base, and someone in Dubon who can get solid contact on the ball, and we see him in motion here.
And that due to the speed, he was way in there. That'll be his 7th stolen base of the season, and honestly, it looked as if he was in there before the ball was even caught in any sense.
This is a problem the Mets have had for years as well, is base runners and guys in motion. Wilson Ramos is a solid defensive catcher, definitely an upgrade from the past, but do allow a lot of stolen bases, and you have a lot of guys like Lugo, Syndergaard, DeGrom, that when they pitch from the stretch, have a pretty long windup, allows these guys to get such a huge jump like we saw there.
Yeah, it's tough, and as you're saying, like, Ramos is one of the better catchers at throwing people out. He got a bunch in the minors when he played. This one will be popped up to the left side. Rosario will settle under that for the out.
The pitcher, number 50, Nick.
Look at the comparison there, and that stat line does not give justice to Tyler Beede. If this go by his first 4 actual innings, he'd have 1 hit, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts, no runs. But then, in the 4+, he did not record an out, allowed 6 more hits and 7 more runs. Just really, really tough for him. He was trying to use today as a building block.
This one will be nicely laid in the zone by Seth Lugo. Yolmer Sanchez, the pinch hitter now. Another strike there. I just completely froze until the end of that pitch. My connection's been a little bit shaky here.
You know, mine has 2 since about the 6th inning. I don't know if you've had the similar trend.
Yeah. No, it goes as like, even there again, like Lugo released the ball and I'm still frozen where he released.
If you need my help with the play-by-play, just let me know.
Okay. Okay, I'm back now. I think I'm good. 1-2 count. Seth Lugo going to deliver another one to Yolmer Sanchez. He will foul this one over to the right side. Sanchez sometimes gets the start at second base, but today he'll be a pinch hitter. That one will be way inside and will actually skim Sanchez. That doesn't feel good, especially on the skin by the hip there.
Yeah, that's curveball, but that still comes in hard in the lower middle 80s. And now the Giants have 2 runners on. Go ahead, run it first. The top of the order coming up. Both Sewald and Dylan Betances warming up. Going to be a really tough challenge here for Seth Lugo. It's 2 runners on. Get this going. And you know, Giants fans got to be excited. This is the first real life their offense has shown since they scored those 6 runs early in the game.
And it's also worth mentioning that the guy on second, Hamilton, he could round the base and score on like a short single from second base. He's ridiculously fast. So that's even more dangerous than just having your average runner on second base as well.
Yolmer Sanchez isn't very slow either, so you got 2 guys that are going to be motoring on any ball put in play, so this should be interesting to watch.
And Brandon Crawford will put this one in play, but it will not get out of the outfield, and the Mets with a fantastic double play turn there, ending the inning, getting out of a really tough scenario. We'll take another look at this one. Ahmed Rosario, good job there. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th as the Mets look to extend their lead.
Your attention, please. This game for the Giants. Now playing first base, number 0.
Billy Hamilton subbing in at first base now. Pablo Sandoval's day looks to be done at first. Trevor Gott will be on the mound now. A couple changes here in this inning for the Giants.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see how Billy Hamilton plays at first, because he had been an outfielder throughout his career for the Reds and the Royals. And first base here, especially with a lot of lefties coming up here from New York, Bo and Nimmo both due up this inning that'll be hitting into that direction likely. It's going to be interesting to see how he does over at first as we see Trevor Gott for Washington National trying to make his presence felt here and trying to keep the Mets off the board. The Giants bullpen has done a pretty nice job since their starter Beede came out of the game.
And we'll see a nice aware play there by Gott, the pitcher, tossing it over to first base, which is now Billy Hamilton. And you were mentioning about the lefties out there. Usually, of course, third base is the hot corner. But when you have lefties up, first base turns into a little bit of a hot corner. Not as brutal as third, but definitely need those reflexes there.
Yeah, I think it's always underrated. I mean, I've never played baseball, and I've never played either of the positions, but I'm not going to undermine third base as we see that one through the middle of base hit for Ramos, but I still think first base is very difficult. Of course, there's not as many lefties as righties. I'm a left-handed person. I know I'm in the minority, but you know, it's still a tough position. You're still 90 feet away, and you have ball slapped right over there. You've got very small room for error, especially in that tight window that you're in right along the line. You can't let a ball just trickle down the line because that's an automatic two-bagger based on the placing that it is. And you also, at first base, you also have the task of stepping on the bag in tight situations. So I think people often forget how difficult playing first base actually is.
I mean, I play softball, and I don't play first too often, but I normally play third, and I know baseball is 90 feet, but softball is 60 feet, so it's even shorter, and I know people at first base who have gotten almost clobbered by the ball anyway, because it comes at you so fast.
And I think baseball as a whole does not do it justice, especially in the major leagues, because in first base you think about guys, Miguel Cabrera, Albert Pujols, guys that are on the back end of their career that have to play first base, that they're not really serviceable at any other position. But that just means they don't really have speed to move around and get somewhere really quickly. That does not mean they're just defensive liabilities, because it still takes a lot of skill to be over there at first base.
Yeah, and that's what makes, like, as that one misses inside, that's what really makes, like, a decent first baseman from a great first baseman, is that a first baseman is someone who has the agility and the coverage to play third, but is playing first because they do so well at that position. But a person, there's also some people who go to third just because they're slow, and it's easy to just catch the ball when it's thrown to you from shortstop. We'll have 2 outs now. The pinch hitter, Matt Adams, at the plate in the pitcher hole for hitting.
Still looking for his first hit since the Mets brought him up a couple of weeks ago to replace Luis Guillorme on the 25-man roster. And he's a journeyman and trying to make a big play here. He does.
That one falls fair. I thought that was foul for a moment. That one falls fair, advancing the runners. Now there will be runners for the Mets on first and third with 2 outs. We'll take another look at that nice one. And just there, as you saw, that's what you see with first base. When that's the difference between having a good first baseman and a great first baseman. Because a great first baseman might have made that snag at first base, preventing those runners from rounding.
And Billy Hamilton is not a first baseman. He's an outfielder. Just situation when the Giants have used a lot of players, they got to stick him at first. I mean, he's serviceable over there, but not able to make that play. And how about Matt Adams getting his first hit as a New York Met?
A nice one, too. Really weaved that one through and across the right field line. Giants warming up yet more pitchers in the bullpen. Really just been a pitching struggle this entire game as Rosario chases that one low in the zone. Probably a good choice, though, as the umpire's been calling that one all day. Gott doing a really good job of working the lower portion of the plate. 15 pitches only. Rosario's 1 for 3, looking to extend that. That one will be low and a little too low to be mistaken as a strike. Even 2-2 count now for Rosario. Nice discipline on that last pitch. And he will make contact on this one, but it will be grounded over to third and thrown to second for the third and final out of the inning. We'll be back in a moment for the top of the final inning, the 9th, where the Giants will finally try to get back on the board.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the New York
We'll
Mets.
see Dylan Patansis coming in now, looking to finish this out in that closer role today for the Mets. And this is something we've seen more and more from Patansis.
And I mean, this was a great addition for the Mets. Someone with playoff experience, someone who's been a part of a really strong bullpen that the Yankees had back in the day where they had the three-headed monster of him, Andrew Miller, and Aroldis Chapman. It's still really good. 15 for 17 on saves, and really bolsters that pen with guys like Diaz and Familia having their struggles. Him and Seth Lugo makes a really tough group to deal with in the 8th and 9th inning. But he's dealing with the heart of the San Francisco order and is behind 2-0 to Longoria. So this is going to be really interesting to see this battle between Longoria, Belt, and Jastrzemski, and Dylan Patansis.
definitely not out of the woods just yet. Betances hanging in there and fighting as he throws a strike there right down the heart of the plate. Longoria looking to do any damage possible here. 1 for 4 on the day. That one will miss high above the zone. Brandon Belt is on deck after. And after Brandon Belt, you'll have your cleanup hitter, Yastrzemski. A nice swing and a miss there by Longoria. Betances getting the job done so far. We'll try to finish off Longoria here. But Longoria will not let it happen. A solo shot by Longoria. And that will tie up this ball game. 7-7, an absolute bomb. 450 feet. Betances not too happy about that one.
How crippling for the Mets bullpen that had been so strong since Porcello had come out of the game, keeping the Giants off the board for more than 4 innings. And Evan Longoria takes Dellin Betances deep. You see the hands on the head of Luis Rojas in complete disbelief. We are tied now in the top of the 9th. What a wild game here in Flushing.
I wouldn't expect anything else. I was happy it wasn't Diaz in there, but it's looking almost just as bad. We take a quick look at this one. Absolute bomb of a hit. 449 feet, they're saying now. And Brandon Belt will come up to the plate looking to extend that. The game's now tied, so now it potentially becomes more important to get runners on base and start a rally.
And almost a third decker shot there. That was like a home run derby type swing from Longoria. And now Betances has to try to keep this tied. Mets will have some big hitters coming up in the bottom of the 9th. It'll be McNeil, Alonso, and Conforto due up. But for now, they got to just at least try to keep this tied. But how frustrating. After so many good innings, Kevin Smith's debut, Diaz, Lugo, and all of them have been solid. And suddenly we're tied here, Zoe.
Yeah, also becomes an issue for the bullpens if you end up going into extra innings because they're both already so spent that you don't have many guys left to put in.
Yeah, it ends up turning out like waste because both of these teams have had certain guys that they've only had face 1 or 2 batters. Both the Mets and Giants do not have a lot left since both starters were out of the game by the 4th inning.
And it hasn't been a quick game either, so the players are definitely going to start to wear out, and you've already gone through a bunch of pinch hitters and pinch players with these pitchers changing almost every inning.
Other than the backup catchers, there's not really much left on either bench, so if this goes to extras, this is going to be really interesting to follow.
That one will miss upstairs, sending it to a full count. Betances will look to rebound here. And he will, getting the strike out there for the first out of the inning. A beautiful pitch there to retire Belt. But yet, still not out of the woods. Yastrzemski will be stepping up to the plate, the cleanup hitter, looking to hopefully put the Giants above the Mets.
Redemption right there for Betances after allowing the homer. 97 miles an hour, goes right back to that fastball and works it in there. And he's got 2 really good pitches. That fastball that goes high 90s, almost 100 still on the radar gun. And then a slurve that has motion east-west and north-south that really fools hitters. He's got to really bat down because he's got Yastrzemski and Pence here, and now behind 2-0.
That one thrown a little inside for my liking. Almost could have hit Yastrzemski if he was standing a little more in the box. 2-0 count now. This one will be a swing and a miss there. 2-1. Yastrzemski gets nothing but air on that swing. And our game is not over yet, but we remind you that there are more games coming up next on ML Bot Ball, so stay tuned for those. This one will be fouled off to the left side. 2-2 even count now. Yastrzemski staying alive here in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, fun game coming up after this between the Brew Crew and the Cubs in an NL Central battle. But first we got to settle things here at Citi Field as the Giants and Nets having quite the battle. The Giants scored 6 early in the game. Mets came back with 7 in the 5th off of Tyler Beede. And then now, just this inning, Evan Longoria tied the game with a homer.
And that's another full count. This one will be grounded over to first base. An excellent play by Pete Alonso. Running over, Betances makes the play. That looked like something you'd see in the All-Star game. A little bit of a risk, but a nice play, entertaining to watch. That'll be a highlight.
Glove flip from Alonso, running the other direction. An impressive play. People underlook his abilities on defense and does it right there. And once again, we've seen some very nice defensive play from the pitchers in this game, getting over to first. And Della Batanzas a big guy, but able to get there and beat out a speedy Yastrzemski and get that second out.
And not only those pitchers, but also the first baseman. I mean, you see Pete Alonso make that nice one there, but we keep talking about that Pablo Sandoval catch earlier.
Yeah, Sandoval was really solid early on in the game, and first baseman and third baseman being really impressive in this game today.
Batanzas maybe a little winded from his jog over to first base. Throwing 3 straight balls here would be certainly a shame if you were to walk Pence here. You have 2 outs and you're almost out. He's just got to throw a couple more strikes. And he manages to get that one over the plate and in the zone. 3-1 coming back against Pence, who was 1 for 3 on the day. Throws another one in the strike zone. Big swing and a miss there for Hunter Pence. Get another full count here in the top of the 9th, Eddie.
And I mean, I was surprised he went to the slurve on 3-0. I thought he'd go dead heat down the middle, but maybe expecting Pence might try to swing at that. But now big pitch coming here with the count full and 2 outs.
This could end the game. We'll go to the bottom. Actually wouldn't end the game, but it would go to the bottom, but it does not. Pence fends it off, still staying at the even. 3-2 full count here. Batanzas thrown quite a bunch of pitches this inning, 26. This one will be popped up to right field. Settling under it, Michael Conforto, and that will end the top of the 9th. We'll be back in a moment after we'll take a quick look at the Evan Longoria home run and see if the Mets can end this thing once and for all. We welcome you back here. I'm Zoe Alter, here with Eddie Kalegi. Stepping up to the plate is Jeff McNeil. And then Pete Alonso and Michael Conforto. So a little bit of a scary lineup right here coming up. But Jeff McNeil really not being aggressive, and that's been really hurting him this game, taking another strike there.
Really surprised they're sticking with Trevor Gott here, not Tony Watson, who's their late inning guy, who's a lefty, especially with 2 lefties due up in the inning. Gott already inning, but let's see how he can do against the heart of the order. And you know Pete Alonso's hungry. He's the only Met hitter who has not done anything offensively today.
Said Jeff McNeil went for that one. He'll be 1-2 now. That ball coming on the inside ball by the knees just a couple pitches ago. Jeff McNeil will foul this one off and stay alive as it bounds into the stands on the right side of the field. Jeff McNeil, not too great when he's down in the count, but we'll see what he can work with here. Doesn't fall for that one outside. Even 2-2 count now. Trevor Gott doing a good job of keeping the ball off the plate, not giving McNeil a chance to hit. But that one will not work out for McNeil. That will be the first out of the inning. 1 down, 2 to go for this Giants team.
He was looking for the walk-off bomb right there. Swung hard, but now you've got 2 guys who can hit the walk-off homer, and Alonso and Conforto coming up.
I don't know who he thinks he is. Does he think he's like Wilmer Flores or something? Wilmer's the only man who we would have hitting that walk-off.
And the Giants won't have him hitting a go-ahead because he was already used earlier in the game, so disappointing on both sides.
Pete Alonso now in an 0-2 hole, just looking way off with his timing.
Only Met without a hit so far today.
Surprised he didn't chase it that one after the first 2 swings. 1-2 count now. Pete Alonso finally showing some discipline. Had to wait till the bottom of the 9th to do it, but Gott will deliver that one low by the ankle. Pete Alonso slips away with that one as it is called a ball. Even 2-2 count. Pete Alonso right here, he could even go for the hit. He doesn't need to go for the walk-off home run. He just needs to put the bat on the ball. Won't get a chance to there. That one will be high, miss up in the zone. You have Michael Conforto on deck next, who has hit well today. Just get on base and the Mets are almost set. He will get on base, but not through a hit. That will be a walk by Trevor Gott, leaving Pete Alonso on first. Eddie, do you think they sub him out for someone a little faster now?
I don't know what you got on the bench at this point. I mean, Alonso's not too bad out there, and really, I think their only bench player left is a backup catcher, Thomas Nito. So, I mean, right now, I don't think you really have any other options, because think about it, you've already used Nunez, Davis, Adams, but this is a big opportunity for Conforto. You see he's grounded into 11 double plays this year, but facing off against a righty Gott, he might be able to make a big explosion. You see fans on their feet.
And you mentioned that double play, and there we see it. We'll be doing extra innings here at Citi Field in Flushing, New York. Who would have thought? We'll be back in a moment for the top of the 10th.
What a wild game in Flushing it has been. I'll take us through at least the first couple extra innings here. I mean, who knows how long this one will go. This has been a shocker. Eddie Kalegi, Zoe Alter were in the top of the 10th. Ellen Batanza's still out there after throwing 27 pitches in that 9th inning. Strike one falls into Posey. Just a quick recap for those just tuning in. Porcello got the start for the Mets. Tyler Beede for the Giants. The Giants scored 6 off of Porcello in the 3rd and 4th. Mets came back with 7 in the 5th, including 3-run home runs by both Conforto and Nimmo to give them the 7-6 lead. And the Mets bullpen held firm until the 9th. Dylan Betances in for the save, allowed a big third-decker home run to Evan Longoria to tie the game. And here we are, and yes, Mr. Free Baseball indeed. And the 0-2 pitch here is going to be a swing and a miss. Gets away from Ramos. He'll throw to first, and they will get Posey for the first out here at the top of the 10th.
It was a little bit close for my liking, but you gotta trust Ramos to stand there, make the throw. He just didn't want to make the error, and he didn't. A nice play there to set himself up for the throw and get the first out.
Absolutely, and now we've got an interesting matchup here as Billy Hamilton in the game. We saw him as a runner earlier, now trying to make a big play as a thrower. For me, as a batter. My bad.
He's definitely a threat as we saw him if he gets on base, just in terms of stealing. We saw him steal the last time he got on base, and just a ridiculous amount of speed in that dude.
And the 1-1 here, a ground ball over to short. Rosario off balance play. Alonso leans it, he got him. Really tough throw from Rosario, and Alonso really had to reach, but a great play over there at first base for out number 2.
We've been hating on Rosario a little bit today with all the backhands and everything, but there he did what he does best. That quick ground ball, has the quick hands, and just flings it over to first, and trusting in Pete Alonso and his first baseman skills to just make that play and get the out.
And now, Mauricio Dubon, who's 1 for 4 today, will come to the plate. Takes the first pitch in there for a strike. Dubon getting the start today. A lot of different infielders on this Giants team today. Dubon and Sandoval both got the start. Sandoval is since out of the game. Been replaced by Billy Hamilton. And Kansas now ahead 0-2. Top of the 10th inning. 7-7 from Flushing. Pitch is going to be fouled off, just barely fighting that one off to the outside. 0-2 remains the count. Ramos with the sign. The 0-2 pitch is outside ball 1. Now, Zoe's something else I want to mention. You've got Ramos and Posey, 2 older catchers out there. You're going to see if maybe, they start to tire as we enter extra innings.
They might.
For 1. 2 is popped up to center. Sorry about that, Zoe, as the catch is made by Nimmo. And Betances with a solid 10th. Mets will try to win it in the bottom half. We'll be back. This is Major League Ball right here on Twitch.
Your attention, please. Now,
Yandel Gustav, yet another pitcher here for San Francisco today. 3-1, 3.67 ERA, and he will face Cespedes, Cano, and Ramos here in the bottom of the 10th as the Mets try to win it. They held that lead for quite a while, but just could not finish it out. Arioena Cespedes will lead things off. Looking for a big-time splash here in Flushing. First pitch is going to be in their lower part of the zone for a strike.
I'll just touch on what I was gonna say last time. It wasn't that much, but I was just gonna say that you were talking about the catchers and do you sub in a new catcher? But I think the issue is that both catchers that you have as your backup catcher, they're both kind of young. So I think you want to keep guys in there who really are know what they're doing. You want to keep the veterans in there who've been playing all game and who are going along with the speed of the game already.
It is true, and you also want to save the catchers unless they're absolutely necessary. If this goes long, it'll be interesting to see with both of these teams really expending their benches and their bullpens early. Porcello only went 3 2/3. Beede went 4+. As the 1-2 called strike 3, upper inner part of the zone. Another weird called strike, but Gustav with the K.
Second baseman, Robinson.
It's a really good job there of laying it in, not putting it where Cespedes could really rip the ball, kind of an awkward position anyway, and Cespedes just was completely caught off guard by that pitch.
A pair of lefties warming up, Watson and Garcia. Now Robinson Cano watches the first pitch go by, a fastball low at 97, 1-0.
I think that might be one of my main criticisms for the Mets today. And Eddie, we talked about this quite a few times, but go after that first pitch. What do you have to lose? I know you're in the bottom of the 10th. You're tied. Right now, you're just looking to hit. It's not a time thing anymore. Just go after the ball and hit.
You know, that's something San Francisco did and was effective with early. That's how they were able to mount so many runs in those two innings where they scored 3 apiece. They were not waiting. They were just swinging at the first pitch. Porcello, of course, was easy to read today compared to some other pitchers, but the Mets being really careful at the plate and have missed out on some opportunities. And once again, we get a close look at that bullpen. 2 lefties warming up, one of the back-end guys in Watson and a middle reliever in Garcia. Has 2 balls and a strike here to Cano, who's 1 for 4 on the day. One of the many Mets who had a hit in that inning where they sent 11 to the plate, and he ropes one foul down the first base side.
Yeah, I believe in that inning, everyone had a hit except Pete Alonso, who had a strikeout.
Now, all of the other starters got a base hit in that inning as Cano takes that one high, count full. Wilson Ramos stands on deck. It's trying to get a base runner on and trying to win this and get win number 37 on the year. Marlins already won today and try to avoid falling 5 games back at them, but Cano, they're going to call strike 3. He's got to be frustrated with that. Change up low and in. Called strike 3, and now there's 2 away.
Not the best decision by Cano, but also an awful call by the umpire. So that could definitely go both ways there. Now you have 2 outs, and Wilson Ramos is kind of your last hope if you want to do anything in the 10th.
Send one into left, and now the Mets have the go-ahead run on Wilson Ramos. First pitch swinging, like you said, Zoe, it worked. Now the Mets want Brandon Nimmo coming up trying to win the game here. Nice swing by Ramos.
Only problem with Nimmo coming up next is that in low-pressure situations, as we see Marisnik, that's who I thought they were going to put in for Pete Alonso before, by the way. That's because I knew he was still around, that's why I was confused. But the only problem with Brandon Nimmo stepping up to the plate now is that he's not always the best in high-pressure situations.
Get it right there. He pops it up first base side. Hamilton almost loses it, but makes the play. And the Mets will not score anything this inning. And Marisnik's substitution goes for naught. We'll head to the 11th. Still free baseball, and we're tied.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A defensive
Is Marisnik going to stay in and catch?
Now catching.
There you go. You were talking about the catcher situation. You got your wish right there.
Now pitching for
I am shocked. Marisnik, not a catcher, he's an outfielder, but he will be in the battery right now as Paul Sewald will come in to pitch. And this is, I don't know, this feels like something that could turn into a disaster right here for the Mets, as we've got a pinch hitter coming up for San Francisco, and it'll be Alex Dickerson subbing in for the pitcher spot. Then it'll be back to the top of the order. Sewald throws it in there, strike 1. Just a recap of the Mets pitchers today. Porcello started the game. Evan Smith made his debut and went an inning and a third. And we saw Chasen Shreve, Edwin Diaz, Seth Lugo, Dylan Betances for 2 innings, and now Paul Sewald. And you don't have much left. I believe Justin Wilson is one of the only relievers left here for New York, as the 0-2 to Dickerson is high ball 1. As for San Francisco, he started out with Beede, then went to Sean Anderson, John Coonrod, Vincent, Tyler Gott, Yandel Gustav. As 2 balls, 2 strikes to Dickerson. Pitch is a swing foul. Count remains 2-2.
Whole lot of pitchers on the day today.
It'll be interesting to see if we go deep into extras what these teams do. And Marisnik allows one to bounce by. This is why, this is a really confusing situation for Luis Rojas, as Marisnik is the catcher. Swing and a miss, strike 3 by Dickerson. And that's out number 1. Seawald with a nice pitch right there.
Putting an outfielder and a catcher, welcome to bot ball. This is what we do.
And Crawford will now try to bat. The sack's empty, 1 out, and the first pitch is going to miss low ball 1 on a slider from Seawald. Hands on their feet once again. Here's the 1-0. That one in there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The Giants really cooled down since the beginning of the game. Started off really strong with all the hitting, especially Brandon Crawford, and just kind of fell apart as the game's been going on.
1 ball, 2 strikes now after the foul off, and like you mentioned, they had the 2 big innings where they scored 3 apiece in the 3rd and 4th, and other than that, nothing much but the Longoria 9th inning homer. As a ground ball to second, Cano fires to Alonso for out number 2. 2 outs now here in the 11th inning, and that will bring up Evan Longoria, who back in the 9th made the big play to keep this game going with that home run off of Dylan Betances, as he'll step to bat. 2 for 5 so far on the day.
If you're Seawald, you want to make an effort to keep the ball off the plate as much as you can. Maybe throw it inside so the ball looks a little faster. Seawald throws a reasonable speed, and if you throw it inside, it's going to come in as if it looks a little faster.
As this one is a shot to right field, it'll be caught though by Conforto, and that will end the inning. 1-2-3 for Paul Seawald. Mets will once again try to win it in the bottom of the 11th. This is Major League Bot Ball here on Twitch.
Your attention, please. Now,
another pitcher now for San Francisco. It's Harleen Garcia, and Zoe, he's had a solid year.
Yeah, absolutely. These pitchers are getting to the bottom of my depth chart here looking at it. These Giants having to go to everyone they have in the bullpen. Yarlin Garcia, this is actually his first year with San Francisco. We've been talking about the Marlins all day as their game was previous. He's actually a former Marlin.
So the Mets will use their final bench player in Tomas Nido. And the first pitch will miss outside ball 1. And now with Nido, I'd assume if this goes into the 12th inning, they'll double switch him into the catcher and get Marisnik out. But, I'm just baffled by that decision by Rojas. I guess they just wanted to try to win it and didn't want to use Nido right away, knowing the pitcher spot was due up in the upcoming inning. But really risky, but it didn't hurt them. And Marisnik actually did a decent job at catcher in the top half of the inning, and Nido swings and misses strike 1.
I've seen a couple crazy things like that. A couple weeks ago, I was broadcasting a Mets game, and Jeff McNeil was taken out in the bottom of the 9th when the Mets were down 1, and he was up next. So there's a couple questionable events that have happened, but they work out for the most part.
So the Mets, I'm just going to talk about the Mets. What's left on their bench in a moment is the 3-1 is grounded foul. It's a full count. You've got 1 relief pitcher left in Justin Wilson. Then you've got the only other guys that have not been used. You've got your other starting pitchers, Jacob deGrom, Michael Wacha, Steven Matz, Marcus Stroman. And everybody else has been used in this game. As a ground ball, great play off the mound by Garcia as he throws to first. Hamilton steps in the bag, and that's the first out. So Nido is retired. So we're going to have to see some really interesting strategy calls by a couple of young managers in Gabe Kapler and Luis Rojas if this keeps going. For the Mets, they just want to end it as soon as possible and get that win.
And that play there by the pitcher, continuing the streak of pitchers making plays that we wouldn't normally see from them.
It's Ahmed Rosario who watches that one get in there for a strike 0-1.
Now in the game is when it could really benefit this Giants team because they have a bunch of old guys from the old World Series team.
That one It bounces in for a base hit. Ahmed Rosario coming up clutch again. And now the Mets have speed at first and the winning run on base with Jeff McNeil coming up. A prime opportunity for New York to get the victory. They want to get him in scoring position. This is a lefty-on-lefty matchup, but Pete Alonso does stand on deck. Neal just 1 for 5 today with an RBI single, and he's going to rope one in the right. That's a base hit. Rosario is going to round second and head to third. Big throw into third base. He's safe. McNeil advances to second, and the Mets have 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out, and Pete Alonso coming up with the game-winning run just 90 feet away.
That was a dangerous throw by Hunter Pence in right field because not only was it offline, but if that had snuck past Longoria, Rosario would have been home in an instant, and this game would be over.
I'd assume an intentional walk with the lefty Conforto due up next to face the fellow lefty Garcia. Let's see what the decision is. Looks like, nope, there it is. Kapler is going to put Pete Alonso, despite Alonso's woes at the plate today, he will go on base. So now the bases are loaded with 1 out. Winning run at third, and Michael Conforto, who has had his name in the era of heroics for New York in the past, coming up. The go-ahead homer back in the 5th off of Tyler Beede, and now looking to give New York the victory. Rosario at third, McNeil at second, Alonso at first, 1 out, bottom of the 11th. Lynn Garcia gets ready. Fans on their feet here in New York. Pitch outside, ball 1.
And the defense right now for the Giants, if they're doing it correctly, they should probably be playing in. They have their corners in, and the whole infield should be in because their play should be at home to get the out and prevent the run.
See what they do. The 1-0 Conforto is going to be ripped in the right field. That might be deep enough. Back near the wall, and it's off the wall, and that's going to do it. Rosario will score. The Mets win it on a walk-off. 8-7, the final score. New York, the victory, the walk-off. Michael Conforto gets it done for the New York Mets. A walk-off to right field. Deep. Yes, Big Fundies put it in the books. New York blows it in the 9th, comes back in the bottom of the 11th, and wins it. Michael Conforto with the big swing at the end, and the Mets take it 8-7 in 11 innings.
Yeah, what a game here, Eddie. Player of the game, Michael Conforto right there. I think we all expected that one coming. Hit a home run earlier and hit a home run in the 5th inning, and then at the end of the game in the 11th was able to finish it off, cap it off beautifully for these Mets. A fantastic comeback earlier in the game after being down 6. A remarkable game.
6 runs they were down back in the 5th. They came back with a huge inning, sending 11 to the plate. The Giants were resilient too in the 9th. Evan Longoria's home run, and Conforto 3 for 6, 4 RBIs. Most important was the one at the end. 2 go-ahead hits in the night for Conforto. The Mets get it done, 8-7. They move to 37-48. 3 games back of the Marlins in the NL East. As for the Giants, they fall to 35-50 and drop to the cellar of the National League West. Paul Sewald gets the victory. He moves to 3-3 on the year. Lynn Garcia drops to 1-2. And I assume we'll be taking a look here at the highlights of this one. The Mets, 8-7 victors, 16 hits and an error. Giants, 7 runs on 11 hits and an error for them. You see Mike Yastrzemski with 3 hits, Longoria and Belt with 2 apiece. On the other end, Michael Conforto led the way with 3 hits for the Amazons, Nimmo and Rosario with 2 apiece. Let's take us through the highlights quickly. And this was that big play, Zoe, with Pablo Sandoval making a big move at first base.
That was our favorite play of the day, certainly. We talked about it all game.
Tyler Beede was great early on. Nick Porcello, not really. This was the first one. Mets defense did not help them much in this game. Brandon Nimmo trying to make the play in center field, just out of his reach, and it gets away, trickling away. It turns into an RBI triple for Brandon Belt. The Giants on the board and make it a 1-0 game early on. There would be more, though, for the Giants here Mike Yastrzemski on the very next pitch sends one the opposite way to left field. That would be an RBI double out of the reach of Cespedes, almost a home run. With the old dimensions, that would have been a homer, but not now. Then here come the Mets. It's 6-0. Tyler Beede had allowed just one hit through 4 innings, and Zoe, he just fell apart.
This was pretty much the turning point of the game. I think when those first 3 runs scored, that was really when the tides turned, but that Nimmo home run just sent it over the edge.
And then Michael Conforto, his first go-ahead hit of the day, a 3-run homer to get Beede out of the game and give the Mets a 7-6 lead in the bottom of the 5th inning. Then here, nice defense from the Mets. Ahmed Rosario, an opportunity for the Giants to tie it. Robinson Cano with the throw over to first. A 6-4-3 double play. Keep it 7-6. The Mets bullpen was solid on multiple occasions. Here, Seth Lugo also gets out of a jam. Look at the jump throw here from Cano. Derek Jeter-esque to get the 6-4-3 double play once again. But it would end in the top of the 9th. Dylan Betanzas surrendering a big third-decker homer to former Tampa Bay Ray Evan Longoria to tie this one up. And, I mean, this looked like a major turning point in the game, Zoe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those home runs earlier, and that really just fully sent it over the edge.
Billy Hamilton playing first base, a lot of weird position changes as the game went on, but he makes a nice play there on the 3-6-3 double play to send this one to extras. Bases loaded, bottom of the 11th, and there it is. Michael Conforto shooting one to right field to put it in the books for New York. The Mets win it 8-7 in thrilling fashion over the San Francisco Giants. What a game we witnessed here today. 27 combined hits. The Giants blew a 6-run lead early on and let the Mets come right back into this game. I mean, Zoe, I did not think the Mets had any chance of getting back into this one. And you just take a look here as they'll scroll through the statistics for us, and you'll see the pitching coming up. And how many pitchers, Zoe, were used by both sides?
A million. Let's see. Will we see? Yeah, look at all that. You see all the pinch hitters and all the pitchers thrown in there. That list looking 3 times as long as it usually looks at the end of a game when you look at the box score.
At least for the Mets, every pinch hitter was used, every pitcher except for Justin Wilson. But that's going to about wrap things up. Our game went a little long. But once again, the final score, the New York Mets 8, the San Francisco Giants 7. And at this point, Zoe Alter, I'm Eddie Kalegi. We hope you enjoyed. We're going to turn it over for this NL Central action to Tyler Danberg and P. Mr. 3 for Cubs Brewers.
Thanks, Eddie and Zoe. That was a fantastic game we had at Citi Field. And welcome into Tuesday evening thoughtball here on Tyler Danberg alongside P. Mr. and Phil. We have a great NL Central matchup between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Chicago Cubs. The Cubs are the best team in baseball right now. The Brewers, with a disappointing year so far, they're trying to turn it around in Game 2 of this 3-game series.
Yeah, Brewers really have been struggling to cut their footing this year. This could be a turning point, though, as we start to head towards the summer months. And if you can take a couple game off the division-leading Cubs here, and arguably best team in baseball right now by far, they can really start to build some momentum towards the back half.
Yes, they did, and you can take a look at your starting lineups here, and we go to historic Wrigley Field in the north side of Chicago. Again, Tyler Danberg, P. Mr. with you, and Phil. It's just a great sight to see, a nice day at Wrigley, and there's nothing like an NL Central matchup between these two teams. A very significant matchup came just a couple of years ago at Wrigley when the Brewers won in a playoff tiebreaker game to reach the NL wildcard. Let's take a look at our probables. Darvish will get the start, 18 starts. He has a record of 5-5 while posting a 4.08 ERA in 99.1 innings. And what can we expect to see from Darvish?
A lot of movement, decent amount of fastballs, and honestly, he's one of the better pitchers on Chicago's bullpen. Stats aren't really lining up, but almost 100 innings so far this year shows he has the potential to go deep in the game.
And we'll see Avisail Garcia to lead things off. Our lineup for the Brewers leading off. Garcia at the plate right now in the second spot. Ryan Braun batting third. Keston Hiura batting fourth. Christian Yelich batting fifth. Justin Smoke batting sixth. The acquisition, former Boston Red Sox, Brock Holt batting seventh. Eric Sogar batting eighth. Omar Narvaez and batting ninth. The starting pitcher, Brett Anderson. The count at 2-0, and Darvish already down in the count to Garcia.
Ball inside.
See Phil, Darvish, he pitched in a handful of games with the Cubs
That's ball four. Take your base.
last year, and he walked him. Darvish did, and he was pretty spectacular. Not on the record, 6-8, but he posted an ERA of under 4 for the first time in a couple of years, had 229 strikeouts, and that's something you referenced before, is his movement. He's able to pitch to the zone and just strike batters out as much as he can.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more movement and pitching to the zone. The problem is he needs the umpire to cooperate on some of them, because pitching to the zone, you also get you also try to pick the corners a bit much, which is what you're kind of seeing here with 5 straight balls off the gate.
Former NL MVP Ryan Braun strolls up to the plate. Has moved up to that 2 spot in the lineup when facing a right-hander in the National League with that no designated hitter assigned. 2-0 the count already to Braun. Here comes the following delivery from Darvish, and that one's in there for the first strike of the at-bat. See that movement already, 2-1 the count. Darvish from the belt, here comes his pitch, and check swing, and it looks like Braun went. Craig Counsell, the manager, does not like that, but really Darvish is able to utilize just a lot of his nastiness, if you will, to fool hitters even when they check swing. Here comes the 2-2, and it's a ground ball to second. Tagging the runner out is the second baseman, Happ, and he throws over to first. Double play, and there are 2 down here in the top of the first.
And that's exactly the movement I was talking about. Threw several fastballs in there, getting the hitter used to something, then drops to 12-6 and has the batter go over the top of it for a ground out.
Heads up play by Ian Happ, and we'll now see Keston Hiura, who came on last year as a rookie, was the top prospect coming into last year in the Milwaukee organization. He batted .303 with 19 home runs, 49 RBIs. His 19 dingers were the third most home runs by a rookie in Brewers history. Ryan Braun, the guy who came before him in the lineup in the 2 spot, grounded out into a double play, has the most for a rookie, and he was a Rookie of the Year in 2007. Long ago. Here's the 1-0, and it's a ground ball up the middle, and that gets through the hole past Happ. And Hiura reaches base for the first time today, and we'll see the red-hot 4-hitter, Christian Yelich.
Yeah, again, just didn't make the best contact, but did the best they could. Just a low roll down the middle. Just able to squeak by a second baseman, roll into the outfield for a single.
You're a guy who can get on base. He came into this game with a .347 on base percentage, and Christian Yelich will come up to the plate. He has the 5th highest OBP in the National League. He certainly knows how to get on base. And with 2 down and a runner on first, a solid opportunity coming into his first at-bat. He grounds one up the middle and into center. And just like that, 2 pitches, 2 hits. And there are 2 men on now with 2 down in the top of the first for Milwaukee.
And this is kind of the back end of Yu Darvish. This is kind of his Achilles heels that if he's not getting some of the calls, some of the 50-50 calls, he has to start throwing basically down the middle, and you can start timing those up.
Now see Justin Smoke, a guy who is pretty much able to find the hole wherever, and that's a good advantage for the Brewers offense. They're able to find gaps between infielders or outfielders, and that's what Hiura and Christian Yelich did.
Yeah, both of them did good, pretty good. But Justin Smoke, where there's smoke, there's fire. He's already raised his batting average about 20, 30 points in the past month. So he seems to maybe be finding himself here.
Just one of the more consistent hitters among active double-digit year veterans in his 11th season. 1-1 pitch coming from Darvish, and it's not able to grasp the outside part of the zone. 2-1.
Yeah, those are the calls Darvish really needs to get in order to make his stuff work today. But umpire's calling a tight zone today, so he's going to have to try to adjust to it.
Interesting zone indeed. From the stretch, the 2-1 pitch, and it is a swing and a miss at the hands for Smoke, and that cutter just quite masterful. That's the primary pitch for Darvish coming into it. The 4-seam and 2-seam fastballs are more secondary pitches, and there's the cutter again for strike 3. So just like that, Darvish limits the damage, strands 2 batters on first and second. Midway through the first, no score here at Wrigley. Now we'll see a journeyman, if you will, Brett Anderson, in his second stint with the Brewers. 16 starts on the year, a record of 6-6, a 4.12 ERA in 94 innings, and Phil Anderson is able to pretty much pitch wherever he goes, and he's able to do it relatively well.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing with a lot of journeymen, especially as a pitcher, is that a lot of teams will pick you up for 2-3 years because they think they might be able to have a push on, and they need a 4 or 5 arm that can be really effective. And then once that pushes over, you kind of cast back to the wind to the next team that'll pick you up. So he's definitely a serviceable pitcher and has definitely went around a little bit, but by no means is he bad.
And the first pitch to the leadoff man, Chris Bryant, is going to be a a fly ball into right center. And it is maintained out there in center by Avisail Garcia. Apologize for that, a little spotty on the bop ball stream, but we'll get there. We're just in midseason form, just a couple days out of the All-Star break coming up. And Chris Bryant, that's going to be a big out for Brett Anderson because Bryant came into this game with a .310 average, the 10th highest in the National League, but Anthony Rizzo, a guy right behind him. But he's batting .256 on the year. Nonetheless, he is still able to rope as many extra base hits as possible.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things with the Chicago Cubs here is that they have such power and such consistency at the top half of the line that you can't really sleep on them at all at any point in the game because one swing of the bat and they can easily put it out into the streets here.
It's also a pretty incredible note, the fact that everybody in this Cubs starting lineup, they have stuck around for at least the last 4 years, and even sticking back to 5 and 6 years, because their lineup, all of them are members of that 2016 championship team in one way or more.
Yeah, and that's kind of how the Theo Epstein built the Boston roster, is that he has added a couple pieces over the years, but in general, he kept the same 10 to 15 guys for 5-6 years, and they all got used to playing with each other.
And Rizzo, a guy that knows that strategy from President Theo Epstein more than almost anybody in the Cubs organization, pokes one through the back of the infield behind second base and to the left of it. And that'll bring up Javi Baez, who has just had another remarkable year. Baez, 18 home runs, 54 RBIs, a .294 average. Oh, one pitch is a swing and a fly ball down the left field line, but that hooks away for strike 2. 86 hits on the season.
Yeah, he definitely had the timing there just a little early on it, so maybe work on it a little bit as that one's in the dirt.
Nice block by Narvaez to Spirit. A 1-2 pitch coming from Anderson. It's inside, almost hit Javi Baez. Slider.
Yeah, Anderson might be using it as a setup pitch to throw one outside here, because if you can back him up just a little bit, it makes that strike zone for the batter move that just that much out.
Grounded to first, forehand stop by the first baseman. Smoked over to second for 1, back to first for 2. Inning-ending double play. Rizzo reaches base, but that's all for the Cubbies offense. Still no score after 1. We'll see Brock Holt,
the third baseman,
Eric Sogard, and Omar Narvaez, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters, to bat for Milwaukee. And Brock Holt, a guy that has been able to pretty much touch the lives of everywhere he's been. A former first-round pick by the Pittsburgh Pirates, appeared in a few games just a couple years after he was drafted in 2012. Then he was acquired by the Red Sox just a year after that debut, and he was a 2015 All-Star. Kind of saw his playing time diminish, but he's here in Milwaukee trying to turn that around, and he's ahead in the count to Darvish, 2-0.
Yeah, and Brock's really one of those guys that can play pretty much anywhere in the field. Playing at third base today, but ultimate utility man.
Ground ball up the middle, and that's going to be a base hit for Holt. So already that's 3 singles for the Brewers offense in just a full inning. Got a good piece to hit.
Yeah, and you, Darvish, you don't mind giving up these little singles and doubles, but you can't let them add up 2 runs here. He's been able to control that in the first inning, but that can get out of hand very quickly.
Darvish, nonetheless, though, he's able to strike out guys in big situations. He had 229 overall last year, 7th most in the National League. He had 6 games with at least 10 strikeouts, the most since Mark Pryor in 2005. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Eric Sogard, who had a comeback year last year. It's a sky-high fly to right, and there to make the play in shallow right field is Jason Hayward. And there is 1 out for Omar Narvaez.
Omar Narvaez stepping in, and Sarah Ray, I believe you, Darvish, is 5-5 entering today with an ERA just above 4, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that is correct, in just 99.1 innings. Over 5 more than his opposing pitcher, Brett Anderson. 1-0 the count to Omar Narvaez. Darvish kicks, here comes his pitch, and it's high and inside. As long as Darvish maintains his control, especially with that deadly cutter, I think you could say that he's going to be in a solid situation despite having runners on base, because that could be an ongoing theme as well.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the one thing you have to keep an eye on, especially for Darvish, is his pitch count. He's already at 25 here through 1/3. He's able to get out of the inning with under 30 pitches. He'll be setting himself up to have a very nice day.
That's in there for called strike for Darvish, 3-1, and the Cubs, they will be able to use a bunch of guys in the bullpen they only used in their 4-3 victory yesterday. 3 relievers, so that will free up some space. Here comes the 3-1, and it misses just on the low outside corner, and Narvaez will walk to first.
Yeah, and Darvish is kind of kicking himself, but he can't really blame anyone. There's definitely been a lot of 50-50 calls that have not gone his way, so he's got to think at this point to try to adjust more towards hitting the strike zone.
Now we'll see Brett Anderson with Garcia on deck. Is this a good opportunity for a sac bunt? And looks like he'll try and show. Lays away, ball 1.
Yeah, and at this point, if you're you, Darvish, you just throw everything low. You're expecting a bunt here from the pitcher just to move the guys over. Try to get a little dribble in front of the catcher, so that way you can whip it down the third to get the lead runner.
Shows again. He'll lay it down the third baseline. Tough play for Bryant. He'll just go over to first. Runners advance. 2 down.
Yep, and that's exactly what you want to do on a sac bunt. Just push it down the line enough so that way the third baseman has to come in to make the play and leave the base open at third.
And honestly, you can say you did your job. Now the pressure is on the leadoff man, Avisail Garcia. He walked his first time up. We'll take low, ball 1. driven in 4 runs in his last 3 games, so you know he's hot when men are on board. Here comes the pitch, and it's fouled away.
And at this point, you're not looking for the big home run ball this early in the game. You're just looking to put something either in the gap or squeak a grounder through. Something just to put the first run on, because sometimes when you score a run, all of a sudden 3 more will add up.
And now Garcia is up 2-1. Darvish tried to get that cutter to drop. Didn't have enough break. Now the following pitch coming from the former Ranger, and he misses.
And this is where you, Darvish, can get a little scary with this control. It's a tight game. There is a bag open at first, so I wouldn't be surprised if an intentional walk here.
3-1 the count. 2 down. 2 men in scoring position, and it's grounded to first. Rizzo makes the play. A little bit of a premature throw, but Darvish gets over there in time. Damage limited. Still, 0-0 between Milwaukee and Chicago midway through the second here on ML Bot Ball. Back here on ML Bot Ball, Tyler Danberg with you, P. Mister, joining me in the booth. And we're seeing right now the best team in baseball by about a game.
Oh, boy.
There's the first pitch to Wilson Contreras, flown into left. This ball is crushed, carrying, and gone. Wilson Contreras hits his 12th home run of the season, and the cold Cubs bullpen is loving it.
Yes, they are loving it. And heads up on the streets out here, maybe the apartment buildings with the way that one was crushed down the line.
Watch out, Glennell and Hill. You might have some company to reach atop the roof. That one was absolutely hammered by the Cubs backstop.
Definitely a lot of power on that one. A little bit of a line drive one, though, so only 3rd or 4th row in the bleachers out there today.
Now Anderson will face Kyle Schwarber, tied for 4th in the National League with 23 home runs. 0-1 the count. What a shot by Contreras in the previous at-bat.
Oh, yeah. It's always nice when you can get a thunderous shot like that to get the first run on the board. It really gives your team confidence. And with Kyle Schwarber stepping up, you know he's liable to put one out of here.
The 0-2 misses for Anderson. Fred Anderson pitched in 6 games with the Cubs in 2017, went 2-2 before he was acquired by Toronto, then signed last year by the Brewers. The pitch is flown into deep left. Shoulder high catch is made out in left field by Ryan Braun, and there's now 1 out for Ian Happ.
Ian Happ, a lot more comfortable at home than he is on the road. 315 average versus 244. So definitely does a lot of damage here in the friendly confines of Wrigley.
Really, Phil, is a guy always looking to prove something. A rookie in 2018, and he grounds one up the middle. And unable to make the play is the second baseman here, and that's going to be a base hit marked by the official scorer, and that'll put a man on. That's Ian Happ with 1 down for Jason Hayward.
Yeah, definitely a little bit generous by the scorer there. He definitely had a nice read on it, got his glove to it, but just kind of booted it. But anyways, runner on first, Jason Hayward here, trying to get something going.
And you talk about a lot of action for the Cubs offense. How about a lot of action so far for Clark the Cub? He's been really busy atop that home dugout.
Yeah, Clark, always a friendly face. Newest mascots in the majors, I believe, back in 2013, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, very good memory on that. Clark the Cub, really a big part of, maybe he was the man who turned around the Cubs, and maybe we have to give him props for a World Series victory in Chi-Town, possibly.
I was going to say, I guess my question would be, how big would the World Series ring have to be to fit on that hand?
It would have to be custom made, or it would probably have to be plush. Runner goes, and that's Happ, and he is safe. So 2-2 the count, but there's a runner on second now, and that's a big steal by Ian Happ. Here comes the payoff pitch. It's ground to the right side. Ira's there. Fields it cleanly this time over to first. 2 away, but the runner advances.
Yep, Jason Hayward just doing her job there, putting another runner in third, then leaving it up to the next guy to try to get the job done.
That'll bring up Albert Almora Jr., batting a measly 160, 4 for 25 in his last 8 games. And Almora just trying to do his best. He's known for his glove out there in center field. Last year he batted .236 with a career-high 12 home runs in 130 games. So that says something about his offensive performance, at least from a power standpoint. And the count is 0-1 to the Chicago center fielder.
Yeah, a lot of these defensive guys, you typically don't expect big power numbers just because they have to be so quick to be on defense.
Roll to short. Played, and the throw is picked out by Scope. So Sogard escapes a possible sticky situation, but Wilson Contreras goes deep to left. 1-0 Chicago after 2 innings of play here on ML Bop Ball. So back here with you, ignore that graphic. It's not Matty V, Mark DeRosa, and Dan Plesac. They got the night off. It's Tyler Danberg and P. Mister with you, and it's just been a great night for baseball. And the Cubs, in the first 2 innings, got out to a 1-0 lead early.
Yeah, it's been a little sprinkling of everything so far. Decent pitching, low small ball, and of course your thunderous home run to give the Cubs the 1-run lead.
Quick blast off the bat of Wilson Contreras in that bottom of the second inning. We'll now see Ryan Braun in his second at-bat. He's 0 for 1. Darvish kicks and he misses in the dirt. And that slider has only connected into the strike zone just twice today.
Yeah, it seems like he's having a little trouble connecting on that breaking stuff outside of his cutter.
Now tries to go fastball high and inside, but that one misses. Ball 3.
Yeah, I found the Chicago manager definitely after this at batter and going out and having a chat with Darvish, trying to figure out if it's a mechanics issue or something's just not feeling right.
That one's in there for a called strike. That cutter with that backdoor movement, it's 3-1. Darvish quick back in the stretch. Here comes his pitch, and it's line foul. Ron, he got a hold of that, but it hooks, and now the count is full.
Yeah, that one was definitely in contention for the longest home run of the day if that had been fair, but nonetheless, Braun here, full count.
And he swings and misses at a cutter down low. Darvish down 3 balls to no strikes, and instead he strikes out the second hitter in this Brewers lineup, Braun.
And you were mentioning earlier how Darvish can get batters out in big situations. Coming back from 3-0 there to strike him out just shows you how resilient he can be in any count.
He doesn't make it easy, but he can get the job done, that is for sure. And now we'll see Keston Hiura. He singled in the first inning. He made an interesting bobble of the play in the bottom of the second. That allowed Ian Happ to get on first, then steal a base, but he never came around to score. And they marked that as a base hit. So that keeps Hiura's fielding percentage just under 1,000.
Yeah, Hiura getting bailed out by the guy upstairs today, but hey, that's how it is sometimes. Some official scores are more lenient than others.
You never know what you're going to get. You can make the similarity between a box of chocolates and official scores, because that's pretty much as similar as it gets in terms of the world of baseball media. Here comes the 3-0 pitch, and it's fouled off the first base dugout.
Yeah, supposedly a couple of the Boston media guys that covered the Red Sox have done interviews, and they basically said, yeah, we take a poll vote and see who draws the short straw to be the official score for the game that night. So it's more or less whoever draws the short straw on the day.
Yes, that is very accurate from the Boston press box group, and that one is blooped to center. So Hiura gets on base for the second 10 today. Pair of singles for the Brewer second baseman in the second year, and that'll bring up Christian Yelich. Singled just like here in the first.
Hello.
And he lines one. At short, Baez there to make a nice play, and there are now 2 outs.
Yeah, Darvish had to have his head on his swivel. That one came right back and nearly nicked him on the arm there.
Quite the comebacker there from Yelich. Where's StatCast when you need it?
Exactly the exit velocity of that swing.
Whew. Torched by Yelly, and now we'll see Justin Smoke. He's 0 for 1. Grounded out his first time up.
Yeah,
facing Darvish for the 21st time. Carry on.
Yep, facing him 21st time. Only has 4 hits against him, so Darvish definitely has some notes against Smoke here, but occasionally Smoke can break through for a hit.
Very true statement. 1-1 the count. 2 down. Right around first. Darvish trying to keep that 1-0 lead, and that one is a swing and a miss from the fastball inside. Smoke has to really defend the plate now with the count 1-2, and when it comes to a 2-strike count, whether it's no balls, 1 ball, 2 balls, Darvish can be a free spirit.
Yeah, definitely free spirit. He tries a unique 2-seamer, we'll call that, up high and out, but doesn't get the call.
A lot of movement on that one. That 2-seam fastball that Darvish throws is kind of that dark horse in his repertoire. 2-2 pitch. It's grounded to short. Baez tries to throw, and it gets away from Hemp. Everybody's safe on the base paths, and that's going to be an error on Javi Baez.
Yeah, just really, if you throw there, throwing it way away. But the more interesting thing was Hap, after he made the catch, for some reason, just gunned it over the third for, I don't know why. That could have easily gone to the dugout for extra bases.
That's a nice play by Hap just to knock it down and make that athletic play. And we'll see Brock Holt, who takes ball 1. Holt is 1 for 1 with a single. Yesterday, he was 1 for 1. The pinch hit for Luis Urias later in the game. He's at third today. And just another ball. Darvish really cutting it close around the corners. We saw him come back earlier in this frame, down 3-0. Now he's going to have to do it again in a very more climatic situation. Here comes a 3-0 pitch, and it's a called strike on the outside corner, 3-1.
Yeah, and honestly, with the way the rest of the stuff has been, you might just want to stick to his 4-seaming cutter today, because everything else is just not working for him today for whatever reason.
If you had to mark a part of the zone where Darvish throws it here, where would that location be?
Low and inside. Try to jam the hands a little bit.
And there's a called strike again. Instead of low and inside, he goes towards the middle of the zone and out. 3-2. And we have a full count with 2 men on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I'm not a stat nerd in the dugout.
Line foul to the right of the line. You look at the balls to strikes ratio, 11-12, 23 pitches total. Here comes the 3-2, and it's a fly ball left center field. There to make the catch, ranging to his right is Almore, and the inning's over. So Yu Darvish, the comeback kid, will have to lead off the bottom of the third at the plate.
Yeah, comeback kid. Definitely gotten out of a couple jams there, but in general, his defense has really helped him out today as far as limiting the advancement in the Milwaukee runners.
He'll face Brett Anderson, who has already given up 1 run. And the first pitch of the inning is a check swing, and Darvish didn't go. Anderson, in his last start versus the Toronto Blue Jays, pitched 5 innings. Gave up 7 hits, 3 runs, struck out 3, and only walked 1. And despite some solid numbers, Anderson got the loss, and so did the Brewers. They fell 7-0, excuse me.
Yeah, and that's why you can't really trust the pitchers' numbers solely based on the ERA and whatnot, because he pitched a pretty good game last time, but just his team could not score a single run, and you get tacked with a loss. So win-loss is really a misleading number if you're looking at pitchers.
The 1-2 is fouled away by Darvish. Yeah, you mentioned run support. You look at the lineup, and instead of Lorenzo Cain, one of the better hitters in the National League out there, you have Braun and Garcia out there in two of his positions, and Darvish grounds one to second. Here is there, and there will be one out now in the bottom of the third for the leadoff man, Chris Bryant.
And going back to your point about the win-loss, remember Chris Sale, I believe last year, his first 8 starts, I think combined, he had maybe 7 runs of support in his starts. Was pitching absolutely lights out. I attended one of the games where I think he struck out 12 batters and still got stuck with the loss.
That one's poked to first, right to Smoke, steps on first. Anderson had 17 quality starts last year. He was able to keep the ERA under 3.9. His 3.89 earned run average ranked 10th in the American League in Oakland. First pitch to Anthony Rizzo is a ball. The sinker misses.
And not missing by much, though. Again, Anderson trying to work the sides like Darvish.
Popped up. Shallow left center. Under it is Braun, and the inning is over. Sogard, Narvaez, and Anderson 2 up for the Brew Crew. Anderson gets through another frame.
Off for the Brewers.
And we'll see Eric Sogard, as we just said before. We're watching ML Bop Ball. You can donate to our Daily Foundation RAIN, our hand-picked nonprofit picked by the broadcasters, GMs, and personalities here on this site in the community. Tyler Danberg and P. Mr. 3 with you. You can always go and donate to our featured nonprofit. Again, that is RAIN this week and supposedly for the next. A 1-0 pitch to Sogard is just a ball, and that misses to the high and right corner above the strike zone. 2-0.
From what I'm seeing here in the booth, that one caught the corner pretty flush. I'm not sure what the umpire saw there.
Sogard grounds one sharply to second. Haps there. And the leadoff man is retired for the top of the fourth. Look at our pitch speed comparison presented by Tops. Anderson, that seasoned veteran, maxes out at 91 so far. Definitely has a lot more breaking ball and off-speed stuff. Darvish has topped at, no pun intended there for our sponsor, Tops, at 95 miles per hour.
Yeah, and again, that's what makes Darvish's breaking stuff much more effective, is the fact that he has a fastball up at 95, 96, versus a lot of other breaking pitchers who only have it low to mid-90s.
1-0. And Darvish is able to mix in a lot, and Anderson as well, but Anderson, his pitches, 4-seam fastball he'll use maybe every third pitch. Then he's got the slider, the knuckle curve, an occasional 2-seam fastball, and a changeup. It counts 1-1 to Omar Narvaez, who's batting .244 in the season.
Yeah, we just recently saw it. Fastball up at 95, 96, 12-6 curveballs, registered at 74 miles an hour. So that's just a huge difference in speed when you only have maybe a 10th to a 20th of a second to make a decision on whether to hit or not.
2-1 the count. Called strike. Nice cutter there by Darvish. It's just that sharp break on that pitch. It's able to fool batters, and the count is now even at 2. Darvish kicks and fires, and it's pulled right over the bag at first. Rizzo stabs it, steps on first, and there are now 2 outs for Brett Anderson. He had that big sack bunt that moved over the runners from first and second to second and third, but Avisail Garcia, the man on deck, was unable to bring in those runners. It's still 1-0 Chicago.
1-1.
1-0 the count. Darvish been working on a strong effort. Pitches to Anderson, who takes ball 2. So even Brett Anderson, a guy, he's been around the league enough. He's played in both leagues, the AL and NL, in many years, and he knows his way around the bat. Knows you have to stay patient.
Yeah, exactly.
2-0 pitch. Got a diving stop by Bryant to knock it down, but that one falls out of his glove in foul territory, and reaching base on a base hit is Brett Anderson.
Yeah, but Chris Bryant nearly grabbing that, nailing him over there. Just unlucky he wasn't able to keep in the glove there.
Even with Anderson's lack of speed, could have been a possible extra base opportunity down the left field line, but Bryant knocks it down, and that's just an athletic play.
Are we allowed to wear our jackets when we're on the base pass? I'm not sure.
For pitchers, I guess so. The 0-1.
1-1.
This is low. That's always a favorite memory of mine growing up, is seeing the big man CC Sabathia in Great American Ballpark coming up to the plate in a BP jacket and hitting a home run. Yes, the temperature was around under 30 degrees, so he came up to the plate in a bullpen jacket and hit a home run to dead center.
The wonders of the NL, unfortunately. Oh boy.
Nice play by Rizzo to end the inning. We'll get more on pitchers and their variety of clothing wears on the base paths more as we head to the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 Chicago. So we're back here on ML Bop Balls and Tuesday evening baseball. Tyler Damberg and Pete Mister with you. You can donate to our nonprofit, featured nonprofit, that is RAINN, RAINN. And to start off the bottom frame of the 4th, and score 1-0 Cubs is Chicago shortstop Javi Baez, 0-for-1 today.
No, inside.
Brett Anderson having a little more luck with the calls with the umpire, but also getting a lot more ground and flyouts than Darvish so far. So this is kind of where the efficiency is going to start taking a toll, where Darvish is up around 60, 70 pitches right now. Brett Anderson going to throw his 35th right here.
And also, I don't know if it's anxiety or eagerness, but his pace, Anderson's pace, has just been incredible. But even though he's able to throw some quick pitches there, it's 4 brisk deliveries, and Baez draws a walk.
Yeah, and that just might have been Anderson shopping around a bit much, trying to get him to swing at something outside, because, again, 1 through 4 for Chicago, liable at any time to take you deep.
And we'll see Wilson Contreras, a dangerous man who homered to left his first time up. His previous game, he was 3 for 3 with a double, also walked twice. So he's continuing a 4 for 4 streak in his past 2 games. They pitch out, and staying back is Baez. And Javi Baez, a guy who can scoot around the base paths. He has 6 stolen bases this year in 10 attempts.
Yeah.
He's good.
Check back again, he's safe. Gets a little dirty though.
Yeah, Anderson might have picked up on something here from Baez, looking to go.
Instead, Baez stays at first. I think they get the message, but it's 1-2. There's a strike dealt by Anderson.
I wouldn't be surprised this pitcher, this batter, or next batter he goes.
Grounded up the middle. Nice play by the shortstop. Sogard to second for 1, over to first, and beating it out is Contreras. But nonetheless, a great play by Eric Sogard up the middle, makes that forehand stop the second to at least get the lead runner for out number 1.
Yeah, good throw by the second baseman there. Kind of getting cleaned out on the slide by Baez in the second. Just being able to get it to first safely, let alone trying to beat him out.
Now we'll see Kyle Schwarber. See atop the ticker is 20 doubles this year, our second on the team. 1-0 pitch from Anderson is in there for strike 1. Brett Anderson has that family pedigree. His father for the longest time, was the manager of the Oklahoma State Cowboys baseball program. He is now on the coaching staff at the University of Tennessee for the baseball team. It's 2-1 to Schwarber.
Yeah, and definitely one of the more underrated paths now for a lot of players into the majors is actually going to college for 2 or 3 years, honing your skills in there, and then doing the Wood Summer Bat Leagues that are kicking around the country. Not a lot of kids nowadays go straight from high school to the majors.
It's 3-1, and that's exactly what the batter right now, Kyle Schwarber, did. His numbers as an Indiana Hoosier were just simply incredible. He was a 2-time All-American at IU, and it showed.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, if you choose the college path, you have to stay at least 2 or 3 years before you can go into the MLB draft again. So it's also a way if you get drafted by, say, the Baltimore Orioles, you may be able to skip out on that draft pick a little bit.
Yes, and that's the great thing now is that you have the opportunity to decide to go back and opt out of that pick. And Schwarber never did that, but he draws a walk, and that was as easy as some of his strokes in Bloomington. The count is 1-0 to the following batter, Ian Happ, who hit a single off the glove of the second baseman, Keston Hiura, and a generous call by the official scorer. We talked about that earlier, Phil, but it was a base knock for Happ. Oh, the 1-1 pitch is a swing and a miss. Nice changeup by Anderson, and that's always a very underrated pitch for a southpaw, is that changeup.
Yeah, especially because a lot of the batters see it so late coming out of the hand. It can really throw them off if it looks like a fastball, but it's coming in 10, 15 mile an hour slower than it actually is.
Because it doesn't have that inside break like a curveball, so it could land to the outside corner. There's that outside changeup, but it's driven into left for a base hit. Rounding third and heading for home is Baez, and he will score. It is Wilson Contreras, and it is now a 2-0 ball game. The Cubs lead.
Manager coming out. I don't think he's going to yank him just yet, but just wanting to have a chat, try to figure out how they're going to get out of this jam a little bit with the runner in first and second. You would think they'd try to go for a double play ball here.
Would assume so. Jason Hayward comes up to the plate, and he gets the green light to swing, and he cuts and misses at strike one. Hayward, last year, he's been that defensive mastermind, but he also set career marks in terms of on-base percentage, slugging percentage, and on-base plus slugging percentage. So you give him the OBP, the slug, and the OPS, and he had his best numbers in those categories as a Cub. Here comes the 0-2, and a swing and a miss, a slider out over the plate and away. And Hayward is strikeout victim number one of the day for Brett Anderson.
And that was kind of alluding to Brett Anderson not striking out a lot of people, but getting those weak contacts to make easy outs. But you were saying on-base percentage, really one of the underrated stats in baseball nowadays. It's kind of how Oakland built their bunny ball system back in the early 2000s, is they trusted on base more than batting average of home runs.
And that's a very valued category. You want to try and play a little small ball and find that balance. You might not want to heavily prioritize one or the other, but it's good to have a nice healthy blend of both. Ground ball to second. And Hiura opts to go to second base over to Sogard, and the inning is over. But Ian Happ singles to drive in Wilson Contreras, and the Cubs get an insurance run. They lead by 2 as we head to the top of the 5th inning. So it's turned into a beautiful evening at Wrigley Field, and it's been a picturesque night for some baseball and ML Bop Ball. We'll have more on the way. Coming up next, we have a very good slate for you coming up we have the Mariners as they head to Fenway Park. Marco Gonzales and Marcus Walden, the probables. Brother Beard flying solo on that call. And then we'll have Twins at Tigers at 9. And then ball after dark between the Diamondbacks and the Kansas City Royals as Bumgarner and Jorge Lopez go on the bump back here at Wrigley. Darvish, his 74th pitch, and it's going to be strike one of this inning. And we talked about it before. Darvish is really getting high into the pitch count as he has pitched 4 full innings.
Yeah, 4 full innings so far, and that's 74 pitches, so I can't imagine him getting out of the 5th here. Just pitch counts running way too high. You got several rested arms in the Chicago bullpen ready to go at any time.
The pitch to Ryan Braun is a ball high, 1-2.
And the big guy coming in with the trivia question of the game. Who is the only outfielder to ever have 40 home runs and 40 assists in the same season?
That's a tough one.
Yeah, power and assists. I can only imagine it was in the late 90s.
I probably off the top of my head, my guess would be Griffey.
Now batting, the second baseman.
Junior is just for clarification.
Probably go junior. I don't think senior had the outfield assists. As we take a look at our team ERA leaders, the Cubs are atop the NL at a 3.02 ERA. And you saw before Darvish striking out Ryan Braun. Now he'll face Keston Hiura, who is 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. Fouled away into the right field seating area down the line. 0-1.
Okay, so all my ideas are out.
0-2.
What were you thinking there, Phil? I was thinking maybe Willie Mays or someone like that, but the big guy coming in with another hit. Pre-World War II and former Chicago Cub. So we have to go way back for this one.
We really do have to go way back. I'm thinking Gabby Harnett as we get a swing and a miss to Hiura, and that's the second strikeout for Darvish of this inning.
And again, Darvish might have his stuff starting to cook now, but it could be a little bit too late here to make any major impact in the game today.
He's at pitch number 80. Here's number 81, and it is a strike called in the high outside corner to Christian Yelich, who singled his first time up. And Yelich, in his second at bat, lined out to the shortstop, Baez. The 0-1 pitch to Yelich is cut at strike 2. Christian Yelich, his 23 home runs are 4th in the National League. His 61 RBIs are 5th. He has stolen 15 stolen bases as well. He's got that speed. He'll fly one, towering drive to center. Plenty of time for Almora to make the catch and to retire the batter Yelich. So the Cubs come up next, and it's their turn to bat in the bottom frame of the 5th inning. So we'll now see Darvish, who grounded out in the 3rd inning, 0 for 1. So we are in the middle of some rousing trivia, courtesy of the big guy, as always. Tyler Dambert, P-Mister with you, and also we're running out of answers here in terms of the trivia, as the count is 0-1 to Darvish.
Yeah, coming in with another hint here. He is in the Hall of Fame, and he did play for both the Phillies and the Pirates.
Okay, that's an interesting one. Well, I was thinking Jimmy Fox, but he played first for most of his career. Here's the 0-2. It's inside. We're going to need some of our Cubs traditionalists. The Brewers were yet to be around in the pre-World War II era.
The Brewers in their current form, yes. I believe the Atlanta Braves were hanging around in Milwaukee at the time of this whole answer question thing.
Well, in terms of Boston, yes, they were in Boston. They moved.
Oh,
in the 50s. to Milwaukee. And then they turned into Atlanta. And the pitch to Darvish is swung on and missed. I'm pretty sure, I cannot confirm. We might need the big guy to do that, but that's a great pitch by Anderson to strike out his fellow pitcher, Darvish.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just a huge mental psyche boost when you're able to strike out the opposing pitcher. And apparently someone somehow got it right. Chuck Klein, I believe, is how you're going to pronounce that.
Yes, Chuck Klein. That's another great name. Back, big attraction during the Depression era. It's 1-0 to Chris Bryant, who, between him and Christian Yelich, they go hand in hand in almost every single offensive category in this current year in the NL. He chops one up the middle, and he'll be retired with a throw.
Number 44, Anthony
Keston Mura, and it's now 2 outs for Anthony Rizzo, 1 for 2.
Yeah, you mentioning earlier, Yelich and I think it was Rizzo, the two of them basically going back-to-back on all the stat categories, and you're starting to see a little bit of a nice little rivalry form between these two. Only a couple-hour drive between the cities here, so definitely enough for fans to get involved in it too.
Yes, especially with the past, they have had some nice division races, wild card races as well. You mentioned that 2018 tiebreaker. There's the 1-1. And it's fouled off by Rizzo. Anthony Rizzo, actually, just a couple weeks back, just passed Gabby Hartnett for 7th most home runs in Cubs history with 236. And he's just a couple away from the 6th spot in franchise history. He flies one to right, and under it to make the catch is Yelich. So the Cubs go down 1-2-3. And it's the Brewers' turn as we have played 5 innings, 4 to go as we enter the top of the 6th. Quick turn around here on ML Bot Ball. We'll now see Justin Smoke to lead off the Brewers' 6th. Yu Darvish out there for yet another inning. As long as he stays within reasonable pitch confines, we might see him out there for the top of the 7th, but a little bit premature as of right now. Here's the second pitch of the at-bat, and it is going to be a 1-1 count. Smoke with 10 home runs on the season, 0 for 2 today, 36 RBIs, 27 runs scored. Here's the 1-1 from Darvish, and it is waved and missed by Smoke. It's that cutter in at the hands that has really fooled the Brewers' first baseman Smoke in this current game. Here comes the following delivery, and it's flied foul in left. Payoff pitch from you.
Oh boy.
I think you said it right there, Phil. It's 2-2 now.
Yeah, that one definitely slipped out of his hands. He came down. That one nearly nailed the guy in the front row.
This time, instead of going up high, Darvish goes a little bit too inside. And the count is now full. So Darvish was ahead in the count, 1-2. He's usually good working from behind, but now he's ahead, and the count is full yet again. Same outcome, but he brings him up this time. Smoke goes down on strikes for the 2nd time today. And that's a backwards K for Darvish.
Yeah, and I think that previous pitch there where he had Smoke back up a little bit, set him up for that fastball and that breaker on the outside.
We'll now see Brock Holt. Check swings and went around for strike 1. Holt, 2-time World Series champion, an All-Star in 2015, as we had previously mentioned. That is the first in MLB history to play at 7 positions that year before the start of the All-Star break. And he can pretty much play anywhere need be, and that's what happened in Boston when Xander Bogaerts emerged at short. Pedroia stayed at second, and the outfield had been taken over by some young talents by the name of Jackie Bradley Jr., Mookie Betts, Andrew Benintendi. And Holt's workload diminished, but he was able to stay versatile as ever. 1-2 to the former Pirate and Red Sox, and it's swung on and missed for strike 3, 2 outs. And that's the
batter, number 7.
Yet again, that big strike 2 pitch from Darvish.
Yeah, Darvish really starting to cook now, although it's starting to run a little late in the game for him to make any meaningful impact. Still holding them no runs, though, which I'm a little bit surprised at.
Yeah, he's had to leave a couple guys stranded, and he'll now face Eric Sogard. Right now, Phil, all he has to do is just work on the shutout.
Yeah, although with 95 pitches and we're still before the All-Star break, I highly doubt the manager's going to let him run this the entire way out.
Sogard at the plate. In his second stint with Milwaukee, he played for the Brewers in 2018 only. That in 134 and played in limited games. He flies one deep to right, but it hooks foul. He had that comeback year, though, last year. Set career highs in batting average with .290. 13 home runs and 40 RBIs and notched 115 hits. He pops it up in foul ground left of the third baseline, and Bryant has plenty of room to set under it. And the side is retired. 2-0 Cubs midway through the 6th. Time's running out of the Brewers, but it's the Cubs' turn to head up to the batter's box. We'll see Javi Baez walked his last time up, was retired at second due to Wilson Contreras' fielder's choice. But in that inning, in that bottom of the 4th inning, the Cubs scored, and that has been the last run in this game. He hits a fly ball to right center field. Yelich has to make a shoulder-high catch for out number 1.
Again, decent, solid contact there, but just a good placement by the right fielder to make a quick run over and just make the grab.
Saw before, though, looping curveball from Anderson. Just hung that right up the middle. That could have been costly, but we'll see Wilson Contreras, who has came around to score 2 runs. The first time he came around to score was this monster home run, just a line shot off the bat. And that one just escaped off the wood for Contreras. He's 1 for 2 today. Fielder's choice last time up. To say he has been productive is probably the least you can describe it, because he has really been dominant, especially at offense. It's what the Cubs have struggled seeing in a while, and Contreras last year with that all-star start was the first Chicago player to start in consecutive years since Sammy Sosa did it from 1999 to 2002. Not bad company with Sammy.
No, definitely not bad.
Wings and misses at strike 3. Third punch out for Brett Anderson, his second in the past 2 innings, and we'll now see Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, Brewers have arms up in the bullpen here. Probably just a safety in that in case Anderson falls apart here, but with this pitch count, I expect him to go through at least this, and probably the 7th if he's able to keep it together.
Schwarber, in his last 9 games, has hit 4 home runs during that span. Anderson to the line, the veteran deals, and it's grounded into the shift. From shallow right, Hira throws second base position, and Schwarber is retired by a few strides. So the Brewers get out in low pitch counts, and Anderson still going strong. 2-0 Chicago. You see Omar Narvaez along with
the catcher,
Brett Anderson coming up on deck, and then Avisail Garcia's, don't know what was going on there. I think I was a little bit tangled between Narvaez and Garcia, but Avisail Garcia will come up. He's in the hole in the leadoff spot. Tyler Danberg, P-Mister with you, and Phil, it's been great to call a game under the night sky at Wrigley Field, and it's ball 1 to Narvaez to start off the 7th. The Cubs bullpen, Craig Kimbrell, Rowan Wick working in the pen, and it's been interesting to see with the emergence of Dan Winkler. Kimbrell has been working in that setup spot.
Yeah, sometimes when you just have the hot arm, you get shuffled into the coldest spots. That's a dive.
Knocking it down is Rizzo. He'll throw over to first in a delayed manner, and it still is in time to get Narvaez. Oh, what a play by Anthony Rizzo. Just spearing it. We saw it from his hot corner component, Brian, at third, but he wasn't able to get the out. And this time they do, and we will see a pinch hitter for Brett Anderson. That is the backup catcher in this situation. It's Manny Pena. And he takes outside. He's batting .241 in the season with 6 home runs and 20 RBIs. And he has been mainly the starting catcher. He has exchanged starts with Narvaez consistently throughout the year. The 1-0 pitch from Darvish is a called strike on the cutter, 1-1.
And Brett Anderson getting the hook here. Had a pretty solid day, only giving up the 2 runs. But unfortunately getting yanked here and probably getting tagged with the loss unless the Brewers can pull something out here.
Hey, if there's anything the previous game told us, you're not down until you really are out of it, because Evan Longoria went deep, tied the game at 7, but then the Mets walked it off in extras. Ground ball to second. Happ will easily throw over to Rizzo at first to make the play and retires Pena for the second out of the inning.
Yep, and of course we can't forget everyone's favorite organist in the group, Shark Shavery, joining us in the booth. How's it going, buddy?
Going pretty good. Always great when the Cubs are up.
Of course it always is. Darvish running a little high in the pitch count, though. Not sure how much longer the manager's going to let this run on.
I think this is probably the last inning we see him. Hard to put a guy with over 100 pitches in.
We won't tease anything that Shark Shavery played. He did play Lazy Mary in the previous game, so wonder what's up his sleeve for a stretch time that is a third away from getting started. Here's the 0-2 delivery from Darvish. It's a ground ball to the left of the mound. Darvish makes the play, and they'll throw over to first. That might be the last piece of action for you, Darvish. It's 2-0 Chicago. It's stretch time at Wrigley Field. Take it away, Shark Shavery. Great rendition, one of the great things that makes ML Bot Ball really what it is, and thank you so much, Shark Shavery, for your fantastic rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game as we start at the bottom of the 7th.
You're very welcome, and speaking of a teaser, this next game coming up with Seattle at Boston, I will be playing this stretch, and also another Fenway Classic, so tune into that. We have this game going on right now, and I'm looking forward to see how it plays out. Have a great call, boys.
Thanks, Shark, and I think, Phil, speaking on behalf of him, I think, partner, you're going to be a little bit regretful that you have this game instead of the Mariners and Red Sox. I'm assuming we're going to hear Sweet Caroline in the next upcoming game as Happ strikes out.
Oh, way to potentially spoil it, Tyler. Holy cannoli. Can't let the fans sit in suspense for a little bit?
Well, you never know. There are so many songs that the Red Sox have. You have Dirty Water, you have Tessie by the Dropkick Murphys, so I'm just putting one out there.
You're just throwing a floater and see if it sticks. Okay.
But I'm just going with the strong guess. We were both 0 for 1 on trivia, so I just got to try and give my hunch. Here's the 0-1 to Jason Hayward with one down in the bottom of the 7th, and it's ball 1, 1-1. So Brent Sutter is in. Yesterday, he had some action, pitched a full inning, gave up 2 hits, no runs, and struck out a batter. The southpaw kicks and fires, and it's strike 2, swing and a miss from Hayward. Nice slider, and that's what Sutter has a lot to work for him. Sutter fires, and it's a swing and a miss. High and away, and he lets it loose. his second strikeout in 2 batters faced, and he's off to a hot start.
That's what that slider can set up, that outside movement. You can throw a fastball way outside and the batter will swing at it. But yeah, you're kind of seeing it. One of the differences between the NL and AL is that in the NL, you typically don't get a lot of long relievers. Guys usually only go inning, maybe 2, depending on how the night goes, and then they get subbed out. So a lot more set up and closer type roles here in the NL than in the AL.
Suter in the line, the 0-1 pitch to the 8-hitter Almora, and it's a backdoor curve for strike 2. Got the breaking stuff working for him so far, and he's got the high 70s breaking ball. He's really working well, and that one defensively fouled off by Almora.
Yeah, Almora just trying to stay alive here. 0-2 count, you swing it at anything close to try and make contact.
Get another foul ball, this time the other way. With 2 outs, you just got to do your best to do what you can and try and get on base. Even when you're up by 2, here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss and the ball in the dirt. Narvaez there will throw to first. And that's the 3rd punch out as Suter strikes out the side. So they go 1-2-3, the Brewers do. Cubs turn to bat. The Brewers turn to bat after 7 innings of play. It's 2-0 Cubs. Looks like a change will be made to start off the top of the 8th.
It looks like quite a few changes here as the proverbial game of National League chess starts in. About this guy going to the center, this guy in the third, third's on second, short. Everybody knows the Adam Costello thing back in the 20s. Craig Kimbrell's going to step in here.
And Kimbrell has had a great go-around in his times as a setup man. One of the leaders in holds in the National League. And when you see that unorthodox setup, you know you're in for something.
Yeah, it's chicken. We call it chicken wing out in Boston. Just his right arm hanging out like that. Really kind of gets the blood flowing, I guess, out to the fingertips to make a bit more speed on the ball. But yeah, definitely a unique one. And also takes his time when throwing pitches. So we might be here for a bit, folks.
It's 0-1. To Ryan Braun, and he swings and misses. Just a big whiff on the changeup for Kimbrell. He's just got those type of pitches, that changeup and knuckle curve that he's able to fool hitters.
Yeah, just there's a reason why he was so dominant in Boston, because he's able to use that fastball right there at 98 to get the out, along with his breaking stuff to just keep the batters really off balance.
Second base.
For that strikeout, we take a look at Yu Darvish. 7 innings, 5 hits, no runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. Masterful performance by Darvish.
Yeah, Darvish today with one of his better outings. Hopefully you can use this to ride it out and hopefully keep Chicago atop the division. But with Milwaukee being in third and putting up the fight they have tonight, I don't think they're going to get caught anytime soon.
Now we'll see Keston Hiura. 2 singles his first 2 at-bats, and he was retired his 3rd time up. Down to the count 0-1 with 1 down in the top of the 8th. Kimbrell fires, and it's a swing and a miss. Just blowing the 97-mile-per-hour 4-seamer by him. It's 0-2. Misses for ball 1. And that's one of the first balls thrown by Kimbrell so far. Nice attendance of 38,000 on hand to cheer on the setup man, and Kimbrell strikes out Keston Hiura. Now let's take a look at the starter comparison. Phil, Brett Anderson, man, he did his best. He gave up 2 runs, that costly home run, gave up only 4 hits. Darvish, on the other hand, shutout innings. Both pitchers put up a strong effort, but man, Yu Darvish, the guy who came out on top, or at least so far, has came out on top. And Anderson likely to get the loss, but hey, you never know. With 2 down in the top of the 8th, it's only a 2-run lead for the Cubs.
Yeah, and with some of the bats in Milwaukee, it would put one or two nice swings on, and all of a sudden we got a tie game. So you definitely don't want to count him yet, but yeah, if the scoreline holds, Aaronson going to get stuck with another tough luck loss.
It's what makes the game so beautiful, and the pitch to Christian Yelich is a ball. So it seems like when Kimbrel misses, Phil, it tends to miss up high.
Yeah, and that's kind of a result of his motion when he throws it. He kind of has an up-down. Like, he releases the ball a lot higher than most pitchers, so if anything, it is going to miss high more than low.
Payoff pitch is chopped to first. Rizzo's there to make the stab and the play unassisted. And the Cubs will come up to the plate at the bottom of the 8th, leading 2-0 over Milwaukee in Game 2 of this 3-game series.
Your attention, please.
Now on to pitch, David Phelps,
Number 41.
a seasoned veteran, if you will, 35 games this season, 2-1 record. In his one save opportunity, he blew it. He's pitched in 36.2 innings, and that was just in a situation of dire need.
Yeah, sometimes you just get thrown to the wolves and there's literally no other arms in the bullpen. You're like, okay, yeah, you in the back corner, you're up. Bases loaded, try to get out of here.
Yes, you are correct, and we'll now see David Beede pinch hitting for the reliever Kimbrel. Batting .209 on the season. Man, it feels like his walk-off grand slam here at Wrigley that happened just 2 years ago feels like generations back.
Oh, that's the process of time, my boy. Especially as we get older here, stuff keeps slipping farther and farther into the past.
Especially with this whirlwind of a period. March seems so far away.
Yeah,
1-2.
March feels like ages ago, but luckily we're starting to come out in the back end of it now, at least up here in the north. I know the south's starting to get ravaged a little bit.
1-2 pitch is grounded up the middle. Now we'll get through for a base hit. David Bede's on. And that is the first pinch hit for the Cubs in the past 7 games.
Yeah, you expect pinch hitters usually to provide maybe a little spark for your team, but just recently for the Cubs, not the case. So nice to see pinch hitter get one there.
Now we'll see the top of the order, Chris Bryant. Been disappointing so far, hitless in his 3 at-bats. That's saying something for his 300-plus average. He's been Mr. Automatic, especially in the leadoff spot. And he hits a hot shot to center. And now he get down for a single. So finally, he will get on base. He's 1 for 4 on the day, and just a quick rocket up the middle.
Yeah, not much anyone can do on that one. Just a beautiful piece of hitting there. Nice liner right back up the middle.
And see to our left on the left of your screen, the starting lineups for Mariners Red Sox. They are up. And we're almost ready to go from Fenway. So we go from one historic ballpark to another. But right now it's 0-1 in the bottom of the 8th. 2 men on and nobody out.
We were playing Old Park Bingo. I think I would win with the lineup here. Going from Wrigley Field, built in 1912, over the Fenway in 1910. And then I think the next closest one is like somewhere in the 60s or 70s. So it's just a huge gap. They don't build them like this anymore.
No, they do not. We might need to get a confirmation on some of the oldest ballparks so we could get that coming up, as you just saw some action in the bullpen. And the payoff pitch to Rizzo is a swing and a miss. And Phelps strikes out punch-out victim number 1. And Rizzo just fooled by that breaking pitch.
Yeah, essentially fooled. And on that stat earlier, I may have fudged the years by a couple numbers, but it's kind of the general areas, the early 1910s for both Wrigley and Fenway.
And then Dodger Stadium in 1962 is the third oldest. Then we go Angel Stadium of Anaheim and Oakland Coliseum that following year. So all within 62, then 66 and 66. Far gap from 1910 and 12, and there's a base knock to right. That'll score a run, and The Cubs now take a 3-0 lead as Beede will come around to score.
The Cubs just want to pack on a couple insurance runs before they hit the road here, as this game is just about signed, sealed, and delivered, considering what Milwaukee has shown me before, which is absolutely nothing in the hit column.
You are correct, and that will bring up maybe the man of the hour for Chicago, Wilson Contreras. Baez and Bryant are on first and third.
Yeah, nearly put a hole in the bleachers back in the first or second inning with his homer. Getting an absolute screamer getting out of here.
You are quite the trooper if you are going to try and stick your hand out to make that catch. But meanwhile, Contreras digs into a long fly ball, but it is long foul. Could have been long gone, though. 0-1. He grounds one in the hole. Base hit into left. Bryant will score. Baez holds that second. It's a 4-0 lead for Chicago.
And just like DJ Khaled, the Cubs put on another one, and almost in similar fashion. Just a little dribble it through the infield, out into the outfield, and letting the guy run around. And that's going to be the day.
David Phelps' night is done. It's time for Alex Claudio to try and clean up this mess with 2 men aboard. 24 games this season, a 1-1 record. Also has a pair of saves in 3 opportunities, and he's only pitched in 25.2 innings. He's seen his workload go down this year, but nonetheless, he's in a tight situation to face Kyle Schwarber. It's in their first strike. Contreras on first. Baez on second. And Schwarber swings and misses 0-2.
That looked a lot, just nitpicking here, that looked a lot more like a slider than it is sinker. Maybe it's a sidearm action there.
One's poked to right, base hit. Around comes Baez, he's going to score, and it's the run parade for the Cubs. And they've tacked on 3 here in the bottom of the 8th.
And this is kind of what I was waiting for Chicago. You were seeing it all night. They were making contact, just getting little nicks and knocks. And now they're starting to blow it open, making solid contact with basically anything that's thrown to the plate, it looks like.
Only 1 out here in this bottom frame. We'll see Ian Happ, who's 2 for 3. He had a single, an RBI single his last time up, and that put the Cubs up 2-0. Now they're up by 5. This inning is not over yet. Claudio fires, and it hit him. Base is loaded, 1 down, and we're going to see Jason Hayward in a tight situation, or no, it's going to be the switch hitter, Victor Carantini, trying to pinch hit. He got the start yesterday, hit a single, and now he takes ball low. So an interesting move in a lefty-lefty matchup with Hayward. They go to the switch hitter batting out of the right side in Caratini.
Yeah, and that's more just because lefty-lefty is so tricky to pick up sometimes. Because the ball is coming from over your shoulder as a lefty, so you get to see it very late.
And also, Phil, with Claudio's hunched-over diagonal-like set, it's tough for Hayward, especially on sliders and curveballs and sinkers that Claudio throws away. So that gives Caratini the advantage, but other than that, Descalso and Kipnis are lefties also on their bench. Caratini, the fly ball going down the left field line, but it's foul. He's one of their only hopes out of the right side. That's fresh off the bench. The 2-1 pitch coming from Claudio, and that's going to be ball 3. Now the situation has gotten even more tighter.
Yeah, if you're the Milwaukee manager, you just have to look up and be like, what do I need to do to get out of this inning? Because it seems like his bullpen's bleeding it away right now.
Here comes the 3-1, and it's fouled off. We'll have a full count. And Craig Counsell, you can only imagine he's just biting at the fingers right now. This has already been a disappointing season so for the Brewers. They got to turn things around. 3-2 pitch is blooped. over the infield into center. That will score 2 runs, and the Cubs will lead 7-0. That is now 5 runs here in the bottom of the 8th, and Caratini comes up big with a 2-run pinch hit single.
And again, just a great piece of hitting to boop it out in the center. And Milwaukee may want to take the bats away from the dugout for the time being, because the manager's probably livid at this point. I believe that's 4 or 5 runs given up just in the 8th here from his bullpen, so he is absolutely livid at them right now.
Now we'll see Albert Almora as he steps up to the plate with runners on first and second. Struck out in the 7th his last time up with a runner on. Claudio only 12 pitches, but he's given up a handful of runs. He hit his second batter of the game. That's the second hit batsman for Alex Claudio, and the bases are loaded yet again for David Beede, and the Cubs have now officially batted around.
Well, yeah, I can't make up any excuse. The bullpen blew this game for Milwaukee. No sugarcoating it. They were tight 2-0 heading in here, and the bullpen just basically blew it up into a 7-0, potentially even more game.
Almora on first, Caratini on second, and Happ on third. David Beede at the plate, he's 1 for 1. He got things going with a single of his own. Pinch hitting for the reliever Craig Kimbrell. Could only imagine what's going on in the Cubs' bullpen. Ground ball foul. I would imagine that they probably had to take out a bunch of guys that were going to be in a situation where the score was 2-0.
Yeah, no, at this point the Cubs are basically drawing straws in the bullpen right now, trying to figure out who's going to go in for the 9th. Because honestly, unless it's an epic failure from the Chicago Cubs bullpen, I highly doubt they're blowing a 7-0 lead.
Double play depth for the Brewers. Claudio in a 3-1 count to Beede. Here comes the pitch, and it's fouled off. This resembles an at-bat that Victor Caratini had. It was ahead in the count 3-1. Then Claudio got him to foul off 2 pitches, 3-2. Then he singled to center. Here's the pitch, and he walked him. Another run given up by Alex Claudio. He's done it in singles and doubles, and now he's walked in a base runner, and that's going to be the night for Claudio. We'll see Jesus Castillo working on not even a full day of rest. He's 0-1 on the year, 22 games appeared in, and he's also pitched in 22.1 innings, a 5.64 ERA. Not terrible what you want, but you're going to have him going against Chris Bryant, and he is maybe a little bit better facing righties.
Yeah, and again, just the way this game is kind of falling apart here, Milwaukee manager's got to be livid as we see him not getting that call. I thought that caught the zone pretty clean there.
Looked like it clearly grasped the zone. The Brewers trying to avoid their 50th loss on the season. And looks like that wild card loss, those miscues last year, still loom over this team. As you take a look at what's happened in this eventful bottom of the 8th, well, for those just tuning into ML Bot Ball, the Cubs have tacked on 6 runs here in the bottom frame of the 8th inning, and the count's 2-1 to Chris Bryant with the bases juiced. Here comes the pitch from Castillo. It's foul tipped by Bryant. And right now in this situation, Phil, what are you looking to do here if you're the reliever Castillo?
Just get outs at this point. Get out of here with minimal damage given up, and there's the way to start it.
2 away. He struck out Bryant. Big K for Castillo.
Now back, first baseman, Anthony.
Now we'll see Anthony Rizzo struck out his last time up until Bryant just was fanned by Castillo. Claudio struck out Rizzo, and that was the out just 9 batters ago. Here comes the pitch, and it's lined right to the hole and short. Great play by Sogard, but the Cubs go haywire in the 8th. They now lead by 8 runs heading to the top of the 9th here on ML Bot Ball. Rowan Wick, 5-1 on the year, a 2.65 ERA in 34 innings and in 37 appearances. He will come on. It's crazy to think that starting in the bottom of the 8th, the Cubs had working in their bullpen. Believe it or not, they had Dan Winkler, and they had Jeremy Jeffress, a setup man, and a closer. And Winkler will hopefully get to sit out as of right now. The Cubs lead by 8, and Wick will be out there on the first pitch as a ball to Justin Smoke, 0 for 3 on the day.
Yep, and at this point, if you're Wick, you're just hoping to get outs here without really causing any trouble, because it should be a relative cakewalk with the bottom half of the lineup coming up.
Smoke hits a capper off the wall in right center. He's heading for 2. The throw to second, and it's not in time, and Justin Smoke hits a leadoff double. That's his 8th two-bagger of the season.
Yeah, and that one had a chance to get out of here if the weather might be a bit more warmer. Just a little clanger up the wall. Surprised he went for second there. Not really known for speed, and a lot closer play than it should have been.
We'll now see Brock Holt. The Cubs now have Tepera, and Jeremy Jeffress is also back out in the bullpen. So he warmed up, they sat him down, then he's back out there, and Wick might have some support because the Cubs can simply afford to run these guys as much as they can. But again, it would be nice to have Wick going into the 3rd game of the series just out there as we get a glimpse of the Cubs bullpen. We saw them earlier when Wilson Contreras homered in the early stages of the game. The Cubs bullpen, they were just having as much fun as they can. And it looks like they've been having a lot more fun because their teammates have poured on 8 runs offensively. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Wick, and it's 3-0.
And sometimes you just need that little looseness, a little bit of fun out in the bullpen to make you more relaxed here. And Rowan Wick not having a great start so far. 5 pitches, gives up a long bomb to Smoke. Now Brock Holt with a potential walk here.
And he gets a high fastball just in there for called strike number 1. Hands in, and it is grounded to first. Rizzo makes the play. Smoke moves to 3rd, and the run to possibly break the shutout is 90 feet away, but there's one away.
Eric Sogard.
Now we'll see Eric Sogard, who popped out in the 6th. Wick on the mound in his 2nd season in the Cubs organization. He was acquired from San Diego in 2018. Made his major league debut, that year with the Padres. 3rd year overall in the big leagues, and it's 1-1 to Sogard.
And Wick here definitely taking his time on these pitches here, making sure he finds his spot correctly, and just is able to put the ball there.
On base percentage has been key for him. He came into this game with a 347 mark. Sogard did. Fouls it down the first base line, 1-2, and Wick now ahead with a possible 2-strike and possible strikeout opportunity. Here comes the pitch, and it misses. Contreras wanted that high outside corner, and it just brushes off the plate. 2-2.
Yeah, and Wick probably didn't like a seam on that ball as he tosses it back to get a new one. Probably the reason why that one ran outside a little bit, but he had a waste pitch to go with, so he could definitely go and try to nitpick a corner a little bit.
Count now even at 2. Smoke is on 3rd. He could be the first run today for Milwaukee. The kick from Wick. And did Sogard go? It looks like he did. Wick strikes out Eric Sogard, and there are now 2 outs for Omar Narvaez.
And that's going to make it much harder here for Milwaukee to get a run on the board because now you need a base hit in order to score. Smoke from third.
Ooh. First pitch of the at-bat is a ball. So it's been a tight zone. That's been the tendency from this home plate umpire and crew chief. 1-0.
Yeah, definitely. Pitch is getting absolutely no breaks here. You kind of saw that with Darvish's pitch count running up around 103 by the end of the day.
Ballboy making a nice play.
So a nice play off the bag there. One thing, those tarps can be really tricky to read the bounce off, but nice job there.
Tough spot. You can tell he didn't want to really get off his stool.
Well, at this point, who would really want to get off their seat and actually have to do work when the Cubs are up 8-0 here?
Never heard any more of a true statement. This one is lined right to short, and that will do it. Baez makes the play. The Cubs tack on 6 runs in the 8th. They win it 8-0 here at Wrigley in Game 2 of this 3-game set.
Yep, just, again, today is an example of why you need a strong bullpen, as it was a close game up until the 8th inning, but just the Milwaukee bullpen absolutely fell apart. Gave up 6 runs to Chicago and basically buried any chance of a comeback during the 9th.
Brett Anderson polished off Cubs batters the best as he could. He made a couple mistakes, but that was it. Then David Phelps just made one costly mistake, gave up a couple runs, and then it was Alex Claudio came in, and the wheels just came apart. Let's go to our replay vault and a look at our highlights, and it started in the bottom of the 2nd with a home run to left, under 400 feet for Wilson Contreras, and he just smoked it into the bleachers.
Yeah, definitely not listed at under 400 feet, but definitely had the power of a 450-foot homer there.
It stayed quiet for 2 full innings until Ian Happ hit a ground ball single into left. That put the Cubs up 2-0, and then Javi Baez got in on the fun, and this is where things started to unfold for the Brewers pitching, and the Cubs took advantage. Bottom of the 8th, 3-0 with that single. Then Wilson Contreras, a ground ball to left. That drove in a run to put the Cubs up 4-0.
And again, this is really where the wheels started to kind of come apart here for Milwaukee. Good game up until that point, but then just the 8th inning is an absolute nightmare.
And things got worse. Claudio hung one to Schwarber. They lead at 5-0. Caratini pinch hits, and he lines a bloop shot to center for a 2-run single. The Cubs then led it 7-0, and then with the bases loaded, Claudio walked David Beede, who had 2 at-bats in this inning, starting off as a pinch hitter for Kimbrel. 8-0 Cubs, top of the 9th. Omar Narvaez, 2 down, runner on 3rd, and Justin Smoke. He was the last hook to try and put a run on the board, and he was retired by Baez. And that is your ball game. Darvish, the winning pitcher, Anderson, the loser, and, well, we're just moments away from heading to Fenway Park. Phil, it was just a one-sided affair today for the Cubs.
Yeah, definitely. Cubs got their work in the 8th, but prior to the 8th inning, it was a very good game. Only a 2-run difference up until that point, but that just shows you how important a bullpen can be for any team.
So now we take it away. We go to Fenway Park for Mariners and Red Sox. Is an 8-0 victory for the Cubs. For P. Mr. 3, my good partner Phil, I'm Tyler Amberg saying so long, Brother Beard. Hope you're doing well, and take it away, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Tyler, P-Mister. Always good to see you. We're going to head out to Fenway now for Game 2 of this series between the Mariners and the Red Sox. Of course, I'm joined by one of our OGs here, M. Frost, back in the booth. Good to see you, my friend.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Brother Beard. It's great to be back. Excited to see some baseball. A bit rainy night here in Boston, but we should be able to get a good game out of these 2 clubs.
Well, it was a rainy night last night, and by the sounds of it, it's going to be rainy again here. We'll see what sort of an impact that has on the players' stamina being able to get through this ball game.
Absolutely. even though just physically they're meant to. Ooh, I'd stand corrected. It's a beautiful day at Fenway. Perfect day for baseball. Well, I guess all that goes down the drain now. But they are certainly in the mood for baseball now. You look at that, blue skies, sun is shining. We got Marcus Walden on the mound for the Red Sox, starting this one off in the field. He is having an abysmal year, 1 for 8, 2.75 ERA. The ERA is not bad, but that record is just you can't avoid that.
You're never happy when you see a 1-8 record out of a starting pitcher, but the numbers kind of tell a different stories. We'll get into those as we go throughout this ball game. Malik Smith swinging at the first pitch and a lazy fly ball out to right field for Kevin Pillar. Perhaps that's a good example of what I'm trying to say here for Marcus Walden. A 2.75 ERA across 78 and 2/3 innings of work. That's actually really good.
Yeah,
like you don't actually see that a lot across the major leagues. And to pair it with a 1-8 record, that really goes to show the lack of run support that he's gotten this year.
Yeah. And as you've seen that record 38 and 47, 4th in the East. You have to say, like you said, amazing stat there, the 2.75 ERA. He's, like you said, he's just not getting the run support. And yeah, that's the Red Sox batters. They need to step it up here.
Well, a 2-1 pitch here to Kyle Lewis. That's going to be swung on and missed. 2-2, a full count here. Compared to the previous at-bat in which, well, 1 pitch, 1 out. You see the 2-2, that one is outside, says the home plate umpire. Marcus Walden perhaps still trying to figure out what the strike zone is going to be here in the first inning.
Yeah, the first inning of a baseball game is much like the first round of a boxing match. The pitcher working around the strike zone, feeling it out, trying to get a feel for what will get calls and what won't.
We're going to see a 3-2 pitch here. And ball 4. Kyle Lewis going to draw a walk here with 1 away. That's going to bring up Mitch Haniger. So a good eye here from the young right-handed bat. It's going to bring up his counterpart in the outfield. Haniger batting well against lefties. 379 in his matchups. Of course, not so great against the righties. Hitting about 200. Marcus Walden going to start with a cut fastball on the outside here. We'll see an 0-1 pitch. This one missing outside with the slider. Comes set, delivers the 1-1 now. This one's going to slide off the plate once more. 2-1. Haniger's going to swing and foul this one off as he waits for one over the dish. 2-2 is the count here. And he connects with this one and drives it deep into left field. A diving catch out there by Wilson. A beautiful play out in left field to start off the first inning here, as they rob Mitch Haniger of a base hit.
I'm sorry, but there's all kinds of
catch here.
All kinds of technical issues on my end. Go.
Well, in steps the designated hitter for today, Carlos Gonzales. You see the first pitch here. He takes a big cut at that one. 0-1. The 0-1 pitch misses outside, 1-1. That was a slider that just didn't have any break on it. One 1 pitch. Still not able to find the zone here. 2-1 for Marcus Walden. The 17th pitch of the inning. And it's going to be lifted out to center field. Ranging over is going to be Jackie Bradley Jr. And he'll be there in plenty of time to record the out. So no score here in the top of the first. Mariners strand one on the walk by Lewis. And we'll go to the bottom of the first. We're going to see the Mariners ace Marco Gonzales get the start here today. It's going to be his 18th time taking the hill. A 5-8 record with a 3.86 ERA across 95 2/3 innings of work.
Leading off for the Red Sox.
So Jose Peraza is going to start us off here for the Red Sox. And swing at the first pitch, and Kyle Seager is going to be able to put the glove on it here. The throw over is going to pull Austin Nola off of first base.
Yeah, and that's scored as an error by Devers. That was a great play on, not Devers, sorry. That was a great play on the ball there, but it was too hard of a throw to make. That honestly could have been scored as a base hit if he didn't bother to make the throw, because that was a well-placed ball, and he made his best effort, and it just didn't work. He pulled the man off the base, and runner was safe.
Well, Kevin Pillar, the hero of the ball game last night, producing runs when it mattered the most. The 0-1 pitch to him is in there for strike two. Of course, the big heroics with 2 outs in the ninth inning, the bottom of the ninth inning last night. The big 2-run bomb over the Green Monster tied the ball game, and then he came around to bat later in the 11th and scored the game-winning RBI.
Yeah, those late inning heroics, the staying cool under pressure, are what makes him a great asset for this team or any ball team. He's played with a couple of clubs throughout his major league career, and that's why he's here with the Red Sox now.
Well, Marco misses with that one, 2-2. The even count here to Pillar. Big lefty kicks and delivers a ball on the outside, 3-2. Of course, behind Pillar, we've got JD Martinez standing in the on-deck circle.
Yeah, Martinez, as you can see there, 274 average, less than ideal, but certainly not, by no means failing. He's having an average year. And those home run totals, 18 homers. That's a nice little number there.
3-2 pitch here to Pillar. That's gonna walk him as he fouled off the first 3-2 pitch, and now Marco loses him here. 2 men on and nobody out. That brings up the man you were talking about, JD Martinez. First pitch to him is going to be grounded up the middle. Jake Shiner is able to corral it over to second for 1. He can't beat out. He beats out the throw over at first, so only the 1 out. An impressive defensive play here from Shiner, going the opposite direction. He's able to completely turn around and make the throw.
Yeah, that was a nice job by Martinez beating out the throw to first. So that not only opens up the opportunity to have him on base, but also now if they wanted to send a pop-up to deep right field, they could drive in the run on a sac fly.
Can do that as Xander Bogaerts, hitting over 300 on the season, is definitely capable of doing basically whatever he wants at the dish. You'll see an 0-2 pitch here from Marco. This one below the zone. It's a easy ground ball up the middle. 6-4-3 double play, and the inning is over. Marco Gonzales getting out of a jam here as we still scoreless through 1.
Yeah, that was a great play by Seattle's infield there. Preventing the run from being scored, because that first run is also important in these games.
Kyle Seager's going to check his swing at the first pitch, but it's in there for strike 1. Hitless in the ball game last night. He'll look to bounce back here in Fenway. He'll watch a ball in the dirt here, 1-1. Swinging at this pitch, it's going to be a grounder over to the first baseman, who tosses it to Marcus Walden, rushing over to beat Kyle to the bag, and he does for the first out. Brings up first baseman Austin Nola. Hitting .214 on the season. He's been getting a lot of looks here on this road trip. Mostly playing off of the bench this season. This one's over for strike 1. 1-1 off of that sinker. 1-1 pitch. And this is outside. 2-1 here to Nola. Marcus Walden delivers the 2-1 and misses inside.
Walden's putting in a lot of work early in here. You're seeing a lot of 3-2s, 2-2 at-bats in his pitch count. 25 pitches through 1 1/3 innings. And he's going to be looking to work more efficiently going forward.
Well, he gets the strikeout here against Austin Nola, as that'll bring in the shortstop, J.P. Crawford.
No. 1-0.
Missing with the first pitch, ball 1. Fouling off here, counts even at 1 now. Swing and a miss at a slider way on the inside. Definitely fooled him there. 1-2. And this is for ball 2 here.
And here we see another not bad. This one getting a strikeout, but that pitch count already up at 30 by the end of that inning. He's really putting in his work through 2 innings.
Well, we'll see Devers, Moreland, and Vasquez due up for the Sox. Still scoreless as Rafael Devers steps in here, hitting about .250 on the season. Missing with the first pitch here. Marco's throwing a sinker. Just sinks a little bit too much.
No. 2-0.
The 2-0 here from Marco now.
Hook one.
That gets in there for strike one.
1 strike.
Starts on the inside, working to the outside. Two 2-1 pitch gets them to chase the ball on the extreme inside. 2-2.
Yeah, pitches that like those.
Be grounded up the middle. Kyle Seager charging from third base in the shift, and he'll get the first out. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, that's all right. That was he hit that ball very good. That was a great defensive play by the Mariners infield, and they got the first out of the inning underway.
Well, we're going to see Mitch Moreland dig in here for his first debut of the ball game. We'll foul this off 0-1. Mitch only 1 for 7 in his matchups against Marco Gonzales.
No, that's the ball.
Missing an eye with this one, 1-1.
He's working with a 261 average on the year. Yeah, I'd like to see him produce a bit more, but certainly no complaints in that department.
Ground ball out to first. Austin Nola is going to be able to corral it himself and take it free unassisted for the second out. Good play defensively out there. That brings up the catcher, Christian Vasquez. That's kind of heated up through the month of June, as you see hitting closer to 300 as we close out this, what seems like longest month of the year so far.
Certainly it wasn't quite so long for him. He's living in the limelight here. 17 RBIs this month. He 6 home runs, having the time of his life here in June.
Well, Marco missing here with the first couple of pitches to the catcher. Comes set for the 2-0 now. Kicks and delivers, working that outside. Christian Vasquez able to turn around on that changeup. 79 miles an hour.
Pitches like those are nice for pitchers. They don't really wear on your arm that much, and every once in a while he'll catch a corner or get him to swing at it. You get a strike out of it too.
2-2 pitch. This one's going to get lifted out into center field. And Alex Smith is going to bring it in. So a 2-out base hit here by Christian Vasquez.
And his hot June will continue. Dropping in a single there.
That'll bring up the center fielder, Jackie Bradley Jr. So I learned last night that this is called Wally the Green Monster.
Yeah, that is correct. As a Boston sports fan, it was quite disconcerting to me when I found out that it was not common knowledge that he was Wally the Green Monster. I thought everyone knew it.
I mean, it makes perfect sense. It's just not, I'm not that deep into the Fenway lore, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised that Marco Gonzales pegging Jackie Bradley Jr. here.
I really lost control in that one. Clips him on the elbow and gives him a free base.
I was about to say I was surprised as somebody who played Fallout 4 and seeing how central of a location Fenway became in that game. I'm kind of surprised there wasn't like some little nod to that in there somewhere.
Yeah, I never played the Fallout games, but I did hear that Boston was the central location for 4. I would have assumed that it would have been a nod to Wally. I agree.
Yeah. Well, Marcus Wilson is going to foul off an 0-2 pitch here from Marco Gonzales. And he checks his swing, but they'll say he either went around or that hit the zone. Either way, strike 3 to end the inning here. We're through 2 as the Red Sox left 2 on the base paths here.
The Red Sox just aren't capitalizing on opportunities. It's only been 2 innings, and we can already see this. They've left quite a few men on in scoring position even. That runner on third in the first.
Not capitalizing on opportunities was the theme of the night last night, and it looks as though it'll continue here. Well, a strike and a ball to start off this at bat to Tom Murphy. The 1-1 pitch now from Walden inside, 2-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2, 2-2.
Walden really got him to chase out of the zone on that one, and there too.
And strike 3 for the strikeout king. As he'll take a big old cut at this and head back to the bench and probably put his catcher back on, to be honest. Jake Shiner is going to step in here for his first AB of the ball game. He'll watch a ball for ball 1. You see there 269 after getting the call up from Tacoma about 2 weeks ago now. But an OPS of almost 800. This guy can get on base in all sorts of ways. 1-2 pitch now to Shiner. Swing and a foul down the third base line and over to the dugout. The 1-2, this is going to be in the dirt. Two-two is going to be lifted out into foul territory. Moving right along here. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big slider across the middle of the zone gets the strikeout out of Shiner.
You know, this may be unlikely, but we're seeing a Marcus Walden-Marco Gonzales pitching duel right now. They are both dealing. Gonzales not quite so much as Walden, but neither has allowed a run thus far. And like you said, 4 strikeouts out of Walden.
Yeah, ultimately they're getting the same outcome as perhaps the show really likes this replay.
We might have to put that one on the highlight.
Flashing back to the beginning of the ball game, the very first pitch, in fact. Malik Smith, hopefully he'll show a little bit more patience here as he can get on in a lot of ways. And you want him to get on in every way possible as he leads the American League in stolen bases with 39. Check swing here, but they'll say it crossed the zone anyways. 0-2. Smith a little flare out to third base, and Devers is just going to put his glove up and take a couple of steps back to get the out. So 3 up, 3 down here from the Mariners. Speaking of 3, we'll see 1, 2, 3 out of the Red Sox here at the bottom of the third.
Leading off for the Red Sox, the second baseman.
So Peraza still 0 for 1 on the day. He reached on that throwing error by Kyle Seager in the first inning. 3 for 7 in this matchup. The success is there. He tries to do much the same as he did in the first inning and rip it down the third base line, but he's out in front of it. 0-2 pitch from Marco misses inside, 1-2. Lifted out to right field there, and plenty of time is going to be Mitch Haniger. So 1 away here in the bottom of the third. Looking at the pitch count here from Marco Gonzales, 35 pitches so far through 2 1/3 inning. About right where you want to be, about 15 pitches an inning. First pitch to Kevin Pillar is going to be in there for a line drive out into the outfield.
Next for the Red Sox, the designated hitter,
Sorry, not a line drive, a ground ball right back up the middle. A little bit of Comcast difficulties here. You'll love to see it. Another base hit through the gap here. This one's going to move him up another 90 feet. An interesting throw here from Haniger. Not really sure what's going on there. As his throw, Marco Gonzales has to come out of his backup position about halfway down the line to home. So we'll see Xander Bogaerts again here. And a hot ball over to Kyle Seager. He takes the first out at second. And then, he takes the tag out on the way to third. It goes to second for the third out. And that will do it here in the bottom of the third. Unlucky there for Boston as they were on a roll.
the left fielder, number
We'll go quickly to the top of the fourth here, where Kyle Lewis will step in.
You see there, Lewis leading his team in doubles with 19 so far.
Yeah, when he does make contact, he can
Walden
usually...
pitch count really getting up there. He's got 48 through just 3 innings, which is, I suppose, right where he wants to be. But he's on the verge of tipping it over as that one is popped up into right field.
Right fielder, Mitch Haniger.
Well, how does this look to you, looking it with a little peek into the minor league system here for the Red Sox? All right, first pitch here to Mitch Haniger is going to be high for ball 1. Haniger already with a line out here today, looking for a base hit. Missing outside, 2-0. This one's going to get fouled off. Hit hard into
the 2-1 count now from Walden to Haniger. Haniger 0 for 1 today. That one swung on, fouled off to the left side, 2-2. And 2-2 pitch. That one's grounded to shortstop, and he'll make the play easily for the second out of the inning.
Now that designated hitter.
A nice
Still
play
scoreless
out
here
there.
through 3 2/3 in Boston. And that'll bring up Carlos Gonzales, who's also 0 for 1 with a flyout in the first.
Well, that's going to bring in the designated hitter,
Walden
Carlos.
delivers, and that one's inside, ball 1.
Can you hear me, Empress?
One ball, no strikes, and that one's fouled off over to the left side, even up the count at 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch, and that one swung on, popped up into left field, giving chase, and that one is tracked down for the third out of the inning. Heading to the bottom of the fourth, due up for the Red Sox, Rafael Devers, Mitch Moreland, and Christian Vasquez.
Leading off for the Red Sox.
Devers leading it off here in the bottom of the fourth. Grounded out in the second inning, as his only at bat today. Both pitchers still holding their opponents to no runs so far. Scoreless tie. Devers 3 for 12 career against Gonzales. And that one's swung on, popped up into shallow left field, and that's an easy out for the Mariners. One down in the bottom of the fourth. Nobody on. So we can see here the pitch speed comparison brought to you by Tom's Baseball Cards. Average pitch for Marco Gonzales, 91 miles per hour, while the average pitch for Marcus Walden is 96. Walden's got a bit more speed under his belt. And
What do you got?
About now, have we gotten everything? Ah, boy, this is apparently the day for technical difficulties. Oh, sorry, folks. Okay, it looks like we both back in the booth now. M. Frost, can you hear me? Say no. Well, Mitch Moreland's gonna strike out here. As that's gonna be 2 outs. In steps Christian Vasquez, already 1 for 1 with a single back in the second. Red Sox have been hitting rather well today already, but not able to capitalize on all the opportunities they have had.
No. We're playing 11. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Combination of not being able to capitalize on their opportunities and some bad luck base running have combined to leave the Red Sox without any score here. Number 50 from Marco Gonzales gonna get in there for a 2-2 count now. Is gonna down to the third baseman. Kyle's gonna corral it easily, and the thrower in plenty of time. And the inning is over. Still scoreless here at Fenway. We're gonna go to the top of the 5th. Mariners still looking for a hit. Well, we'll take a moment to remind you folks that we're going to be raising money for RAIN, the RAIN organization, all week here on ML Bot Ball. Go ahead and hit that donate button down below in the Twitch stream. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well, in is going to step Kyle's here. He's 0 for 1 on the day, 0 for 6 on. He's drawn walks but not gotten a hit. Let's take a look at the defensive shift over here.
Yep, heavy shift in for the lefty. don't want to give up that swing and momentum that the first run represents, especially this late in the game.
Marcus Walden gets the pitch in there for strike one, 2-1 here on Kyle Seager. Missing high, 3-1. As the sun goes down here in Boston, you get a skyline behind Fender. And Marcus Walden, maybe perhaps distracted by that sunset, walks Kyle Seager here to the top of the fifth.
First base runner allowed of the day for Walden. That's he was trying to paint corners there with a 3-1 count. Or second.
Yeah, Kyle Lewis also drew a walk back at first. But the point remains, still no hits here out of the Mariners.
If they want to get in this game, they're going to need to get their bats going. The Red Sox are already piling up a few hits.
Oh, quickly here on Austin Nola. Yeah, the Red Sox seem trouble hitting Marco Gonzales. They do have trouble capitalizing on those base hits. As Austin Nola chases a slider low in the zone, and that's going to be a strikeout here once more. The fifth strikeout of Marcus Walden's day.
And we see there the Red Sox got a lefty, Martin Perez, going in the bullpen. Might be jumping the gun a bit, as Walden's only allowed 2 base runners and not a hit yet. But they have that as kind of a safety net if he starts falling apart and allows a couple runs.
Martin worked last night. Marcus Walden was the 68th pitch of the ball game, and it's going to get fouled off. 0-2. Crawford comes set, ready for the nicest pitch of the ball game, as that one's going to be lifted out into left field. Stay fair. It bounces fair, so the runners are going to move up 90 feet. And just like that, they're in on first and second.
And there goes the no-no for Marcus Walden. 4 innings of hitless ball.
Looked like that almost got up over the seat into the seating area there.
Yeah, that would have been that would not have been good for the Red Sox along that ground rule double.
Tom Murphy stepping in now with 1 away. Runner in scoring position. He'll look to get a ball into the outfield. Give Kyle Seager a chance to come chugging on in. Two here. The 1-2 misses low and outside.
Murphy's the kind of guy.
Delivers the 2-2, and it's high, 3-2.
Murphy's the kind of guy the Mariners want to be able to count on in these situations. Having a catcher that can go both ways, catch and hit, is a valuable thing to have in the MLB.
Well, he can't seem to get the bat off the shoulder here as he looks at strike 3. One over the inside part of the plate. No reason to shoulder there. And the second baseman, Jake Shiner. Now, first pitch catching the top of the air. Shiner, a guy that's had this early in his in the major league here. Kind of slowed off recently, been able to get something going. Of course, Mariners with only the one hit here today. Take a big cut at that and strike 2.
Shiner's got the opposite problem of Murphy. Murphy couldn't get the bat off his shoulder. Shiner can't stop swinging.
Gonna lift that one out to right field, and that's gonna be the 3rd out. We'll go now to the bottom of the 5th. Jackie Bradley Jr. is gonna lead it off here for these Red Sox.
Yeah, and another thing, rookie Wilson is getting another chance to get his bat going, batting right after Bradley Jr. With a guy like Jackie Bradley Jr. in front of you, that might be an RBI opportunity, because Jackie Bradley Jr. can definitely lift that ball into the outfield and get himself in position to score.
Leading off for the Red Sox,
Jackie Bradley still without an AB here as he was hit by the pitch.
Junior.
Inside.
We'll watch the first pitch in there, 1-0.
Ah.
1-0 pitch, catches that corner, that change up with a bit of life on it, 1-1.
That call was, I don't want to say gifted to him by the home plate umpire, but it definitely could have gone either way.
I think P. Mr. 3 had the perfect analogy for that. That's a 50-50 call right there. You'll see it go. You'll see it go each way. A 2 here for Jackie Bradley Jr.
Ball. Down is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Misses 3-2. Marco comes set. Kicks and delivers. This one's out over the plate. It fouled.
Bradley Jr. is doing a great job just making contact here, staying alive, keeping his chance going to get on base.
Well, he lifts this one out into right field. Ranging back over into the corner, just short of the track, is going to be Haniger. And there's one away. A good long at-bat there from Jackie Bradley Jr. Just not the result you want to see out of it. So we'll see Marcus Wilson step in here. He'll lay off the first pitch below the zone, 1-1. The 1-0 pitch from Marco's going to get out into left field for a base hit. So another base hit here for these Reds, as he just leaves that one out over the plate. Kind of telegraphed it.
Now that's Wilson's first hit of the night. And I'll bring us back to the top of the lineup here with Jose Peraza, who's also hitless tonight, looking for his first.
Wally trying to pump up the crowd here. First,
can't imagine they need much pumping. Exciting game here.
Not to mention it's Boston.
Of course.
This one's going to get lifted out into left field. Ranging over is going to be Kyle Lopez. He chases it down. And so Jackie Bradley Jr. is going to have to react to first base. Now there are 2 away here for these Red Sox. You know, we've been talking about missed opportunities here. Another base runner still stranded over at first base here with 2 away.
Yeah, this is, especially as we get into the later innings of this one, the Red Sox are going to definitely want to start capitalizing on these. They don't want to be leaving runners on first, runners on second, as they have been throughout today and yesterday.
Kevin Pillar stepping in here. Talk about a guy who could figure out capitalizing on mistakes. This guy does it. He's 1 for 1 today, and those 2 big hits and extras yesterday, or 1 to take us to extras and 1 in extras. Of course, the same situation only a bit earlier in the ball game he was in. Ground this one out to second base. Shiner's going to take it easily, and that's going to be the 3rd out. We'll go to the top of the 6th now. Still scoreless. Boston.
And those low hit counts from both teams. Boston has 4, and that looks like an offensive showing compared to what Seattle's been giving us. Just 1 hit through 5 innings of play.
Ball 1 here to Malik Smith as we take a look down at the Red Sox bullpen. A couple of righties up and going for the Red Sox. Heath Hembree and Trevor Hildenberger. Wow, I'm surprised I got that first time.
Yeah, Hembree's definitely not the kind of guy you want to send in there with a 0-0 tie later on in the game. You're going to want to get some runs on the board before you send a guy like him in.
Kyle Lewis showing patience here, 3-0 to start off the 6th. And he gets one over for strike 1. You look at the splits there for Marcus Walden. 33 balls and 50 strikes for the 83 pitches he has thrown. Good ratio there for a starter, if not the result you want to see.
Yeah, and he evens it up brings it to a full count there, 3-2, but it is stretching this at bat. Although he has done a good job of managing his own pitch count to this point.
Well, he racks up another strikeout here, and to be completely honest, I'm just like my raw impression. I'm getting very much Felix Hernandez vibe from like 2 or 3 years ago. You know, absolutely no run, and throwing an absolute gem of a ball game, giving up only the 1 run and a couple of walks.
High praise there for Marcus Walden, comparing him to the King Felix Hernandez. But I have to say I agree with you. I'm definitely seeing this performance reminiscent of some of those early days of the King.
Well, and especially when you throw in maybe not nearly as extreme a record in Felix's perspective, but a 1-8 record with a 2.75 ERA. Like, that's a guy that is just in a bad situation when it comes to supporting offense. Like, I don't know if it's just every time that he's up on the mound that they're just having bad days at the plate, or if it's an overall not having a good approach at the plate, or if it's just like bad luck, or just overall support.
Yeah, it just might be the latter when you look at how they're doing this season. Like we said, 4th in the AL East. Not doing too great at all.
Well, he gives up just his 3rd walk of the ball game, and that's 2 of them for Kyle Lewis. That's going to do it, says the Red Sox manager. I'm spacing on his actual name, though.
If it's up to date with reality, that would be Ron Roenicky. Not sure on the pronunciation there. But they'll bring in the lefty.
We'll see Martin Perez. A little bit of flashback to yesterday as we go into the 6th inning, still scoreless, and in steps Mitch Haniger. I'm literally having flashbacks to last night. This is exactly where we were in the 6th inning. I think it was actually Kyle Lewis that came up to bat after the pitching change, so we're 1 batter ahead of where we were last night.
Odd coincidence there.
In just this 2-game series here in Boston, it's going to be an interesting an interesting back-to-back performance. 0-1 here to Haniger. He rips this one down the third base line. There to make the play. 5, 4, 3. They can't beat out the
Fielder's
throw.
choice.
Yeah, a 5-4 fielder's choice. I guess the 5-4
Very
doesn't
close
even matter.
play there at second. Risky throw by Devers, but he makes it. If not, that would have left a runner on first and second, and that would not be a good scenario for Martin Perez coming out of the bullpen.
Carlos rips the first pitch out into the right field corner. That's going to get down at the wall. Mitch Haniger is going to come rounding third all the way from first base. The throw is going to get cut on the short field as they won't even throw it. Carlos Gonzales puts up the first RBI of the ball game.
Yeah, this is not the start Perez was looking for at all, and he'll intentionally walk Seager. Seager, who's 0 for 6 on the series, looking for, I'm not sure what the move here is. Seager's definitely having a cold streak, and it's not like a double play ball would change much. So that's an interesting decision to go for the intentional walk.
Well, that makes Kyle Seager's 4th in the series alone. 2 yesterday and 2 today. Of course, Austin Nola with 2 strikeouts here today. Perhaps they like the matchup to get out of the inning here, as he's going to ground over to the first baseman, Mitch Moreland, who will take it himself. So the intentional walk pays off. But the Mariners still out in front on this big RBI double from Carlos Gonzales.
Almost ground rule double, which wouldn't have been nearly as good for the Mariners, because that would not have brought in the runner. So because it stayed in the park, that gives them the 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, Marco Gonzales back out to pitch the bottom of the 6th. We want to get the win. 1 pitch, 1 out here. That'll go over to Austin Nola, he unassisted. Xander Bogaerts going to step in here. The Dutch native 0 for 2 on the day.
Bogaerts is having one of the better years of this Red Sox club. A notable number, 1,009 OPS. Other than that, 310 batting average. He is having a standout year here.
Absolutely, he fouls that one off. 1. Bogaerts ready for the nicest pitch of the ball game here from Marco Gonzales. A ground ball out to the second baseman, Shiner. Easy 4-3 put out for the out here.
Red Sox thinking back to all those runners they left on base, thinking, wow, I wish we had that now that we know we're losing by 1.
Yeah, missed opportunity. The name of the game here in this series. First pitch, Rafael Devers is in there for strike 1. 0 for 2 on the day. So he's going to hit this ball into the dirt. It's going to be a ground ball out to second. Shiner's going to charge in from the shift, and that's going to do it here in the 6th. A really quick outing here in the 6th inning out of Marco Gonzales. We'll see Crawford and Shiner 7, 8, and 9 due up for the Mariners.
Yeah, that inning was just what he needed. It's starting to get late in the game for a starter, and he wants to earn his innings, so that quick outing will probably earn him some points with the manager.
Already, even if he another inning he's already recorded 100th and 101st inning of work after going out and getting those 3 quick outs. This pop-up second base where Peraza is going to retreat to the short outfield for the out. Of course, this being the 7th inning, that first out came so quickly, we didn't even get a chance to introduce our good friend Shark Shavery. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, not too bad. Another nice close game we have going so far, so kind of fun to watch a little change of pace from high-scoring explosions.
Yeah, absolutely. Today has shown us some very entertaining ball, whether it's, like you said, high-scoring explosions or nail-biters like this one.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Wouldn't be ball if we have some sort of unpredictability.
No, not at all.
You could say one might even say that baseball itself is one giant random generator.
Well,
strike 3 looking. Tom Murphy showing exactly why I call him my strikeout king.
That's his second or third of the game, I believe.
That's his second.
Yeah, he's racking up those totals.
Well, Jake Shiner still hitless in the ball game. He 1 strikeout to his record. His average slowly dipping was about a week ago. Now it's down to about 260. A little bit of patience here. 2-0.
2-1.
He chases the ball in the dirt. 2-1. This one's going to be grounded out to second base, but collects it and throws over in time to get the 3rd out. We'll go now to the 7th inning stretch. One pitch, 1 out here from Marco Gonzales. That was beautiful, Shark Shavery. Thank you for that.
Great as always.
I do seem to remember. I do seem to remember a request in our pregame meeting to have you stick around and play some Sweet Caroline.
Well, I am looking forward to that.
Well, Marco Gonzales is looking forward to getting another out here. He's got some backup in the bullpen ready to go here, as he's only 3 pitches into this ball game, and he's into the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, great pitch count management by Gonzales. He's getting through these batters efficiently, and that's why he's getting this far into the game. Bottom of the 7th, still going strong.
And, you know, he's really been able to limit his damage out over the plate. You know, he's gotten lucky a couple of different times with how things have turned out, but he's really been able to induce the weak contact flies more often than not.
Now batting.
So 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th. 76 pitches. Gonzales bring up Jackie Bradley Jr.
Bradley Jr. still searching for his first hit today. He fouls that one off.
which is interesting because he's had success about half the time he's faced off here against Mark Gonzales. You see there a perfect 500 record against him. We were talking about the pitch count management there. Was that 4 or 5 inning under 10 pitches? That's exactly what you want to see out of your starting rotation. This would be a good day to get rest in the bullpen.
Yeah, and that definitely is a skill in and of itself. Getting the low pitch innings doesn't do much stat-wise, but it really helps your arm. You won't get the strikeouts, but it definitely helps your team, and it will help you go further into games as a pitcher.
1-2, Jackie Bradley Jr. He's going to pop this one out to left field. Ring over as Kyle Lewis make the catch at the warning track. That's going to do it here in the 7th. Seattle still with the 1 run, and it's the only one in the ball game. We'll see Trevor Hildenberger come in for the Red Sox, making his 20th appearance of the season.
A very important statistic there is his strikeout to walk ratio, 19-3. He is dealing very efficiently this year. Also, the 3-0 record doesn't hurt.
First pitch to Malik Smith is in there for strike 1. And he tries to lay down a bunt here at a ball that was in the dirt. 0-2. Say Malik's really tries to bust out the bunt at the weirdest times.
Yeah, for sure. 1-1 count, top of the 8th, 1-0 lead.
The appeal down to third base says he didn't go around. 2-2 is the count. Trying to get him to chase one down below the zone again. 3-2. Payoff pitch from Hildenberger. And no dice. Ball 4 to Malik Smith. Always a dangerous base runner and a right-handed pitcher to boot. Look for him to take off here against Hildenberger.
He's got no one in front of him holding him back, so bases are his. He just needs to seize them.
Kyle Lewis, the patient bat on the Mariners today. 0 for 1, but he's drawn 2 walks. Shows bunt, pulls it back, ball 1. At this point, if you're the Seattle Mariners, you're just looking to get another run here. Put a little bit of insurance on the board, especially after last night. Now Lewis is going to try and put down a bunt here once more. And it'll get fouled off. 1-1. I'll look over here on Smith, as they'll finally pay attention to the league stolen base leader.
Very wary of that speed over there. Does not want to give him any free bases.
A sinker on the inside here. Lewis is going to again. 2-1 as he pulls it back. We'll show a bunt again, and outside. 3-1. What do you think?
Lewis
Does he show bunt again here?
I doubt it, yeah.
Swinging.
Lewis was really working the count there with his bunts, making Hildenberger throw balls so he could get the count in a more favorable situation.
One ball up the middle. The shortstop's Bogarts is going to turn the double play. 6-4-3 on the little shovel pass. Base is clearing nonetheless.
That was very hard to play to make, especially against a guy like Malik Smith. whose speed, as we've mentioned all game, is just so great. He beat it by about 5 feet. So that was a great play by the Red Sox infield.
Well, we'll see Mitch Haniger step in here with outs, nobody on. First pitch to him is going to miss low, ball 1. And it looks as if Trevor Hildenberger is going to continue attacking that lower part of the
1-1.
Change up outside. 1-1 as he gets Haniger to swing through that one. One pitch here. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. And Haniger has not looked comfortable. Played all day. Only connect this one, but it's a lazy ball, easily played out and left for Walden, and that's going to do it here, top of the 8th.
I think it's time for a nice sing-along. Sing it if you know it.
Another great performance there by Sharks Avery. Always love to hear Sweet Caroline at Fenway Park.
I'm excited. There's finally been some games at Boston, so I can whip it on out. But yeah, thanks again for having me for the stretch and for Sweet Caroline. This is still a nice, close game. I'm excited to see how they wrap it up here. Have a great rest of your talk.
Always great to have you, Shark.
Thank you, Shark. As well, Austin Nola is going to take the 3 unassisted put out for the first out here. That'll take us back to the top of the order, and Jose Peraza. We get into the late innings of this ball game. Boston with the top of the lineup coming up. If nothing else, they'll have 1, 3, 4, 5 here in the 8th and 9th.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to get a little nervous here. Bottom of the 8th. It's only 1 run, and you can never count. Anyone out of anything in baseball. And there it is. And Peraza will get himself on. And just like that, it's a much closer ball game. He's just set 270 feet away from scoring, if my hastily done math is correct.
I do believe you are correct.
All right.
So Marco is going to stick it out here against Kevin Pilar as they get the tying run aboard. Pilar in yet another situation in which he can put the Red Sox on top here. It's going to be a hard hit ball over to third base. Kyle Seager's going to take it over to 1, around the horn for 2, and just like that, a 5-4-3 double play. That's going to end the inning in the 8th. Wow, what a play by Kyle Seager.
That has to be disheartening for the Red Sox. You just got a chance to get back in this one. Not that they're out of it, but they had some momentum on their side, and that double play just killed it.
Seattle Mariners picking up their pitcher and saying, you can go the distance, my friend. As we get into the 9th inning here, Carlos Gonzales, the game's only RBI on the day, stepping in. He'll swing at the first pitch and foul it off. Hildenberger staying in for the 9th inning. The 0-1 pitch, missing low, 1-1. Comes set. Kicks and delivers. Missing high and outside, 2-1. Not how you want to start the 9th inning if you're Trevor Hildenberger. The 2-1 pitch now to Carlio. It's going to be a ground ball out to second base. There to make the play is Peraza. And there's one away here in the top of the 9th.
Third baseman, Kyle Seager.
Coming up to bat is going to be Kyle Seager. 0 for 1 on the day with a couple of walks, one of them intentional. They'll pitch to him here. Missing outside though, ball 1. Kyle this over as that's hit at his first base coach.
First base coach taking it like a champ, not even turning around.
Well, ball 2 here on this slider that looked like it might have caught the outside, but they'll rule it didn't. Oh, excuse me.
Another one of
pitch.
those 50-50 calls there.
Kyle Seager puts one over the wall. If it stays fair, it's a home run. No.
And
no,
it doesn't.
Well, he'll get another crack at it here. 2-2. Well, they won't throw him one to hit. E&2. The payoff
Hildenberger
pitch.
is definitely...
Oh, Kyle.
Oh.
That was your pitch, man.
The first baseman.
I was just about to mention how Hildenberger might be considering walking him after that huge blast, but no, he attacks high inside the strike zone and he gets the strikeout looking.
Oh, big missed opportunity there, continuing our theme of the ball game. We'll see if it makes a difference come the bottom of the 9th. Austin Nola stepping in, 0 for 3 on the day. Pops it up. Running back is going to be Peraza, and that's going to do it here for the Mariners. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. The heart of this Red Sox lineup is due up. 3, 4, and 5.
It's hero hour at Fenway. It's now or never.
And staying in to pitch the 9th inning, Marco Gonzales. Already pitched 8 full on 88 pitches. He'll face off against JD Martinez to start the 9th. Of course, we saw a couple of relievers out in the bullpen ready to go. First pitch is going to get fouled off. 0-1 here.
No better way to cap off an extremely hot June for JD Martinez than clocking one deep and putting up the tie and run there.
I'm sure that's exactly what all of these Fenway faithful are thinking here. The 1-1 pitch from Marco. They'll get him to go around 1 and 2. Tried to hold up on the check swing there. 1-2 pitch misses low and inside. 2-2 here from Marco. Got him looking.
Ooh, painting corners there. Martinez nothing but a pair of shoes after that one. He thought he had another shot at that one. Beautiful placement there, and he sends him back to the dugout disappointed. 1 out now.
The 3rd strikeout of the ball game, but it's a crucial one to start the 9th. In steps Xander Bogaerts, is lifted out to left field. Ranging back to the wall is Kyle Lewis, and off the wall.
Oh, he drops it. Not sure. Wait, I'm not really sure what happened there.
We'll have to get another look at that.
I rule it as a double.
Xander Bogaerts comes late in the ball game, but he finally stretches his hitting streak to 7 games here. Looked like it looked like he did drop it off the wall.
It looks like he tried to trap it against the wall and then it slipped out.
Well, Scott Servia says it's going to be enough out of Marco with 1 out here in the 9th. He gives up off the wall, and they'll go to the bullpen. They'll bring out the closer, Dan Altavilla. Another shot here in Boston after the blown save last night. I don't know if I really agree with this decision, but I am not the manager of these Mariners.
A chance for a redemption or a chance to repeat history. We'll see what happens. 1 out in the bottom of the 9th.
Got Devers up to bat now. He's 0 for 3 on the day. Also got Mitch Moreland, Christian Vasquez behind him. Dan Altavilla, the righty, taking on Devers, the lefty here. Strike 1 with that 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
So you can see there the fans here at Fenway are ramping up with the tying run and scoring position.
Everybody is on their feet as Dan Altavilla did not call on that one. 1-1. He's thinking just where exactly did that miss? Can we perhaps get the home plate umpire a subscription to LensCrafters or something? It's going to be held off here, 1 and 2. I'm just speculating about what's going
wouldn't
through
be baseball if the wouldn't be baseball if the ump didn't miss a few.
Well, this is going to down the first base line, but Austin Nola with the good glove there, and there are 2 away. Meanwhile, the runner moves up 90 feet. With 2 away, they will need a base hit to drive in the tie run.
This is where the magic happens. Mitch Moreland, he's 0 for 3 on the day. Chance to have his first hit be the game-tying one, and if he sends it deep, then that would be all she wrote.
Fouls off the first pitch here in 1. You got to be careful there. You're in the broadcast booth again.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. Wow.
The 1-1 here from Moreland yet to swing the bat. He does here, and 2.
Moreland hungry for that. He's swinging he's swinging hard.
Ooh, a close call here. Fastball on the inside. 2 and 2.
That one took every inch of Moreland's patience.
2-2 pitch here from Altavilla. Another one outside, 3 and 2. Not a bad decision there as he chased the last one.
Game on the line, 3-2. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, runner on 3rd. Moreland can feel the pressure. And he'll walk him. Wow.
That fastball just missing the plate. So we'll see the catcher, Christian Vasquez, stepping in here.
Vasquez already has a hit in this one, singled in the 2nd. It's 2 for 7 on the series. And anything ties it up, or any hit ties it up. A walk would load the bases and make for certainly an interesting finish.
Pick 1 over to Christian Vasquez. Locating that corner. It's huge to start the at bat.
that's a great pitch if you can hit it, because it's very hard for a batter to hit.
And that's going to do it here as he gets him to pop out to left field. Marco Gonzales goes 95% of the way to get, almost gets a game shutout. Marco and Altavia combined for a shutout. In fact, 1-0 was all it would take.
Great display of pitching from both teams. And when you look at the hit totals, it's all about capitalizing. The Mariners only had 2 hits, but they were able to send one of them through, and that's what gave them the win. As you can see here, Marco Gonzales, obvious choice for player of the game. 8 in the 3rd innings pitched, no runs allowed. A beauty from him.
Well, getting into the highlights, would started off with this line left huge play, a beautiful diving stop from Marcus Wilson. That would be a liner for Mitch Haniger. On first, they tried to get through, coming back to first. Xander Bogaerts grounding into this double play, a huge stop by J.P. Crawford, laying out, and the throw down, able to get the quick Bogaerts. J.P. Crawford with the first of the ball game out into left. They had a runner on because there were some walks previously. And then Carlos Gonzalez scoring the only run of the game with this RBI double into right field. And as you pointed out earlier, if that had gotten up over the wall, that would have been a huge difference. Be going into extras, quite frankly.
That's a very real possibility.
Kevin Pillar grounding into this play here in the 8th. That was a crucial get for the Mariners defense. Marco Gonzales in particular to go into the 9th inning. He would go 8 1/3 pitched, giving up only 6 hits. Only the 3 strikeouts to his record, and only the 1 walk. Day, and then Dan Altavia coming in and getting the last 2 outs, giving up another walk, but getting the 2 final outs to complete this ball game.
Yeah, and I'm sure Walden's glad that game will not be credited to him, because he, Lord knows, he doesn't need the extra loss with that 1-8 record.
That's a really good point. You know, of course, the untold story here was the pitching performance by Marcus Walden, able to go into the 6th inning and get, only give up the, what was it, the 1 hit? I think it was 1 hit. And then
one hit at Walden.
Yeah, Martin Perez, of course, giving up the game-winning, what ended up being the game-winning run, but of course overshadowed by Marco Gonzalez's efficiency on, a great pitching performance out of this. And I'm excited to see what the future store for this wall, as that was a eye-opening pitching performance to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
looks like we got our next 2 broadcasters here in the booth.
By the next, of course, my bearded counterpart, Beardy Buddha, and our very own Vin Scully, the Cookie Eater, or as we have so lovingly taken to calling him, the Pizza Lover. How you guys doing?
Good. Let's rub some whiskers a little bit before you get out of this booth, buddy.
Wow, that's very forward of you. Take him out to dinner first.
We did that in the what was that? That was spring training, right?
Oh, the beard casts have been legendary so far, but just a little sample of a beard cast, folks.
Well, we'll get out of your hair. Mariners taking the victory here tonight. They split the series with Boston. Emfras, I want to thank you for joining me, and welcome back to the broadcast booth. That's going to do it. Let's take it away, guys.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good game.
All right, thanks, Brother Beard. Thanks, Emfrost. Always great to hear you two. Meanwhile, Beardy, I would call you my brother, but that's Brother Beard, so it's been a while.
I know, man. I had this one circled when I was super excited that Mark put us on for each game of this 3-game series between my beloved Twins and your beloved Tigers.
It's gonna be a lot of fun What'll be a lot of fun to do? Oh, did you get back to broadcasting together? And yeah, these Twins falling out of first place should be a good opportunity for them to rack up a few wins. Kind of mutually beneficial. Get the Tigers better draft position. Get Minnesota back on the top of the division. You know.
Yeah, man, it turned into a crazy 3-horse race in the Central. I figured the Indians would keep pace, but the Twins, Twins had a solid 3, 4, 5-game lead most of the first month and a half, almost 2 months of the season, and then all of a sudden both the White Sox and the Indians started piling up wins, and yeah, it's a crazy top of the AL Central right now. Those Indians at 54-30, I believe. They got a game on the Twins, and they got a game on the White Sox as well. White Sox and Twins are tied up in second place. So a crazy AL Central right now.
It really is, especially after kind of being the worst division of the AL. I think most would say for the last few years, really since the Indians have kind of taken over at the top. It was really just a one-team race. But yeah, talk about a huge surprise. I don't think we saw this on anybody's radar to see a real 3 teams just superstar race to the top.
Well, I think the White Sox, a lot of their additions were huge, but they just kind of flew under the radar. Of course, when you're on the south side, being in the shadow of whatever the hell the Cubbies are up to, it can get overlooked a time or two. But yeah, the Pale Hose are looking solid with all those off-season additions. But Twins going to try and keep pace with them against your Tigers, who they're 22.5 games behind the crazy pace that the top 3 have set in this division. And but hey, 32 wins already when you only won 47 last year. It's got to be some positives in there, and this guy might be a positive, although up to a little rough start.
Yeah, Casey Mize, the Tigers. Before you'd say he was the no doubt top prospect, but more lately he's kind of been more in a toss-up to be in the top 3 or 4 with Matt Manning, Riley Green, and of course new signee Spencer Torkelson. But he'll be making his 3rd major league start today, looking to improve on that 9+ ERA. And this Twins team isn't going to make it an easy time, but if you're playing for the Tigers, really nobody's going to give you a good time.
Yeah, it's the Twins lineup's tough, although they are down a little bit. Got to remind folks that both Mitch Garver and Josh Donaldson are banged up, so a few of those big boppers out of the lineup for the Twins that might play in and help Casey Mize just a tad here tonight.
Starts out 2-1, and of course, one thing Tigers fans would be excited for is to see old friend Alex Avila behind the plate, but not before Max Kepler sends one deep to start the ball game.
There's that fine German-engineered swing there, and gets the Twins up early.
Yeah, so Casey Mize still not shaking off those rookie nerves. Gives up a leadoff home run to Kepler. Yeah, well, it wasn't a wall scraper either, folks. That is a piece of art.
Yeah, 412, 106.6 exit velocity. He just pulled the heck out of it, and it's good to see Max give one a ride. He had been kind of on a power drought, at least from the home run side of things. He's been smacking doubles all over the place. He's second in the American League in doubles, but yeah, just his 12th homer of the year there after hitting a career high 36 in last season's breakout for Max. So good to see him pull one over the fence.
We'll see Jorge Polanco, who's slumping a little bit, but he'll pull the first pitch he sees right up the middle. It'll be a base hit.
Batting third, the designated hitter.
Yeah, man, Jorge was off to a blazing start, and then the last few weeks he's been having a lot of 0 for 4s, 0 for 5s, so good to see Jorge just making any kind of contact there, sprays one into center field.
Another slumper, Nelson Cruz, the boomstick. Needs to get a few more home runs if he wants to participate in the home run derby, just 2 weeks away.
Yeah, old Nelly turns 40 years old tomorrow.
At the ball.
Oh, what a big day for the old man. Still hits the heck out of the baseball, though.
I would love to be in the Twins clubhouse tomorrow morning with Nelson Cruz turning 40 years old in there. They've had some fun with Rocco Baldelli's birthday last year, and I can't imagine what they're going to do for old Cruz.
Emphasis on the old Cruz. He's worked the count 2-1, so well, not really so much of anything, as much as he'll just hit another one into center field. It's base hit. We'll see Polanco advance third. Go first to third. And,
number 20.
yeah, Casey Mize is giving up a homer, a single, and a single yet to record an out.
Yeah, man, Polanco just got a great read, like right off of Cruz's bat there, and allows him to get to third base. Runners on the corner, still nobody out. And this guy's been arguably the hottest hitter on this Twins lineup so far. He's got those home runs up to 22 you see there. And, man, Eddie's really swinging that stick great, and he had a lot of opposite field hits as well.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the best all-around hitters. He hits for average. He can spray it, but like you see there, 22 homers ties him for 8th in the AL. He can hit them with authority as well. It's a fun guy to watch.
Yeah, Eddie, I have a Super Rosario shirt. It's Eddie's little face kind of cartoonified on a Mario kind of flying Mario little cutout. It's one of my favorite shirts. I love Eddie. He's a fun guy who I just love how he plays baseball. He's just fun to watch play baseball.
Well, Mize is behind in the count yet again, 2-1. It's been a common theme for him to fall down.
Yeah, Casey just needs to try and focus and get a strike in there and start small, just take some baby steps and just try and lock down your first out before this one spirals too far out of control.
Well, spiral will continue. He walks Rosario. I suppose that's better than a 3-run home run, but that leaves the bases loaded for a big power threat. Former Miguel Sano.
Yeah, young Miggy. Of course, nothing compares to the Miggy you guys got here in Detroit. But excuse me, Miguel off to a bit of a slow start in terms of the power numbers compared to some of the other boppers in this lineup. But still 13 dingers on the year. That average at 240. You might like to see that a little higher. He does lead the Twins in strikeouts with 108.
Lots of Ks, but when he does hit it, he hits it good. And with guys like Cruz and Rosario and Donaldson and Garver when they're healthy, not to mention Kepler and Polanco in this lineup, you have a guy who hits 240 with a lot of pop in the 7, 8, 9 spots. I mean, that's a really good team. He'll go down on strikes here. Continues the strikeout trend. Casey Mize will get his first strikeout of the day. His first out of the ball game, 5 batters in.
Yeah, good to see Casey. Excuse me, good to see Casey just go upstairs, challenge a powerful hitter, a guy who can put it over the fence if he wants. And Mize slips the 96-mile-an-hour heater past him. We'll see how he fares against Margot here, who has not done well in his return to the starting lineup, filling in for Josh Donaldson.
And Marwin batting just .220 on the season. Spent a long time in Houston before coming to Minnesota. He's worked the count 2-0 here though. And paired with Donaldson on. 2-0 pitch, and be taking it high, 2-1. Yeah, Beede, it definitely looks like Mize has something on the fastball. This cutter, his splitter, he hasn't been able to do much with. Although, what a play by Nico Goodrum. They snagged that one for the second out and saved 2 runs.
Climbing the ladder to keep his boy Casey Mize on the bump. That was a nice job by former Twin Nico Goodrum.
That means we'll see Luis Arias with 2 away. Second baseman will take the curve. Not bad, the splitter outside for ball 1.
Yeah, Luis broke out last year, still just 23. Some prediction metrics had him possibly leading the AL, winning the batting title this year. But he hit 334 last year in 92 games, and he's had some clutch hits so far this year for the Twins, and battled a wrist injury and has come back swinging, has that average close to 300 once more.
Yeah, Beede, we hear a lot about a sophomore slump, so if you're hitting just under 300 your sophomore slump, you'll take that. Here, he'll keep that average climbing, though. Gets this one down into right center. It's going to be a 2 RBI single for Luis Arias, and they'll make it 3-0 Minnesota here first.
Some clutch hitting from the Twins' second baseman, just popped it over former teammate guy who he replaced last year, Jonathan Scope.
So now we'll see Byron Buxton up in the 8th hole tonight. Runners on the corners, 2 away, looking to make this inning keep going. His former Tiger Avila, Alex Avila, that stands on that.
Yeah, Mize just needs to lock in here and try and be aggressive, and he does go into the strike zone, gets Buxton to fly out. How about that?
How about that indeed? Maven handles it deep and right. So Mize gives up 3. Let's see if his boys can try and pick him up. It's Goodrum, Castro, and Scope at the top of the order in the bottom of the first. Who would have thunk it's the top of the order in the first inning? We're watching on the back balls. We see Jose Berrios take the mound.
Yeah, La Maquina leading the top of the Twins rotation once more. You see that 9-1 record. A few of the peripheral numbers do show that he has given up some walks, a few hits, and he has given up 12 home runs as well on the season. But when you are pitching for a lineup as potent for the Twins, those win totals might be a little higher than normal, but keeping that ERA below 3 and that whip below 1.4 in 105.1 innings of work. Solid start to the year for Jose.
Definitely a workhorse. So, like I mentioned, basically the top of the Tigers' order. Not that that comes as any shot. We'll see Nico Goodrum slice one the opposite way. It looks like it's going to go foul, and it actually won't. It'll be Marwin Gonzales. A nice long run for the catch.
Yeah, real long drop for that one. Twins had a bit of a shift on, caught in foul territory. So 2 pitches, 1 out. Nice efficient start for Berrios.
Tigers' best hitters, Harold Castro, is going to step in. Look at those career numbers, 4 for 6.
Yeah, nice to see Castro atop the order and playing every day now. I think he was kind of in a platoon situation to start the season, and he's been hot. And the only Tigers hitter batting over 300, and we'll see if he can continue those good career numbers here against Berrios.
The 1-1 is going to be punished. It's going deep to center, but when you got a guy like Buxton out there, it's not going to drop down that easily. Just 2 away.
Yeah, old Buck runs like a deer out there. He's always fun to watch on the defensive end. It's really been a pleasure watching him roam the center field ballparks of major league stadiums, and he can make those wide open spaces out there look really small in a hurry.
Heck, America, one of the bigger parks too, so it'll be a lot of fun to see him in this series show off that defensive ability. As former Twin Jonathan Scope, that 2 away.
Yeah, you saw there, Scope actually has decent numbers career-wise against Berrios before they were teammates, obviously.
Curious to know if any inter-squad games they played. Live BP in spring training or something. He hit Berrios pretty well. Fouling pitches off now to stay alive. Berrios on the verge of having a really quick inning. Pitch number 11 on the way. Again tapped back by Scope. Beardy, with the trade deadline approaching, you gotta wonder how different this Tigers team is gonna look a month from now. We will see Scope go down on strikes here on the top of the first. But Scope is just one of many players for this Tigers squad who could be headed packing pretty soon. The one person who won't be going packing is Jose Berrios, because he's going to keep striking guys out for these Twins and try and get them the edge in that race in the Central. And Alex Avila, their backup catcher, is going to try and help them keep that edge going with Mitch Garver out.
Yeah, sounds like Garver's going to be coming back sometime within the next week. Same as Donaldson. Mitch tweaked something in his knee a little bit, though Twins don't believe it's serious. Everything came back clean on all the tests, so just a little rest for the Twins' main backstop. But good to see the Avila in here. He does have a pretty solid on-base percentage despite the low batting average, and a couple home runs on the season, filling in behind one of the most prolific offensive catchers in all of ML Bot Ball.
Yeah, that's the thing with Avila. He definitely will take the walks. But likewise, he'll also take the strikeouts. So that's why you'll see that low average, but definitely does have the pop in the bat when he does connect. Here, though, it's going to be a nice little base hit in the center of Casey Mize.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Yeah, I was on the call when Garver went down, and Avila actually came in as a pinch runner for him after a double, and we were kind of like, after a single, we were kind of like, okay, that's a little odd. Avila's, you saw they're rated 11 on the speed rating here in MLB The Show, but so with Garver going down, he's filled in well. And Twins have weathered the storm all right here, although they did drop the weekend series to the Rockies. They lost the final 2 games, including Sunday's absolute slaughtering. They lost 14-7 on Sunday afternoon, and there was 2 grand slams hit by the Rockies, and it was a mess for the Twins pitching staff on Sunday. So we'll see if they can rebound a little bit here and put some zeros up against the Tigers. We'll see if Casey Mize can put up some zeros after the leadoff single.
Yeah, I was watching on Sunday, Beardy, 14-7 I saw. I was like, are we sure we're not playing Madden right now? That looks like a football sport. Kepler started with a leadoff home run here, though. He'll go down on strikes. Mize's second K victim of the day.
Great job by Mize there to be aggressive with the breaking pitch on a guy who took him deep in his first AB of the game. So, perhaps the rookie learning on the fly a little bit. Good to see that bounce back from Casey Mize.
We'll see if he pitches down with a double play in order. Polanco up. So that's not going to be a double play. It's going to be over the head of Goodrum for a base hit. So that'll put runners on first and second. And Beede, I just want to mentally thinking out loud because Avila spent 2016 with the Chicago White Sox after the Tigers didn't renew his contract after 2015, giving James McCann the chance to be the everyday starter. But they did ink him in 2017 to be their backstop before he was traded to the Cubs, and then signed a 2-year deal with the Diamondbacks in the offseason. And seeing as how he was with the Cubs and the Diamondbacks and been backing up Garver pretty much all year, this might be Alex Avila's return to Comerica Park.
Yeah, you know, the Twins just signed him to be the solid veteran backup to Mitch Garver, and you know, even if Garver did get dinged up a little bit, they had confidence that Avila could fill in nicely. And yeah, you know, it's always a treat when you got a guy coming back like Avila to a place like Comerica, and I think it's always nice for players to see some of the guys and some of the staff and other folks around the ballpark that they remember or had relationships with. So. Good for Avila, maybe, that Garver actually went down and got hurt.
Now batting, left fielder.
We'll see Castro get that one in quick. A fly out to center for Cruz. It's 2 away for Eddie Rosario, who walked his last time. That loaded the bases.
Yeah, a walk from Eddie Rosario, not something that Twins fans are accustomed to, but he's actually taken a fair amount of them this year compared to last. He's got 30 walks to 52 strikeouts. Well, now 31 walks to 52 strikeouts. So maybe a more balanced approach as Eddie Rosario starts getting up there in age a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely been showing the eye this season. Saw 3rd place in All-Star voting and left. And you mentioned the Home Run Derby talking about Cruz, but yeah, that All-Star game, Beardy, it's just a couple weeks away, and I don't know how much you want to say yet, but I know there's been a lot of behind-the-scenes talks that I've kind of been working with to try and get things ready for that, so it's going to be exciting, I think.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun with it. I think we're going to have some fun here on Bot Ball with All-Star break time as we'll miss hearing our own voices and calling these games. So we still got to find a way to do that, and we're going to do that through a little All-Star action.
Well, we might see some Eddie action here, high and deep, and that's a 3-run bomb for Eddie Rosario into the bullpens and left.
Again, Eddie, slightly opposite field, but he goes opposite field again. Rosario's last number of home runs, I think like 4 of his 5 last home runs have been opposite field shots, and gets one just enough there, 393 feet, and gives the Twins great big lead here and knocks Mize from the game, unfortunately. Sad to see the Rook gone early, but maybe not so unexpected as that ERA was high coming in.
Yeah, so Casey Mize probably seen the end of his cup of tea in the majors. Gonna head to the dugout, probably ticketed for Toledo after the game. We'll see this guy probably jump back into the rotation. He'll pick up from here. It's Ivan Nova.
And Nova making his 22nd appearance overall on the season. And 4-7 record, as you said. He probably going to go back to the starting rotation. 102 and 2/3 innings pitched on the year, 3.42 ERA. We'll see if Nova can at least put some zeros on the board and maybe allow the Tigers to at least chip back into that Minnesota lead a little bit.
So it's Miguel Sano up. So the 1-1. Hold the strike. Chao Ching Chang, the other long guy up in the pen. I'm just thinking out loud, Beede, but there is another Tigers farmhand who's kind of lost a bit of his shine as a prospect, and that's Bo Burrows. Maybe give him a shot instead of Nova. Send Mize down. But that's neither here nor there, though. We'll see Sano go down on K's again, and Eddie Rosario with a 3-run bomb knocks out Mize and gives the Twins a pretty steep 6-0 lead.
Eddie's 23rd bomba of the season. Maybe look out. There's a chance Eddie Rosario could climb into that contention for possibly making an appearance in the home run derby.
Yeah, for those who don't know, the rumor has it the top 4 home run hitters in each league who will make it. So, that's that. We'll see Christian Stewart up now.
Inside, ball 1.
Take ball 1, looking to chip into a 6-run deficit, and facing Jose Berrios. You may as well just go ahead and stand up there and do nothing, because you've lost this game already.
Hey, you still gotta go out there and bring your lunch pail with you, do your work as any good starting pitcher does. And I think for Berrios, if you can just put up 6 shutout innings, turn it over to the bullpen and let things leave as they lie, I think you'd qualify that as a good night for him, especially against this Detroit lineup. There's not many threats to put something together and score runs, really, unless he gives up the solo shot.
Yeah, Christian Stewart grounds out to start things for out number 1. This is as of yesterday, well, as of a couple days ago. The standings at the end of Sunday's games. The Derby participants would have been Jose Alvarez, Jorge Soler, Giancarlo Stanton, and there was a 3-way tie for 4th place between Chris Davis, Nelson Cruz, and Carlos Santana from the AL. And then from the NL, Freddie Freeman, Eugenio Suarez, the former Tiger, Bryce Hoskins, and then a 3-way tie between Schwarber, Muncy, and Trevor Story. Still a couple weeks left before we see that finalized, but that's who we're kind of projecting. We saw the fly out from Crone to right. His former teammate Max Kepler handled it.
Do yourself a favor, folks, if you haven't caught a Royals game or seen Jorge Soler swing a bat recently, I'd highly suggest you do that.
Ball 1, no strike.
He is punishing the ball, and
it's so fun to watch him. I love watching him swing the bat.
One guy Tigers fans used to love swing the bat is Miggy, who looks like he might have had his 3rd homer of the year there. No dice.
I hope he gets on base so he can attempt get his 3rd stolen base on the season.
Is he up to 2 now?
He has 2 stolen bags. Ron Gardenhire says, Miguel Cabrera, you're legging it out to second base.
Oh, well, 2 times out of how many do you know, Beardy, as he just popped out to Sano here?
He's been caught 6.
Hey, well, 25% of the time he'll get to second.
What's even funnier is I believe, unless I looked over the stat, but I believe CJ Crone doesn't have any stolen base attempts.
Crone's also considerably faster than Miguel. But, it is what it is. Heidi Watney checks in talking about maybe why we haven't seen Nelson Cruz swipe many bags this year. Since apparently aging superstars are the...
Hey, I think if I remember, I think Nelly I think he's been caught stealing twice. Somehow.
Oh, these ball managers, folks. You can't make some of the stuff they do up.
We need to have, so back in my sporting days in high school, we ran, well, basically, if you played football, you had to go out for track, right? So, because the football coach was the track coach. So anyway, you had all these fat linemen who were out for track, and they had to do something. So whenever we hosted our home track meet, we would have we called it the Fatty 4x1. It eventually got called the Throwers 4x1 because Fatty was deemed too offensive, but in everyone's hearts, it was still the Fatty 4x1. So we need to have like the DH stolen base contest or something all-star weekend.
That would, the 40-yard dash.
No, make them run Burmas all the way around the bases.
Oh boy, that would be a lot of fun, Beede. I'm not. Boy. I was about
So
to...
I used to lead off the Fatty 4x1, and instead of using the blocks as a traditional track star does, I would start out in a 3-point stance like a proper lineman, and baton in hand. It was great. Everyone always loved it. I'm sure there's old films of it around somewhere of old chubby teenagers running around the old track.
See there, Tigers, 6th worst ERA. Yeah, that makes them 10th out of 15. Probably not as bad as their offensive numbers. Probably hurt quite a bit by Casey Mize, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, Beede, I was about to say, you said you're a track coach and you had something for you guys to do. I know eventually the name was changed to the Throwers 4x1. I assume that's the cause. I was about to say, why weren't you guys throwing shot put or discus or something like that?
Oh, well, we were doing that, but, you know, I suppose you just had to get us something to do where we're moving around a little bit.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
The Fatty 4x1. Yeah, we can never see that in today. I love it though. Luis Arias, not loving seeing Nova. Obviously got a base hit for a couple RBI off Casey Mize. Nova's just giving him a 2-2 count. Get 3-2, so maybe they're getting along somewhat well.
Yeah, Nova just needs to keep pumping that strike zone and getting outs here. Maybe avoid these full count situations. We'll see if he can pop Luis.
He can
Nice.
mind Luis. Ivan has it. Yeah, those are a couple other guys we're talking trade deadline. Ivan Nova. We're about to head back to the rotation. A trade chip for these Tigers. Same thing with Cameron Maven, who made the catch out and right. Or catcher. Catching Ivan Nova. Austin Romine also. Been a bit of a hot commodity with a lot of teams looking for catchers. Obviously, these Twins, not one of them, Garver and Avila. But another trade piece. Scope will flip it to the 5th trade piece Chrome, then the inning.
Yeah, you do wonder how many of these Tigers guys will still be around. You wonder what the market is for some of these guys. Even is there a market for a guy like Maben who maybe on other teams might be more of a 4th outfielder or even on a deep bench a 5th outfielder? But I wonder if even they'd be willing to ship a guy like Nico Goodrum. I don't know if he's necessarily in the long-term plans here. I guess what would be maybe your take on that? He is 28.
Yeah, Beardy, I don't know what our rules are going to end up being for the trade deadline here in Bothell, but I know for real-life Detroit, in all honesty, Nico Goodrum is not going to be around next time we're winning, or if we are, he's going to be back to that super utility role we kind of saw him in the past. So could we see a guy like Nico Goodrum move? Sure, it's definitely a possibility. But I do think these Tigers are at least going to hope first and foremost, they can get these rentals out of here. At least as many of them as they can, even if it's not a crazy good return. Because, well, they're not winning anything this year, so even if they get just a mid-level lottery ticket prospect, at least in the normal trade deadline, because I'm not sure with how our rules are going to be, that's a real possibility here, but they would be okay with that kind of a return. As we'll see, Candy hit by the pitch.
The catcher.
Yeah, caught him just on the shin there. No guard, so just on the sock. Little shin bone action. Candy shake that one down to first, and a leadoff base runner for the Kitties. So maybe some possible action here as Jose Berrios, Tigers looking to chip into him, chip into this 6-run lead for the Twins. But yeah, as you were saying, you know, I think Goodrum might have, you know, maybe the most value in a trade, considering he does have that kind of super utility role about him, and does have a little pop in that bat, and not the worst average in the world either. So I guess if I was a outside organization looking to pluck someone from the Tigers, it might be Nico Goodrum.
Yeah, there's definitely no doubt about that. I mean, you look at these guys they want a deal. Like you mentioned, Maben would be more of a fourth outfielder, maybe just a plug-in for an injury type. Same thing, Austin Roman, you see that average up to 230, so he's nothing really special. As we'll see Avila rocket one down, a wild pitch to allow
the right fielder,
runner to advance on the strikeout. But, you know, guys like Crone and Scope have really struggled this year. Ivan Nova obviously was not really his fault. He wasn't pitching super horribly, but taken out of the rotation in favor of giving the rookie Mize a bit of action. So the fact that he was taken out of the rotation tells you something. Same thing with Jordan Zimmerman, who's really been stinking it up. So I mean,
yeah, and I was just gonna say, you know, with some of those guys, like I believe is Zimmerman's contract up at the end of the year.
Yeah, Zimmerman's done at the end of the year.
Yeah, so you'll have that number coming off the books. Even if you can't move Scope or Crone, you only signed them to 1-year deals, so it's not a huge liability if you can't move them for anything worth of value. You can just hold on them through the end of the season, and then look forward to 2021, 2022, and beyond. So it was some solid signings this offseason, taking flyers on Scope and Crone. That's what the Twins basically did last year. They signed them to almost identical 1-year contracts, and then the Tigers did the same this year.
Yeah, Cameron Maben in the 9th spot works the count 3-2, and yeah, Beardy, that's definitely a good point as well, because these guys do provide a bit of a veteran presence, so they aren't going to be devastated if they can't deal them, but they'll definitely be on the block. And if anybody, let's say a Miguel Sano all of a sudden is gone, maybe Twins need CJ Crone back or something. Maybe they want Scope on the bench and put Marlon Gonzales at first. I mean, that's kind of just the opportunities they're going to be looking for to try and ship these guys out and get just something if they can. Even for, 3 the 7 or 8 guys they have on expiring deals. You see a walk. The runner on first, Nixon first and second before Gonzales will handle in foul territory, make the catch on the pop out for out number 2.
Yeah, Berrios, walked the batter there, walked Maben. I think he was Maben. Anyway. Oh, no, walked Candelario, sorry. Then Candy took second, and now possibly a little trouble here with 2 down, couple on. Good chance for the Tigers to at least get maybe 1 here on with their best hitter at the plate.
Yeah, Harold Castro, definitely their best hitter. Still early, but Berrios yet to allow something in that column with an H. Looks like it'll stay that way. A high pop-up. Sano will handle it to end the inning. So a hit by pitch and a walk give Detroit their first 2 base runners of the day. But maybe the start of something special for Minnesota looking at that box score as we head to the top of the 4th.
You can say it. I won't be mad.
You won't, but
Leading off for Minnesota, the catcher, Alex.
Well, I think what's our jinx stonks down to these days? I think it's up to like 54. It was in the 50s on Sunday, so it's got to be more than that by now.
Yeah, I know it was up in the 50s last I'd seen it, and we'll see a leadoff fly out to center for. Really wasn't paying attention to who that was from Minnesota.
The right fielder.
Look at Mize's final numbers. Not pretty. 6 runs on 7 hits and 1 walk, striking out 2 and 1 2/3 innings work.
It was a Vila last, bud.
Oh, there we go. Old friend Alex. Well, more of a fly out, and we'll turn it over to Max Kepler. The home run and strikeout to his name. We'll take strike 1. Low call on the 2-seamer there for Nova.
Yeah, just wanted to go back to Mize real quick. You know, how many starters in this league have come up and absolutely gotten rocked in their first stints? The Twins guy on the bump starting for them tonight was one of those guys for the first few appearances in the major leagues. Jose Berrios would just get shelled. And, if those guys keep working on things, keep honing their craft, you too can turn into a frontline starter.
See one get down into center for Kepler. And yeah, that's exactly right, Beardy. I don't think it's time to sound the alarms yet on Mize. Obviously, he was young, but he was putting up a sub-2 ERA through about 3 months in AAA Toledo. So they gave him a call up, wanted to see what he was made of, and he'll definitely lean on this experience when he gets back down and try and build on it, get some confidence back, and maybe if we see a Nova or Zim traded or back to the bullpen later on, he'll come back and start looking more like Jose Berrios in the years to come, as we'll see a double play turn 4-6-3 to end the top of the 4th inning.
Leading up for the Tigers.
Middle of the order, 3-4-5 for Detroit. Scope, Stewart, and Crone. A couple of former Twins in there. Is their former teammate Jose Berrios.
Yeah, Scope hit 23 home runs for the Twins last season, part of that Bomba squad. But again, as I said earlier, his job was taken over by the meteoric rise of Luis Arias and how he could handle the stick. And nice to see both Scope and Crone find a home here in Detroit and at least try and provide a little pop for this Tigers order. We thought at the beginning of the season that Scope might be providing a lot. He had like 4 home runs in the first week and a half of the season, so definitely has cooled since then, but still tied for the lead with Crone with 10 home runs on this Tigers squad.
Yeah, this Tigers squad last year was led by Brandon Dixon.
Now
batting. Like, who?
Number 14.
Yes, Brandon Dixon led this Tigers squad with 15 last year, in a year that was praised as the ball is juiced, they all said, but apparently not in Detroit.
Well, you got to remember you do have Ron Gardenhire as your manager, so it's you're hitting to contact and spray into all fields more than you're searching for that fastball to drive over the fence.
That's ball 3.
Yeah, and Beardy, I know Gardenhire spent a lot of time in Minnesota, but especially given, I actually don't even know how this year's really going to impact it, but Gardenhire's contract's up at the end of this year, so it's going to be interesting to see if both the virtual Tigers and the real Tigers would opt to keep Gardy around going forward. As on one side, I'm sure he wants to see this rebuild at least start to come to fruition, or do you kind of go to your next guy who's going to try and be the next Jim Leland, Sparky Anderson, and kind of lead the team all the way?
Yeah, I think it could maybe come down to how the trade deadline shakes out, although as we've seen over the last few years, the trade deadline hasn't meant maybe as much or seen as much action as we've had in previous seasons at the end of July and into August. But I do wonder if even they'd maybe even consider some front office changes here in Detroit with maybe sending Avila on his way. I'm not sure the temperature of the room, but just outside speculation from me. Usually it's tough for a new GM or an existing GM to bring in another coach in the middle of a rebuild, but sometimes that has to be done. And I think playing for Gardy all along has just probably been, hey man, we're going to let you collect the paycheck while you teach these guys how to be professional ball players.
Yeah, 0-2 swing and a miss by Crone to get us through 4, so I don't know if we'll see the box this time, but nothing going for the Tigers. Yeah, there you'll see it. But Beardy, I think that's the direction they were going to. I think if Gardenhire wants another year, they probably would be happy to give it to him. And in terms of Avila, I can let you know, I believe it was last year we heard he was giving a contract extension for a unannounced period of time, but definitely doesn't sound like Chris Ilitch is going to let Avila go anywhere, whether Tigers fans want it or not.
A contract's like a diploma. It's just a piece of paper.
That is true as well. Dave Dombrowski, I mean, granted, he was in the last year of his contract with Detroit, but after the trade deadline in 2015, they let him go right away, and been all Al Avila ever since. Yeah, Chris has been big on Al, and Chris Ilitch, not much like his father, Mike Ilitch, at least so far. We saw Mike very aggressive in trying to win titles and, signing big-name free agent after big-name free agent, while Chris is probably a lot more like your stereotypical Major League owner who's more into it for the money and wasn't exactly a free spender, and big on Avila's way of making something sustainable, of draft the good guys, make the smart trades, and bring them up through the system, which so far we haven't really seen come to fruition, but we'll definitely see in the next couple of years as we see that first wave of guys come up to the big leagues if Avila got his right guys or didn't.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you bring up that little dichotomy there, as Twins fans have been used to something different as of late, where years and years old Carl Pohlad owned the team and was a noted penny pincher, of course, almost contracting the damn team at the end of the millennium. But Twins are still here, and now with the kids, with the Pohlad kids owning it, they've really shown a commitment to making the team better and building a really first-class organization and hopefully a championship product. But it's been really a breath of fresh air seeing how the Pohlad kids have run the organization, given how their dad ran things.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun to see what's been going on in Minnesota, and I'm really excited to see. Last year obviously didn't make it too far in the playoffs, but managed to win the division. And
inside ball.
If we can just get the Yankees out of the American League, the Twins will probably do well.
We'll see how they do this year. Like we mentioned, it's going to be a 3-team dogfight. Now, if I had to put my money on it, I guess it's 3 out of the 5 teams in the American League are going to be from the AL Central. So it's not saying much if I think one of the 3 is going to end up World Series, but
it's a long season, and up until recently, the Twins had been unbitten by the injury bug, and then they get kind of a 2-for-1 deal. I think both Garver and Donaldson went down I don't know if they might have gone down the same game. If not, they went down back-to-back days. But they've luckily avoided that. But as the season drags on, that injury concern, I think, always creeps up as, the games mount and the miles kind of tack on to these guys as the marathon heads to the final stretch. But especially in this AL Central, a lot of those games into August and September are going to be fighting tooth and nail to keep with the standings or atop the standings.
Be a lot of fun to see how it shakes out. 3-2 pitch to Eddie Rosario, going to be slapped foul. Big guy has the trivia question of the game. I'm going to reward it to make it a bit simpler. Name the 3 players who were all-stars in all 3 of the 90s, the 2000s, and the 2010s. They had to have played an all-star game in each of the 3 decades at some point. See a high fly ball and center for Castro, who's been busy. First one I got is going to be Bartolo Colon.
Number 22.
Big sexy. But
the biggest and the sexiest. Big guy says non-Hall of Famers.
Back outside. You're wrong, up.
So it is non-Hall of Fame. Still snow. Some outside part 1 and 2.
Up to 110 Ks. Just missed the strikeout there.
Yeah, he'll just pop out. Romine handles it to end the 5th. So the Tigers look to crack into the hit column halfway through. So yeah, 3 non-Hall of Famers to do it in 3 separate decades. Big Sexy's 1. So we're probably thinking Beardy guys who kind of retired in the early 2010s. Oh, mid 2010s, I suppose.
Yeah, that was our good friend EB from Toronto guest A-Rod. That was going to be my only guess, probably in this one.
What about your guys' catcher? I forget his name.
Joe Mauer?
Yeah, Mauer. Was he around?
Nope. Joe made his debut in 2004 and promptly hurt his knee.
Gotcha. Here's a guy who also didn't debut until, I think he was actually in 2004, 5, 6, something like that, from Miguel Cabrera, who pops out.
Jamer Candelario.
A-Rob is correct. That was good guess by EV and Security Mentally.
You got Miggy was 03. He was 20 years old, played 87 games with the Marlins that year.
No, they ended up in the World Series that year, and he was kind of the rookie hero there. But.
Rookie of the year. Hit 12 home runs, 62 driven in. Man, that seems like a lifetime ago almost for Miguel Cabrera. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
Cabral Mabrera.
Cabral Mabrera. And we'll see Mickey through at least the 2023 season. So, nice, even 21 years probably for his career. I'm not anticipating him sticking around after that. If he even plays out the last 4 years on his contract, seeing as how he's done the last couple of years, that's not necessarily a guaranteed thing. hand he strikes out.
Well, you know, maybe if Ron Gardenhire is managing somewhere, he'll sign Miggy as a pinch runner.
That does seem to be his thing. You know, who needs Terrence Score when you got Miguel Cabrera?
I'm gonna guess another Yankee for the All-Star game. Mariano Rivera.
Oh, that's a good guess, and it is a pitcher. That's the hint.
Oh, nice! I guessed that before I even saw the hint. Scout's honor.
Oh,
wrong anyway. So who cares?
Leading off for the Twins, the third baseman.
Oh yeah, there's a Hall of Fame.
Oh my God! I wasn't thinking. See, this is why I don't do baseball trivia. I just guess my one Twins player, and then I'm usually out.
Calibro?
Oh, that's out.
Oh, I said that wrong.
Nope, Killer's a Hall of Famer.
Gonzales is up now. Tigers still had nothing going. Nova's out. He's done a pretty good job pitching in this one. Now, if he sucked, maybe we would have seen Bo Burrows up or Funkhauser in the rotation. But I think Nova's pitched his way back into the job.
Yeah, man, and that's all you want, especially after a disastrous start from your guy who was meant to, you know, at least hopefully get you to the fifth inning. But Nova's come in, put zeros on the board, and taken control of this Twins lineup. Nicely done, and a preview of probably what's going to come with his return to the rotation, as you noted.
And I do gotta say, it's not like Noah was bad. He wasn't good, you know? And that's kind of what they were expecting, but they were hoping maybe Casey Mize would bring them good. Instead, he brought them exceptionally worse. So,
yeah, you know, if your fifth starter type can slide into that niche of not bad, not good, I think you'll take that about every day. Or every 5 days.
and if you took that every day, you'd start to wonder if he had an arm left. He'd be like old Ross Hat, or let's see that guy's name. Old Ross Hathorn is a high fly out to left at second out on the track.
Thought that might have been a chance to have been Luis Arias' third dinger on the year. He doesn't hit many of them. I think he only had about 4 last year. Yep, 4 last year. So Luis showing a little pop this season, despite the wrist injury early, which I think kind of set him back a little. But he seems fully healthy. Had that big RBI hit earlier, and big reason why the Twins are up 6-0.
Old Hoss Radbull. Is coming in clutch. Baseball bits, if you haven't watched them, check them out. Especially the Old Hoss Radbull. It's a fun episode. Talks about a guy who, well, he kind of pitched his arm off, more or less, with what he did that season. Only pitcher on the team. So, Big Guy is saying all 3 All-Star appearances were on the same AL East team. That was a pitcher in the 90s, 2010s, and 2000s. And, yeah, it was a pitcher in AL East. Non-Hall of Fame.
He says we're going to face palm.
Could it be, well, no, I'm thinking Braves. That's NL East. Who is a good pitcher on those squads? I mean,
Roger Clemens. No, he wasn't around in the 2010s. That's right.
So this just misses my my window of knowledge. So we'll see Buxton work the walk Avila.
Up next for Minnesota, the catcher, Alex Avila.
Roy Halladay's a Hall of Famer.
Keep the guesses coming, folks. Keep them coming.
Keep guessing so we don't all have to facepalm later, please.
No, he's safe.
You see Nova tossing over there to keep Buxton honest, but, Byron does have 14 stolen bags on the season. He's also been tossed out 7 times. So, it seems like maybe Byron's speed just losing a tick, or his base running skill perhaps off a little bit. Usually he's a much more efficient base stealer, but he's been tossed out here a few times in 2020 in ML Bot Ball.
Yeah, if I knew Duggar was around, I know he's busy all day today, I would have said he's the fastest man in baseball just to mess with him. But here, maybe Cameron Maven's the fastest man in baseball. Gets all the way to the wall, the deepest part of the park, to make the catch.
Nice play banging into that foam wall by the old vet Cam Maben. Putting up some highlight reels for a possible trade out of Detroit here, maybe with that one. And, hey, it happens all the time, I swear. A guy makes a great defensive play, and he does something special with the bat when he's up next.
Went 0 for 4 yesterday with a strikeout. Worked to walk so far today.
That's in. Ball 2.
Did you see Andy Pettit was the correct third answer there. EB from Toronto. Nice lucky guess there, as he said, is that lucky guess stonks goes up to 2. That a baby.
Yeah, that's one I never would have got. Maybe won't do anything spectacular here, or Reyes will flip to Sano for first out.
Now batting, the shortstop.
I figured it might have been a Yankees pitcher. That's why I guessed Clemens, but I was off, by kind of a decade there. So nice guess, EB.
Bill Goodrum stands in now, top of the order, still looking for the first hit in Detroit. But yeah, I was gonna say about Maben potentially being traded away. He's already been traded away by the Tigers twice in his career. Now, this is something I talk about a lot. This is his 3rd stint with Detroit, and saying, it's not very often you see a guy make 3 separate stints with the same ball club. But both the first 200 in trades, one for Miguel Cabrera, one for a handful of minor leaguers in a deal with the Angels. We could see Maben on the move again.
Yeah, I mean, Cam's still a serviceable player. He hit 285 in 82 games last season, just 33. And, originally drafted by Detroit way back in 05. And old Cam, like I said earlier, 4th outfielder. He'd probably be that role if anybody's going to trade for him. A nice veteran player, but a lot of experience there for Cam. Uh-oh.
Oh!
My God.
Alex Kepler.
Next to the Tigers,
Maximum Kepler.
I think he's in a backyard climbing a tree. He robs a home run.
Oh, my God. I didn't know Germans were I knew they were good mountain climbers. I didn't know they were good outfield fence climbers, but our favorite German strikes again. Holy cow.
So, one thing I didn't realize at the moment, and that does rob a home run from Maben, but that also keeps Berrios' special day going.
Yeah, if Jose keeps this at this pace, he might owe Max Kepler a car or a Rolex or something. That was a spectacular play by the Twins right fielder.
1 ball.
Swing and a miss. 1 and 2 by Harold Castro. Boy, that is. Wow. Castro goes down. So we'll head to the 7th. Berrios still yet. Well, you look at the bottom right corner of your screen. You know what I'm talking about.
please.
I'm not in the business of jinxing anything. We'll see the second long man, Xiao Ching Ching, come in after 4 1/3 nice innings by Ivan Nova. And of course, favorite shark with a baby. This one's in the blue.
Oh, man. That play just is like icing on the awful tasting cake right now. Not thrilled about this game.
I thought that one was gone. I was like, oh yeah, what a way to blow the NH. But wow, Kepler says nay.
No, I gotta give props. That was a crazy athletic play.
Son of ballerinas.
Whew, so Kepler with the bat now. Let's count to 1 and 1. 2 for 3 with a homer, a single, and a strikeout today. Only guy I'm keeping track of what he's actually got, just because that. I don't know, Beery. I think I'm on like a nine batter cycle of talking about things. So every 9 batters, I get back to actually focusing on the game, and luckily it's Max Kepler up every time, and I remember what I've done.
Well, I mean,
I have nothing.
We've been 6-0 for a while here, so you know I think our good fine ML bot ball fans will forgive us a little bit.
The shortstop.
Chang will get his first K of the day, so 2 strikeouts for Max Kepler to go with 2 hits. Without number 1. Detroit's pitching staff put together a pretty good day after Mize departed. Yet to allow a run, and now nearly 5 full innings work.
Yeah, good. I really do think that was a good sign of things to come for the Detroit rotation with how Nova came in, shut things down immediately, and put the zeros on the board. That's all you can ask for after your starter comes up lame. And we'll see how Chang can do here and maybe continue the streak of at least zeros after that 6 given up by Mize.
Ball 1.
Yeah, I got the 0-2 to Jorge Polanco, who's also 2 for 3, but then misses up high and make it 1 and 2.
I think I saw Jorge was something like 5th in the AL shortstop voting for the All-Star game. Oh my goodness.
Really?
Oh, maybe he's up to 4th now. What's one where maybe can't rob it? And yeah, maybe a little lesson to Cameron where you're supposed to put your home runs.
I wish I could see the expression on my face right now.
Yeah, that makes it 7-0 Minnesota.
Number 14 on the year for Jorge. As I've said multiple times, tons of shortstops who can swing the stick beautifully, and another fine example by the Twins shortstop.
And he'd be pointing out, I said the Detroit bullpen's done a good job today, and now they're home runs. So that puts the reverse drinks stonks at 66 now. So I'll gladly take that being why I'm being jinxed than the other thing.
I think I racked up 66 reverse stonks like our first 2 weeks of bot ball. I swear. I'm glad that isn't in our running tally here on Twitch now.
Need to get someone to go back through the archives. Oh, please no.
Indeed, another
Please
high
no.
ball.
Okay.
The boomstick goes boom, trying to get his spot in the home run derby. Sends one deep to left. 25th on the season for Nelson, and now it's an 8-0 ball game.
Oh my God.
Number 426 of Nelson Cruz's career, and that one just got over the top of the fence, but it got over the top of the fence in a heck of a hurry.
Yeah, that's... Oh, we see... The reverse jinx stonks are skyrocketing in this inning to 68. Now's the time to invest, folks.
Hey, Funkhauser, please do better than what we've seen.
Kyle Funkhauser, 6 2/3 innings in his major league career. Unlike Casey Mize, that ERA is at 0 for Funkhauser, not 9+.
Not a whole lot. Not a ton bad to work with, but still 9-1 strikeouts to walks.
He's looked pretty good. He's a guy I'm really excited to see. I thought he'd be a really nice back of the rotation guy when the Tigers got him in the 2016 draft in the 4th round. But we'll see how he does.
Rosario being up has me all kinds of worried right now.
Yeah, Rosario hit a 3-run bomb to really solidify Casey Mize.
His demise?
Yeah, the demise of Casey Mize.
The demise. Eddie the Demiser Rosario. Funkhauser, that's a great name though.
It really is a Funkhauser. You know, I like to call him Funk. He's funky with the delivery too. Or at least I like to think he is. So he'd go good with the name.
Funk is some of my favorite music. I love me some funk, baby.
I like some old time rock and roll. That kind of music, just smooth, so Rosario goes down on a K, so make it 10 Ks for Funkhauser.
Now batting, the first baseman, Miguel Sano.
Yeah, old free swinging Ed. Freely swinging through that one. And man, we got to get out of this top half of the 7th. Shark just came in here to play some dang organ, and then some fireworks erupted.
Yeah, he wants to play us a beautiful stretch, but like you said, except we're kind of torturing him with twin bombs.
I hope that the weirdness of hits immediately after the stretch continues.
2-0.
Uh-oh.
Another one punish. This one deep to left again.
Oh, no, we got it.
Stewart will make the catch. And we're headed to the bottom of the 7th. Shark shaved for us.
All right, Tigers fans, stretch that tension out. Good stretch. Big stretch.
Extra. I love the extra little steps at the end. That was an extra fancy. Thank you, sir. Man, I always love me a good stretch from Shark.
Yeah, well, I love when the Tigers do anything in the game, so hopefully we see something here, but I'll let you two get back to this interesting game we have going on. Have a good rest of your call.
Thank you, Shark. As always, we appreciate 3-4-5 for Detroit. Jose's pitch count's in a pretty good spot, just now getting to 81. See if that fatigue starts to bother him at all.
Yeah, Berrios, one big thing that has really affected him. Oh!
That ball knocked down by Arias. Throw will not be in time, and that'll be ruled a base hit, and that'll end the no-hitter for Jose Berrios.
A valiant effort by Arias to try to keep the no-hitter intact, but ruled the base hit. So we can talk about it like normal human beings once more, but nice job by Scope to tag his old teammate there for the hit here in the bottom of the 7th.
And we see a big rip from Christian Stewart. See ya.
That was a nice bomb, 432 feet, excuse me, and hey, that's a way to get on the board.
He's saying Kepler can't rob that one. That's right. That was way up there, deepest part of the stands. Well, not the deepest part of the stands, but he hit high up in those right field stands. Only the 5th homer of the year for Stewart, granted in limited playing time, but showing he has some pop in that bat. Boy, howdy.
Good for the Tigers to at least get a couple on the board and at least put a couple on to Berrios. You know, always never want the old shutout, but good to see good to see the Tigers tack on a few against Jose. Couple of Twins warming up. The Tylers, Tyler Duffy, Tyler Clippard. Clippard added in the offseason to a bullpen last year down the stretch that was pretty spectacular for the Twins, and they decided they wanted another veteran arm back there and somebody who can pitch to some lefties despite being a righty.
No, that's a ball. Take the base.
Yeah, we'll see. Crone worked the walk, so definitely the cracks showing for Jose here in the 7th. You'd think after giving up that base hit, the kind of the pressure would be off a little bit. Maybe he'd relax and get back to pitching the way he had. But no, single homer walk. Now, the ever no longer dangerous Miguel Cabrera steps in.
I want some circumstances to happen here where we see a Miguel Cabrera stolen base attempt. It's probably my favorite thing in the ball universe, Cookie.
Well, I'd have to think we'd have to see some sort of a ground ball where they can only get the play at second and not at first. And with Miggy's speed, I don't know how that's possible. He will go down on strikes instead.
Now batting.
Dang it. I'm crossing my fingers he gets another AB in this one.
Well, the way the Twins have been pitching, that's not looking very likely. But, well, I suppose once they hit into a double play, they just need to have one more guy reach and happen to finish things in the 9th. Candy will shoot one foul.
Oh, just foul there for Jamer.
Big Guy has a question in chat. I'm kind of curious about this, too. Where do you see the Twins looking at the trade deadline, Beerde? Obviously buying, but what exactly is there to buy? This looks like a pretty solid team.
Yeah, I honestly don't know because they still have, or they recently got back Michael Pineda to the starting rotation. They do have Rich Hill waiting in the wings as well, working back from injury last year. I'm not sure if he had surgery at all, but anywho. Yeah, so I mean, they have some guys coming back here who might be potential, guys who would be slotted in around the same time as the trade deadline, but I'm really not sure who the Twins might go after. They're pretty set at just about every position, and a lot of their core guys are at their peaks and swinging the bat well still, and the injury bug hasn't bit them quite yet. We obviously have Garver and Donaldson down right now, but even then, Gonzales is while not hitting the best right now, he's a fine fill-in utility guy. They also have, of course, Tortuga, Williams Astudillo, who's kind of a super utility player despite his rotund frame. But, maybe they go after some other type of utility or another fourth outfielder, something along those lines. But even then, not even sure they'd want to give up the resources for something like that when they already have a Jake Cave on the roster who hasn't even really been a part of the major league roster, spending time down in AAA since, the Twins have been mostly healthy. So not really sure where they're going to point that trade target at.
Well, maybe if there's a big season-ending injury, not wishing one upon them, but if we see one in the next month or so, that'll give them something. Otherwise, maybe standing pat, the best move for these Twins. Obviously, the Christian Stewart bomb brings it back to within 6 as we head to the 8th. The other thing that pops in my head, maybe a bullpen arm or two, or are you guys pretty good back there?
Yeah, that's what the big guy brought up. I think maybe do they have an all-star? Does anybody have an all-star long reliever? That's about all the Twins could use. Usually their long relievers, Julius Chassin and Fernando Romero, can run into some trouble and have run into some trouble recently. But other than that, the other bullpen arms have been pretty fine. Tyler Duffy has fine numbers. Tyler Clifford, their off-season addition. Both those guys warming in the pen right now. Both those guys have been solid. Trevor May's been lights out. Taylor Rogers, the closer, has been pretty lights out as well. And Corey Guerin has filled in some nice innings as well. So about the only help maybe that the bullpen could use is long relief. And again, they might be able to find some better options just in their own organization, considering a guy like Randy Dobnik is now out of the rotation since Pineda is back. And if they slide Rich Hill into the rotation, a guy like Devin Smeltzer would be another fine candidate for a long relief role.
Funkhauser will lose the leadoff man in the second walk he's allowed in his major league career. And Funkhauser is on the block. I was going to say, get these Tigers, your long relief trade options would be Jordan Zimmerman, Ivan Nova, and honestly, I could see for the right price, Xiaoqing Chang has been really solid. You could probably make a run for him. I don't see him being around for the next window of intention. I pop up for Crone, handle it for first out.
Yeah, I would. I'd probably guess though that the Twins might stand pat here at the ML Bot Ball trade deadline. You don't want to give up. You really don't want to give up any of your regular starters. So it'd probably come down to prospects, and I don't know how deep into the woods we're going to get with that. But yeah, I'm pretty confident in how my Twins lineup will hold up throughout the year.
Well, if you want Jordan Zimmerman, now all-star starter, he's all yours.
Hard pass.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Buxton will pop out, brings up old friend Alex Avila. Maybe Zimmerman will flourish in a bullpen role. We don't know.
Count 1-0.
If the Tigers take all of Zimmerman's salary, maybe the Twins will think about taking him, and you can wash towels or something for him, or get Rocco Baldelli some coffee. Not sure how they'd handle that situation.
Well, Funkhauser's gone 3-0 to Alex Avila. Not looking too good here.
2 down, though, just needs to focus and at least throw a strike here to Avila. Hey, there's one.
The Yellowhammer drops it on him.
The bronze kneecap says him and Gardy package deal. Take him. I do have a fondness for Ron Gardenhire, but he spent his time here, and we couldn't beat the Yankees. We still can't beat the Yankees, but I definitely don't think that would happen with Gardy managing things.
So a couple walks in the inning for Funkhauser puts runners on first and second for Max Kepler, who's been either a hit or a strikeout all day. Yeah, Beardy, I don't know. I'm fond of Ron Gardenhire. I've enjoyed having him here in Detroit. So I know he definitely has a few haters, and he's definitely not a. Well, I don't see him really winning a World Series or maybe exceeding expectations. But he's a fun character to have in the dugout, and really old school with the fundamentals, and it's something I'll take while we're rebuilding to keep things a little bit more fun, better than Brad, I know it all awesomeness.
Yeah, I think at this stage in Gardy's career, a place like Detroit in their current situation is kind of a perfect setup for him. I think Gardy's always been more of a kind of a teaching kind of manager, just kind of stemming from how he kind of rose through the ranks as different types of coaches throughout his career. And I have no personal qualms against Gardy. I poke fun at him because I love him. And like I've said before on a few of our other broadcasts, I really actually was surprised to see him take a job here in Detroit. I figured he'd be out on a fishing boat somewhere.
Yeah, it was a bit surprising. He went to the Arizona Diamondbacks as a bench coach after taking a few years off and was let go by the Twins. And after being Torey Lovullo's first-year bench coach, he said, Torey, you're all set. I've taught you all I can. And he came to Detroit. It's been nice to have him around.
At least he has them on pace to win a few more games here than they did last season. But, it's, let's see. Big Guy 73 says he feels like for the Twins to compete against the Yankees, which, especially if you're a Twins fan, that's about the only concern. You don't care about any other part of the playoffs. It's basically, can you beat the Yankees? He says one more solid pin arm and maybe a number 2 behind Berrios. Well, they might have found a number 2 behind Berrios and Kenta Maeda, given his numbers so far in ML Bot Ball this season. I still think he is yet without a loss on the year, and if he does have a loss, he only has one of them. So Kenta Maeda has been absolutely spectacular, as he's actually number 3 behind Odorizzi, but he's been pitching with number 2 and number 1 stuff so far this year.
Another walk loads him for Funkhauser. He'll get 0-2, though, to Mr. Polanco. Yeah, that's a good point, having that solid number 2 guy in your rotation. And you know what, Beardy? What your best bet is going to be is, at this point, it looks like the top division winner and the 2 wild cards will go to the AL Central. So we'll see our AL Central representative go up against presumably the winner of the ALDS between the AL East and AL West winners. So you're hoping for the Athletics to beat the Yankees, or maybe a strong competitor for the Athletics to emerge out there, and hopefully someone who can get the job done for you, because once the Yankees are out of the way, I think the sky is the limit. As we'll see, bases loaded, line out to Goodrum to end the inning. Funkhauser works out of a jam.
Yeah, nice snag there by Nico. He's had a couple awesome defensive plays there out at short so far tonight. We're going to see new pitcher for the Twins, Tyler Duffy, making his 43rd appearance. And yeah, I mean, he was a revelation last year and was one of the better relievers down the stretch in the second half last season. Duffy continuing the success he had last season. And we'll see if he can put up a 0 for the Twins.
Start with ball 1 low. Abram was robbed a home run his last time up, which actually reminds me, Beardy, of way back when we saw C.J. Cron robbed that home run in Cleveland.
Yeah, but that was he wasn't robbed by a German or any other nationality. He was robbed by the good old ML ball umpire umps.
Yeah, for those who didn't watch that game or hear the story before, it was, like Beede mentioned, the umpires who screwed it up. It was a ball hit off the foul pole. And it, of course, any ball that hits the foul pole is supposed to be ruled a home run, but it was ruled a ground rule double.
Yeah, we were. I've gone back and watched that clip a few times. You can find in our clips. It was a game. It was a Cleveland-Detroit game. Me and Cookie were on the call, and yeah, C.J. Crone hits one down the left field line, goes off the foul pole. We thought it was just a foul ball at first. Then it says ground rule double, and all sorts of confusion. And poor C.J. sitting at just 10 home runs, should have 11. Dang it!
I got the count.
He got his first K. Final numbers on Berrios were 7 innings pitched, 2 runs on 2 hits, so a really solid day for him. Romo and Clippard will be up in the pen as Duffy tries to work a scoreless 8. So far, smooth sailing. Of course, good run. Going to hit one back up the middle through the shift for a base hit.
Yeah, nice one-out knock there by Nico, and always nice to get a runner aboard, even in the late innings when you're down by 6. You never know what can happen. Bullpens can fall apart super fast, including Duffy, who I think his last time or the time before out, he struggled mightily. So you never know when you can tag one of those relief pitchers. And Harold Castro, if you're 0 for 3, that's a guy who's probably due with that 323 average. Bronze Kneecap says Leland looks 20 years younger since he quit smoking. Maybe we can convince him to come back. I would absolutely love that. I always loved Jim Leland. Even when the Twins and Tigers were going at it in the mid-aughts, how can he not love Jimmy Leland?
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's I read that like a while ago, but we were in the middle of talking about something, so I didn't bring it up. I'm not gonna lie, I can't see Jimmy coming out of retirement, but if he did, that would be epic, and I would love that more than anything in the world to see Jim Leland back as the Tigers skipper, getting done what he couldn't manage to do in his last go around as Castro makes it an 18-game hit streak with a hit up the middle.
Yeah, guy was in danger of losing that hit streak. How about that? Just a nice level swing, solid piece of contact, and a couple runners aboard against Duffy here in the bottom of 8.
That's going to be a scoop man, Jonathan.
Ball.
I think circling back to that conversation of your pitching staff, and you mentioned Maeda. You know, Rich Hill's not that bad either. At least he was when he was with the Dodgers. I gotta imagine once he comes back from injury, he has a good chance to be a really, maybe not a number 2 guy, but I mean in terms of a solid middle to back end guy. Could be out of the pen in the postseason. Could be a really valuable asset.
Yeah, it's that. You know, that's a big reason why I say the Twins might be standing pat at the deadline here a bit, is because they do have some options with quite a few different starters they can use. Some of them have panned out better than others. Dobnik was in the starting rotation to start out this season, now finds himself out of it with Pineda back, so Twins may be willing to move even Devin Smeltzer out of it when Rich Hill starts getting some confidence back in that arm to go about 5 innings or more. But yeah, big guy said Kenta doesn't go long into games, and that's a big reason why that long relief is so important for the Twins. Is they have even Smeltzer and Maeda and Odorizzi are guys not known to go, past even 6.
Scope goes down. It's a 2 out for a a homer threat, Christian Stewart, tonight.
Yeah, another blast here from him would be pretty impressive and get your Kitties within 3 knocks.
Yeah, that'd at least make it a save situation. It's going to take a pitch like that, though. I don't really think anything's going to be happening in this at-bat. Beautiful curve, just floated right down the middle for strikes.
Yeah, Vila wanted that knuckle curve right back from Duffy. Gonna see where he sets up in here. I'm guessing he wants fastball? No, they went breaking pitch again.
Slider, cut the inside part, fouled off. Now it's looking like maybe we'll be seeing that fastball. Oh. Well, that's not going to win you any friends. Obviously not intentional with 2 on, but the slider hits Stewart's back. That can't be close.
Come on, CJ. Let's make it official at number 11.
Oh, yeah, then I'll just be supposed to be at 12.
Well, you know, I had 2 grand salami sandwiches on Sunday by the opposing team against my Twins, so what's a third? Let's make it a charm.
One with TJ Crone looking for the big bomb. Send these fans home happy. Losing only by 2 to the second-place Twins.
That was a tough pitch taken by CJ Crone there for strike 2.
Good news is he'll have an easy take for that too. I just said send the fans home happy. I just realized all the fans were here like, oh, Casey Mize pitching. This is going to be awesome. And then they saw him give up 6 runs in 1 2/3. So they're probably all disappointed right now. And they'll be even more disappointed as the Tigers leave them loaded. A great job by Duffy to pitch out of trouble. And we'll head now to the top of the 9th. Twins looking for those last insurance runs. Not that they need them. They'll have a good part of their order, Cruz, Rosario, and Sano to try and get her done.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Tigers, just a few too many given up by Mize, and they've left quite a few on base today as well, as they leave them juiced, bottom of 8, and hopefully it's just a quick one here for Funkhauser. Oh, that was close.
Boomstick really wants to be in that derby, but save some for tomorrow, Nelson. You don't need them now with those foul.
1-1.
Yeah, for those who were curious, we are going to be airing the Home Run Derby, the MLB All-Star Game, the AAA All-Star Game, all 3 of the AA All-Star Games, one for each of the 3 AA leagues. Also the All-Star Futures Game, or the Future Stars Game. I'm not sure what it's called, but all coming up in All-Star Week. I'm sure we'll see a lot of these Twins take part in the, at least the major league portions of the All-Star stuff. As the boomstick does go boom. Big boom, 26. Second on the day for Nelson.
My goodness, 110 exit velocity. That one got out here very fast for a 19-foot shot.
Boom, 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 boom. Man, I sound like a 3-year-old when I did that, but I don't really care. Yeah, that's what the boomstick has been doing today. Obviously not 4 homers, but 2. A really good day.
Yeah, He put one in the Tigers bullpen first, and then put one in the Twins bullpen there. So Nelson just spraying them all around the outfield.
Eddie Rosario hit the 3-run bomb. Like we mentioned, the last time he was up, that was what knocked Mize out.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe all the Twins' home runs have come from those patented bombas here tonight. Oh, no. Raya's had the 2 RBI base knock.
The count is 1-2.
So many I've lost count, so I can't verify. 0-2 to Eddie, grounded to second base. His old teammate Scope will flip it to his other old teammate Crone for the first out.
Now batting, the first baseman.
Casey Funkhauser up to 44 pitches there. We'll hope he can just finish this one off in short order, as he's got Miguel Sano and Marwin Gonzales to get through here. And Miggy 0 for 4 tonight, and always the strikeout candidate. So let's make some short work of him, Funky.
Funky will throw strike 1 to Sano. Funkhauser's had a really nice day out of the pen, too. Obviously, that home run was his first major league run allowed, I just realized. But...
Well, I suppose if you're going to allow your first one, if it's a solo shot off the bat of a potential future Hall of Famer, that's probably not a bad thing.
Definitely can agree on that front, and that ERA should still be sitting just about at 1. Still looking for no further damage, though.
Yeah, those strikeouts up to Sano, 110 on the year, but usually he does a better job drawing walks. He does have 35 walks drawn. That does lead the second on the Twins behind Nelson Cruz, but gets another one there, and my goodness, hopefully Funkhauser can just shut the door on this inning.
Yeah, nice walk. That'll bring up Marwin Gonzales, who will shoot one foul. Thinking about
Well, the good news is I don't hear any trash cans, so if you're a Tigers fan, probably not going to be a hit here from Margot. I don't know if you saw him, but he benefited the most apparently from the trash banging.
I mean, yeah, I did see that. How does that make you feel as a Twins fan to have that guy on your team? I mean, have you lost respect for him, or?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit. It's not like he was I don't know. It's not like he's a big personality or something where he was kind of not like a Nelson Cruz who came in here and was instantly enamored with by this fan base. Marwin was kind of signed a little later too, so I think that might have helped. But he came out right away and apparently had a private meeting with his teammates as well and addressed things in a pretty mature manner. So I don't know. I'm pretty ambivalent about it. I'll make some jokes about it, but whatever. There's no trash cans anymore with the Twins, at least. So yeah, I'm pretty sure at least he's not cheating with them.
Yeah, we'll get ready to see if Luis Arias can replicate that homer we saw earlier.
1 ball.
Take one low, 1-2.
The sprinkler, most of his hits are little doinks, just in that sweet spot over the head of the infielders and that patch of grass in front of the outfielders. So that's usually how Luis gets things done.
Well, here will not get much of anything done other than a fly out to Stewart to end the inning, but Nelson Cruz goes boom for his second on the day, 26th on the year. Tigers need to try and get a 7+ run comeback going in the bottom of the ninth.
Now pitching for Minnesota,
Tyler Clippard.
Number 36, Tyler Clippard.
Yeah, the Bomba squad, if I'm not mistaken, 5 home runs this evening, 6 home runs. Who knows? As you said earlier, you lost kind of count, and I pretty much have too. I'm not one to keep score, so what a good color guy I am.
I mean, I don't keep score either, so don't get your hopes up tomorrow.
They tried to have me keep score for our beer league softball team for 2 games, and I was quickly retired. So if that's any indication on how my scorekeeping skills are.
Oh yeah, that was my specialty on the team. You know, when I wasn't in the game, I was keeping score. So I was keeping score a lot. Story at the end of the day.
EB from Toronto says, "Hey, it's Tyler trivia question Clippard." If you don't know the career of Tyler Clippard, that's the reason for the little joke there, is he's been on about 23 different major league teams and has some kind of goofy career numbers, career splits as a right-hander. And he's a fun one to look up despite his awesome glasses.
I gotta say the glasses are the highlight for me when I see Tyler Clippard. We'll bring the count full to Miguel Cabrera. Yeah, folks, stay tuned. We got a couple more Cookie and Beardy casts coming up because Cabrera's walked. 9 o'clock both tomorrow and Thursday. And definitely make sure you tune in because I'll be slowly leaking more details about our All-Star break as the week goes on. So.
Oh, that's an all-star tease there, Mr. Cookie.
That's a ball.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff coming, so be sure to tune in and don't tell my boss because I didn't get any of this okay. So.
She'll buff. They'll figure it out. It's all right.
That's how I always go, Beardy. It's like, you know what? Not gonna fire me, so.
One thing I've learned is a lot easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Not sure if that's wise life advice or if it's just really being dumb and kind of a butthole. But either way, that's words I kind of live by. Just ask for permission. Ask for forgiveness. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Granted, usually people say that to me when they're up to no good. But I suppose it's what you're up to no good about that
outside, that's the ball.
Makes it depend on if it's good life advice or not.
Well, exactly. I'm a well-known terrible influence, so that makes sense.
You know, if you're just leaking a little inside information, that's perfectly fine. But if you're doing something more extreme, like, well, I please hope nobody's done this, but like if you're gonna kill somebody, I mean, you can't really ask for forgiveness for that. I guess you really can't ask for permission either. But I mean, you know, it has limitations.
You're taking it way too far. I'm just talking about like office politics here. And, oh man, another walk from Tyler Clippard.
The catcher, Austin.
Hey, you know, that's just where as a programmer my mind goes. You always jump to the extreme cases when you're doing your testing of your code, you know? It's like, well, what's the most extreme thing you could do with something like that? Well, clearly that was beyond the scale of extreme because you wouldn't ask permission. But I mean, those are the things you kind of you gotta think about. Fly out to center. Buxton will get it in. Cabrera's not going anywhere. Surprising.
Boo, no tag attempt.
Well, it's okay, Beardy, because the double steal is about to be on.
You know, we've talked about how Ron Gardenhire has probably been a little drunk to have sent Miguel Cabrera on 8 stolen base attempts in one season, but you know, in this game that's been a 6-run lead at least for the Twins since very early, perhaps Ron's been nipping a little blackberry brandy in the dugout and gonna send this double steal here.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe the double steal, I hope we do. Doesn't look like it. Maybe he'll foul one off. He's in a hole. As soon as this one's over, folks, we're going to have another game for you. It'll show up on the sidebar. You've been singing it all night, but I actually haven't paid attention. Maben goes down on the changeup for the second out. Clippard's first K.
Now batting, shortstop.
There it is. Diamondbacks Royals with A. Gotti and Eddie McCarthy. A very rare Duggo and Jake Free Diamondbacks game, but that's what we got.
Yeah, what the hell's going on?
Well, last week we had Mike and TARDIS, our Phillies crew, calling a Dodger Snake game, so it was no special, no cookie, no Duggo, and no Jake. And I was like, is Mark Colley okay in the scheduling room? But
you know, we should check on old Mark. He's been an all-star for us here on ML Bot Ball. He just volunteered to do the scheduling early on, and I don't know if he thought this would still be going on a few months later.
Yeah, and definitely not with the extent. We've had a lot of guys who've showed up and, you know, for him to try and accommodate everybody in and keep things balanced. It's a tall task, especially looking at everyone's availability, but he's done a heck of a job, so big props to Mark. We couldn't do what we do without him.
We'll get him a vacation one of these days. Him and our janitor, one of these days.
Mark and Garrett, we'll send them off to Costa Rica or something. It's tropical paradise.
We love all our members of our little bot ball community, but looks like that's gonna be it, Cookie.
Yeah, strikeout, 2-3 putout ends it here. So Minnesota takes game 1 of the series 9-2, and I'm not sure what the results earlier today were, but they'll be rooting for a Cleveland loss to try and get back in a tie for first place.
Yeah, nothing too far unexpected maybe here this evening. Thought maybe Casey Mize might be in danger of giving up a couple runs with that high ERA and facing another really potent lineup, the third potent lineup he's had to face to make his major league debut. But the 6 runs against this Bomba squad, maybe not the worst thing in the world. And Detroit, good to see him get at least tack a couple on with the home run via Kristen Stewart. And Nelson Cruz, player of the game with the 2 dingers, and I don't have any qualms with that, as goes 3 for 5 with a couple ribbies.
They left 8 men on base.
Yeah, so when we look at the highlights, 2 bombs for Nelson, bomb for Blanco, a bomb for Eddie, a bomb for Kepler, a bomb for Arias as well. How many of those show up on the highlights? Beardy, if you want to call these, I'd love to hear it.
Well, that's the favorite German with that German-engineered swing. It looks like a Mercedes getting over the fence there to lead things off early, and then this was the big 2-out, 2-run single from Luis Arias to get the Twins up 3-0. And then right back top of 2, Eddie Rosario with that awesome swing going Oppo once more. Number 23 on the season, so look out. Dark Horse Eddie Rosario possibly making that HRD if he can smack a few more in the next couple weeks.
This is the real killer if you're a Tiger.
This is the wall climbing wonder. Oh my good, Max Kepler. What can you say about him? He might have been player of the game just for that one. That was some craziness.
Time kept the no-hitter intact too. A jinx in the top of the 7th. We saw Polanco hit one out, followed up by Cruz. So much for the Tigers bullpen having a good day. You can thank me for that, folks. A couple of bombs, make it 8-0. So that would be where the Minnesota lead would peak. As bottom 7, we saw Detroit actually get something going post-stretch. Scope breaks up the no-hitter with a single off Arias, and then Christian Stewart. We get to that point. Here we are.
There's the blast.
It one of the farthest of the day, and that's saying something with some of these homers we saw.
Yeah, it was a thing of beauty here in the Detroit evening. 432 feet and got the Tigers on the board. So always nice, even if you are getting shelled, to get out of the stadium with a couple runs on the board. And there's the second of 2 booms for Nelson Cruz tonight, the boomstick.
Into the pen, and there's the end of the ball game. Nico Goodrum chased the changeup. They'll throw down the snow, and that ends things here at Comerica in Detroit. Casey Mize ticketed for Toledo. And as we take a peek at the box score, we'll go ahead and welcome Agati. I apologize if I said that wrong. And Eddie McCarthy, our Bop Ball Tonight co-host. Join us in the booth. How are you two doing on this fine Tuesday night?
Doing well, guys. Sounds like you had a fairly one-sided offensive affair, but looking at the highlights, seemed like there were a couple of really good defensive plays sprinkled in.
Yeah, I about fell out of my chair when Max Kepler climbed the wall and snagged that one away from Nico Goodrum. That might have been the best play of the night.
Certainly looked like a spectacular catch. Well, you guys did a great job. Always a pleasure to listen to the two of you.
All right, so on behalf of me and Beardy, we'll hop out so we can get going. Only 15 minutes behind. The Diamondbacks with Bumgarner facing the Royals. Should be another one-sided affair, but we don't play them on paper for a reason. So go ahead and take it away, folks.
All right, thank you, Beardy. Thank you, Cookie Eater. And we are going to get right into our final game of the day, game number 7 of 7, as we welcome you to our nightcap here at Kauffman Stadium. Wish you a very pleasant good evening. It's Eddie McCarthy alongside Adam Gotkin with you for this interleague matchup with the Arizona Diamondbacks in town in Kansas City for the first of 2 games against the Kansas City Royals. Jorge Lopez against Madison Bumgarner, our pitching matchup. 2 teams who are streaking in opposite directions. The Diamondbacks tied for first in the NL West, the Royals in the basement of the AL Central, 26 games out of first place. As you get a look at Jorge Lopez, who will stride out to the mound. I'll bring in A. Gotti for the first time. What do you want to tell us about Jorge Lopez?
Yeah, Lopez has had a really interesting year so far. He's appeared in 26 games, but only has started in 8 of them. In that, his whip isn't that high as to see. It's 1.27, so he's not allowing too many guys on base, although he does walk a decent amount. So I guess it'll be interesting to see how his control can be today as he faces a red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks team who, like you said, is tied for first over in the NL West.
Couldn't have said it better than myself, Agati. Red hot is what the D-backs have been, as the first pitch crosses at 11:02, and it is a strike.
Yeah,
go ahead.
When you see Lopez, you want to see him start off the game early and well. When you have these guys who appear a lot in relief, you want to see them get some strikes in early, and that can a lot of times show that they'll have a good game, as they're 0-2 count already for Jorge Lopez.
Looks to be an overcast evening here in Kansas City at Kauffman Stadium.
I got to count 1
Yeah, 10
is
o'clock
outside.
start.
73 degrees, overcast, with 9-mile-per-hour winds blowing in from left field.
And like I was saying, a 10 o'clock local start, and see if maybe it affects the players here in Kansas City.
Lopez shakes off, now finds a sign that he likes. The 2-2 is hit in the air to center field, chasing Merrifield back. He's at the wall looking up, and he'll make the catch. Whit Merrifield had to run a country mile, but he'll make the catch. And Starling Marte gives it a ride. But a sigh of relief from Jorge Lopez, 1 out.
Yeah, Lopez got really lucky on that one. Just left a fastball right over the middle of the plate. Marte, though, just barely not able to get all of the bat on it. Almost hit a home run there in the first at-bat.
This Kansas City outfield is quite decorated, as this is slowly chopped up the middle, and it's going to get through. First hit of the ball game comes from Ketel Marte. We'll talk more about him as we continue along. What a season he is having. But from left to right in the outfield, Alex Gordon, he's in left, 7-time Gold Glover. Whit Merrifield, he plays center, 2-time Gold Glover. And then in right is Hunter Dozier. Across the diamond from left to right in the infield, Michael Franco, he's at third. Up the middle, Mondesi and Lopez, shortstop at second base, the double play combination. Ryan O'Hearn playing first. Of course, Jorge Lopez, the pitcher tonight, his battery mate, the Gold Glover, and one of the best defensive guys in the game to do it, Salvador Perez.
Yeah, Perez coming off an injury, just got back about this week. So he's going to hope to keep apart a pretty good season that he's had so far behind the plate.
That's in the air to left, but it's going to slice foul. 2-1 now the count to Eduardo Escobar, the switch hitter who is batting left-handed today. 3-1 now with Christian
Nice
Walker
take by
on deck.
Escobar. Nice take by Escobar. It's really hard to lay off on some of those fastballs just high in the zone.
Escobar will pop this one up right side. This will be a tough play for O'Hearn. He has to go a long way, but he'll make a nice catch. Second out of the inning, and Christian Walker, the cleanup man, will see him with 2 out and a man on.
Walker's had a pretty good season so far. Just heading up to the All-Star break in 2 weeks. He's already got 16 home runs here. Slugging percentage over 500, so he's going to look to continue that good season so far here.
Walker hitting a lot better against right-handed pitching than left-handed pitching, as you can see there, average about 120 points higher when he's facing righties. Lopez starts him off with an outside fastball that misses. Correction, that was a knuckle curve, 1-0. That's in the dirt. Outstanding play by Perez. And you just can't find enough good things to say about Salvador Perez. As you mentioned, Adam, was under the knife for Tommy John in the offseason. As this should end the inning, the bouncer to short, the throw to second, a little closer than they would like, but Mondesi gets them in time. A fielder's choice on your scorecard. The D-backs get 1 hit but do not score. Home half of the first coming up. We're deadlocked at 0. As we welcome you back to Bop Ball After Dark, Eddie McCarthy alongside A. Gotti 24. Madison Bumgarner will get the start for the D-backs, and A. Gotti, the record speaks for itself.
Yeah, he is having an outstanding season so far. Already 103 strikeouts for Bumgarner, and he is really starting off his first season here in Arizona exactly the way that he wanted to.
Well, what else is new with Madison Bumgarner? 3-time World Series champion, 4-time All-Star.
1-0.
And most notably, postseason legend. Oh, the work that he was able to do for those Giants teams of the early 2010s, especially a lot of that handiwork done right here in Kauffman Stadium in the 2014 World Series.
Yeah, you know, if there is one thing new about Bumgarner, no, it's of course the interesting story that we heard this offseason about his alias Mason Saunders in rodeos.
I did not hear about that, actually. Would you care to expand on that and enlighten people? Because this is news to me.
Yeah, so I think it was The Athletic broke a story in December just after he signed with the Diamondbacks. He was working in some rodeo competition, made over $26,000 during this under the name Mason Saunders, because I guess Mason is close to Madison and Saunders is his wife's maiden name. He made over $26,000, had to stop because it was a part of his contract with the Diamondbacks, but he said he hopes to start back up after he retires.
This is a great play up the middle made by Ketel Marte, and Merrifield is retired for the second out of the inning. Thank you, by the way, Agati, for that insight. It was good to hear a little story like that. How about the elevation, the vertical from Marte on that play?
Yeah, Marte, super athletic guy out of the Dominican Republic, an amazing play there. So they're able to get the second out of the inning there. Only 4 pitches so far and 2 outs.
So here now is Jorge Soler, who would be running away with the AL MVP if it wasn't for a guy on the Houston Astros named Yordan Alvarez. As Soler takes high for ball 1. Soler second in hits with 109. Tied for first with Alvarez in home runs with 32. And also second in RBIs with 71. Jorge Soler, Yordan Alvarez, 2 of baseball's brightest young stars. And what's really remarkable is that both these guys are on subpar achieving teams.
Yeah, you know, Astros
and Soler will hit this one into left. Hard hit, but low enough that Beer will be able to grab it. And the Royals go in order 1, 2, 3. We've played 1 here in Kansas City, no score. Seth Beer will lead things off here for the D-backs. It'll be 5, 6, and 7. Seth Beer, Yasmani Tomas, Cole Calhoun. As Lopez misses on the curveball with his first offering.
Yeah, Beer, the young 23-year-old, hitting .351 on this season. He started off really well.
Excellent start to the year, and that's continued as is evident of the .351 numbers. Man out of Clemson University was part of the Zach Greinke trade at the deadline last year that sent Greinke to Houston, where he would be a big part of that Astros World Series runner-up team. 2-2 here to Beer, and he'll foul that one down the right side, and we'll do the 2-2 again.
You know, even before Beer's amazing career at Clemson, where he had a grand slam in his first ever home run, he's actually broke national records as a 12-year-old as a swimmer.
And now he's got the Diamondbacks' second hit of the ball game. He goes the other way and slashes it through.
That is good.
And the Diamondbacks have the leadoff man on to start the second. Yasmani Tomas hitting 6th in the order today, and tonight's designated hitter will come up to the plate now for his first hacks of the ball game. Not a large sample size as far as Tomas's numbers this year. Only appeared in 2 games. 7 at-bats, 1 hit. Hitting 143 on the year. And takes a strike to start things off from Jorge Lopez.
Tomas signed the Diamondbacks on a 60-year, $68 million contract in 2014. Hasn't completely lived up to that big money yet. But this year he's looking to get some more time, and he's going to really hope to live up to his expectations once he signed out of Cuba.
Spent the entirety of last year with the AAA affiliate of the D-backs, the Reno Aces. And now is at an 0-2 hole here to Jorge Lopez. He'll get a piece of it to stay alive. Lopez still very much in command here.
He's throwing that knuckle curve a lot. And with that pitch, if you can get it in the right location, it is nearly impossible to hit.
Again, Tomas fouls off. He's fouled off 2 pitches now. The pitch count so far pretty good for Lopez at 24. We'd like to keep it that way. Tomas, though, does well to spoil yet another one. That's 3 in a row that he has fouled off. And let's see what Lopez decides to do here. Where does Salvador Perez want to set up? They go low once again, and it's fouled off in the same spot. How about Yasmani Tomas? 4 foul balls in a row.
Yeah, nice job by Tomas there, able to stay with the change of speed between the knuckle curve and the fastball.
Tomas rips that one, but foul, and only just foul down the left field line, and he'll stay alive once again. Cole Calhoun waiting on deck as Tomas and Lopez duel again. Tomas gets under it to center. Coming in is Merrifield, who will make the catch. First out of the inning, and now Cole Calhoun with 1 out and 1 on.
The right fielder.
It took a lot longer than he wanted for Lopez to get the out, but he was able to. As Calhoun now comes to bat.
Cole Calhoun yesterday was 0 for 3 with a walk. His first pitch to him is outside. Diamondbacks coming off a 4-game series with the Phillies where they split 2 games to 2. Calhoun takes a strike. They were walked off on yesterday at Citizens Bank by Philly despite leading 2-1 going into the 9th inning. Archie Bradley would give up 2 in the 9th and blow the save. Diamondbacks in a dogfight for first place right now with the Dodgers. Both teams at 50 and 35. As Calhoun hits hard, but foul. This is something we've seen already a couple of times here in this second inning. Lopez having trouble slamming the door, although he does it right there as Calhoun is gone. First strikeout of the day for Jorge Lopez.
Beautiful knuckle curve there. Pitch gets just under the bat of Calhoun, as he's going to have to walk back to the dugout now.
Nick Ahmed hitting 8th in the order and playing short for the Diamondbacks today will come to the plate. First pitch is inside. And you mentioned it a few moments ago, Adam, but consistently Lopez relying on the knuckle curve early in this ballgame.
Yeah, he's not that fast of a fastball pitcher. Sits in around 94, 95. That one he hits 96, actually, but he really gets his money's worth when it comes to the knuckle curve. A lot low in the zone. He doesn't really work us on the horizontal plane, but vertically, that's where he gets his strikeouts, and that's where he likes to place his pitches.
He's fallen behind here 2-0 on Ahmed. And that one's right over the heart of the plate, and Ahmed gets into it, but just foul. Ahmed can run. He would have been running for a while on that one.
He was named the fastest base runner in America back when he was in the minor leagues. 2000. Actually, I don't have the year, my bad, but by Baseball America once he was in the minors, one of those years.
Ahmed can continue, and he's in a good spot to do so. Ahead 3-1. Stephen Vogt, the catcher, he's waiting on deck. Ahmed swings at a possible ball 4, and that'll set up a payoff. Seth Beer, who had the leadoff single, he's on first. He'll get an early start here on Lopez. The 3-2 to Ahmed. Struck him out. High fastball, dial it up to 97 that time. And Jorge Lopez is rolling. We've played 1.5 here in Kansas City. No score. Madison Bumgarner gets set for his second inning of work. Worked a 1-2-3 first, and now 4, 5, and 6 is what he's going to face here in the second. Hunter Dozier, Salvador Perez, Alex Gordon.
Dozier hitting .291 on the season. He's having a very good year, the 8th overall pick back in 2013.
Bumgarner only needed 7 pitches to put the Royals away in that first inning. We didn't even get a chance to tell you about the Arizona defense, as that one skips in for ball 1. Across the outfield, it is Seth Beer in left, Starling Marte in center, Cole Calhoun, he plays right field. Round the diamond on the infield. Eduardo Escobar at third, Nick Ahmed, Starling Marte up the middle. And then Christian Walker at first, Madison Bumgarner, of course, on the mound, and he's throwing to Stephen Vogt. This should be out number 4, as it's a high pop-up on the infield. Escobar takes charge. First out of the inning, and the first 4 have gone in order for Bumgarner.
Yeah, nice job there by Bumgarner. He's only at 11 pitches here through 4 batters. The opposite for Lopez, though. He was up at around 40 pitches after the second inning.
So here's Salvador Perez, who takes a strike.
Perez, just
29 years of age, was 0 for 4 on Sunday. Kansas City had a day off yesterday. Before that, they had a 3-game series against the Cleveland Indians. They would lose 2 out of 3. Perez here behind 0-2. And he hits this one into right, pretty well hit, chasing Calhoun back, leaping up, and he won't get there. It's gonna hop over the wall for a ground rule double. Cole Calhoun, remember, playing in an unfamiliar park, didn't seem to realize he had as much room as he did, and it's a 1-out double for Perez.
Yeah, Perez, if he's able to cross the plate here, that'd be his 400th career run, as he's also now just 3 hits away from 1,000. Maybe we could see some milestones here from Salvador Perez today.
So that'll be up to Alex Gordon, who is the longest tenured Kansas City Royal. Was drafted 2nd overall back in 2005 as he takes a ball here to lead off his at bat. Would make his debut in 2007, and things have really worked out for number 4. 3-time All-Star in 2013, 14, and 15. 7-time Gold Glove Award winner, and you can't forget the World Series championship back in 2015.
Yeah, of course, he's a big part of that run. And even before he was in the majors, he made a big impact, winning the Big 12 Player of the Year 2 years in a row over at Nebraska, which just shows how old he is now, back when Nebraska was in the Big 12.
Gordon quietly become 36 years of age, not someone that you've thought of as a veteran if you've grown up watching baseball in the same years that I have. But he's a guy who doesn't have too many years left. Well, the years that he's played, they've been good ones. 2-2 the count here. Gordon will attack and come up empty. First strikeout of the day for Madison Bumgarner. And he's one step closer to getting out of trouble. He'll face Ryan O'Hearn with 2 out.
When you look at O'Hearn's split between home and road, it's a little odd to see him hitting 169 at home and then 261 away on the road, but he's got a runner in score position here, and he's going to try and bring him home.
Overall, hitting 217 on the year. Sunday against Cleveland, he was 1 for 4 with a 2 RBI double. Those 2 RBIs would account for half of the runs the Royals would score. They fall 7-4 to the Tribe. As this is a foul ball, count even at 1-1. Salvador Perez at second after the 1-out double. See if O'Hearn can bring him in. Gets a good piece of that one, but hits it foul, and now is where O'Hearn is really at a disadvantage. The lefty-lefty matchup not in his favor, facing an experienced veteran in Bumgarner.
Let's see if Bumgarner can strike him out here. No.
O'Hearn will lay off. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Perez running on contact with 2 out. Pitch number 24 on the way here from Bumgarner. Called! Strike 3 on the outside corner. O'Hearn disagrees, and he may have a gripe. But be that as it may, the Royals strand a lead off a 1-out double, and we're through 2 here at Kauffman. No score. Stephen Vogt, the catcher, will lead things off here for Arizona. They'll have 9-1-2. It'll be Vogt and then the two Martes this inning. Starling first, followed by Kittel. No relation, by the way.
Yeah, a little surprising to see two guys back-to-back, but no relation between them, as you just said.
Yeah, what's even crazier is that both are from the Dominican Republic. Starling is 31, Kittel is 26. So it is a coincidence. They are not related. There you see Starling waiting on deck. Lopez not in a good spot here, falling behind 3-0 to the 9-hitter Vogt. Get a strike there, 3-1.
Just down the middle, Vogt probably sitting on anything there, but if he did decide to swing, that was a fastball basically right down the middle, and only at 93 miles an hour.
Stephen Vogt platoons with Carson Kelly, the D-backs' other catcher. This is slowly hit right side. They'll check on the pitcher Lopez, who will make the play for out number 1. And as Starling Marte comes to the plate, hey Gotti, I'm going to ask you to grade Jorge Lopez. He's faced the order one time through. How do we think he did?
You know, it's, of course, only 2 hits allowed so far, but that pitch count all the way up at 44, these Diamondbacks really getting a lot of contact on these, fouling a lot of balls off, like you see just right there. But if I had to give him a grade, probably somewhere around a C, just because of this pitch count is so high with only 1 out in the 3rd inning.
Wow, a C is a little bit harsh. I was thinking somewhere in the B plus range, considering he's only allowed 2 hits and not allowed a run. But I see where you're coming from with the pitch count. This is hit in the air to right. Should be easy for Dozier, and it is. Quickly, 2 out. And Lopez, an excellent position here for a 1-2-3 inning if he can get Kittel Marte, which is, however, no easy task.
And Marte already 109 hits so far this season. Actually, 110 now after today.
The NL leader
get that
in
1-1-1.
The NL leader in hits, with, as you said, 110 now after he singled his first time up. Also, the NL leader in doubles with 32. D.D. Gregorius of the Phillies sitting at second. He's at 28. Though Marte here behind 0-2, and boy, could Lopez use an easy inning. That one skips in. Marte doesn't bite. Good discipline.
Now, you mentioned a moment ago. You mentioned a moment ago how Starling Marte and Kittel Marte are not related at all. Although Marte actually married it only of Vladimir Guerrero, who's got
this
some.
This is hit well into right. Back and making the catch is Hunter Dozier. So a busy inning for Dozier. He retires the last 2 himself, and this one sent him crashing into the fence, but he makes the play. No score for either side as we head to the home half of the 3rd. One, 2, 3 went the D-backs in the top half of the 3rd, and now Michael Franco will lead things off in the bottom of the frame. It'll be Franco, Lopez, and Adalberto Mondesi, the leadoff hitter, who will bat for the second time. 8-9-1 scheduled to come up.
We'll see how Franco can do here. He's hitting only .229 this year. He was optioned down to AAA at the end of last season. He was playing awful, but now back in the majors here, but not playing that great.
Michael Franco 1 for 3 on Sunday with an RBI and a walk against the Cleveland Indians. Although he pops this one up right here on the infield. Escobar calls for it, and he's got it. That's out number 1. A good job thus far by Madison Bumgarner, who is 10-3 coming into today. Only allowed 1 hit thus far. That was a ground rule double by Perez in the 2nd. Nicky Lopez, the last man hitting in the order today before it turns over. And Lopez, he'll piece one into left. Coming on, actually, it'll making the catch is Ahmed. Coming on was Beer, but Ahmed took charge. And Bumgarner on his way to another easy inning. And this is something we've been able to say for so many years about Bumgarner. He is the king of easy innings, showing why here. And look at that pitch count, Agati. 27 pitches, nearly through his third inning.
He'd definitely get a better grade so far than I gave Lopez.
Mondesi looking to bunt his way on, but he bunts through it.
Yeah,
Madison
Mondesi,
Bumgarner from North Carolina went to South Caldwell High School in Hudson, North Carolina, I should say. Signed a 5-year deal with the Diamondbacks before this year, after spending the first part of his career with the Giants. This is hit towards the dugout. Over for a look is Escobar. He'll have a play. Nice play as he reaches over the railing into the camera well. Eduardo Escobar has a busy inning. 2 putouts for him. We're a third of the way there. No score in Kansas City.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks,
Eduardo Escobar, the man who just made that nice play. He'll lead things off for the D-backs, as we're already at the top of the 4th. Both these pitchers have made quick work of the opposition thus far. Bumgarner, though, doing a little bit better than his counterpart Jorge Lopez, as we see the heavy switch played here on Escobar.
Yeah, Escobar, a good hitter, but really a pull guy. So the Royals are going to hope to see good work here.
Escobar, 31 years of age, from Venezuela, came up with the White Sox, but actually spent most of his career with the Cleveland Indians. And he lines this one into right, and he beat the shift. Right at all the bodies, but it finds a hole. Second straight inning where the D-backs have the leadoff man aboard. 3rd hit of the day for Arizona.
Yeah, just barely got by the shift there. Escobar got really lucky on that one.
Well, he certainly rocketed that one into right, and it found a hole. Ball had eyes, as they say. Christian Walker will now be the batter. Hit into a fielder's choice his first time up. Walker played his college ball for the University of South Carolina. 3 straight College World Series. He would win it with the Gamecocks in 2010 and 2011. They'd lose to Arizona in 2012.
And that 2010 win was largely because of Whit Merrifield, that center fielder for the Royals. Hit a walk-off home run in the 11th inning for South Carolina to win that 2010 College World Series. Teammates with Christian Walker, as you said, and I bet it was nice for them to see each other.
2 teams who don't play each other often, and Walker gets into one to left. This is chasing Gordon back. He's gonna run out of room. Christian Walker, a 2-run shot, and the D-backs grab the first runs here at Kauffman Stadium. They lead it 2-0 here in the 4th.
Really nice swing there by Walker. Able to get over that wall in left center. And the Diamondbacks doing exactly what they want to do here. Get an early lead.
So the leadoff hit, the leadoff single from Eduardo Escobar. He comes around on Christian Walker's 2-run shot. Home run number 17 of the year for Walker. RBIs 29 and 30. The D-backs strike first here on the road. And now we'll see how Jorge Lopez responds. Seth Beer now up. He had a single his first plate appearance, and he's got another one. Hit that one right back where it came from. And 3 straight hits to start the inning for the D-backs, and unsurprisingly, out comes the pitching coach, Cal Eldred, for Kansas City.
Yeah, Lopez started off really well, but since then, a 2-run homer and a single. And he's going to try and switch things up here, get back into his groove here in the top of the 4th inning.
He'll try and do it against Yasmani Tomas. We'll see if the mound visit helped at all. Tomas, a fly out to the center fielder Merrifield, his first time up.
Maybe they talked over during that mound visit Lopez, one of his first sliders of the game there for that first strike. Maybe they talked that over and decided to start with those pitches and mix things up and not just throwing a fastball knuckle curve.
Jorge Lopez 2-5 on the year. The ERA at 3.1, so not too bad. But the Royals, they're 25-26 actually, games out of first place for a reason. They have not had the run support to support their starting pitching. 1-2 here, as it's fouled down the right field line by Tomas. Lopez came up with the Brewers after they signed him out of a military academy in Puerto Rico. As Tomas will stare at strike 3, third strikeout of the day from Jorge Lopez in the first out of the inning. Gotta be a sign of relief from the Royal right-hander.
Yeah, nice pitch there to get him looking. Yeah, that's the first out, and he's going to try and get a couple more here. Jesse Hand warming up in the bullpen already here in the top of the fourth for the Royals.
Well, the pitch count is an issue, as you've touched on a couple of times, Gotti. Already at 66 pitches and only 1 out here in the top of the fourth.
He's going to try and get out of this.
Calhoun, and he'll foul that one away, 0-2.
Even if he gets out of this inning quickly, I'd only expect him to go into the 5th, maybe 6th. And get into that Royals bullpen, which is not that great.
Royals bullpen, not that great. The offense, not that great. This is a team that's in the middle of a rebuild. Back-to-back strikeouts, though, right here for Jorge Lopez. First, Yasmani Tomas, and now Cole Calhoun. That's K number 4 on the day for Lopez, who's bounced back nicely after the 3 consecutive hits.
Yeah, 2 nice strikeouts there for Lopez, and it's even harder to be in a rebuild right now. Actually, not even harder, I bet even easier when the top 3 teams in the American League are all in your division, just beating up on the Royals. When they're playing their interleague games and games in other divisions, they're not doing as bad as you'd expect for a team with that bad of a record, but when they're playing those other AL Central teams, they're just getting destroyed.
It's a war at the top of the AL Central. The Indians right now, they're at 56-29. Beg your pardon, the Indians at 55-30 as that one is hit hard, but right at the third baseman Franco. More on the AL Central when we come back. Michael Franco makes the play, but Christian Walker, a 2-run shot, gets the D-backs on the board first. Bottom of the fourth, set to start here. Whit Merrifield will be the batter. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 here. Merrifield, Soler, and Dozier. As Madison Bumgarner gets set to begin his 4th inning of work. And very good thus far.
Beautiful strike 1 there by Bumgarner. Just gets that changeup in the lower corner of the zone.
So as we were saying about the AL Central before we had to cut into break last inning. Cleveland, they sit at the top at 55-30. Minnesota and the White Sox are only 1 game back. And it is going to be a fight to the death the rest of the way. As both those teams, all 3 of those teams I should say, are all terrific ball clubs. This is hit into right. Coming on is Calhoun to make the play. Nice catch by the right fielder, and Bumgarner is rolling here in this one.
Yeah, 34 pitches, only 34 pitches, with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. This is exactly what you want to see here from Arizona.
Bumgarner is having a really nice year for himself. 2nd in wins, as you saw right there with that graphic. Was 9-9 last year, as they will check on the shortstop. Ahmed makes the play going to his left, and quickly 2 out once again. So Bumgarner keeping that pitch count low. Known in his career as a postseason legend is Bumgarner. World Series MVP in 2014, playing these Kansas City Royals. A career 0.25 ERA in the World Series. But that terrific play is transitioning into the regular season this year, and the D-backs could not be happier.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're at an AO ballpark today, so we won't be able to see the 2-time Silver Slugger hit, but it's still a beautiful thing to see Bumgarner pitch.
Bumgarner's a well-oiled machine, ahead in the count once again against Dozier. Dozier, hard hit, third base side, foul. And you look at the splits for Bumgarner, 38 pitches, 25 of them strikes. Here comes number 39.
Ball one.
Dozier checks his swing, but holds up in time, and he'll survive another pitch. 1-2 here.
Surprised that was even a check swing there. That one almost in the dirt.
Dozier hits it well into left center, and that's going to get down. It'll roll to the wall, extra bases for Dozier, and he'll pull into second with a 2-out double. 8th double of the year for Hunter Dozier. And a runner in scoring position here for the Royals in the 4th.
Yeah, nice hit there by Dozier, able to get at that into that left center gap right at the out-of-town scoreboard. And the Royals, for the second time, have a runner in scoring position.
Salvador Perez, he hit the double back in the second. Gets under this one into center. This will end the 4th. Marte makes the catch, and Madison Bumgarner has only allowed 2 hits through 4. And we've played 4 at Kauffman. The D-backs up by 2. We welcome you back to Major League Ball on Twitch.tv for some After Dark action. The D-backs in town to play the Kansas City Royals. Eddie McCarthy alongside A. Gotti 24. As we start the top of the 5th. Stephen Vogt will get things rolling here.
Vogt, the 2-time All-Star in 2015 and 16. Although only hitting 179 this year, he's going to hope to change that up and maybe get back into his form that he was in a couple years ago.
Action in the bullpen. I saw the left-hander Lovelady getting up. As 2-1 is the count here to Vogt. 9-1-2 for the D-backs this inning. Vogt and then the 2 Martes. Vogt will check on Perez, who will handle that one. First time Perez has had a putout today. Out number 1 of the 5th inning for Jorge Lopez. And despite the two-run home run, which has put a fairly serious dent into this start, Lopez, that aside, has been pretty good.
Yeah, you know, he's really a mix between the starter and reliever, but like you said, other than that 2-run home run, he's only allowed a couple hits. His pitch count's really high, but he's had a pretty decent game.
This is launched into left. Starling Marte will watch it go foul.
Oh, he started
Just
running down to
foul
first.
From Starling Marte, who was pleading with the ball to go fair, but it would hook just west of that left field foul pole. Now Marte behind 0-2. And he strikes out.
I thought for sure that one was gone. I guess, you know, got too excited after that strikeout.
Strikeout number 5 for Lopez, and that is just how quickly the game of baseball can turn on you. Marte thought he had a home run. 2 pitches later, he strikes out after he missed the long ball by a few feet.
Interesting take there on the first pitch for Ketel Marte. A fastball right down the middle. And then a beautiful knuckle curve for strike 2.
This will be pitch number 82 on the day for Lopez, looking for a 1-2-3 inning, and that hits him. The cardinal sin in baseball, one of them at least, don't hit a batter when you're ahead 0-2. And yet that is exactly what Lopez does right there. Marte gets plunked, and that'll set up Escobar with a man on and 2 out.
And that's the problem with the knuckle curve pitch. It is one of, if not the hardest pitches to throw in baseball, especially when it comes to control.
Left side diving, no play for Mondesi. It'll sneak into the outfield. So a hit batsman and now a base hit. And that'll bring up Christian Walker, who hit that 2-run home run last time he was up. And so it was looking like it would be an easy inning here for Lopez. In 2 pitches, the Diamondbacks have put 2 men on. And they're looking for more.
Not a great fastball there to start off this at-bat. Just blowing away in his velocity also has gotten a lot lower, but before we were seeing him throw up even at 97, that one at 93. Another one there at 93, this one a two-seamer though.
Walker hitting .328 this year with runners in scoring position. Ketel Marte should score on anything hit into the outfield. Marte at second after the hit by pitch. Eduardo Escobar, he's at first. D-backs looking for more runs. Right now, looking like Lopez wants no part of Christian Walker. He's fallen behind 3-1. Perhaps he'd rather take his chances with Seth Beer, who waits on deck.
You know, something surprising to do, especially against a Beer guy who's hitting at 351.
3-1 pitch on the way is a strike. Walker lays off, and this is the biggest pitch of the day right here for Jorge Lopez. Payoff on the way.
Oh.
And Walker gets into this one, and you can forget it.
Wow.
Christian Walker, his second home run of the day, this time a 3-run shot, and count them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 RBIs for Walker today. It is Christian Walker 5 and the Kansas City Royals zip.
What a home run there by Walker. A no-doubter. Absolutely killed that one. 441 feet. Wow.
And that is going to be all, as you can see Mike Matheny coming out to get Jorge Lopez, who will finish his day with 4 2/3 innings pitched, 5 runs. The only way that the D-backs have gotten those have been on home runs. A 2-run shot and a 3-run shot, both from Christian Walker, as Jesse Hahn will come in and try and finish up this top of the 5th, which has been a nightmare so far for Kansas City. As you can see Matheny out there just imagining he's got to be saying something like, just get us in the dugout, we'll sort things out from there.
See what the 30-year-old Hahn can do. As you saw in that last graphic, his batting average against other players, both against left-handed and right-handed hitters, both over 300. He's worse against lefties, and he's facing a lefty Beer here. Bit of an interesting pitching change to put in a guy like Hahn against this.
Well, you got to get some length here if you're Mike Matheny, who's the first-year manager of the Royals. Before that, though, Matheny, no rookie to managing. Spent quite a few years with St. Louis, replacing Tony La Russa. As Hahn has run a 2-1 count here, with Beer at the plate. And Beer will chop this one. Tough play for Mondesi on the run. The throw is in time for the out, but not before Christian Walker hits home run number 18, and it's still flying. It's the D-backs by 5 as we head to the bottom of the 5th, and I turn things over to Adam, who'll take you the rest of the way.
And welcome back, everybody, here to beautiful Kauffman Stadium. As we're hearing some sideline reporting from Heidi Watney, who we unfortunately cannot hear. But we head now into the 6th inning, as number 4, Alex Gordon, is going to lead things off here for the Kansas City Royals. Royals have been unable to score so far today. Gordon struck out in the 2nd inning in his first at-bat, as he faces Bumgarner, who has just been completely dealing so far today.
Yeah, Madison Bumgarner. You see the pitch count only at 41. Bumgarner has made a name for himself going deep into ball games and finishing a lot of them. And he's in good position to do that here if he can keep this pitch count up, Adam.
Yeah, he throws a ball there on the first pitch.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
A beautiful strike there on that fastball low in the zone. Fouls one off there to Gordon. Gordon, the 2019 Gold Glover, 3-time All-Star. Like you said, 36 years old, but a guy like him, everyone really heard about him the most around 2014-15 in those amazing Royal seasons. He just doesn't feel like he's 36 years old.
You look at Gordon's track record, and it's rather amusing. Gold Glove winner from 2011 to 2014, and then he decided to take a sabbatical and let other guys win it in 15 and 16. But don't worry, he's come on strong. He's won it 3 consecutive years. One of the best left fielders in the business, and that is evident from his hardware.
Oh, not a great swing there on the 3-2 count. As he strikes out on a pitch in the dirt.
Now batting. Number
We look at the ERA leaders here in the National League. Madison Bumgarner at second, just behind Walker Buehler, who has an ERA of 2.12. Wow, heading up to the All-Star break. He is having one hell of a season so far. Ryan O'Hearn comes up to bat now for the Royals.
Yeah, Walker Buehler, Clayton Kershaw. That's a dangerous 1-2 punch. And you can't forget about Julio Urias either, the hard-throwing left-hander. This is going to be really interesting to see these two teams, the D-backs and the Dodgers, do battle down the stretch. Looking forward to it, as things are about to get really interesting here in Botball with the deadline coming up, Gotti.
Yeah, sure, we should see what trades happen here soon. That's an ugly strikeout there for Ryan O'Hearn. The 4th on the day for Bumgarner. It's a pitch inside that he just should not have swung at there.
Well, that's what Bumgarner will do to left-handed hitters. So tough because if you watch his delivery here, imagine Franco's a righty, but watch his delivery. Watch how far he sweeps towards that left-handed batter's box. And he actually steps basically towards the third base dugout. So for a lefty, it looks like the ball's coming in behind you. And it's almost impossible to pick up, and it's why Mad Bum, as they call him, has been so tough on lefties over the years.
And it's interesting because Mad Bum, pitching is the only thing that he does lefty. He hits righty, he rights righty, he does everything else with his right hand, but pitching he does with his left, and he does it beautifully.
That's ball 2.
As that one low in the zone, 2-2 count. A change up at 81 miles an hour. As they're driving to the left, that one's going to get into the gap. And Franco's going to head to second for a double there with 2 out. And the Royals really need to get some runs on the board soon. Franco helps them out there. Another double. The 3rd of the game for the Royals. And another runner in scoring position. Let's see if Nicky Lopez can bring him home.
Well, 3 hits for the Royals, Adam, and they're all doubles. Interestingly enough, the 2nd straight inning where the Royals have gotten a 2-out double. Of course, last inning it was Hunter Dozier who put one in basically the exact same spot. Good hitting right there from Franco, and now, as you said, Nicky Lopez will try and bring home run number 1 for KC.
As that one is taken outside for ball 1. 1-0 count now here for Lopez. Now, 1-1. Lopez played his college ball at Creighton University at beautiful TD Ameritrade Park over in Omaha, Nebraska. That one hit right to second base. Marte over to Walker. And we're going to head now into the bottom of the 6th inning. Diamondbacks up 5-0. We're into the top of the 6th inning now. And welcome back here to the top of the 6th inning here in ML Botball. Of course, we are always raising money for charity this week. It is rain. Go down in the comments. Sorry, not in the comments. Go down below where the screen is. Click donate, and it goes to a good cause. This week, rain. Always giving money here at ML Botball.
You know, what you said about Nicky Lopez got me thinking. Can someone please explain to me why on earth the Creighton Blue Jays, who play in Omaha, Nebraska, are in the Big East with, like, St. John's and a whole bunch of other East Coast teams?
I mean, I have no idea. I mean, my guess, if anything, is basketball. They're similar basketball schools, and so because of that also, in baseball as a strikeout there for Han as he's staying in for this inning. There's the first out of the inning for the Royals.
Well, good pitch there from Han. And he's done a nice job, at least thus far. Looking for some length out of Han is the manager, Mike Matheny. Seeing as Lopez was only able to last 4 2/3. Final line on him, he gives up 5 runs in 4 2/3 innings, 6 hits allowed. And he was chased by that second Christian Walker home run, which was a 3-run shot and made the game 5-0.
As that one's fouled off there, right down the left field line. 1-2 count now for Han. As he said, Walker just absolutely killed Lopez. He was on his way for a pretty good start. Walker just completely ruined that. The 2-2 pitch from Han also fouled down the left field line as to stay in this at bat is Cole Calhoun. Calhoun swings at one. That one's flown into shallow left center, and it's going to be caught by Gordon for the second out.
The shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Another good job there by Han. Jammed him that time. And now we'll face Nick Ahmed. You have to give Han credit. Doing well through this D-backs order so far. Now it's just up to his team to try and at least claw their way back into this game, Adam, which they've really shown themselves unable to do facing Bumgarner so far.
As that one's hit, popped up right to O'Hearn, and we are now going to head into the bottom of the 6th inning. Kansas City down 5-0. It's the top of the order here for Kansas City. They're going to try and get some runs on the board. And welcome back here to Kauffman Stadium for the bottom of the 6th inning. Adam Gockin here with Eddie McCarthy. Adalberto Mondesi is going to lead things off here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Well, if the Royals want to make some noise in this ballgame, now would be a good time to do it. They have the top of the order coming up. They're seeing Bumgarner for the 3rd time. And all right-handed batters, the first 5 that he'll face in the inning. So, no time like the present for Kansas City.
Yeah, Mondesi now 1-0 count, 0 for 2 on the day.